This is a Thin Porridge, written by Benjamin J. Goes, narrated by Tim Tidball. Chapter 1. Is It the Truth? Dangling from the taffrail above infernal autumn seas, Abeona Browne's precious seconds comprised of three thoughts: pitiless mitts digging her slender fingers and wrists, silent glide of shark under moonlit murk below, and thrum of life which beat in her ears as had her delicate palms on the African drum she bought the day her father died. 7 weeks earlier, before the secrets, the lying, the broken bones and blood, the girl rose in the house of Fay, determined to break the spell of bleak and heart-sick lonesome. Her father had been ill for some months, so she decided that fine summer day he might be stirred from his present languor by some preferred confection and perhaps a nice gift. In truth, Abeona Browne was the only city soul of consequence yet unaware of the great John Brown's imminent demise. There was nothing deceitful about hoping for the best. Still, the old man's words rang in her skull a fire bell. Is it true? That's what her father, could he have spoken, would have asked. The query beat upon her brain as accusation, for honesty was a burden she wasn't sure she could bear even if she had cared to. Abeona Browne tried always to be truthful even when she wasn't, pretending to be cheerful, respectful, sympathetic. Wasn't a lie if no one got hurt. And the best way to ensure none ever lamented was to keep on smiling. When her mother died, she kept on smiling. When her father slipped away, she kept on smiling. When the pretty faces with the blue eyes scowled, she smiled and smiled and smiled, for their grace, for the privilege of their company, and for her own rage. "Sure is an ugly, scrawny little thing," said one white lady to the other. "Uppity as the day is long," said the other to the one. "Don't even get me started on that father of hers," said the third. As much as she hated the pale coven for its rancor, Abeona despised the women for their shrewdness. She was a bit skinny and immature for her age. She did have skin as dark as their hearts. Her father was an unapologetic rabble-rouser, and in her fine blue-flowered dress and red button-down boots, ordered special from France no less, she was the best-dressed woman of color in town. "And a dime's worth of peppermints," Abeona told the graying lady with the pained grin other side of the counter. "Daddy's favorites." "Yes, Miss Browne." Clerk blew in a slim paper sack and counted out the red and white fingerlings from a large glass jar and jotted the item and its cost on her notepad. "Beans will do just fine. I do find formality utterly boring, don't you?" "Indeed." Clerk shrugged and widened her eyes at the women far end of the counter. "Suppose it all depends, Miss Beans." Fashionable girl of their contempt worked to appear too busy to notice them by searching her handbag. However, Abeona did hear the tapping of nails out of rhythm from each other, as well as the venomous whispers loud enough for all. "Miss, is it? Haughty so-and-so. Right with you, ladies. Please, take your time," said one of the women shoppers before turning to her companions. They were huddled before floor-to-ceiling shelves of tea tins, sacks of cornmeal, canisters of baking powder, jarred honey, and strawberry preserves. Abeona had planned to pick up some orange pekoe for Uncle George, but it would have to wait. Harpies resumed their conversation in sharp derision. "What she think she's doing in here? Getting out of control, if you ask me. Used to know their place." Abeona closed her purse and stared at the sign below the counter. 9 fine cigars for 25 cents. But the words did not register. Clerk spoke to Abeona much louder while watching the counter more than she ought to have. "How is your father? We'd heard." "Just fine. Stronger by the day." Abeona noticed a rustic drum on a shelf behind the clerk. It was mahogany in color, cinnamon animal skin drawn about with black cord, and the base was carved with some hypnotic arabesque of old. Thing would easily have stood knee-high from the floor. "What can you tell me about it?" "They call it a djembe, authentic African." Clerk massaged the item's aura with salesmanly reverence. "Bought from a merchant who traded 2 pair of children's shoes for it when he was in Maryland, around Port Tobacco way. Imagine that, made over here by someone from over there. Salesman assured me of its authenticity. A fine piece, indeed." "It's so big." Clerk disappeared behind the counter and came up grunting with a smaller version of the drum, an oversized wooden chalice just under a foot tall. "There were 2 in the set, but I don't see why we can't simply split them up." "Perfect late birthday present for Daddy. What do you call it again?" Djembe, but don't ask me how to spell it." While the clerk wrapped the gift in newsprint and again in heavy brown paper, Abeona waited patiently, pretending not to notice the conversation which centered upon her. "I heard he's already dead in the ground, waiting until the election to tell. Ploy to curry sympathy, if you ask me. Dreadful cause." "Nonsense, he's in hiding, knows he's been beat." Actually, Abeona took her change and stacked the packages on one arm, walked past the trio, and opened the door. Actually, he's on the mend. I'll be sure and tell him you send your best. Jingle and clunk of the closing door silenced their baleful hisses. Out on the street, Abeona trotted quick and steady, keeping pace with the horse and buggy. Her pigtail braids jostled out of time with the chamber music she hummed. She tried to appear as though nothing were wrong, but her cheeks were wet. Girl stopped in an alley a few stores away to wipe her face and whip up a convincing smile when she was interrupted. "Child, you there." The word was faint, over Abena's shoulder. It came again from within the alley. Peeking over a stack of crates, a tall forehead and eyes which accused her with the faraway look of a dead thing. "Yes?" Abeona backed away. "Please, child, don't go." A deep voice, once feminine. "Food. You got any?" "Just a little. So hungry." I'm sorry, I don't." Girl took another step toward the street when the tattered figure lunged from hiding. The woman had large, rough hands and a pink checkered dress and smelled of garlic and tallow. "Wait!" The woman's voice decayed from meek whisper to angry growl. "You can't tell nobody." "No." Abeona tugged her arm, trying to pull free without upsetting her stack of packages. "Give me something, you little bitch! Help!" Abeona jerked so hard she fell back in the street with the crazed woman on top. "Help! Please! Robber!" Shrill report of a whistle. "Why you couldn't just help?" Woman hiked her dress, iron cuffs above gray ankles connected with heavy chain drooped between bare feet. Children screamed. Raggedy figure short-stepped it quickly between buildings. Cop with his club drawn tore after, shrieks and slapping footballs echoing off the brick. "Shoot. You good?" Paperboy helped Abeona to her feet. Girl looked around, dumbfounded. "One of each." She took copies of the Friday, August 3rd, 1860 Jackson Sentinel and a Brown's Gazette. Front pages of both featured photos and headlines announcing the upcoming visit of a presidential candidate, tall fella from Springfield. "Ms. Browne?" The boy tipped his flat cap. "No charge. Give Mr. B my best." Yes, of course." Abeona strained to see down the alley, but her attacker and the policeman had vanished along with the commotion, eaten perhaps by some natural force as morning sun consumes frigid haze. She stuffed more than the cost of her purchase into the boy's shirt pocket and went on. An elderly white couple, ruddy-cheeked from the day's heat, wished Abeona and her ailing father well as they passed. Others, too, echoed the heartfelt sentiments. The girl responded without thinking, wondering who the woman was and where she had come from. "Beans!" A group of small, straw-haired girls jumping rope. "Beans!" Abeona stacked her packages neatly atop the newspapers to keep the breeze from stealing them. She jumped a few times before becoming snagged. The sisters giggled and promised to show her how good her jump ropers jump rope. Abeona clapped and cheered as they hopped and sang, but still her mind was on the woman in the alley. Tornado of white boys, 11s and 12s, appeared across the road, shouted their warrior names and pledged their deadly oaths and swung sticks in some decisive battle. When they were closer, one of the boys called, "Get off of my castle!" The little girls scattered, ropes trailing like some wounded albino squid giddy with escape. Abeona gathered her things and bid the jump ropers goodbye. "I'm talking to you, mutt. What are you doing over here?" Rocks caromed off the brick wall and hit Abena's foot. She pressed on, face forward, steps quickening as she pretended to admire the pink paver stones moving steadily underfoot, appreciating the white pickets below the gas lamps asleep in their black iron cradles. "Leave me be," she said in a voice no one heard. Trembling, Abeona glanced over her shoulder. Boys were distant now, congratulating one another for such bravery. She stopped to rest at the edge of town before making the journey home. Should have let Jimmy drive her in like he'd offered, but there was nothing to be done now. There, on the corner in front of the city's other general store, sat a small crying child. Abeona knelt next to him and tapped the drum. "What do you want?" Boy looked up with wet cheeks, brown eyes, precious scowl. "Oh, nothing." Boy wiped his face angrily. "Why so sad? It's a beautiful day." "Mama gonna whoop me." "Why would she ever do a thing like that?" "'Posed to bring home sugar." He spoke in sobs. "But they stole it." Abeona didn't ask which they. She thought of the hungry slave woman and dug around in her pocketbook. Chapter 2. Reinstating Order. Could he have sat in the rival newspaper office near the eve of his death and spoken on his own behalf, John Browne might have told those rich white fellows that most men aren't wicked just for sport, but are so fearful of their own errant lust they live in terror there is another just as greedy. And he would have spoken from experience. John Browne might have reminded these robber barons the phrase, "all men are created equal," bore no caveats. The only truth he would have held secret was that his daughter, Abeona Browne, born of slaves and raised a free woman, was much stronger than she looked. "Well, damn it, we've got to do something," said a tall, slender man in the crisp blue suit. His pale face strained with crimson blotches. He spoke through his teeth. "I will not suffer another boycott, and my businesses cannot survive without Southern linen." The half-dozen others grunted in agreement. They formed a half-moon around the big oak desk in the small windowless room littered with stacks of old newspapers, notes, photographs, and pencil nubs. "And now we hear he has the ear of that upstart Lincoln," said the shriveled gray man from his wheelchair. "Lincoln? He's a lawyer and a hick," said the short, fat man dressed in a policeman's uniform. "No one's going to lend support to that gargantuan hillbilly." "A hick with a sharp mind and a knack for making friends," said J. Arthur Barnett from behind his great desk. "How they ever nominated him, I'll never know," said the man in the blue suit. "They're not really going to go forward with it, are they?" "Doesn't matter," said the policeman. "They have declared it as an intention, and that's enough to embolden the rabble. I've already seen a change in the darkies, mouthing no accounts. Trying even to get a free one to tend his labors is an exercise in consternation. That's all we need is a half-arsed abolitionist in the White House giving people ideas." "Precisely why we must act quickly," said the man in the wheelchair. "What do you propose we do?" said Barnett. "I've already run 6 editorials this month. I'm at my wit's end." "This John Brown, he and a lot of his ilk are friendly with Mr. Lincoln, Mr. Douglas, and others seeking higher office," said the man in the blue suit. "We need to go after them, all of them, destroy their reputations and splash their stink onto Honest Abe. In the good old days, we'd have just—" "And make of him a martyr?" Barnett interrupted. "Good God, no. Talk is he'll be dead soon enough. Besides, I'm working on something which may prove far more useful than a lynching." "Well," said the old man, wheeling himself forward until it touched the desk, "don't kill me with suspense. Rumor has it our abolitionist friend has quite the colorful past, the kind of past that kills good reputations," said Barnett. "I have detectives working on the matter as we speak. If what I hear is true, we may be able to chop a leg out from under these usurpers." "So what? The poster boy for morality is just another scoundrel," said the policeman. "Barnett's right. This movement is only as strong as the character of those supporting it. Show them for what they are, and the people will abandon this march to anarchy. When my paper finishes with him," Barnett took out his pocket square and polished his spectacles as he spoke, "there won't be one self-respecting Northerner willing to stand for the cause of abolition." "And what of the daughter?" The man in the blue suit leaned over with both fists on Barnett's desk. "A child, timid, witless, of no consequence. At any rate, my sources are confident she'll be gone to university next month. When the old man dies, his paper will die too. There's no one else to operate it. I intend to buy him out, and that will be the end of it." Barnett looked in each of the apprehensive faces and added, "Every man has a secret, gentlemen. Most of us have several. John Brown's will come to light soon enough, and order shall be reinstated." Chapter 3. This is what happens. Up the great hill and past the easternmost fence post on the Brown property before realizing she was home. From the peak in the road where wagon wheels had not tread, the southwest corner of Jackson County spread across the valley a great green blanket. Abeona turned back, following black steel spires and brick pillars up to that house, looking as it ever had, as any respectable southern Michigan mansion should look, with its white slats, black shutters, and bushes of yellow tea rose, and giant perfumed peonies whose flowers were already the size of drooping cabbages, bowing and standing as fat bumblebees bounced drunkenly from plant to plant. Abeona continued up the path, sliding her hand along a sign, cracked white paint and faded black lettering, which read, J&M Browne, all friends welcome, all foes too. Main House was fine and tall, with wide pale cheeks and dark brows, lacy eyes that glowed yellow after supper, and a thick green beard which stretched from the start of the brick path all the way up to the enormous mouth of French doors the color of ivory and ornately carved with all manner of bird and filigree accented in brass fittings. Abeona stopped inside the gate and bowed her head out of some reverence even she did not understand, as if the house, along with all those inside, was holding its breath. Those great double doors had never before seen a summer evening. A stranger might not believe it this night, but a house has never talked so. Speeches and debates, lectures and friendly chats, but more often were there urgent whispers with trusted strangers, and always light and music filling this patch of countryside. On other summer nights, the great happy abode would have had its mouth wide open, beckoning any passer-by with piano and laughter and the clinking of glasses. If an old friend or colleague or admirer came calling tonight, they would be politely and quietly turned away. There would be no such visit this day, at this hour. So many of those intimate with the rooms and words and goings-on of this house had gone on to find their own lives far from here. As for the rest, they had already found their own final dusk. Inside, a small and familiar group had gathered, doctor, lawyer, servant. Remnants of a hushed conversation faded like wisps of smoke upon Abena's entrance. "What's everyone staring at?" Abeena shifted under the weight of her freight. "Is dinner on? I'm sure Father will be famished when he awakens." The quiet crowd looked upon her with expressions of disbelief and concern. The butler wore some fine old hand-me-down gray vest and trousers bordered atop with a wild bush of fading charcoal hair and below by impossibly shiny shoes. He was the first to step to. "Beans," said Uncle George, "how about I have Mrs. Moon fix a nice snack?" "I can wait until dinner. Why are you all fretting?" "It's your daddy." "Have you no faith?" Uncle George reached for the girl's things, but she jerked them away. "Well, I best check on supper." The lawyer, Terence Swift, not so much taller than the girl, and with puffy sideburns, the same talcum white as his wrinkled skin, chewed his pipe stem and sipped a brandy with the poise of good British breeding. "We have some important matters to discuss. Please do drop by the office as soon as is convenient." Finally, as if having drawn the short straw and not by virtue of being medically trained, the doctor stepped forward. The others withdrew to the dining room while he led Abeena into the library. "Look at him. I need you to really look at him and listen to me carefully. This won't pass. Need to prepare yourself for the fact he isn't getting any better." Abeena looked the direction of John Brown as she was ordered, but not at him. Instead, she considered the painting on the wall above, a gift from some mucky-muck Chicago newspaper owner. The white of the canvas framed in unfinished pine had one large word painted in black so skillfully as to replicate letters in type. Truth. That was all it said, right there in black and white. Is it the truth, Abeena? Is it? It was, in fact, one of her father's favorite sayings, and he plied her and everyone else he encountered with the intoxicating notion that finding and telling the truth was about as romantic a cause as ever there could be. "Is it the truth?" Abeena asked the doctor. "Your father will be absolutely tickled to see I brought his favorite." She slid a peppermint stick from the bag and tucked it into the side of her mouth where she used to keep her smiles. "Your father is sick." Abeena tried to remain focused on the painting, but the rise and fall of the old man's chest and twinkle of the gold cross around his neck proved irresistible. She considered the seemingly peaceful state. "Abeena, you must listen." He took the girl by the shoulders and gave her a gentle shake. "Your father is dying. Likely as not, he won't be here come morning." She turned her head slow as the tears came. A snort of spittle clapped her chin as she convulsed. The packages and papers fell to the floor. She put her hands to her flat little belly and made fists over and over as if trying to reach the ache inside to wrest it from within. "Does it hurt?" "No," the doctor whispered, then louder, trying to match the volume of her sobbing without shouting. "We'll keep him comfortable, long as it takes." "Can't you do something?" "He's quite old, Miss Brown. I'm sorry. This is what happens." "Is that the truth?" Abeena broke free of the doctor's grasp and ran upstairs. Chapter 4. One Last Appointment. Awaiting bacon smoke. In bed with the dog-eared sheaves of fashion and romance, planning shopping trips to boutique and sundry. Not this Saturday. Girl who'd hardly been sad a morning in her life now sat raw, sore, eyes irritated by the drought which follows long nights of crying. Even her skin, which was too tight, betrayed any sense of calm in the pernicious jangle of disquietude. Check again? Abeena rubbed her eyes. Was twice an hour enough? What good had it done? Each time daughter looked in on father, she held her own breath in sync with his pauses, breathing only when he breathed until she was too light-headed to stand. One moment, the reality of it all made sense. He's old. Old people die. Doctor said so himself. The next moment she was certain she had imagined it all, and if she ran downstairs she would find them in bed whispering of the future. Long abandoned and empty of voices, the master bedroom's skin and teeth remained. Drop-clothed furniture and neglected paintings of bog stars and butterflies, dust-dulled hats and shoes, a still-life birth-bed as an unwound clock run down by neglect. Recent nights Abeena stopped at the doorway. She durst no farther. Emptiness of that space held firm as a wall, as much for fear of disturbing the memory as of being sucked into its pitiless void. Hope, terrible hope drove her to that empty room, feeling again as a child fleeing dreams of curious creatures leaning from the shadows of their birth to share the terrible secrets of their reckoning. Knew she would be made well if she could grope in the darkness for the foot of the bed and leap to safety between mother and father. Over and over, desperation dragged her through the hall, over the stairs to the doorway. Each time she found her safety gone, not relocated, not temporarily closed, but forever away. Each time she was confronted by truth, Abeona was forced to remember the people she sought no longer existed, for it was a different lodger taking up space in a different room. Her father could never return to his matrimonial bedchamber because her father no longer existed. He had been replaced by the moribund man, the charcoal apparition as a ghost in relief to an action about to be, never to be again. He's dying. She thought this as she went downstairs. It finally felt real. He's really dying. You were sitting around waiting for it to happen. What's wrong with you? Never occurred to her, even with mother's death, that another person couldn't be in fact the possession over which she assumed she exercised some control. That old age could simply blow in on a summer breeze and take him away, and her as powerless as one fighting the sea to save a drowning man who doesn't want to be saved? What master of centuries and souls could forge a world so cruel? From behind the big oak desk, Abeona observed the wet grass with disdain, trees with jealousy, narrow sheets cutting across the window with ire. What's the point? Everything growing and flowing, and for what? Flowers to wilt, puddles to dry, trees to fall over. Why bother? Yet life carried on almost as if Abeona Browne's woes did not matter. Stuffy in here. Uncle George came shuffling in. He struggled to open a window across the room. The wooden frame squeaked as the old man pushed. John Brown squirmed under his sheet, ashen-faced, lips split and desiccated from thirst. His first significant movement in days. Abeona wiped her soggy brow and leaned over him. Hot. His words, the mere whispers of moans, took him a breath for every spoken word. So damned hot. I get some water. No, Abeona said. I'll get it. On her way out, she patted her father's arm. I'll be right back. Uncle George opened a third window as the rain let up. All the sultry wind managed was to disturb the stale odor of old leather, dusty books, and unwashed skin. Abeona returned from the kitchen and held her father's hand. His eyes opened and blinked in wonderment. She tilted the cup, and most of the water ran over his cheeks and chin. Old man tensed at the sudden coolness on his neck. Send for the doctor. Abeona sopped the water with a cloth and wiped her father's forehead. Uncle George stepped and a half into the hall quick as he could. Be better, Abeona told him. Please. Wrinkled body tensed and softened. John Brown stared until his wind returned to normal and he closed his eyes. What do you dream? Abeona whispered. She rubbed the old man's hand, not expecting a response. Outside the village. It's just outside. Again, Abeona wiped sweat from his face. She could feel the fever punishing his skin. What is? Lion? Are you there, Lion? First he whispered, then he shouted himself awake. Go away! Old man goggled her in the silence and miles of space between the world of the living and the dying. John Brown had never wasted a day watching, wondering, waiting for anything, and now he had no choice but to linger on the edge. You can't go, Abeona gritted her teeth to keep from crying. Please, don't go. What happened? He wheezed now in short, careful breaths as if his soul would escape him if he so much as exhale. It was just a dream. You're home. No. He looked about the library. No dream. No. Oh, it was awful. The men wouldn't stop yelling. Babies, dogs, Lion. I can't find her. My mother, no. Your mother, can't find her voice. But I couldn't see. Oh, Daddy, please don't. Mary, where is she? John Brown's steady voice turned to sing-song with despair. Are we dead? Abeona laced her slim fingers in her father's and squeezed his hand. She regarded the room as if she expected his nightmare to have arrived. It's me, Daddy. doctor's coming." "Mary?" "No." She struggled to hold back the tears. "Mommy's gone. Remember?" "Mary," John Brown whispered again. How many? My God, how many left?" He gurgled and spoke little else. His dreadful gaze pointed far off. Abeona wished to call again for the doctor, but could not pull herself away. The old man's lips moved in silence, mouthing unknown incantations at a world that would no longer have him. His words breathless pleas to ears of whom none could know. "No, Daddy, don't go." The old man wilted into stillness. Abeona stood in impotent horror as the rise and fall of her father's chest slowed. And then, as if certain to make one last appointment, John Brown exhaled one final great sigh as the doctor's carriage rolled to a stop past the library window. Chapter 5. Deceived. Rested for the first time in some time. Took sitting up for the ache to return to the back of her skull and the fleeting dose of ethereal bliss to disappear in the words, "Oh no." Abena's mind flitted between the dark and light of yesterday's ordeal. Screaming, books fluttering across the room, the pinch and burn of the doctor's needle. Girl kicked off her covers and went downstairs to find the library transformed. There was no body, no bed, no papers littering the floor. Only the boarded north window, which had received a hardbound poetry collection, the 1845 edition of the Poetical Works of Eliza Cook, remained of the scene. The room was at once empty of its master, his patience, vibrancy, and purpose. Now what? She slapped her thighs and listened to the hole her question had poked into the silence. This would be Abena's first Sunday without him. Yesterday was 1,000 years ago. She tried to think of what next to do, but her legs were without reason, all agency out of reach. Eat breakfast? Stare out the window? Pray for what? Strength? Hope? Death? Scream? Run away? Finally, she spoke her invective. "What's the point, you idiot? Please, please, please." The girl flailed in exasperation and sobbed. "Please don't leave me." Her body twisted and jerked, wrestling the silence, unable to grasp God's ultimate caprice. "I have much work to do, but I am always here for you," John Brown would sing-say to the little girl who sat outside his door and read and dreamt of faraway ports, hideous creatures, ghosts, and murderous plots. Amidst all the sorrow and confusion, Abena's stomach protested. Her belch echoed, and she hiccuped as she wept. When she finished, Abeona wiped her face and left the library. She closed the door all but a crack to vent the faint scratch of a quill so he might see her still. Dining room. Tick of the cuckoo and compliant humming of Uncle George as Mrs. Moon ordered him about in her high, serious tones. Only missing ingredient was the rustle of newsprint. Never again would John Brown read of news near and far to shout and guffaw at those headlines which so stirred him. Nor would he peruse a copy of Brown's Gazette, his life's work long in the care of trusted editors and bookkeepers. This morning the table was bare. Abeona searched the side stands and bureaus before yelling for Uncle George, who mumbled something that prompted a retort of concern from Mrs. Moon. Being first to read the morning news had, until recent weeks, not been an option or desire. Not when John Brown was well. Abeona had only newly become accustomed to picking over the dailies while they were still crisp and creased. Before, Father had always read every word and left his signature of coffee, jam, and yolk on their pages. "I said, where are the papers?" Abeona had begun to yell, but trailed off as Uncle George came wheeling the breakfast cart at a leisurely shuffle. "Did I forget those? My word." "Where's Peter? He can fetch them." "He out. And since when you so interested in the world's problems?" "Where are they? Where the hell are the papers?" Old man brought the cart alongside the table and raised himself from his hunch with a wince. Abeona unfolded her napkin and drummed her fingernails on the table. "Somebody woke on the wrong side." He laid out a plate of eggs and bacon, a dish of toast, ramekins of orange marmalade and strawberry jam, and a gleaming pot of steaming coffee. "I'm not that hungry." "Need to eat." "Uncle George," Abeona whined as she tugged his coattails, trick from her youth, only ever calling him by name when she really wanted something. "The papers? Will you look at me? What's going on?" Uncle George's eyes were red and full to bursting. "Miss Brown, "Miss Brown? Who the hell is Miss Brown?" "Beans, I'm sorry. I just can't." Seeing Uncle George so caused Abeona to well up all over again. She folded her arms and slapped herself with her own elbows. "I want them this minute, damn it!" Shock on her face as stark as the expression Uncle George wore. She'd never yelled at anyone, let alone him. He slunk back to the kitchen and returned with the objects of Abena's angst. She unfolded the top paper to find a large photograph of her father in the upper right corner under the headline, "A Movement Deceived." Abeona read closely the text under the picture of this 5th August 1860 edition of the Jackson County Sentinel. It featured an opinion piece from Editor-in-Chief J. Arthur Barnett. Abeona pored over each paragraph, scrutinized every sentence, and still found herself in utter disbelief. A Movement Deceived by J. Arthur Barnett. There lies dying at this very moment a man of a certain repute of whom readers shall soon be shocked to learn is as undeserved as the truth is surprising. After many months of research by a free agent working in conjunction, it has been discovered and will soon be revealed that a one John Browne of Michigan Avenue, and formerly of West Africa, known far and wide as a vehement and long-time abolitionist, not only has a second family, but furthermore abandoned that family in his apparent search for fame and fortune, but most notably to incite unrest among the races in our beloved America. The Jackson Sentinel has it upon good authority sworn to God Almighty that Mr. J. Browne left a woman and child born out of wedlock in his savage homeland of Africa some decades ago. The source, in good standing among men of similar company, reports forthwith that J. Browne sold his considerable African properties but bequeathed no such portion of his fortune to his concubine and bastard before emigrating to these tenuously United States. Indeed, one of the loudest voices crying out against immorality is himself a lecherous sort, a coward and deserter of that most sacred charge, head of one's family. This editor must wonder why Mr. J. Browne, who spent his years urging the freedom and fair treatment of Southern field hands, found it not in his blackened Libyan heart to fairly treat his own kin. How ironic that J. Browne aims to do likewise to his American brethren Negroes, to cast them out of the homes of their caretakers, out of the churches of their spiritual leaders, out of the only civilized and honest work they have ever known, and into the darkness of poverty and homelessness without any sort of protection or provision. As he did to his own woman and child, he shall have done to the American Negro. As his eponymous white-skinned doppelganger John Browne, the murdering abolitionist responsible for the massacre at Harper's Ferry, betrayed this great nation in recent years, so too has the Negro John Browne's treachery put our peoples at risk of increased strife among the races and classes. Even now, as you read these shocking words, J. Browne wheezes, gasping at what are surely his final moments in this earthly realm. The good citizens of southern Michigan will never know this man's reasons for the awful things he has wrought on the far side of the ocean. But soon enough, God Almighty surely shall. We at the Jackson Sentinel wish you a speedy journey to the other side and hope that God will somehow show mercy to this architect of deceit and suffering. You fooled us all, Mr. Browne, but you cannot fool God. Abeona lowered the paper to the table and, with a sweep of her arm, sent it and the rest of the stack floating to the floor. Uncle George placed a shaking hand on her shoulder. She hugged him tight. "Tell Jimmy get the horses ready. I won't go to town." Uncle George shuffled toward the kitchen with the breakfast cart and stopped at the swinging door. "What you gonna do?" Shook her head a little and said, "I'm not sure." Chapter 6. Quill and Ink. With the offending newspaper rolled inside it, Abeona hammered her delicate fist against the outer door of the law offices of Mr. Terence Swift, Esquire, with as much ferocity as her 100-pound frame could muster. A moment, if you please." Voice of the aging Mrs. Ross came from inside the small sitting room which passed for a lobby in the old lumber baron home-turned-legal outfit. "Mr. Swift is attending business. Won't be seeing clients until the afternoon." Abeona raised an eyebrow. "So sorry, Miss Browne. I didn't realize." "Of course." Abeona offered the faintest hint of a curtsy, pausing long enough to meet the old lady's eyes. "So sorry to hear such a wonderful man. Please, won't you come in? I've made tea. Terry will be with you shortly." Abeona stood the corner of the waiting room, muttering, "How dare you say such things? My father? Sue you and everyone you've ever known, and when I own that rag, I'll burn it to cinders." Abeona considered some of the horrible things she would like to see done to Mr. J. Arthur Barnett while the light scent of sweet smoke floated from the stairwell. would normally have soothed her, but today it only reminded that she was waiting for the man with the pipe rather than speaking to him at this exact moment. The girl chewed her thumbnails as she waited, swapping hands at arbitrary intervals. She waited and waited until she might scream, and still she was kept waiting. Finally, the service bell tinkled. "He'll see you." Abeona sprang to the doorway and took after the stairs 2 at a time. She wasn't even through the door when her onslaught began. "It isn't enough he's dead, but these lies, these vicious lies, ooh, I'd wring his neck myself if it weren't so fat. How dare he? How dare he?" Terence Swift waved the girl to have a seat with his pipe. "Well," she demanded, "what do you intend? We must sue immediately for slander, for libel, for anything else, for everything." Old Lawyer scratched at his cottony sideburns. "Do something! Why are you just standing there?" "Well," but his weak start sputtered. "Indeed." Abeona waved the newspaper about. "Well, have you been struck dumb? Shall I find a new attorney?" "Hadn't seen the paper." Swift stood behind his desk, rubbing a thumb over his briarwood pipe as Abeona smacked the sentinel atop the great walnut slab between them. His usually charming English accent grated on the girl's ears. Abeona gave an angry scream that sent her into a coughing fit, which turned into the dry heaves. "Good Christ, calm yourself, child, calm." He sat Abeona in his corner rocking chair. "Give us a look." Swift reviewed the article. Between breaths, the girl asked what could be done. "Well, I'm afraid nothing to be done." Swift handed her the paper. "The editorial's a little vague, but contains some general truth, and your father's a public figure, which complicates matters further." "Truth? What truth?" "Just what it says. Oh, this was going to come out sooner or later. Too old to coddle you. Your father had a woman and child, a daughter, before he came to this country." "Sister? I have no sister." "Well, half-sister, technically." "No, I have nothing. I have no sister, half-sister, no mother. I have a dead father and ruined family name and a newspaper full of lies." "Shocking, I know." Swift opened a window and fanned the girl with a stack of papers. "Not my sister. His bastard, some girl who may or may not exist, who I've only just now even heard of. Don't you call this mess my sister?" Swift puffed his pipe and opened a folder. "You have a sister, my darling, whether you like it or not. Her name is Pupina Odili. I believe that's how it's pronounced." Abena's mouth opened and closed but produced no sound. "We've actually known about her for some time." Swift chewed his pipe stem. "Your sister, that is. The detectives seem to be closing in on finding her, but her location is still in some dispute. Your father had hoped to make the trip himself eventually when—" Swift searched for an unspoken understanding which would allow him to avoid uttering the obvious truth. But Abena's face was motionless, cast like a death mask in angry clay. "When he improved," Swift continued. "Anything else?" "I don't think now's the time." "Time? Time?" Abena's temporary calm became a crescendo of pain and confusion. As her voice rose, so did she. "What better time?" "Now may not be the best moment to delve into such sensitive topics." "How can they say such things? They've made him out as a common adulterer. What more tragic news could I receive?"
That is, you have every reason to be upset, but there's nothing to be done. Yes, people will talk. So what? In time, interest in your father's past will fade. Most people will remember his good works."
Abeona approached Swift, her voice seducing the edge of murderous serenity. "You said you had papers for me the other day. Where are they?" Swift tapped various piles on his desk until he hummed with cognition and placed the documents before Abeona.
"I shall trouble you no more."
Abena's signature on every page was punctuated with a sigh of displeasure.
"You understand your portion of the estate is to be held in trust until your 25th birthday, minus a monthly stipend, of course."
Abeona stopped mid-scribble. "My portion? What do you mean, my portion?"
"House, land, newspaper operations, personal possessions, all physical property bequeathed to you, as is 50% of your father's fortune. A sizable sum, I assure you. More than enough to last with proper care. The 2 caveats are that your half-sister, if she can be located within 10 years of your father's death, is to receive the other half. Also, if you ever move out of the family home, it is to be utilized as a boarding house for the less fortunate, runaway slaves, widows with children, transients in need of care, and so on."
Abeona went on flicking the black and silver pen, dipping it occasionally in ink. She stopped to think, rubbing her finger over the raised edges of the ornate metal rings near the nib. First they stained the memory of my father, and now they're going to take my money and give it to a stranger. It's all too much, if you ask me.
Probate, always a messy business. Swift struck a match and lit his stalled pipe. Besides, she only gets half if she can be found or comes forward. Highly unlikely at this point.
Messy, that's a word for it. So you searched for this what's-her-name?
We have. Thought we were close, but, well, no small endeavor trying to locate someone you haven't seen in decades, on another continent to boot.
My African sister, Abeona smoked with a sneer. It's all too much.
I know how hard this all must be.
Abeona signed the last document and thrust the pen at the old lawyer. I want things back to normal.
Swift shuffled the papers and said, Listen, it'll likely get out, so I best tell you now.
Oh, God, what? More illegitimate children? A son in Australia, perhaps? Twins in Russia? Another wife? Am I half dog?
You needn't be so dramatic as all that.
Swift sat behind his desk and put his pipe in the great marble ashtray.
Let me preface by saying I understand how upset you must be. However, your father worked hard to keep you out of this. The press has determined otherwise. He didn't want you involved with any of his personal business. Some of what you learn may be troubling. Are you sure you want to travel this road?
I'm already troubled. Can't you see that?
Your father, in his youth, made some mistakes.
Mistakes?
Terrible mistakes. He, more than any man I have ever known, worked all his remaining years to account for his wrongs. He loved you and your mother, and he helped so many others. It broke his heart that he never knew his eldest child, and as writers do, he desperately hoped to flush some of his pain by means of quill and ink. So, over the last year since your mother died, he'd been writing letters to your sister.
Letters? Abeona crossed her arms. Show me.
Pardon?
Swift feigned deafness with a hand to his ear. The letters, show me them.
Swift tisked. I don't think you understand.
What? That the man who raised me is someone else, has a secret child he abandoned? I think I understand perfectly well. I want to see them. Perhaps I'll find some honesty there.
I'm sorry, your father's wishes were explicit. The letters are, if she can be located, to be delivered to your sister.
And if this person cannot be?
If she isn't located within 10 years from his death, all correspondence is to be destroyed. The letters will be burned unread.
How many are there? Swift puffed smoke rings that hung in the air, folded and dissolved.
I've already said too much.
1? 5? 1,000?
I don't know. 100, possibly more.
Abeona held her face. Words came out muffled between her hands. All those letters, is even one addressed to me?
I'm sorry.
How? Was all she could manage.
Might consider he wrote you no letters because he needn't.
Abeona stomped her foot.
How dare you?
Not at all, Swift whispered. You had him. Every day. He watched you grow. He wrote these letters to a daughter he's never known, a girl without benefit of his company, his wisdom, his financial comfort. You had all those things for all those years.
Quite. Are we finished? For now. I'll have more documents next week as they come available.
Abeona went to the door and stopped. You said you were close to finding her. Where's this sister now? I think I should like to meet the person who has ruined my family name.
Somewhere in Africa, western region. We're still searching.
Swift raised his pipe.
As I said, we have some leads.
Chapter 7. Lament. Staggered in the mud outside Swift's office. She swung the coach door back and forth between her hands, contemplating the fresh black splotches on her red boots. Over and over she mouthed a whisper, Poopina O'Dilly, Poopina O'Dilly, Poopina O'Dilly. Home, Miss Browne? Jimmy called to her from atop the carriage. The horses nickered and clacked their teeth. He tugged at the reins. He abandoned his child. She said this to herself as much a statement as a question. Just as her mind steadied on one horrifying revelation, another abruptly beat down the door to take its place. Woman out of wedlock. What didn't he do? Shall we, Miss Browne? Abeona closed the door and walked off. Miss Browne? Go home. She waved the driver away, untied her bonnet and wiped her face. Eyes had dried, and now they itched. The comfortable morning warmth folded under August's hot, wet blanket of thick air and cicada drone. What was it her father used to say? The world don't stop for you. The gentle sound of secondary rain dripping lazily from bush and tree mingled in the rhythm between her footsteps. It was good not to think for a while, but as soon as Abeona realized she wasn't thinking about the morning's events, the barrage began anew. She dizzied and clenched her fists. Stopped at the top of the hill on the edge of town. Sunshine broke through the haze. The deep green valley winked with liquid silver so bright to blind a greedy eye. On the other side, the roof and walls of her home stood as they always had. Her mood lightened for a moment. It was a vision of familiarity, stability. Or it had been. Just as quick, the feeling was gone, replaced with grief foreign to the beauty of such an idyllic landscape. Movement across the way. A dark figure hovered at the rose bushes. "Daddy?" Abeona whispered in measured optimism. She descended the hill, slipping over the slickened loam. She came up the next rise, chirping sickly and fighting for the words bubbling inside. "Mama's tea roses coming in so nice." Uncle George spoke over his shoulder as he pruned. "Ain't they?" Abeona squeezed him tight. "It's awful. Absolutely awful." "What's the fuss?" "It's true. All of it." Uncle George spoke low as he hugged her so only Abeona could hear. "Bible says the angel of the Lord stirred up that water for whosoever become afflicted, and come upon the water was to be made well again. Amen. Well again." "You don't understand." She pushed the old man back on his worn heels. "Hold on now, child." Raised his arms to keep balance. "You best calm yourself." A warm gust bathed them in floral perfume, their conversation belied by the surrounding sweetness. "You're so settled with all this? Why, you're not furious." "'Cause I had time to gather more." Uncle George snapped his fingers. "Perspective. I do believe that the appropriate word." "Meaning what?" "Meaning life full of letdowns and hard times, and them what have it hardest is the ones who can't seem to move on when things don't go their way." Abeona wiped her face, sun blazing near full power. The air buzzed angrily. "Fine. You want me to carry on as though nothing happened, like my world hasn't been shattered? Perhaps it doesn't matter. Not to a feeble old man a whisper away from death himself, but it matters to me. My whole life I knew my father was a great man, a kind man. Well, now I know the truth. He wasn't a great man. He's no better than a liar, adulterer, a bastard old fire-eater." She waited for the old man to respond, but he only backed away, wincing with worry. Abeona searched for the words, silenced by her own brutality, and now the man who had never raised his voice to this person most precious to him shouted through crashing waves of hysterical sobbing. "Don't you, child, don't you? You don't know a thing, not a thing." In a day of too much, Abeona once again found herself overcome, watching the man she'd only ever seen cry twice before now breaking down. You don't understand. I didn't mean it." "No, Beans, you ain't understand. If he no good on account of some words on a piece of paper for some he done when he barely a man, then I ain't no good neither." They were silent for a while. "It's hot. Will you make me some lemonade?" Uncle George shuffled ahead, snuffling his sad mess and fidgeting with his sleeves. Old man guzzled his juice and poured a second glass. Abeona wiped some of the moisture off the outside of hers and dabbed her cheeks and brow. "Sorry for what I said. This is all too much for a person to bear." Uncle George gave out a sharp, scornful "ha!" in between sips. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Life. Life all about too much to bear." Abeona sipped her lemonade, keeping her eyes on the old man. "Your daddy ever tell how I come to be working in this here house?" Abeona shrugged. "No, course not. That was him always. Not saying nobody's business. Not asking for no reward. Doing good just because. Well, I tell you, I ain't never think I'd get my own sharecropper shack, let alone live in a house like this." Uncle George emptied his second glass and poured a third, loosened his tie before continuing. "I'm going to tell you something I never told but in one other person. Wouldn't never think of telling you this, but you so twisted about your daddy you need some perspective. Had it good all these years. You don't know what it's like out there. Everybody ain't got a Mr. Browne. Folks struggle just to eat." Uncle George leaned back in his chair.
Still remember my first day. Your daddy asked how old I was. No earthly idea. Asked me when I celebrate my birthday. Said I ain't never had a birthday before. No birthday, he said. Well, that ain't right at all. Uncle George grinned big. He extended a weathered hand across the table and placed it gently atop Abena's. And you know what he and your mama did? They made me a cake with candles that very night. Ate off a fancy china, too.
I didn't know that.
Uncle George closed his eyes and with a lip smack tasted the memory. Best I ever had.
Abeona relaxed her shoulders and tasted her lemonade.
You know I was a slave.
Old man leaned forward.
Born and raised, but I wasn't no field hand. Not always. Oh, I put in my time, though. Work sun up to sundown with one mind. Stay on the driver's good side. You ain't want to cross the boss, no, sir. Drivers is sneaky as snakes and ornery as a hungry hog.
What's a driver?
Responsible for production. That means bodies. And if them slaves get to laying about and dragging feet, it means less production. Less production mean less money for plantations. Less money for the owner mean trouble for the overseer. Trouble for the overseer mean trouble for the driver. Trouble for the driver mean trouble for the slaves. We all connected. Some folks just can't see that.
Uncle George hummed regretfully.
One big circle of men getting whipped one way or t'other. Well, I worked good and listened good, and after a while a funny little white fella named Boss Henry, he put me on as a driver. Boss Henry say, Georgie boy, you make them no-goods work, and I give you some of that good food from the big house and a jug of whiskey every Saturday. I worked 'em hard, but I never laid a hand on one for the grip or when they was ill from heat. I showed respect, and gratitude was repaid. Mostly. All things considerin', I thought life was pretty good them few seasons. I didn't know no better. Production kept up, and I got my reward. Shared the good fortune with the field hands until Boss Henry heard and put a stop to it. Said it'd make 'em lazy. I didn't see how, but I wasn't about to start no ruckus.
Abeona fanned herself with one of the morning papers.
Trouble come the fall spring. Trouble for me. Trouble for Boss Henry. Trouble for Miss Chloe. Can count on one hand how many times I had to use that whip. Would have been up to me, the number would have been none. But boss man say lay a cut in, you lay a cut in. Most time field hands get whooped on account of sloth. Sometimes they'd run off and I'd have to find 'em and bring 'em back and whip 'em. It wasn't too tough to find. Most time they camp in some thicket by a stream, hide in the bushes or up a tree when the dogs got at 'em. Boss Henry said I was a natural-born bloodhound. Guess he was right. Sometimes I didn't want to find them poor folk. I knew what waited for 'em. Likewise knew what waited for me if I didn't. So I brought 'em back, and Boss Henry doled the licks. That man, he enjoyed it. Wasn't shy about it. He'd whip man, woman, child, dog even, if they cross him.
Uncle George leaned forward on his elbows and rubbed his chin.
There was one, though, he wouldn't whip. Her name Miss Chloe. I don't mind saying, she was a fine lady, but too pretty and too edgy for field work. I suppose her husband thought so, too. Plantation owner brought them two from one of his other farms that spring. Boss Henry took sweet on Miss Chloe in a snap. He would dote on her right in front of her man. Well, you can figure. Few weeks and Miss Chloe come to the field bearing marks of a jealous husband. One day, Boss Henry accused her husband of stealing from the kitchen. Cussed and hollered, but that couldn't get no rise, not until he gave the husband a good shove. That fool couldn't resist taking a swipe, and that was all the cause Boss needed to pull his pistol and shoot the man down right there in the whorl. Never forget how red it were on the green leaves of those corn sprouts. Well, after that, Miss Chloe went from edgy to downright touched, but that didn't slow Boss Henry none. No trouble to get at her once the husband was out the way, hung on like a cocklebur.
Uncle George shook his head, whispering,
"Oh, the evil men do."
Abeona shook her head in empathy.
Boss Henry moved Miss Chloe to a shack out by the woods. 2, mayhap 3 times a week he visit. She didn't put up no fuss. Expect losing her husband took all the vinegar out of her pot. In return, Boss Henry brung Miss Chloe treats and perfume and trinkets. That how things went nigh until the corn was over my head. Boss Henry made his visits, and Miss Chloe kept to herself. Did her work, ate supper at the bunkhouse without a word, and went on back to that lonely little shack at the edge of the woods. Everything was calm the rest of that summer. I was genuine shocked when Boss Henry come knocking one night. He look a fright. Said Miss Chloe run off after supper. He stunk thick with liquor and could barely look at me. Told me, fetch a horse, don't dare come back without her. Trotted steady through the night, prayed and prayed I wouldn't find nothing. I about rode that nag to death by dawn. On my way back to the farm, a little after daybreak, I seen her.
Abeona finished her juice. Uncle George poured her the last of it and got up to put the pitcher in the washtub. Well? Abeona leaned forward with eyes wide. What happened?
Uncle George limped back to the table at his measured pace. She was loaded like a mule, everything she owned on her back. I expect she must have hid in the bushes till it was safe to go back and pack. She saw me and didn't say a word, turned right around and marched to her shack.
Abena's hands were above her head, waving in desperation. Oh, my goodness.
Well, I told Boss Henry, he real happy at first, but a meanness took hold and he ordered me to cut her up good. I tell you, I'd sooner have taken them licks myself.
Abeona trembled. She sank back in the chair and chewed her thumbnail.
What I do? Yes, I do reckon that a fair question.
Uncle George put a hand over his mouth and sniffed the lemony pith and peel.
Wish I could say I let her go.
His words became sloppy, contorted in hot, wet shame.
Took her to the big willow tree by the bunkhouse and did as I was told. 20 licks. She a tough one, barely made a sound. Think I cried more'n she did.
The tart juice gurgled loudly in Abena's stomach. She covered her mouth until the feeling passed and wiped her brow and reached for the old man's sleeve, but he pulled away.
Them what ain't been whipped don't know nothin' about pain. Them what ain't been hitched to that goddamned deviltry ain't know nothin' about despair. Them what ain't cut a man's back until it looked like a holiday ham all crisscross crimson and that black skin open up pink flesh and puddle in the mud. They don't know.
Uncle George put his hands to his shaking head.
Screams permanent like bad smells ain't never ever forget the sound what goes up so high and so loud the birds stop singing.
Abena's face turned ugly and her fingers dammed the flood rush, sending it spilling down her wrists.
I did my duty, put Miss Chloe to bed. Didn't speak to nobody that whole day and didn't nobody talk to me. Went straight to my cabin after the work was done. Skipped supper and drank a half a bottle of whiskey instead. I was in no shape for church when Boss Henry come a-calling with a bottle in one hand, a shovel in the other. I knew I must have killed Miss Chloe and he was coming to do me, but not until after I'd dug the holes.
Abeona gasped.
Seemed like every bit of that night stitched behind my eyes. We walked slow to the shack. I looked on the tall edge of the woods, wondered if I could make it before he got a shot off, but I was stumbled drunk. Boss Henry didn't say a word. He sipped his whiskey and walked along. I remember how loud the crickets, restless the herons. Most nights that chorus from the stream in the woods to sing me to sleep. That night them squawks set a shiver in me like they knew what I'd done. Halfway, Boss Henry passed the bottle, half empty as it was. No white man before or since ever offered me a drink, and that made me even more scary. I took a pull. He took a pull. And on. Bottle was dry when we got to the shack. Boss Henry lit the lamp and handed me the shovel and went ahead. He stretched that white hand through the dark, and in the orange glow was bare feet about knee-high from the floor. It was Miss Chloe, sure enough, but she ain't died from the whip. Done hung herself from the roof beam, naked but for twine.
A yelp of a sob jumped from Abeona, who put a hand over her mouth to contain the rest.
Well, we cut her down and wrapped the body in a blanket. I buried her out near a stand of blackjack trees. Boss Henry never said a word, just watched me work. As you can see, Uncle George said, wiping his face, he didn't kill me, never even spoke of it. But after that, I was no good. Couldn't give orders, wouldn't touch a whip. Boss Henry put a white man in my place, about half as mean as Boss Henry, and that was mean enough. Few weeks later, I reckon I had it. One night I just ran. Nothing but the clothes on my back. Run all night. When I couldn't run no more, I rested. Slept in the woods in the morning. Hit out in the day and ran at dusk, fast as my legs could hope to carry. I ain't never been so scared in all my life. Ran clear through Alabama and into Tennessee. Didn't stop till I come across some of them railroad folk in Kentucky. They brought me rest of the way. Abeona came quick around the table and hugged the old man tight.
That was so long ago. That's not you. You're not that man.
Uncle George patted the girl on the back, held her out at arm's length, and said, "Don't your daddy deserve the same consideration?" Abeona took out her light blue handkerchief embroidered with J.B. and tucked it into the old butler's hand before shoving away. She leaned into the swinging door and said,
"I don't know."
Chapter 8. Dying Wish. John Brown's funeral was a modest affair in terms of locale and decoration. It was held in the large, austere walls of the United Methodist Church of Jackson. The service was well attended by dignitaries from within and without the state. Joining the well-heeled abolitionist set were John Brown's working-class admirers, social climbers, looky-loos, curious enemies, and politicians of all stripe and motivation. Michigan Governor Moses Wisner attended without his wife, who, it was publicly said, had been fighting the gout. Private sources say she was instead battling a liberal wine glass. The governor was the first to speak. "I remember walking into the hall right here in Jackson ahead of the first Republican convention. A crowd had gathered near the stage, and in the center a soft-spoken voice arose with such power, such steadiness and sense of purpose. They were enraptured with his ideas. Well, so was I. That is how John Brown conducted himself all the years I knew him. Strong, steady, always with a mind on service to his fellows." U.S. presidential candidate Abraham Lincoln sent his personal secretary to deliver a note of condolence. Among the abolitionists were former slaves who'd been helped or inspired by John and Mary Brown. The star of the show was Frederick Douglass, longtime friend of the family. Mr. Douglass had postponed plans to speak at an anti-slavery conference in Chicago, choosing to arrive there late so he could deliver John's eulogy. Gathering afterward at the Brown estate had more an air of a governor's ball than a wake, but fewer than half the faces at the funeral attended John's reception. The event attracted low-level politicians, writers, and the local who's who. Right behind them were the opportunists perched at elbows and wheedling on the periphery. Everyone had his and her polite excuse for skipping the event, but the truth was plain enough.
"Where is everyone?"
Peter, Uncle George's assistant, smoothed his jacket and straightened his tie.
"We cook for a whole lot more than this."
"Just you never mind." Uncle George waved and bowed as much from the ache in his back as out of respect as another couple came through the front door. "Go on, be sure them trays is stocked and has lids. Kill some flies, for heaven's sake, thick as black snow in here."
Abeona hovered at Uncle George's side while waiting for guests to pass. "It's the article, isn't it?"
"Now, we don't know that. Folks is busy, has their own problems. Be thankful for the ones that came."
Over in the corner, the mayor and a councilman bickered through polite sneers over budgetary matters while a high society queen at the head of her gaggle of gossips inspected the Brown family furniture and shared its estimated value with anyone in earshot. "Where's Mr. Douglass?" whispered one attendee to another. "Only reason I came." Abeona scowled at the crowd.
"Look nice today." Uncle George tugged one of her braids. "First time ever I seen you out of that blue dress, I reckon."
Abeona pulled away with an exaggerated jerk. Ever since the old butler had shared his story, she found facing him difficult. She was embarrassed for him and for herself. "How much longer is this going to go on?" Abeona twiddled the gold cross on the necklace she'd taken that morning from her father's jewelry box. She kissed the icon and spoke to it as if it contained his eyes, ears, soul. "What am I supposed to do now?" Mourners trickled in and out of the mansion throughout the afternoon. Some stopped to smoke or chat with one another. Others appeared to be touring the property. Abeona was jealous of their disconnect from the situation, their ability to grieve from a distance, their lack of loss. "Well, you have him now, Mama," Abeona whispered. "Hope you're happy." Girl wiped her eyes, smoothed her dress, and went to the kitchen. She nibbled at a piece of cheese and put it back on the tray. She waded through a swarm of waiters and cooks to the service door to peek through the window. It was as he would have wanted: wine, fellowship, plots to undermine injustice. Abeona hesitated at the servants' door. It swung in and out as waiters hauled platters of finger sandwiches and cookies from the kitchen and came back with dishes mostly full. Uncle George was running this party as if the King of France were present, regardless of attendance levels. Mrs. Moon, the stout, kind-faced cook, touched Abena's shoulder without a word, and the girl put her head down and patted her soggy hand. How do you stand it in here? Abeona fanned herself with a slice of bread. Get used to it, I suppose. Why don't you go on out back, get some fresh air? I got plenty to do in here. Abeona shook the bread at Mrs. Moon. If one more person tells me how sorry they are for my loss, I just might scream. Oh, child, they mean well. Light breeze off the back stoop brushed Abena's face, skin dry and tight from crying all day, rubbed her cheeks against her sleeve and tipped her head back. Facing the sun with her eyes closed reminded her of lying on the beach at Big Portage Lake, while Mother and Dad paddled around into the canoe carved special by the son of a man who had been kidnapped from Illinois and sold into slavery on a sugarcane plantation in Florida for 3 years. Girl sat so long she had no reckoning of time, days of crying herself numb, little grip on reality and no more grief to give. Perhaps it was her mood only, but the air softened and the heat eased off as the black fog of dusk threatened to swallow the apple trees and the yellow roses on their white trellis. Leaned against the railing and rested her eyes, held breath and waited for the night to swallow her, too. She awoke in inky evening, soft orbs dotted the alien landscape, insects in score and drove bombarded garden lamps in discombobulated dances of sincere avarice. "Do you even know?" the girl whispered. Abeona watched them in their struggling after something they could never touch. She puzzled at how they ignored one another and chose, instead, to run headlong into certain death, if not for thin glass globe. Remove it. Give them what they want. By and by, she listened to the party inside. Strangers, mostly. She'd seen some of them before, coming and going from the library, interrupting her father's frantic quill. Always wanting. More meetings, more writings, more money, more time. More. Sycophants and pretenders. What are they searching for? Bit of greatness might rub off, be seen by the right people. Perhaps they should be allowed to fall into the fire. For but a moment, Abeona reveled in the idea of all those false friends and high climbers running from the burning house, screaming their fat heads off, while their fancy hats and manicured beards were eaten by flame. The flash and fade of fireflies in the garden interrupted Abena's wicked daydream, just as a rolling commotion came around the house. "No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm telling you, if this gets out, it will ruin him." Sounded like Mr. Swift. Another man said, "What do you propose?" And, though he spoke not a word, Uncle George gave himself away with a violent cough. "Can't deny a man's dying wish." Too right. Swift's words were pregnant with hesitation. Or was it dismay? "Go on ahead to a jumba. See what you may." There was a shuffling in the weeds as the men scattered. Abeona hurried up the steps, trying to make the kitchen before they came around. She had just touched the doorknob when one of those voices, young and unfamiliar, called to her. "Miss Browne?" Tall man in a dark suit and holding a large white hat to his chest. "What are you doing back here?" Abena's heart pounded. I wasn't listening." "Passing through, ma'am. But I wanted you to know how much your father meant to me, to us all, and also how—" "Very sorry you are?" Her skin was slick, even in the night air. "Yes, ma'am." His accent was pronounced but soft, and not unlike the voices of some of the former slaves John Brown entertained. "Country people say we teach our children what to love, and in so doing show our true selves. Your father taught many of us to love ourselves and our freedom." "Very kind of you." She could see the man was big, tall and wide, but not much else. Abeona strained to see the face. "Are you with the help?" "No, ma'am. I came to pay my respects. Best be on my way." He put on his hat and tipped it and disappeared into the night. Chapter 9. Signs and Wonders. Days tiptoed into weeks. Once prodigious house had shriveled to a suffocating tomb. Rooms bursting with philosophical discussion now echoed only with ticks, clockwork, the automaton shelling of the husks of wasted minutes, and leaden footsteps of old age and surrender. Freshman fall term in Oberlin, Ohio, began without Abeona Browne. She was still 163 miles north of there, sulking in yesterday's clothes before a considerable pile of envelopes atop John Brown's desk. She catalogued them by reading the senders' names aloud in an official and mocking tone before tossing them unopened over her shoulder. "Herman and Trina Sanders, we're oh so sorry for your loss," Abeona chided before flipping the envelope over her head. "Oh, here's one from Reverend Greer. Dearest Abeona, won't you come to church? God just absolutely misses you to pieces." Abeona picked up another, this one addressed from the law office of Terence Swift. "Let me guess. Mr. Swift, you've recently found that I've also a long-lost brother. What's that? He lives with a traveling circus and he's married to the bearded lady? Oh, how absolutely wonderful!
Uncle George interrupted the spectacle with a knock at the door. Picked a good day to get out of bed.
What's that supposed to mean?
Mean these big old raspberries won't waste. Abeona eyed the pancakes and fruit with suspicion and poured herself a coffee.
Not going, so don't even start. Don't want to hear about it. Don't want to talk. This is my home, and I'm not leaving.
Not up to me, Miss Thing. Uncle George straightened his back with a groan. Said my piece already.
They're so mean, Abeona whined.
Who?
Everyone.
Your daddy worked hard to protect you from the world, but he couldn't protect you from himself. Won't be so bad. You'll make friends and a whole mess of new memories.
It's not just that. Everyone's going to hate me.
Uncle George nibbled the inside of his lip. Some folk only ever gonna see that black skin. I don't know what frightens them so or what gets folks so angry. But that ain't no excuse to give in. Now get cleaned up. There'll be guests for supper.
Fine. Ready the bath.
Uncle George stared at the girl until she said,
Please.
Steam filled the washroom off the kitchen. Abeona worked the yellow bar between her palms into a thick white lather. She considered the futility of soap and water, one surely to evaporate, the other to be overrun by filth. Why wash? Just going to get dirty. Why do anything? Just going to die. Abeona scraped the fluff into a large bowl and dipped it full of water. She swished her hand around the sudsy slurry and poured it over her head. Her fingertips danced along the dark ropes, careful not to give in to the urge to scratch at her scalp. She squeezed small handfuls of braid to work in the soap. After she rinsed, Abeona took a small amber bottle from the shelf above the tub and dripped a little of the honey-colored oil into the bowl and diluted it with water before pouring it over her head. She dried herself in the dressing mirror and wrapped the towel around her head, assessed her thin black frame poking at her hip and rib bones. She turned sideways and sucked her already flat middle concave.
Looked like a damn boy,
she whispered and squished the onyx skin on her chest in vain to make her thin breasts bulge. Dinner time came at 6 o'clock, and so shortly after did Terence Swift, apologizing for his tardiness. Uncle George was fidgeting with a lamp in the dining room. He called for Peter, but Abeona answered the door. Old Lawyer brought with him his junior, a young white fellow Abeona had seen in town before, and with them was the mysterious tall man in the big white hat. "My dear, this is Stevens and Jyman." Swift pushed past her. "There'd better be brandy. Been a hell of a day. I need a drink or 5. The white gentleman bowed and scurried in behind Swift. "Holy Hannah, it's warm," said Jyman, doffing his hat before removing it. He was quite tall, though he needn't duck in doorways, wide but not fat, neither handsome nor ugly, and younger than his voice led on. "You look well."
"Do I?" Abeona motioned toward the dining room. "Are you coming in, or should I have your supper sent out of doors?"
"Country people say we all walk like our fathers." Jyman chuckled and scooted into the entryway.
"Excuse me?"
Abeona demanded with hands on hips. "You remind me of him, that is all." Uncle George helped serve the meal before joining the party. "Oh, how I cherish the memories of my days at Oxford." Swift poured a third glass of brandy and gave it a healthy swig. Everyone else was chewing and listening except for Abeona, who'd barely touched her food. "Everything new and exciting. All those doors of knowledge to thrust open. I remember this one occasion with some of the other boys."
Abeona cut her carrots into smaller and smaller pieces. She made noises of interest in her throat as the pitch changed or the sound paused in some nostalgic pep talk Swift had given the girl 10 times since the funeral.
"I say you can't possibly imagine how hard your father worked to ensure you the best opportunity for a good education."
Swift finished his thought by swirling the crimson liqueur in its crystal chalice and gulping down the last of it. "I think I can, actually." Abeona shoved her plate forward. "Since you've seen fit to remind me over and over."
Jyman's eyes widened. The white lawyer grimaced. Uncle George shook his head. Swift poured another drink and mumbled, "Good. Don't forget it." The group ate in silence until Abeona excused herself. The young lawyer whispered something to Swift, and the old man called to her. "Oh, wait a minute, my dear. I'm leaving tonight on business, and when I return," snapped his fingers to get the girl's attention. She looked at him blankly. "And when I return, I'd rather hear about your studies, not how many bed sores you've collected. Don't think George here hasn't kept me abreast of your sulking." Uncle George shrugged innocently. Abeona crossed her arms and glared at the old lawyer.
"You want me to grow up, yet you treat me like a baby."
"We want what's best. Besides, it will be good for you. Chance to make some new friends."
"I'm quite happy here. Besides, Uncle George is all the friends I need."
"Bloody hell!" Swift threw his napkin on the table. "Friends your own age. Don't you want to spend time with other girls, find a nice young man, get out on your own?"
Abeona chewed her right thumbnail and stared at the table.
"Look, I understand how difficult this has been for you, but it's been almost a month. You should have left over a week ago. You're no longer a child. Need to start acting it. I've spoken with the dean, found you a place near campus with a good family, as all the available dorms have been filled. I want you to pack your things. Now, I've booked you on the 2:00 tomorrow."
A look of surprise came over everyone as Abeona said, "You in?" Upstairs, Abeona opened the door to her bedroom. She hesitated before tiptoeing back out, slammed the door good and hard, and dropped to her knees and slid on her belly to the top of the stairs and listened.
"Well," said Swift, "now that that's through and done, I've to be on a train at midnight, so you'll have to see she gets to school. Then come straight away to New York and not a word about our trip. She finds out what we're doing and it'll be a whole new bit of hell to deal with."
Some quieter words were spoken out of earshot before Swift continued.
"The steamer sets sail for Africa in 9 days, so no dilly-dally. We'll see what's what in a jumba and hopefully be done with this business."
"Oh, what if she changes her mind?" said Jyman.
"Leave her here with old George, I guess. Can't force her to get on with her life."
"She ain't gonna go. I've seen this before. Some folks just can't move on." Swift let out a long, heavy sigh.
"Quite. Well, I need some air."
Abena's mind raced with thoughts of school and secret conversations and talk of Africa. She sneaked into her room and from the closet brought 2 valises and the big steamer trunk. "Damn your precious secrets." Abeona piled dresses and slips, a corset and stockings, ribbons, a bonnet, 2 bottles of perfume, rose and lavender, a hairbrush and comb into the trunk. "Don't care anyhow." She filled the smaller suitcases with 2 peignoirs, the color of corn husk in autumn, white blouses, gray and black skirts, 1 pair of black and 1 pair of brown brogans, shoe polish, hair oil, and a book of poetry she'd yet to read. When they were full, she sat on the trunk and wondered if her luggage could hold 1 more item, a blue scarf hanging over the chair in the corner. Why bother? Abeona put her hands in the air. She was just pretending, and she knew it. Her body went through the motions, but there was no intention of taking her things to the end of the road, let alone Ohio. "Who cares what I want?" Abeona groused and went across the room and snatched the sapphire square. The object she uncovered stopped her mid-step. She tried to remember what it was and where it came from and why it was in her room. "Oh, my God!" She tapped her fingers atop the African drum, and it sounded off with a dull, tinny pang. Abeona slapped its top, and it gave out a full thump of authority. She'd forgotten all about buying the djembe the day before her father died. Now it clutched at her heart like a sad song from the grave. She examined the deep orange wooden cylinder topped with animal skin lined all around with taut strings of fibrous black cord. Abeona fell to her knees and hugged the drum and whispered 1 word again and again. "Sister." Chapter 10. Absconding. Under the steady, pitiless eye of the moon, the carriage heaved toward midnight. Abeona watched the skylit horizon shrink out the back window. She gripped the burgundy curtain and made mirth under cover of laboring horses. To be away from home so late in the silent hours, she durst not think above a whisper. Too inexperienced, too dangerous, too young. No business traveling halfway across the country, let alone the world. Abeona didn't need to ask to know what the answer would have been. Besides, there would always be another year for schooling. She'd managed to avoid the well-meaning cliches, the patronizing backslaps. No tears or shouts, no slammed doors, nor broken dishes, no pointless pleading. She had lingered, hugging Uncle George before bedtime. "You're right." "About what?" "I need to forgive Daddy." Girl waited for Swift and his men to leave before tossing her luggage into the bushes below her bedroom window. The steamer trunk would not fit that way and had to be slid down the stairs on a doubled-up quilt to dampen its guilty thumping as she lowered it step by agonizing step. Between her own savings and what silver and gold she had taken from her father's unlocked safe, kept to feed beggars, stake runaway slaves, and for general charity, Abeona hoped she had enough. That amount, after pressing a seated Liberty dollar into a coachman Jimmy's worried hand and pleading that she couldn't find her sister without his help, was $187.63. Quiet evening beyond the coach gradually came to life as they neared the station. They parked at a far distance to avoid detection by Swift. It took the 2 of them to haul her bags to the ticket office, where she found 1 open window with a line. Jimmy gave 1 last concerned look and said, "You be careful, Miss Browne. Promise you won't tell." Her eyes glistened, but not with sadness. "There's a note for Uncle George on Father's desk." Abeona waited her turn in line, chewing a thumbnail and glancing around for any sign of the old Englishman. She was certain she'd be caught before they ever pulled out of the station and sought a seat as far from Swift as possible. The only way to do so being to trade her first-class ticket to Oberlin, Ohio, for emigrant passage to New York. "Excuse me, sir?" Abeona patted the shoulder of a young white man directing a group loading crates onto a car. "Will you see to my things next?" "A moment, madam." The man turned from his work, lifted his flat gray cap, and adjusted it on his head. "Put them on that car over there if there's still room." I beg your pardon?" "Which part confused you, miss?" His snarl came from under a thick mustache. He stared at her until she averted her eyes. "Anything else?" "Nothing. I'm sorry." Abeona looked at her red boots on the scuffed wood of the platform and backed away. "I'll manage." Bodies jerked and pitched until the steady rumble chug was all that could be heard of the 1207 out of Jackson as the Michigan Southern line rolled ahead. The girl was sweaty from piling possessions with the rest of the lower-class luggage, and she shivered in the cool autumn air. White puffs above and below, rider mirroring engine mocking passenger, each blowing steam into the chilly September night until noses tickled at the acrid plume of locomotion and the throats coughed on the stink of sulfur, steel, and oil. Abeona pulled the gold cross from her blouse and kissed it. She fidgeted with the dim orange lamp above until it yellowed into a dingy bubble of light, opened a volume of Whitman, and settled into her corner seat. Page after page was flipped in due time as she gnawed unconsciously on her thumbnail. She was a slow reader, always had been. Abeona had the frustrating habit ever since she learned her first letters to obsess over certain words and sentences rapt by what the writer meant, why they used one word instead of another, admiring the lyrical flow of some passages, which she would repeat in her mind and on her tongue until they were sunk safe in memory. But now nothing would stick. Her eyes blurred sentences, fingers dumbly peeled pages. Words crowded like terrified beasts driven to the cliff's edge by wildfire. Would have been a long enough ride to Ohio with the death of a father in mind, even longer to New York on a guilty conscience. And what of poor Uncle George? He would be so disappointed. An old man could die of such scandal. Dawn crept in. Abeona shivered in the cold early light. Far-off flashes painted the landscape with silhouettes of trees and hills. Thunder shook some of the others awake, their faces glowing to life with every lightning strike. These fireflies were black and brown and dirty white, and none of them hurried to meet the eternal flame of God's garden lamp. Abeona sought the heart of the car for a friendly face, but those few open eyes met her silent pleas with the guarded fear of the eternally downtrodden. "I am truly alone," she whispered. "Please, God, guide and protect me." Chapter 11. Waste of Cake. 'Twas the day before she was to arrive in New York. Abeona fanned herself with a few folded pages she'd torn from Whitman. For the better part of a week, Abeona traded train for train, once having to hire a carriage to carry her to the next station. Each time they stopped, she hid herself best she could, praying not to be seen by Swift. Route took them from southern Michigan into Ohio, through the valley regions of orange, red, yellow foliage, over hills of sugar sand and jack pine, lake and riverside, by village and metropolis, through to Pennsylvania. The farther she traveled from home, the more Abeona believed God was on her side. And why not? He'd given her a sign. The sign. She only wished she'd had room to bring the drum for good luck. "Hot enough for you?" Old woman in the seat facing. First she'd spoken since boarding the evening before in Lancaster. "Indian summer," Abeona said. The frizz from her braids was matted to her moist face. She wiped her forehead on her sleeve and fluttered the neckline of her dress. "Let's hope it's a short one." Woman shook her head. "Pardon?" "Ain't no Injun summer." Old woman looked out the window and rubbed both knees with a groan. "Got the frost first, but it comin'. Feel it, sure enough." Abeona, unsure what the woman meant, only smiled politely. "Where are you headed?" "Buffalo, see my sister. You?" "New York. Well, Africa, actually." "Woo, best get used to the heat." "Wish I knew how." The room turned a little at the corners of Abeona's eyes, and she put both hands on the windowsill to steady herself. A steward came shouting through the car. Abeona's room spun. "Next up!" The man's voice sounded far away. Everything gone. Abeona stared at the ceiling. Slowly the benches and tables and arches came into knowing. Knees and elbows encircled on the dark periphery. White stripes on black wool close to her face. Up and up she looked. The brightness of the day flooded back in as she regained her senses, muffled echo of a familiar voice. Someone else knelt before her. Daddy? Hello? Where are you?
Water. Get this girl some water.
Jaimin fanned her with his hat.
You'll be fine. Just need a drink.
Why, it's so... What's happening?
Country people say running is not arriving. I think perchance your plan was no plan at all.
A tin cup and pitcher were produced. Jaimin put on his big white hat, removed his red handkerchief, dabbed it in the liquid, and wiped the girl's face. Filled and put the cup to her lips.
Got to take water, especially in this heat.
She drank the cup and another.
Better?
What happened?
You're back.
Abeona leaned on one elbow and groaned to her feet, thrashed around before stumbling and dropping hard in her seat. Train whistle blew once and again. Consciousness came all at once. You've been spying on me, Abeona spoke to Jaimin's reflection in the window as she tried to regain her composure.
Should keep drinking.
He poured more water.
Body can get quite ill in this heat. Seen it before.
What are you doing here? She'd forgotten for a moment the secret conversation after dinner back at home.
Mr. Swift thought it best if I
followed me. You son of a...
Easy, girl. Supposed to be following you to school. Instead, I've been riding hell for leather without no damn sleep to catch you. Made it here late last night by the grace of God and one exhausted horse. Been waiting on you ever since.
Well, here I am.
Manner of speaking. Though I prefer escort. Reckon it's for your own good.
An escort wouldn't hide in the shadows. Abeona frowned into the window and turned her frightful gaze on Jaimin. Anyhow, I'm fine. I don't know what came over me.
Sleep and plenty of water. That's what you need.
He took the seat across from her.
I've seen big strong men faint from want of both.
My sleeping habits are my business. Whistles screamed and the conductor shouted his warnings to those who would be left behind. Soon the withering countryside blurred as the train whooshed by. Suppose you're going to tell him I haven't gone to school.
He knows.
What? He's not going to lecture on my duty or remind me how hard Father worked?
He said let you be, for now. Make sure you get to New York safe.
Abeona turned from the window. Then what?
Jaimin lowered his eyes and turned his big hat over in his big hands. Figures you'll come back home. Crossing the ocean is no small thing. People die.
Abeona fumbled for a retort. Please sit elsewhere.
Think I saw a place to squat in the next car.
Jaimin put on his hat and balanced himself between the rows of seats, his body swaying with the train. As he passed, he squeezed Abeona's shoulder.
Still time to get you to school.
Abeona jerked from his touch with such force that she cried out from the sting in her shoulder. 6 hours in Scranton, last stop before the last stop. Abeona's mind was on the ocean as she made her way to the main street and, without thinking, followed a group of well-dressed white women to a 3-story restaurant hotel with spinach green paint and a black sign of gold lettering which read, Honesdale's. One of the younger in the group kept looking over her shoulder at Abeona, whispered something in the lady's ear next to her. They laughed. Abeona strained to hear, but the city streets bustled with horse and carriage, workmen, children, bells, and the hammers and saws swung and tugged at a half-formed structure next to the red brick bank. Abeona decided it a nice change from the constant drone and vibration of life on the tracks. Doorman in a fresh-pressed suit, white boy of 15, showed the women inside. Most of the women. As the door closed, the younger girl turned back at Abeona and stuck out her tongue. Abeona curtsied, and her mocker shook her head with disgust. Help you, miss? Boy's arm extended protectively into the doorway. You'll have to wait outside for your ladies. No, I'm not with them. Craned his neck to look around on the street and peered at the frail young woman in her finery. Must be some mistake, miss. Honesdale's ain't a place for you. Nippy's, that's what you're looking for. Way down yonder. I'd prefer here, thank you very much. And I'd prefer to be fishing, Miss Fancy Pants. Boy pointed down the long street. Pink splotches appeared on his pale face. End of town. They fix you right up. Don't make me call a constable. Liable bust your fool head open. If my father was here... Politeness melted from her face, revealing the scowl below. Abeona looked the boy up and down. His sleeves were too short, collar tight, and shoes hadn't been polished in some time. White trash. Excuse me, miss? I wouldn't eat here if you held me down and worked my jaw. Owner'll be heartbroken, I'm sure. Now you best move on before there's trouble. Her anger dissipated as she strolled the street, window shopping and marveling at the variety of people and places to see. Wandered for near an hour, passing bright white hat and dress shops with tall sparkling windows, two lively saloons shaking with piano music and badinage, and a general store bursting with customers and goods. She didn't notice right off, but the farther she went from the train station, the smaller the stores were, shabbier the people, less joyous the atmosphere. Abeona stopped at her destination. She hesitated before entering the oversized shack. Had it not bore the crudely painted sign with sloppy letters spelling nippies, it would have been indistinguishable from an enormous tool shed. Scents inside of baking bread, sour milk, and musk, coarse language and gossip, a raucous little hovel, tables brimming with sweaty laborers and young girls dashing to and from the back room with plates of biscuits and beans, ham and stewed greens, porridge and toast. "Sweet little thing," said a man on the other side of the dining room. His voice was high and scratchy. His table-mate added, "What's your name, sweets?" Abeona ignored the taunts. She took a stool at the counter next to an old gentleman in dirty overalls. He wasn't the best dressed, but his face was kind. Abeona ordered bread with jam and tea. Large woman behind the counter brought cornbread with honey and a cup of steaming black coffee. As hungry as she had been when she sat, the little bit of food only emboldened her empty stomach. Buttery film of smoky bacon fat from the cornbread lingered in her mouth. Abeona ordered a second helping and 2 more cups of coffee, and she paid extra for cream and white sugar. While she ate, she considered Jaimin's words. Swift expected fear to send her scampering back home, and so did she. But something she couldn't understand pulled her along despite that fear. Once her belly was full, she could think again, counted her money, and flagged a skinny older woman in a pink speckled camp dress and white headscarf. "There's someplace I may purchase a few necessaries?" "Weston's Mercantile across the street, child. Can't miss it." Woman wiped her hands and cut a slice from a chocolate cake under glass on the counter behind her. "What's this?" "Them fellas." She pointed across the room. 2 middle-aged men tipped their brown hats. "Oh, no, thank you." "Already paid for. No sense letting it waste." Abeona slid the plate in front of the older gent. You sure, little miss?" Abeona patted his arm and paid her 10 cents and left a penny for the waitress. On her way out, the 2 men made kissing noises, and one of them said, "Not so much as a thank you." Abeona spent another good hour inspecting every nifty good she spotted. Tins of tea, bags of grain, samples of cloth some poor family would make into pajamas and shirts. Anything to distract from the man and the ship awaiting her at New York Harbor. The aisles were narrower, the selection not as varied or new as the products back home. But that did not stop the owner, a fatherly fellow, from boasting. He busied Abeona with stories about each dress, hat, parasol, pair of shoes, and knick-knack on his shelves, how he came about them, what special material they were made from, how rare a find they were. Abeona would have loved to take it all with her, but she remembered the amount of work it took to load her existing bags onto the train. Abeona rattled off her list of wants and needs. "Just the necessities." Shop owner winked and went to work. "Smart girl." Abeona left the store ready for the wilds of Africa with a red overshot blanket, 6 peppermint sticks, and the latest copy of Godey's Ladies' Book, which boasted a treasury of needlework projects. "There you is, sweet little thing." Men from the restaurant sat smoking cigars on the porch rail. Abeona avoided their eyes and hurried down the steps with her bundle under one arm. Their coos of desire followed. "Why in such a hurry, sweets?" Afraid they might get on her train, Abeona took her time heading back. She lingered near crowds and pretended interest in store windows. When the men drew close, she moved on. First on one side of the road, then the other. She zigzagged toward the station. Halfway, Abeona found a little park. Men were no longer anywhere to be seen. She lounged on an iron bench. There was a cool breeze, but the metal seat was good and warm. When the clock rang half past the hour, Abeona gathered her things, and as she stood, a hand squeezed her shoulder. "Waste a perfectly good cake." Abeona dropped her shopping and froze. Bench was the only thing between her and the stalkers. "Don't be a shy girl," said the shorter of the two. His big belly undulated. I'm sorry, She looked around for a policeman, for anyone. "Got us a nice room over to the Arlington." Taller man picked his teeth with a matchstick while the short one approached, grabbed the blanket off the ground and held it out of Abena's grasp. She hesitated, knowing the game, went for it anyway. The short man took her wrist in a crushing grip and yanked her against him. He sang. "This one's sweeter than cake." "No, please." Abeona twisted and squirmed to break free. She gagged on the reek of cigar and old sweat. "Don't worry, sweets," said the tall man. "Just a little fun." the word fun punctuated by a girlish squeal as the tall man spun around and dropped. The fat one let go of Abena's arm as a big white hat rolled across the grass. "Blat!" was all the short man uttered before Jaimin tackled him and locked his big hands around that fat, wrinkled throat. The tall man stumbled to his feet and fast walked back the way he came. Jaimin snarled in his effort to choke the fat one dead. "Enough!" Abeona pleaded without advantage. "Enough! Enough! You're going to kill him! Stop it!" She shook Jaimin by the shoulders, but his stranglehold remained. Took Abeona slapping his face to break the murderous trance. Jaimin got off the short man as a sheriff deputy broke through the murmuring crowd. "Seems to be the trouble." Jaimin told Abeona to go, gently shoved her in the direction of the train. She collected her blanket and Jaimin's hat while witnesses shouted their version of events. "Go, I say." As Jaimin turned his attention to the lawman, Abeona hurried to the train station. She found an open bench under the pavilion. White woman and her 3 children, 2 boys and a girl, were the only others sitting on the long wooden plank. Abena's stomach soured. Her heart vibrated. From the center of the blanket roll she pulled a peppermint stick, broke off a piece, and sucked it. "May I?" Abeona held up the candy. She broke the remainder of the stick into 3 pieces. "Tell the nice lady thank you," the children parroted their mother. "My father's absolute favorite." "Our daddy's coming today. You waiting for yours?" Abeona stared at the boy. She didn't want to think about where her father was. Turned her gaze toward the crowd down the street. Had Jaimin been arrested? Worse? Should she have stayed? Abeona sat like that for a long time. She thought about Jaimin punching the tall man. She smirked and whispered, "You son of a bitch." Throughout the afternoon, people and luggage filled the platform. Shortly after the clock tower chimed 3, Jaimin appeared. Without a word, Abeona gave him his hat. He rubbed his knuckles and took it and sat the other side of the boardwalk. Couple minutes to 4 o'clock, Jupiter number 39 came a rumble and hiss into the station where it skidded to a stop with a terrible and deafening metallic screech. They loaded their belongings and boarded in silence. Jaimin rode in a separate car the rest of the way. If he was still spying, Abeona hadn't noticed. Her mind was on the ocean, on Africa, on how to convince Swift to let her go. But, more importantly, how to convince herself. Chapter 12. Terminus. Train cars gushed as a great pool of steel salmon, their big bellies spawning passengers onto boardwalk and cobblestone. Abeona spilled from hers and swept into the terminal among such a crowd of travelers she was forced to flatten against the train until the mob dissipated. Currents of brown bowlers and black stovepipes, flowered dresses, men in fine black suits, ladies with white hats, white scarves, pink umbrellas, sparkling jewels, faces of yellow, black, red, white, brown, thin and fat, young and old. Bodies wrapped in bizarre cloaks of crimson and gold, black veils, shoes of oddly curved toes. Some men wore guns and others swords. A tall man with a great horseshoe mustache donned a bejeweled blue cloth wrapped about his head. Girl had never seen such menagerie. Abeona sniffed flowery perfumes and musky oils, and the overwhelming malodor of wet earth clotted in horse dung. There, too, were the unseen travelers, bark, hiss, and screech of bird and dog, cat and rat. Once most of the riders had retrieved their belongings and the crowd subsided, Abeona found her luggage. She unloaded the suitcases and steamer trunk and bedroll and stood staring helplessly at the mighty pile. Now what? She searched for a valet or a boy she could hire, but people moved fast and her tiny voice was lost in the din. Abeona wiped her brow and peeked at the sun. Too hot for this nonsense. Realization finally struck her, and Abeona picked one suitcase and the trunk and chose only those items she knew she could not live without and repacked them. Shiny new handsome cabs, all black and silver, lined the streets outside the station, waiting to rush the wealthy off to their country clubs, fine hotels, first-class passages on steamer ships. Farther down were mule carts and buckboards loaded with lumber, carrots, turnips, coal, others with joyful relatives, groups of workmen and young adventurers. Abeona walked her baggage along the street, carrying the suitcase and dragging the trunk by the scarf she had tied to one handle. Savvy trekkers had already claimed every available ride. At the corner, a taxi driver waved his hat. Abeona shuffled as quickly as she could, but halfway a family appeared next to the carriage and the driver jumped atop to load them. Abeona sat on the trunk and watched the carriages pull away. She wiped her face and, in desperation to keep her attitude light, scolded the sun. "When will you behave yourself? Surely don't feel like autumn." She remembered the incident on the train and what Jaimin had said about drinking plenty of water, and she worried there might be another fainting spell. untied the pocket square and dabbed her face with the cloth and traced a circle around the stitching with her thumb, pausing occasionally on its raised threads. Abena's gaze blurred back to happier times of walking evenings with her father, the two of them picking wildflowers until their hands burst with bouquets of prairie dock and black-eyed Susan and John Brown's favorite light blue and lavender American bellflower. "How many sunsets, Daddy?" she whispered into the kerchief. Layered amid the clipping and clopping, excited chatter, and petty squabbling in the street came that newly familiar voice. "Room for one more." Abeena shielded her eyes. A new cab had pulled up, and someone stepped out and put on a big white hat. The girl pretended to be looking at something in the other direction when Jaimin approached. "Still spying?" Spoke without looking at him.
"Mr. Swift's waiting on us."
"Don't need any help." Abeena took her things and started to march away.
"Long way from Ohio. Looked as though you could use a hand finding your way."
Abeena sighed in resignation. She was too tired to walk, let alone run off with 2 heavy cases in tow.
"How's about we get you a ticket in the right direction?"
Abeena, sweat rolling into her eyes, lifted her things and feigned protest.
"Let me help you."
Jaimin's voice rasped with frustration.
"Holy Hannah, girl, you stubborn."
Abeena turned away, spitting a word with each step. "I can manage. Fine, thank you."
"Country people say we build dams when we ought to raise bridges."
Carriage crept alongside the small woman and her heavy burden. Jaimin followed on foot.
"No trouble at all, ma'am. Honestly. Please, let me help you."
Abeena breathed heavier with each stride of her slow getaway.
"Please, miss. Mr. Swift insists on seeing you before he leaves. Besides, don't look like you know where you're going, and this no place to get lost."
"Fine." Abeena's legs and back burned, and she feared she might faint. The luggage hit the ground in surrender. "So, what? I go quietly, or you'll drag me away kicking and screaming? That it? Were those his instructions? You horrible stalking cretin."
"Well,"
Jaimin tilted his head and gave a frightful look.
"Hoping it wouldn't come to all that."
"Fine, take me to him." Jaimin secured the girl's luggage. Horseman snapped the reins. Abeena held the brass edge of the window trim, her nose to the breeze. Another landscape full of strange and interesting faces. Even with all the different types of folks coming and going from the Brown estate, Abeena was used to seeing mostly white faces. But now she was immersed in a veritable sea of cultures and creeds, sons and daughters of the history of the world. Asian woman held a baby. Black laborers stacked bricks and hauled boards into a new building overseen by a white foreman. An elderly Indian gent sold trinkets from a stack of crates. And the signs, oh, the signs. There were signs above every shop door and in every window for delicatessen, laundry, fruit and vegetables, help wanted, and Irish need not apply. Abeena had seen plenty of signs warning Negroes away, but never had she seen any regarding white men.
"If you don't mind me asking, ma'am, what was your plan?"
"Pardon?"
"If you are of a mind to plead with Mr. Swift, I can save you both precious time."
Jaimin jiggled his head slightly to emphasize the point.
"He is many things, but biddable is not one of them."
"I suppose you could sneak onto the ship." Jaimin looked Abeena over in a comic and exaggerated fashion.
"The infamous pirate Browne."
"I'm a grown woman. Don't need to sneak anywhere." Abeena smoothed her dress, eyes trained on a wrinkle. "So, what exactly do you do? I've seen you out to the house before. More than bother women, I hope." Jaimin laughed. "What's so funny? Daddy was still alive. Ooh, you're lucky I'm a lady."
"Country people say those who use force are afraid of reason. Besides, if he was still here, I wouldn't need to."
Farther from the station, traffic lessened and the cab picked up speed.
"You know, there's something I've been meaning to mention."
Cab interrupted Jaimin when it hit a sizable pothole. Its passengers caromed around, and, when she righted herself, Abeena saw Jaimin's hat at her feet. They both reached for it and bonked heads.
"Oh!"
Jaimin howled, rubbing his forehead.
"Sorry. Oh, so sorry. Oh."
Abeena blinked through the pain until the stars were gone and tried to hide her embarrassment by focusing on dusting off the brim. She handed him his hat. "Father always said I was hard-headed." What began as a chuckle overtook her. Abeena shook with guffaw. Days and weeks of stress washed over her cheeks in great baying sobs of laughter. The genuine smile once shared by Jaimin, now a matter of courtesy in the presence of hysterics. I, Abeena snorted. "I'm sorry." The blue handkerchief dabbed and wiped as she steadied herself. When she had recovered, the girl yawned and asked how much farther.
This time of day, hour at least.
Abeona squeezed her handkerchief into a tight ball and fell asleep. She slept deep and sound in her leather cradle as it jostled down the busy street. This was the first peace in sleep the girl enjoyed in many days. This was pleasant rest, not the kind induced by a doctor's concoction which had evaded her in all the many days her father lay dying. In a sea of unconsciousness, Abena's skiff floated out of sight of the land of dead father's secret trickery toward the unknown. Squalls that dashed against her mind could not be outsailed, but endured in hope the scuppers of the soul could handle the overflow. Abena's sleeping mind remembered Uncle George's story about Miss Chloe, but in her dream Abeona saw her father controlling the whip. She cried for him to stop beating the poor woman. He kept at it with a grimace which widened into a great empty blackness. No teeth, no tongue, no throat, just an eternal void of dark that roared 100 deep pipe organs rattling in the blackness of John Brown's gaping maw, sending the world around him into the sky in a puff of smoke. The rage shook his lips and cheeks, and those dim deathbed eyes bugged in their head from the effort. Rumbling blasts stampeded like thunderclouds through Abeona, singing way up high across her entire world. She knew then that this was not her father, but a creature called Threnody, and its song was calamitous. Chapter 13. SS Elsie Marie. God-awful demon blast. Abeona woke in a wet chill. Bells and gulls echoed outside the carriage. Family sounds, familiar, funny, unintelligible. Terrible horn sounded again, not from her ghoulish paternal apparition, but steamship stacks jutting into the horizon. "Hello?" Toe of her red boot popped out the door, and she pulled it back as if getting into a hot bath. Girl sniffed salt air, wrinkled her nose. Mass of people moved slowly from the cab-choked street up a slight hill toward ticket offices near the docks. Abeona recognized some of the men from the train, but Jaimin was not among them. Stepped into the New York City of her imagination, great lines of shoulders and legs flanked with packs attached to suitcases and trunks. Travelers flowed up into ships destined for faraway places and down wide ramps from lands they once called home. Abeona twirled, her eyes gorging on the colors, smells, and sounds of cranes swinging great drooped nets of fish, of men shouting orders, boys carrying crates, carpenters pounding, ironworkers swearing, hobos smoking throwaway tobacco ends and staring into nothing, and the heavy plodding of horses ripe with the stink of their labors. Around and around she looked, desperate to absorb every morsel of cacophonic joy. The strange circus bulged Abena's belly with fearful glee, envy, pride. She was a novice, befuddled by the perfection before her. This was life. This must be. She was living in the world around her. It was all too much to take in, yet she wanted more. "Madness," said the voice from above. Abeona squinted up at the driver, who hopped down off his seat. He took a long puff of gnarled cigar and blew, rolling the shiny glop of tobacco between his white fingers. She checked again. Still no Jaimin. "How long we been?" "Few minutes." She pointed at the luggage rack. "My things." "Your mister said me to wait." "Please, hurry, I need them." He considered her plea with a hesitant look until she flashed some money. Driver unstrapped the cases and slid them down over the edge of the cargo rail. Abeona shouldered them as best she could, but dropped the steamer trunk. Abeona gave the man his coin. Though she knew not what to do, there was but a matter of minutes before it would be too late. She would soon be on a train, against her will, bound for Oberlin. Adventure would be over. But what to do? Without realizing it, she was dancing in place. There was pressure in her middle. She had to pee in the worst way. "Driver." "Yes, miss?" I got $5 more. Driver flung his cigar and hopped down. "Bring my things." She pointed to the shipping office. "Don't tell anyone where I went." "How old are you?" He closed one eye. "You in trouble?" Abeona slid a bill out of her purse and shook it. "Well." He stacked the suitcase on the trunk. Abeona took her blanket bundle and followed. People ahead moved by measure of softened shuffle. Lines seemed to writhe in place rather than near any destination. Minutes waiting her turn at the window were excruciating. Abeona glanced around in all directions. She looked for shade, for Swift and Jaimin, for a place to relieve herself. She took her luggage by half a step and rested. Good thing the line was so slow, because she realized that was about as fast as she could manage. This went on for some time. Sweat ran into her eyes and ears. Perhaps Ohio wasn't such a bad idea. When it was her turn, a short fellow with bushy sideburns the color of his brown suspenders addressed her curtly through the window while wiping his sweaty forehead. "Destination?" His voice barely touched the dim roar of activity outside his box. Disconnected and dizzy, Abeona looked around, unsure what she was supposed to do. "Destination?" I'm looking for the ship, the one to Africa." The short man snorted. One corner of his dry lip curled. "There are 7 ships scheduled for debarkation to all sides of the Dark Continent over the course of the next week alone, madam. Could you be more specific?" "Yes, a place called Cameroons Town. Does that sound right? 1 ticket for the ship heading that-way." Clerk ran his finger down a list of locations, dates. "Cameroons Town in the Gulf of Guinea. Here she is. Elsie Marie is the ship you'll be wanting. Was scheduled for departure day after tomorrow." "Fine." Her legs wobbled at the knee. "But storms a-comin', so they'll be like to shove off before supper." "Today?" "Today." "Fine." Abeona pulled a large stack of $5 and $10 coins from her purse and held them before the man. "Least costly passage." "1 ticket in steerage. Won't be needing all that." Little man snorted and leaned close to the window, looking side to side and speaking low, counting out the amount necessary. "You sure you want the least expensive?" "I need to be far from first class as I can." Abeona knew Swift would have no desire, no cause to go wandering the belly of the boat, not if her father's description of such a place was even half true. "Tweendecks will put you pretty close to bottom, but it ain't no place for them what can afford better." "I'm sure it's adequate." "Ain't the word most would use, but suit yourself." Abeona stuffed the rest of her money back into the purse as the little man turned to the cash box. "Name, first and last." The short man poised his pen over the large ledger. "Abeona Browne." "Spell, please." Clerk wrote and closed the ledger and put it on a shelf with the others and scooped the money off the counter. "Traveling alone, Miss Browne?" He spoke over his shoulder while counting change and stamping her ticket. "You'll want steamer Elsie Marie, Dock 5. "Actually," she said, taking the ticket, I am looking for someone. A man, average height, dark hair with streaks of gray, white sideburns, English accent." The short man snorted. "Saw 38 of him this morning. This man have a name?" Oh, yes, of course. Swift. Mr. Terence Swift." Clerk opened the large ledger once again, ran a finger down 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages, 4, 5, 6. He shook his head, closed the ledger. "No, sorry, madam. No one by that name's purchased a ticket nor boarded that ship." "Oh." Abeona stuck a thumb in her mouth and chewed the nail. "Check again, please." Behind the collective groan of the crowd pushed at her with a heat of its own. "Likely he ain't checked in yet." Abeona looked confused. "Next." Little man waggled his finger and Abeona leaned in. "You keep that bundle hid if you know what's good for you, here?" She dragged her trunk and case slowly away from the window, smiling like an idiot and apologizing to random faces for the inconvenience. Looked at the people without really seeing them, hoping to avoid eye contact. She came to the end of the brick path which led from the shipping office to where the heavy wooden beams of the dock began and saw the big white hat. Jaimin was down by the street talking with the carriage driver. They nodded along with each other's movements. The two looked like a puppet master and oversized marionette who couldn't quite seem to agree on their act. Driver picked up a fare and left Jaimin turning in slow, concerned circles and wiping his forehead with his hat. Abeona looked away, praying he hadn't seen. Lowered her head, trying to fold inward on herself. She held still, like a child in a game of hide-and-seek under the dangerous delusion that unseeing is unseen. She looked at her boots, the line behind, and again at her feet. She had the urge to run, but where? Chapter 14. The Wrong Way. Abeona tumbled to her backside. Most people were too busy hurrying to their berths to gawk. It was bound to happen. The girl had been so intent on escape that she forgot the cardinal rule of any traveler, be they crossing the street or traversing an ocean, and that is to always look where one is going. "1,000 pardons, m'lady." Raspy voice accompanied by a claw of a hand in considerable pallor. "Uh-huh." She couldn't think, for she was hypnotized by the living embodiment of revolt. Before her the long-drawn scowl of paleness punctuated by apple-red lips. A towering figure in long black coat stretched collar to heel, which enclosed untold hideousness even in this infernal heat. He leaned on a straight black cane with a shimmering top and wore an immaculate black-button suit with large yellow bow tie, some grotesque black-eyed Susan. "Shall I call for a doctor?" Abeona shook her head but continued to stare. broke her gaze upward to a long bald patch running between wiry onyx tufts. Even in her state of fear at being caught by Jaimin, this lurker's hairdo awakened images of Moses parting the Red Sea, the lines of hair standing defiantly away from one another as the lumpy bare path of pink skin dog-legged across white scalp. Abeona looked away, straining to find her pursuer. She spotted the big white hat bouncing above the crowds, moving slowly up the path to the ticket window. "Trouble?" Stranger glanced in the direction Abeona had been staring. "How may I be of assistance?"
"Running late. Need to board." She was struck by his brown eyes, far too beautiful for the rest of his face.
"Traveling alone myself. Which ship?"
"Mary something?"
"Elsie Marie?"
He helped Abeona to her feet and motioned to his valets, 2 young black boys, to bring her bags.
"Serendipity, shipmate." Abeona flashed a pained smile. "If I didn't know better, I'd say you were avoiding that rather husky fellow in the albino sombrero."
Abeona refused to follow the strange man's gaze.
"All's clear. Hasn't spotted us yet."
The strange man held out his arm, and Abeona took it.
"My name is Dubious Grimace."
"Abeona."
Grimace tilted his head and tapped the silver end of the cane gently against his nose.
"So very good to meet you."
Man and girl pushed on through the heat and crowd. The boys wheeled a cart full of neatly stacked matching blue carpet bags topped with a suitcase, bedroll, and steamer trunk. Grimace walked with a hitch in his step, and Abeona slowed her pace accordingly. The valets led them down several wide docks until they were on the boardwalk alongside a massive ship.
"My goodness, it's huge."
"She'll do the job."
"I've never seen such a thing."
"You will be sick of her by journey's end, my dear, I can promise you that."
Gangway quaked under their footfalls. Abeona fought to keep her balance against the ramp's random shutters. As big as the ship was, it seemed to Abeona it couldn't hold the sheer numbers who went up over the side and disappeared. She was in such awe she'd forgotten all about Jaimin.
Are we really doing this?"
"It would appear so. Second thoughts, milady?"
I'm not sure what I'm having."
Ballets weaved around slower borders and pushed their way upstream against ship hands loading cargo. The girl and Grimace stayed close behind. Their forward progress incited a disheveled chorus of put-upon vacationers, explorers, and businessmen.
"So sorry. Pardon us. Coming through."
Grimace spoke with such zeal and deference that few actually seemed to mind.
"Please excuse us. Urgent business. Moving along."
Had she not been so hurried and worried when first they arrived at the boat, Abeona may have noticed the odd group on the dock still milling about with their pots and pans, bedding, crates, and boxes. As it was, she was too busy admiring the fine dresses and shiny boots and all the important-looking men in their Sunday finest. Some carried bags and suitcases, some wheeled carts and dollies piled high with packages, but most followed their own little black valets.
"They say it will storm, but I've not seen a lovelier day."
"Word on the wires is it's a ways off. Liable to head this direction. Better safe than sorry."
Abena's calves burned as she climbed.
"Tickets. Have your tickets ready."
Uniformed man atop the gangway directed passengers onto the ship. With his lacquered shoes and brass buttons, he twinkled madly in the sun. There were other transport company employees showing the valets where to take luggage and helping passengers find their way. There were excited murmurs, good-natured arguments over politics, cautious talk of the coming storm, complaints over the earlier-than-expected departure. It was a melange of apprehensive, giddy music, an orchestra in the key of adventure on the high seas.
Who do I give it?"
Abeona shouted over the din and waved her ticket.
"Coming."
Grimace had fallen behind. What earlier was a hitch had become a pronounced limp as he struggled up the wooden planks toward the deck. His fist trembled on the silver head of his cane.
"Are you quite well, sir?"
Abeona started back down the ramp.
"Should I find someone to help?"
Above the fumbling ruckus, someone with a throat full of disdain shouted something Abeona couldn't make out. She turned to find the voice in the crowd.
"Little girl! Hey! You deaf or stupid?"
The voice came attached to a hand clutching Abena's wrist. Even standing face to face with the uniformed young man, watching his words twisted and spat out on his lips, teeth, tongue, even still Abeona looked around, searching for the object of ire. Her arm flapped helplessly under his strong grip.
"Wrong line."
The young man gritted his teeth as he pulled. Abeona resisted but was unable to break free.
"How would you know?"
Her response was an automated one, dispassionate as it was disoriented, for all her energy was focused on getting aboard without being seen by the old lawyer.
"I say, how do you know what line I'm supposed to be in?" Your ticket. It's yellow. Yellow tickets for steerage. Go back and wait with your people." "My people?" Abena's wrist went limp. Who knows how she missed it? There were plenty of black faces and bodies around her at present, but they all carried bags and boxes and hauled carts. None seemed to be on vacation.
"A moment, sir."
Grimace pushed himself between the two, now attached in discourtesy and confusion.
"You've no cause to be coarse."
The sailor slackened a little in his grip, studying Grimace just as Abeona had had to reconcile the wiry, curled hair and exaggerated facial features upon such powdery, pale skin. Abeona could see it in their eyes. Was he a trouble-making Jew or some form of uppity pale Negro? Nevertheless, a flutter of Grimace's stateroom ticket and the mate let go.
"Sorry, sir." "Not me, her."
"Sorry, ma'am." But still, he did not look at Abeona. "Your ticket, please." Abeona pushed the slip into his hand. Weary legs and back threatened to flatten the girl. The pressure of travel, mourning, anxiety over weeks of devising excuses to get out of going away to school, they all landed like a fist in her stomach, hammer on her spine, creeping out to limb and torso, nestling for a long autumn nap in her bones. She was nauseated, and once again she noticed her stretched bladder.
"Steerage passengers wait down there."
Ticket taker pointed to the temporary village of impoverished souls on the dock.
"She's with me."
"I don't care if she shines President Buchanan's Sunday booties. Steerage and—" The ship's mate leaned into Grimace and whispered, "Her kind board last, lest she your valet, but it sure don't look as such." Abeona stood there with her mouth open, trying not to faint under the still swelter of midday. All her life she had been Abeona, Beans, John Brown's little girl, the princess of Michigan Avenue, student, daughter, hoper of hopefulness, lover of roses and butterflies and strawberries, and best friend to Uncle George. But there, in the unsympathetic heat and mindless mob of anonymity, under the spotlight of one judge, jury, executioner, she was sick and helpless. Grimace put a hand to his heart, and, with soft words somehow above the noise surrounding them, said,
"I, too, am sorry, milady. Appears I've misjudged your situation. Perhaps we shall meet again under more desirable circumstances."
Abeona could only nod. Grimace laid the silver tip of his cane against his nose and disappeared into the crowd, his helpers stopping to unload the girl's mismatched luggage before following their master. The ticket man waited until Grimace was out of sight and gave the girl a shove. "Get a move on. You're blocking the flow." With tears in her eyes and murder in her belly, she stacked her suitcase and bundle onto the trunk and started back down the ramp. Abeona elbowed and shoved her way against the current of bodies, unable to stop herself from being battered by the hurried travelers. Once at the bottom of the ramp, she moped toward the sad, shabby group gathered on the dock and plopped in a pile of stunned dejection. Abeona considered that her boots cost more than her assailant's whole uniform, probably more than he earned in 2 months' salary. "Think you are." She spit on the dirty wood between her feet, too deep in self-pity to notice the clanging of ship bells, seagull screams, serious but good-humored discussion by 2 farmhands over which white passenger was the richest. Abeona Browne chewed her thumbnail and thought bad thoughts. She kicked at the dirt in impudent rage like a dog with a toothache snapping at the passing breeze. Chapter 15. Tatterdemalion. What the sailor said, how he'd said it, wasn't even upset, so matter-of-factly. Turned her away as if calling the cat in for supper. Abeona gritted her teeth and fumed. She ground her dull black soul into the grit, sprinkling dirt and stones between the boardwalk gaps down into the water below. "I'm a person," she said it to herself before screaming it at the ship. "I'm a person!" Someone from the nearby group shouted back, "Good for you!" and there was laughter among their fellows. Abeona surveyed them, mostly young adults with children, sway-backed under burlap sacks, broadcloth bundles bound in twine, shabby suitcases worn out long before they'd ever gotten a hold of them. They were all too skinny and dirty, clothes frayed and patched, all except one smallish woman, a fresh young girl with a distended belly. She wore a faded green prairie dress and checkered house shoes. What most set her apart were those happy eyes and unworried face. She had an approachable beauty one might expect of a duchess or an opera singer. And she sprouted from the craggy workmen and bedraggled families like a cherry blossom in a field of winter wheat. Seeing these poor folks and their meager belongings up close made Abeona aware of her own shiny shoes and new dress and her smooth, bright luggage with its shiny brass corners and slick leather handles. The flicker of anger at the steward gave way to embarrassment. a shame born of having so much more than all these wretches could ever hope for, embarrassment for knowing they deserved everything they got, disgust over having been misidentified as one of them. Not she, not 1,000 years she. Abeona would never be they, as low as vermin. Come what may, she would never be they. She was, after all, the daughter of the great John Browne. Might not mean much now, but that bit of separation, no matter how imagined, brought enough comfort to carry her through the moment. After she rested, Abeona meandered around the group at a safe distance. Edge of the dock where the water and wood gave way to sod and clay, there stood a bank of outhouses, 10 in a row. Heavy tang of tar oozing from the planking underfoot made it hard to breathe. "Tatterdemalions," Abeona said as she opened one of the doors near the middle. She gagged through gritted teeth. Quite sure she'd soil her dress before she managed to sit. Tatterdemalions, that's the word Daddy used for slaves and poor folk, but there was an unmistakable sense of love and camaraderie when he spoke it. In the noxious and decay of the rotting box, with wasps humming overhead and beetles squirming below, Abeona imagined nothing noble about poverty. "What did you see?" she would ask him after his trips through the South. His reply was a simple one, even if the expression on his face was not. "Rags and scowls, a whole nation of tatterdemalions." When she finished, Abeona dragged her things toward her group. She whispered the word to herself as she rounded the rear of the pitiful. Tatterdemalions. Soon the group's interest in the punishing heat and the wealthy white folk and talk of the impending storm replaced its curiosity about the fancy little girl shyly, not slyly, orbiting the temporary and hardly sovereign nation of Tatterdemalion. Swollen fist of heat squeezed her woozy. Abena's legs went soft. Thirst cut through the excitement. She sat the edge of her trunk. Vision darkened. "Help!" There was a hand on her wrist. The sailor? Mr. Grimace? She jerked her arm, hollering and swatting the air as she did. "Off of me! Off!" "Water, miss?" squeaked a fragile tone. It was the lady with the child. "I seen you hollering your damn fool head off. You touched? Where your cup at?" Abeona stared at nothing. "Cup? You know what a cup is?" "What? I don't... What?" "Wait. Just you wait here." The woman jogged to her pile of things and back. She filled a tin cup. Abeona gulped down the warm water. The woman took the empty cup hard from Abena's hands and refilled it from an oilskin again and a third time before Abeona waved her off. Yes, I'm fine." Abeona held her aching side. "Enough." "Warm one, that for sure." Woman rubbed her big belly and examined Abena's luggage. She wasn't as young as she had looked from afar. "You work for some rich lady? Them look like rich lady things." "No, just me." "What you doing with this lot?" "Man on the boat said I had to wait here." "Huh. Ain't none of my business, except you look awful fancy to be riding with the likes of us, is all." Abeona wasn't sure how to answer. "Sure a nice dress. Where your bags made? That a real silk handkerchief? Ain't seen red boots before. This all you brung?" Abeona gave her own belongings a good look. "Don't think I properly packed." "Mm-hmm." Woman pointed up the dock. "Over yonder. They sell about all a body could need. They got cups like this one, hardtack, bacon, molasses, salt, coffee, pots and pans, you name it. Best get you some." Abeona put her hand to her forehead and followed the woman's finger. "Probably best if I do." The pretty woman took the cup, looped the string back over her head, and corked the jug. "Best hurry. Folks say we fit to leave early. Storm and all." She put her hands on her hips and leaned back with a slight groan. "My name's Sally Taft. Abeona Browne, but some folks call me Beans." Prices at the little shop were 4 times those at home. Abeona spent most of the money she had on the following items: tin cup, 2 leather-covered glass canteens complete with lanyards and corks, dozen biscuits hard as limestone, quart of honey, pocket knife, spoon, shallow tin dish which served as both plate and bowl, 2 cans of salmon, 4 cans of navy beans, 6 apples, pound of assorted hard candy, and a pound each of flour, sugar, and lard. Abeona dumped her bounty from its 2 burlap sacks onto the dock. She performed triage on the clothing in her suitcases, throwing out all but 1 dress, half her stockings, 2 sweaters, a pair of formal shoes, the Whitman volume she never intended to finish reading, and 1 nightgown. It was clear, she conceded, by the groceries she procured, that she had no idea what she was doing. That realization had haunted her while she frantically pointed at random items which the store clerk piled onto his counter. Whatever she didn't have, she hoped to barter for at sea. After all, Abeona had met one nice and reasonable person. There just had to be others. Before she finished repacking, several of the women from her group gathered nearby. "What you gonna do with all that?" "Please, I can't carry it. Take what you like." Ladies elbowed one another in a tight circle, and in seconds every stocking, shawl, and nightshirt was gone. Only the book remained. A fat lady with a thin mustache took it. "You can't read," said one of the women. "Backside don't need to read to appreciate fine paper." The others laughed. Abeona looked away, trying not to smirk. She had just finished closing her valises and tying the leftover stores into her blanket bundle when the awful horn blew again. The steerage crowd dispersed and made for the gangway. Abeona paid an older boy with a flatbed wheelbarrow to haul her things to the top. Whether by actual temperature or change in attitude, Abeona decided the air was more agreeable on the ship's deck. Once all third-class passengers were on the boat, the workers unhooked the ramp from the dock and closed the gate in the rail. Abeona followed her hired boy. She walked with a hunch to avoid detection by Swift or Jaiman and watched for familiar faces. Much of the crowd seemed to move in no particular direction at all, but instead to shuffle for movement's sake. Catching a glimpse of the shore, Abeona paused and tilted back, opening herself to the sun. Under unrelenting heat, she celebrated in silence, shoulders and suitcases battering her sides. Another troop of travelers, knotted in their own adventures, pushed past and through the girl, sure as she was a wooden plank on that deck. Abeona stumbled and regained her feet, separated from her belongings by shuffling bodies. She swore a silent pox. A tall girl in golden French braids and gray petticoat with matching dress looked back briefly and scowled in the most ladylike white Protestant manner. Abeona took one of her own braids and examined its blackness and lack of shine. Still in thought, she was pushed forward, found her things, and dragged them to the port side. Fewer bodies at the edge of the ship. The man at the top of the ramp had urged her to get to her level of the boat and stay in her cabin. She was fearful now as the whistles blew. Some serious discussions occurred a few yards ahead, advancing in one direction. Abeona spotted the giant covered paddle wheel amidships, the landmark to look for. Another 10 minutes, shambling by inches, and Abeona spotted 3 stewards at a lectern. They took names, wrote them on tags, and fastened with string to each suitcase, bag, box, chicken crate. "If you cannot carry it in your pockets, it must be stowed," said the red-bearded steward. "Possessions will be delivered below shortly." Unencumbered by her belongings, Abeona followed a thinner crowd of passengers which funneled into a single line. Bodies bent and disappeared into a rectangular hole in the deck. It was flanked by gleaming white folding doors. The people looked like ants rallying to their underground lair in order to beat a rainstorm. Abeona came to the edge of blackness and was shoved in. "Mind your step," said one of the pale, faceless ship workers. The steps were hardly more substantial than wide ladder rungs, and the scaffolding bucked angrily under the steady drop of sweaty hand and heavy foot. Down into darkness, Abeona swiveled her head for one last look, a final breath which she held as though plunging into the sea itself. Down she climbed into eternal blackness, taunted by dim orange lamps and hectored cries which threatened to arouse nightmarish notions in the never-ending unknowing of poverty and despair and little girls who hide in their fathers' shadows. Abeona Browne exhaled slowly, sure she was climbing into the head of her own nightmare. There were screams halfway. Abeona looked in time to see a gray blur plunge past. The great bird landed with a sickening howl and squishy clunk. The hatch above had shrunken to a flickering bread box, obscured by the rhythmic trudge of those dangling above. From below there appeared in expanding rings subdued light, and a noise which put a spike of horrible excitement through Abeona's heart. A constant scream interrupted by great dull bashing and strenuous roar. She could no longer hear the crying of the woman who had fallen from above. Abeona closed her eyes, fought imagination, but the pictures blazed in her head. She knew it as true that once at bottom there she would find a fire-spitting demon feeding on the wretches of steerage. Chapter 16. Tweendecks. Blind. No point straining in the murk. Abeona hung and stepped into the nautical tomb. She closed her eyes and opened them, hoping for a better view. Bounced down thin rungs, more like sections of warped broom handle. Next step jarred her spine as she struck solid plank, slammed the other boot down, and pinwheeled into the wall. Someone behind laughed. Abeona smoothed her dress and staggered around the 2 men kneeling at the old woman who had plunged to her current agony.
Both legs were bent wrong at the knee, and there was puddling about the languishing creature, dark essence as if a demonic piscina had overturned during some midnight mass. Her cries, weakened, were faint and childlike. Abeona covered her ears and tried to look away until the crouching forms disappeared altogether. Bottom of the stairs terminated in a short hall with heavy steel door. Abeona paused at the entrance of the third-class accommodations and kissed the gold cross round her neck. Stepped into coughing, crying, subterranean swelter. The dragon, it turned out, had one claw. Luggage and supplies plunged by crane into the ship's hold in giant, slow-swinging nets. Steerage, tweendecks, hell. Abeona Browne was a speck of sapphire and silk wriggling its way into a cavern of coal and burlap, stale air and desperation. Guided by thin streams of roof-borne sunlight, the girl followed others into the wide-open floor of the floating dungeon. A stifling ebony haze welcomed them. "Slow up." Sally waddled to catch up. One girl, now two. Shadowed by fat-bellied tatterdemalion, good Samaritan, fellow foolhardy woman-girl traveling her lonesome. Abeona scoffed in silence at such brashness. How dare she endanger herself, her unborn child, for a leisurely sightseeing adventure? "Worse than Granny's paddock." Sally gave Abeona's shoulder a gentle squeeze. "Smells like a bull's backside." Abeona agreed and fanned herself. Both girls gagged. Abeona covered her nose, searching to name the stench. They skidded along the rough lumber wall, waited for cues. Down the narrow steps they spilled from behind, herded into a mildewed chamber lined in gray sawbuck tables with bowed benches, the great hall of some nearsighted pauper king. Middle roof consisted of two giant doors swung upward onto the deck. Frayed hemp rope thick as a wrist creaked as it lowered boxes, crates, and barrels. A group of men below. Tweendecks, bosun's mate, was a short, stocky man in overalls, bright red handkerchief tied pretty as you please round his neck. He jumped the cargo pile and tugged cable until the men above hollered. When the rope slackened, the homunculus unhooked it. More workers from out the shadows yanked the net to the floor. Wares of all types were hauled to different sections of the hold. Crates of dry food, water barrels, pickles, salted cod, odds and ends of all types. Much of it carried to a wide half-door at the end of the main room. Once it was empty, the squat man in blue denim and red neck scarf fastened hook to net and tugged at the rope with a high-pitched yip. The empty tangle reeled out of sight and reappeared brimming with stores. Midnight faces, shiny with effort, drooped in the decaying halo which skirted the action. Most of the passengers shied away from stepping into the flood of light cast from the open bays. Beyond it, the air was concealed in impenetrable gloom. Abeona rested against the relative coolness of the wall, thumb in her mouth for a good chew. Her eyes traveled from face to face, back to back, crate to crate, straining for the faintest sign of a light heart. All the while the square hole issued its big dragon handfuls. No longer could Abeona hear the cheery gulls, slapping of water against the dock, or happy chatter of the first and second-class travelers who had undoubtedly found more pleasant accommodations above. This, the eve of her ocean-going adventure, perceived through the guttural song of labor, pop and clunk of ramshackle block and tackle, and those uninspired conversations murmured among the subjugated, tragically swept along in time, control only ever after perceptions of the past and hope for the day ahead. Abeona hitched for breath, feeling she'd left it above decks. There had been so much noise and activity to focus upon that Abeona hadn't had time to worry about staying calm through it all. She had arrived at her destination for the next 2 weeks, God willing. Time to think. Bit down on her nail until her teeth ached. Heat and odor conspired, wrung her stomach. What little water Sally had given she now wore as a fine mist. Pretty blue dress soaked through. Abeona swooned, took a step to keep from falling. It was dry heaves gave her strength to run. Followed the wall until she came to a bank of doors, each opening to a narrow hall filled on both sides with crude bunk beds. Rough-hewn lumber and thin burlap mattresses, if mattresses they could be called. Door after door she opened, to no avail. At the far end of the long room spotted an outcropping, 6 doors too close to one another to lead to separate rooms. She stepped inside one of them. Low orange glow disappeared as she closed the door. Sliver of light through the jamb. Enough to see this was not the oak brass white-tiled privy of home. A standing coffin, more like. Abeona grubbed around for the hole, searched for a lip. Lifted the lid by half. Sickeningly sweet fermentation of old urine mixed with rotten egg, salty and acidic, blasted her nose. She gagged on the thick air. Stomach, throat, tongue did their level best to burst from her. She slammed the cover, kicked open the door, and fell to her knees. "That's what sawdust is for, love," said one of the workmen in giddy cockney. The commotion drew notice of more workers who joined the teasing. Abeona choked and convulsed, fell on her side, exhausted. Sally patted her shoulder. "That it? Let it out." "Nothing to let." When she could retch no more, Abeona got to her hands and knees until the attack subsided. Fat little man with the red neckerchief shouted announcements to the steerage passengers, and people rushed to gather round him. "Single men have use of them cabins yonder." He pointed to the side of the room opposite the toilets. "Families have them cabins next to the outhouses. You single gals has to make use of the berths akin the scullery." Far from the privies, thank God for small favors. But it was a grim little area, rotten even in such an uninviting location as tweendecks. Barrels piled high of kitchen scraps and other waste. Haitian, Latin, Asian women in dull gray uniforms sat atop rickety stools. They peeled potatoes, carrots, turnips, spoke in secrets, funny secrets. "Captain Stewart's orders. 3rd class remain below decks tils we shove at 3 bells. That's about an hour and a half for you landlubbers." The chubby man in the red scarf paused to wipe his face. "You need anything like water or constabulary, you see me." Stuck a thumb into his chest and flashed a juicy yellow grin. "I'm Mr. Clovis." Despite his figure, Mr. Clovis was a hard little man who'd wriggled his way through detritus and shame to the relatively more advantageous position of King of Tweendecks. And though he had one, he never went by his Christian name, for there was nothing Christian about it. The day he was born, his mama said, "They gon' call you by it till you's dead, so might well be your name." And so it was born Nigger Clovis. He went by Clovis as a boy. After he'd won enough knife fights and screwed enough women and drunk enough whiskey, it was Mr. Clovis. And when cruel Whitey with his murderous blue eye laid that abominable moniker on Clovis's back like a cat of goddamn 9 tails, Mr. Clovis resisted the almost sexual compulsion to slide his roach-bellied blade between their ribs. And sometimes he joked, "That's my name, don't wear it out." Abeona swatted at the sawdust glued to her, itched and stunk and itched. The kitchen workers grew quiet when she and her bulging shadow went past. Beyond were doors and long wooden partitions separating sleeping quarters from the eating and living areas. Clovis continued his announcements. Abeona watched him over her shoulder, watched him flail and point, listened to his voice. Didn't understand a word. Sally didn't seem to be paying much attention either. But Abeona watched him watch them. For hours the net came down bulging and went up empty. Clovis gave more directions, and he spoke loud enough to be heard on deck, but Abeona was too tired and overwhelmed to care. Babies cried, men argued, women cackled in the shadows. Tireless deckhands hauled crates, sacks, barrels, and fates. When the first load of luggage appeared, everyone grew still. A clumsy oval of the weary encircled the action. Able-bodied seaman with a wide scar across his left forearm stood the foot of the boatswain's mate, who was up on a cracker barrel with his thumbs hooked in his pockets. He called names, and families stepped forward to reclaim their belongings. Sally and Abeona found their items in the 3rd load. Abeona stacked her suitcase upon the trunk and pushed it across the open floor. Slid much easier with all the sawdust. Sally had 2 great tattered carpet bags of a scarlet dahlia pattern, which she dragged behind her with such effort it appeared like someone was holding her hands behind her back. They found room inside the first door, dark and warm as the water closet, but the smell greatly improved by a lack of sweaty bodies and garbage, and because the room hung heavy with cedar, the shavings of which filled the thin burlap mattresses on each of the 12 bunks. Noise outside was cut in half, and some of what little light existed in the main area spilled over and under the partition, which was high enough off the ground to show ankles, but low enough to reveal the tops of the heads of some of the taller men standing outside of what Abeona decided barely constituted a root cellar, let alone a bedroom. She walked the length of the 20-foot area and back and chose the bottom bunk farthest from the door on the starboard hull side. Sally took the bed across from her. Burlap sack Abeona got from the dock store she folded for a pillow and stored her suitcase under the bed and pushed the trunk against the wall. It would make a fine table. Abeona flopped on her bed and groaned with relief. Sally took a few things from her bags before sliding them likewise under her bunk. "How long?" Abeona pointed at Sally's stomach. "Feel like forever." Sally looked around before answering. "I've been married 4 months, so I say 4 months, but closer to 6 now." "Where is he?" "Railroad man." Sally fished around in her bag. "I got a picture somewhere. Supposed to meet him someplace. Bumba, some craziness. I don't even know. He wrote it in here." Sally pointed at something in her bag. "A jumba?" Abeona held out her hand. "That it?" Sally handed a framed photograph. "You know it?" "Heard of it. Abeona thought back to the eavesdropping on long conversations between Swift and Uncle George about what was best for her, about the plan to find John Brown's long-lost daughter, the mysterious meeting in Ajumba. "This my Will Jessup." Sally held her head higher, bottom lip enveloping the upper, looking even more bright-eyed. "Handsome." Abena's face screwed up in puzzlement. "I thought your name was Taft." "That my Will." Sally clasped her hands and sighed. "He's smart, too. So smart, I wanted very much to be Mrs. Jessup, take his name. My Will, he wouldn't have it. Guess that on account they took his name when he was but a boy. Took his family name. Give him a white name, a slave name. Said he wouldn't do no such thing to another so long as he lives." Abeona wondered at such an improbable notion. "I expect he may tell baby to pick his own name. Tee. Husband was a slave? Nigh on 20 years. Her mirth slipped away. "Bought him when he was just a boy. Taught hisself to read and everything. Anyway, he worked on a farm in Kentucky till he 19 or so. Got sold to railroad company. Do odds, ends, what have you. When them white folks seen how smart my Will was, why, they put him on an engineer crew. Anyway, he learned everything they is to know about building them railroads. But one day last spring he said to hisself he ain't want to be a slave no more." Clunk at the door. 2 elderly women, each dragging a large canvas bag. They came near the end, took a set of bunks on Sally's side. The girls waited for the ladies to settle. "Then what happened?" Abeona chewed her thumbnail. Sally's big bright eyes cut, somehow, through the bleak haze. Abeona had been too miserable to notice out on the dock. Sally's vigor was the kind even death and sickness could not touch. Her spirit, if you could see it, must have been a field of daisies against a sky of impossible blue. In her voice was sunshine so bright it hurt your eyes. "Come to church last spring. Preacher give him a job fixin'. Fella that handsome, hard to miss." Sally's face curled into a devilish smile. "I was the first black church in Akron." She paused for acknowledgment of such a feat. Abeona obliged with an approving hum. Sally dug into one of her sacks and pulled out a heavily worn book, brown with large gold filigree. Uncle Tom's Cabin. "Ain't but halfway through. Will say I gotta finish so we can discuss themes, whatever that mean." Sally's voice withered at the end of the sentence in a mannish, mocking tone. "Not my kind of story, though." "It's everybody's kind of story." "Course you read it. You smart." Sally shook the book until its pages flapped. "Mayhap you can tell how it end." "Well, I don't remember. My father made me read it when I was 10. Besides, you'll appreciate it more if you finish." "Give me something to do, I suppose." Sally tucked the book away. "How about you? Where are you heading?" "Visiting family." Abeona was surprised at her own deception as the false words spilled from her lips. "My grandmother, actually." "Oh, how nice. Been before?" "First time." "Me, too. Truthful, I wish they'd get us moving before I change my mind." "Shouldn't be long, I hope." Abena's words drowned in Sally's yawns. Slight sting of resentment that Sally had broached the idea there might still be time to quit this foolishness and go home. She tried at humor, but it landed as awkward. "I might just join you in your escape." Sally yawned again, but this time it was forced. Supper time. Sally left with the others. Abeona stayed back. Her stomach felt full, though there was nothing in it. She lit a candle and laid in bed and read an article on sewing tips in her copy of Godse's. Supper finished, and a restive murmur settled over the bowels of the ship. Tired as she was, she laid awake long after Sally. There, in the lonely dark, sudden terror closed in on Abeona, and she found herself gasping at the door. Stifling heat pressed on her chest, threatening again to steal her consciousness. Out in the great room, men stacked the last of the boxes and unloaded large burlap sacks. Blue-black of twilight glowed in the great rectangle to heaven. Most of the women had gone to bed, and all but one child had disappeared for the night. Men in 3s and 5s sat at tables, some playing cards, some dominoes. One of them looked Abeona up and down and gave her an uninterested glance. Lone boy carried a bucket from table to table, removing scraps, emptying ashtrays, wiping spills. Abeona went to the little hall through the steel door. She stared a long while at the blood stain where the woman had fallen, afraid to pass by the gruesome scene, the child in her on the lookout for a vengeful ghost. She clenched her fists and shoved herself forward and up the ladder, looked around for the loud fellow with the red scarf, climbed the precarious stairway, emerged into sweet night air, gentle and warm. Other than a few hands putting the last load of cargo to bed, the deck was empty. Abeona went to the ship's edge. Worry burned her belly. She held fast the rail. "Fellow night owl." "You?" Abeona grasped the collar of her dress, for even in the night, dubious grimace cut a ghastly figure.
Never used to be, but lately.
I pray it passes with haste. Grimace shook his head emphatically. Lifelong sufferer myself, shouldn't wish it upon anyone.
Pang of queasiness, Abeona hung her head over the rail and spit.
I'll take my leave, my lady, but if I might ever be of service, please do not hesitate.
The tall man laid the silver head of his cane gently to his nose and headed for the bow. Chapter 17. Infernal Autumn Seas. If she had to smell cedar any longer, she would surely go mad. Abeona awakened and lay there, blinking at the underside of the upper bunk. Train? Wagon? Home? Dream? Crisp ring of big brass sat the girl up straight. Burnt coffee and wood smoke floated above the sea smell. She threw off someone else's wool blanket and wiggled her stocking toes. Red boots folded and stuffed into the shelf at her feet. Rubbed her aching head. Looked around for a pitcher and cup. Thought to call for Uncle George and was flooded by sadness and fear at her remembering. Oh no. Chewed her thumbnails alternately, breathing quickly. She was on the ship. She knew that. But it still took some moments to coalesce. Other side of the wall, electric chatter and optimistic energy. Among the shoed and booted which shuffled by in the gap below the partition were bare-skinned feet and those wrapped in burlap. Was it morning? Felt like a new day, but without clock or window she had no idea. Her stomach gurgled with hunger, with unease. When Abena's eyes adjusted to the low orange light, she looked about the rough wooden surfaces and warped floor. Low ceiling and slapdash furniture loaded with shabby luggage. Pots and pans and laundry hung from the ceiling. How long had she slept? As far from the finery of home as a girl could imagine. The room's only other occupant snored. One of the ancient matrons, Abeona imagined, must be going home for the last time. Real laughter and pretend screams outside as children played. Workmen shouted orders. Women chattered. Abeona closed her eyes. Could have been a church picnic. Sally appeared with a slam of the door, her excited shuffle giving her away. She bounced onto her bed and leaned forward with a fist out. Licorice? Rather some eggs and toast, Abeona whispered, pointing at the sleeping woman. Is she well? Don't pay her no, never mind. Slept through breakfast and the scuffle. What? Fight. Card game. Anyway, I tried wake you both to eat, but you was dead. Time is it? Abeona looked at the bare wall. Don't know. Sally gnawed a mouthful of the candy. Say this cold air mean that big old storm is close. Have we left port? Abeona dug in her things for a canteen and guzzled from it. Late last night. Water barrels by the kitchen. Best fill jugs if you got 'em, 'cause folks sayin' it's short already. Sally held out the bouquet of black sugar sticks again. Time is lunch. Ain't no lunch. They cooks breakfast and supper. And some folk who done this trip afore say they run out of food long before we get where we're going, so you best save what you brought. Abeona took 2 pieces of licorice. Thank you. Mr. Clovis say I can have more any time I want. Abeona looked in the direction of the door and back at the pieces in her hand. Tried to remember why that name was familiar. Mr. Who? Short, pudgy, red scarf. He in charge. Sally tore off another hunk and smacked as she chewed. Not the boat. He ain't captain. But he boss around here. What he call tweendecks. Ain't that a funny word? Sally repeated tweendecks to herself thoughtfully. Abeona bit the sweet. After not eating for a day, this might have been the best food she ever tasted. How nice. Please thank him for me. Abeona had gotten the words out of her mouth when her stomach bulged and tugged. Mouth watered. Cascade of dizzying waves rippled in her esophagus. She leaned forward and up-chucked between her ankles. It was in the throes of fruitless vomiting which followed that Abeona noticed she was rising and falling, swaying and bucking, and so was everything around her. Sally took Abeona by the shoulder, steadying her from falling off the bed. We in it now. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Sally made excited sounds through her nose between rapid bouts of chewing. You look like me a while back. Couldn't keep nothing down for near 6 weeks but tea and toast. Feel fine now. Ain't that some? Abeona fell back on her side. Sally drew the blanket over her. I'll fetch a mop. Sorry, Abeona broke into a whimper. I'm so sorry. Sally returned with a rag mop, hummed while she worked. Sleeping woman above snored herself awake with a great duck quack and was now upright, swinging her legs and knitting something indiscernible. Abeona remained on her side. Convulsion subsided, but she was weak and queasy. How long did I sleep? Sally leaned the mop in the corner and handed Abeona more water. Nice and slow. Sally finished her work. Need to get better soon.
Mr. Clovis say they gonna open the hatch, let us out once weather let up, get you some fresh air, perk right up.
Sally gave the floor one last dab before returning the mop to the galley. Watching her clean reminded Abeona of Uncle George, and she wondered what he was doing at that moment. Pictured him cracking eggs and boiling water for coffee while Daddy read the newspaper. She thought of them discussing politics and what kind of apple crop they could expect from the dozen or so Braeburn trees out back. For a moment, homesick replaced seasick. Abeona remembered her father was not at home, not in his library, nor reading his paper today or ever again. She was overwhelmed by the imagined scent of strong coffee and orange marmalade. Again she had a fullness in her stomach, and again she lurched over the bed edge to cough up what little water she had drunk. Walls tilted at wrong angles, undulations unnatural, rough seas continued all that second day. There would be no trip to the main deck for fresh air, not for days at least. Abeona passed the time listening to Sally's tales of back home and plans for her new life in Africa. Her days consisted of lying in bed, too dizzy to sit or stand, with the occasional shaky trip to the privy while gripping Sally's elbow. And she wasn't alone. Muffled roars and pathetic moans filled the ship's belly as if the boat, too, had taken ill. Those stricken with seasickness nearly drowned out the creak, crackle, and groan of the flexing hull. Sounds Abeona was certain meant the vessel would break apart at any moment, sending all those grim faces into the icy depths. She sipped water and nibbled candy when she could, read her ladies' magazine, and when she was finished she read it again and again, even the advertisements. And though she wasn't one often to pray, Abeona Browne begged her father's God to safeguard her body, if not her soul, throughout this tribulation. But which sigil would she assign to his crafting? Chapter 18. Dancing Weather. Calm waters. Early afternoon on day 5, the Elsie Marie emerged. Abena's clouds parted ever so slightly at the prospect of time outside her floating prison. Word spread quickly through steerage. Around 3 o'clock, the large bay doors in the ceiling opened and the hold flooded with light. Bright swaths beamed above and below the partition. Her prayers had been answered. "Come on." Sally pulled Abeona out of bed and dragged her, complaining all the way, to the cabin door. "Can't spend the whole trip in bed." "I know, but I still don't feel so good." Abeona baby-stepped at Sally's arm out into the hold. Up the rickety ladder. She paused for each jolt of dizziness which threatened to knock her down. Moving like a newborn calf, she found one rung after another, securing herself on each before daring for the next. Near the top, Abeona was awash in daylight and the cool, clean ocean air she remembered smelling in the hansom cab back in New York. Dull glow under low gray ceiling, ocean of midnight. Cool breezes spritzed the deck with the remnants of a light morning shower, the blowing water raining sideways from railing, smokestack, mast, and gunwale. The girls shrieked in the spray, air so sweet with the odd stink of petrichor they could easily forget how bad it smelled below their feet. Sally ran to the edge, leaned against the white metal-piped railing. She looked as though she damn near might go over. "Careful!" Shot of adrenaline pulsed through Abeona as she sprang forward and took hold of Sally's wrist. "Gonna fall in!" "I'm fine." Sally pulled free. "You worry too much." "And you don't worry enough." Sally grunted and swatted the air as if deflecting Abena's concerns. Abeona held tight the rail, refusing to lean for fear it would break. Saw herself tumble over, sink, choke on salt. That brief bit of joy from moments ago snatched away. One more woe. Just months past, Abeona had but one worry, a sick father. Certainly did not waste time worrying about death and its million accomplices. Out here, on her own, she could not remember ever having been secure. Sally climbed the bars and leaned even farther over the edge. Abeona forced herself to parrot the grin because Sally seemed to require everyone have as grand a time as she. "See?" Sally patted Abena's tense back, but the girl remained locked in place, her feet planted at queer angles as far from the edge of the boat as her reach would allow. So dark the blue waves almost to black, not the color Abeona had imagined. Low, easy peaks rose and fell, harmonious disorder, choreographed chaos. The occasional white foam flourish bubbled atop the short mounds. Abeona imagined how her air bubbles might float from below, liquid night secreting her horror. A lonely black body rocking itself to sleep invisibly on the black sea floor. Deeper and deeper into the titanic pool of endless midnight she would sink. She just knew it. Again came the rueful wave. Lowered herself to a knee, clutched her midsection, and gagged the nothing her poor stomach could afford. "Are you sick again?" This was a bad idea. Abeona looked away from the water. She sat with her back to the rail, fists locked tight around it, and watched the sky.
Not a single cloud could be spotted in the haze, let alone bird or sun. Purgatory. This what I get for praying? What's that? Sally said. I said storm doesn't seem bad as they made it out. Sally slid her fingers along the railing, picking up droplets of water until her hand was soaked. She rubbed it on Abena's forehead. No, I hear this little bit of nothing we got this morning wasn't it. Mr. Clovis say we got to run right through the middle to get where we going. Abeona groaned. He say don't worry, though. This ship been through 100 like it. Well, if Mr. Clovis says so. Abeona gave Sally a look to see if she registered the sarcasm, but Sally just bobbed her head and smiled. Abeona closed her eyes and hoped her stomach would settle. Slow blanket of heat bloomed on her face. A slit overhead opened. Golden light burst in a halo and opened wider and wider. Crowds cheered and whistled. Sally went below for jam and bread, which the girls ate while watching a collection of children chase after a knotted rag thrown by an old woman seated on a crate. Able to keep down a half sandwich and some water, Abeona perked up. Shh, listen. Sally got up. Music, over there. Abeona pointed down the deck where the biggest crowd had gathered. The girls dusted themselves off and went for a look. By the paddle wheel stood a group of 6 or 7 men she recognized from below. It was the card players. Railroad men. Sally pointed to the group in neckerchiefs and vests like the railroad men Abeona had seen back home. They had an air about them that exuded more pride, more confidence than your average laborer. One of the men sang. Another worked a fiddle. Some in the crowd danced. Others shook their bodies in time with the clapping of hands. The best dancer, Abeona decided, was the man in the pink shirt and taupe-striped pants. Come on. Sally swayed and clapped, elbowed Abeona. Don't be shy. Abeona joined in. One of the dancing men took her by the hand. It was the man in the pink shirt. He jumped and smiled. She jumped and smiled. And soon they were bouncing to the music. Abeona enjoyed the sensation of the music and the company so much she had forgotten how sick she was. Another verse of the song was sung before her vision tunneled and she lost her balance. She sprawled backward, tripping over the violinist, who somehow managed to keep playing and fell in a circling motion that left her screaming in pain. My leg! From her perspective on her back, the ship appeared to be spinning out of control. Old woman waddled over and gripped the leg. Just a twist. Best keep off it. No more dancing for you, dearie. Awful sorry, ma'am. Man in the pink shirt helped Abeona onto an overturned pail. The singing man and one of the dancers carried the girl to the ladder. Had to hop rung by rung on one foot. She cried the whole way back. Once again stuck in bed and wondering what she was doing in the middle of the ocean. Abeona would have been happy even to have one of the old ladies to talk to or just listen to their snoring. She looked around the empty room, imagining what fun everyone must be having high above her dismal cave. Why does everything bad have to happen to me? But no one answered. Something even in her childish state of self-pity mocked the notion that the girl had ever lived anything near a hard life, or that what little she had endured over the recent days compared to real suffering in the world. It was this fleeting tinge of self-awareness that made her all the angrier. How long since the men helped her to bed? Abeona hadn't seen Sally since the afternoon. As uneasy as her stomach was, it clenched again with hunger. Wished she had some more of that licorice or one of Uncle George's big, beautiful breakfasts. The tears had just begun when the cabin door rattled. Mrs.? Loud whisper in the opening door. Mrs., you here? Abeona jerked her blanket up around her neck. Who's there? Mrs.? I don't mean to barge. What do you want? No one else here? Who are you looking for? You the missus I dance with? Who fall down? Abena's face grew warm. Embarrassment filled her belly. Truly sorry about that. I got something. I leave it here and you get it when you can. No need. Man in the pink shirt stuck his head round the door, looking before deciding it was safe to step inside. Prostrated himself before the girl and offered a long stick, skinny at one end, wide at the other. This help you get around. If you can stand a bit, I'll whittle it to fit. He lit the lamp on the wall above Sally's bunk and helped Abeona to her good foot. When her eyes adjusted, she could see he no longer wore his vest and his pink shirt had been replaced by a white one. Abeona wobbled, held his shoulders to keep from toppling. You needn't go to all this. Truly, I'll be fine. Ain't no trouble. Won't sleep none knowing the best lady dancer on this here boat can't walk on my account. He tucked the large end of the long stick, wrapped in pink material trussed with string, into Abena's armpit. This here from one of my own shovels. Real strong. He pulled the crutch free and trimmed the end. Few more measurements. Peels of hickory curling off his blade. Perfect fit. Why are you helping me? She returned to bed. What do you want? Mrs.? I didn't ask for any help. I'm not going to do anything, if that's what you're thinking." He checked the wrap on the cushion end of the crutch and held it out for the girl to take and said, "World just nicer when folks is nice." "Can't be too careful." Abeona laid the crutch across her lap. "I do thank you for your kindness. Can I ask you something?" He got up and folded his knife and pocketed it. "You always think the worst of people?" "I didn't used to, but my eyes have recently been opened to new realities." "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that." Tipped his hat and went to the door. "I'd wish you good luck, but you probably just scare it away." Door closed behind him, and cackling echoed out in the main room. Abeona wasn't nearly as tickled by his wit. The creature vulnerable climbed down into her head and squatted around the fading embers of her ego's strength. She watched the thin orange lamp flame swoon in its own short-lived dance for life and wondered if God had ever even heard her name. Chapter 19. Cordially Invited. Sally crept among the dreaming. Abeona heard her come in and shifted in her bunk to get comfortable before she reached her. The swollen ankle sang at the slightest movement. "Miss Beans?" Chorus of shushes piled up from the surrounding bunks. "Miss, you up?" Abeona feigned sleep, resisted the nudge, belched silently into her closed mouth, wanting desperately for two things: be left alone and not vomit in her bed. Abeona could feel Sally kneeling, coming closer, her whispers melting in warm dollops down the back of Abeona's neck. Chills. Her stomach clenched. "Guess you probably sleeping, huh? Don't matter. Just gotta say, I seen stars tonight. First time I really seen 'em. Mr. Clovis had special eyeglass. We saw so many things I never imagined." "Best be careful," Abeona finally whispered. Her stomach protested again, but it was the words Mr. Clovis which made her hot and uneasy. "What you mean?" "Shh, nothing. Trying to sleep." "I don't know if I ever sleep again." Sally's voice lifted away with her body as it moved to her bunk, but the words seemed also to float among the women's breaths, joy being so much lighter than the weighty dankness of stale air. Abeona pictured Mr. Clovis's yellow eyes and pug nose. Why didn't she like him? There wasn't any specific reason. She couldn't think of one wrong the man had done her. Still, she could tell something wasn't right, in his leer, his voice, the friendship he so eagerly offered a young pregnant girl. Those men back in Scranton, they seemed friendly enough, until they weren't. She didn't want their goddamn cake or their friendship. This felt like that. Abeona wasn't sure at first, but this definitely felt like that. Their expressions when Jaimin's fists walloped them head and body, fear and discomfort, yes. But there, too, was a sudden knowing, the awful recognition that comes with self-awareness during any harrowing situation one gets themselves into. She smiled in the dark, replaying the justice served. Warmth in her middle moved to someplace lower. She forgot about her ankle. Her fingers danced in the dark until she slept. Woke gagging, Abeona reached for the bucket and screamed in pain, took the throbbing in her foot to remember the fall. Bucket was missing, waited for the nausea to pass and spit on the floor. She didn't know if anyone was around and didn't care. Despair, which had shadowed her from the beginning, now leaned with a weight of its own. Terror just out of sight, waiting to jump down its black hole and pull in her with it. "I'm dying," Abeona called to her father and began to cry. She prayed to nothing in particular with quiet urgency, a force too silent and powerful for the living to hear. "Rise and shine." Sally's hopefulness interrupted Abeona's meditation on misery. She watched through one eye as the pregnant woman skipped across the room, pail swinging. "Washed it for you." Sally grinned at her scowling pal. "Nothing to wash." Abeona yanked the bucket away and slammed it on the floor, hung her face over it. Fraying braids fluttered with each bodily shudder. Abeona continued to hide her head even after it was obvious nothing would come up. Sally didn't take the hint, whispered something of her own, something guarded but joyous, as if she genuinely couldn't help herself. She zipped out the room and returned, giddy and breathless. Abeona kept her head down. Dusty feet reappeared next to the bucket. "You ain't never gonna believe it." Sally danced foot to foot. "Look it! Look it!" Abeona lay still. "Look, please." Bright floral pattern on muslin swung over wiggling toes. Even in the dim light of morning, the partition allowed, the dress looked cheap. Pink and white flowers, light green leaves. Sally twirled. "It's a new dress. Wish there was a mirror." Abeona looked up, her face bald in confusion. Why wasn't she seasick? Why was she blessed with a body so admired by men? Why was she getting this excited over a thrift store rag? Never had a new one, not like this. I suppose you had all kind of new clothes. Abeona groaned and flopped back on the bed. She drew a sharp breath and waited for the crush to subside in her ankle. Mr. Clovis invited me. Tonight. Dinner for some important friends of his. Oh, I don't know. Sure that's a good idea? He gimme this. Sally laid the dress carefully on her bed and dug in her pocket. Peppermint. Mr. Clovis say it fix you right quick. Sally held out the stick. Abeona sat there, one eye open, holding her belly and looking skeptical. Please, have some. My daddy's favorite. Abeona bit the candy and chomped it into fine bits, which she stuffed into her cheek, swallowing a little of the juice at a time. She'd retched so much her back ached and her stomach was one big bruise. Whatever you end up doing, be careful. Oh, I won't let a speck on it. Sally scooped the dress and cradled it. She rubbed a sleeve against her cheek. No, I mean with Mr. Clovis. Sally tilted her head. She looked like a dog listening for far-off danger. How so? I don't know. It's just... Don't you find it odd that old Mr. Clovis thinks you so interesting? Said I remind him of one of his girls. He got a wife and 6 daughters back in New York. Just watching out for me in this one. Sally pointed at her belly. Sorry, you're probably right. I'm just crabby. Oh, hush, you fine. How about I try this on? Yes, do. Abena's stomach was better already. She sat up in bed and leaned against the wall. Sally lit a lamp, changed her clothes. The girls spoke of many things that day, family, future, Africa, to pass the time, to entertain themselves, later to avoid thinking about the jostling of the ship and the eerie whine growing beyond the bulkhead. Scuttlebutt on the big storm turned from rumor to controlled panic ship-wide. Cargo bay, hatches, windows were locked. Dinner in steerage galley was postponed until calmer seas. Everybody scurried to lock, tie, and stow anything which could be batted around, for the sake of both personal property and bodily injury. When evening came, Sally brushed her hair and tied her church shoes. You're still going? Abeona clung to the bedpost. Her mouth gaped and she breathed heavily. Why not? Pans hanging from the ceiling clanged with the slow rocking of the ship. A loose potato rolled under a bunk and thunked against the wall, then meandered the other way and did the same. Some of the women watched in mild amusement. Others had succumbed to vertigo. For the first time on the voyage, the sound of people vomiting overtook the sound of people coughing. Sally two-stepped to remain standing, but still she stared at Abeona with dumb innocence. Never mind. Abeona slid across her bed a little at a time, careful not to bump her bad leg. She unlatched the steamer trunk and reached deep down and pulled out a small green glass bottle of rosewater perfume. Here, try a few dabs. Sally sniffed. She sprinkled a little on her wrists and rubbed them on her neck. I do hope you have a wonderful time. Abeona put the perfume away and eyed her jar of honey and wondered if she could keep a biscuit down. Never been to no fancy dinner before. My father threw them all the time. What you gonna do? Probably eat a biscuit and read my Godsees again. Tell you what, I bring you back something special. The polite thing to do would be to say no thank you, but I'm craving steak and potatoes so bad I can taste it. Here. Sally took the heavy book from her bag and gave it to Abeona. Read it again if you want. I just might. Well, Sally smoothed her dress one last time. I think if you flatten one more wrinkle, you'll wipe the flowers right off. You're beautiful. I also think you need to take care. Storm's supposed to get worse before it gets better, so don't go standing next to any railings. Gonna be comfortable without me? Certainly, except I didn't know how miserable I was sitting in this bed until my stomach started feeling better. Soon as the weather breaks, I'm going for a walk. Chapter 20. Little Red Door. Thrashing into the night, the girl tossed and kicked at her covers. Beyond the hull, a cabal of wave and thunder. Elsie Marie steamed at 12 knots, the captain pushing her upper limit in hopes of putting the storm astern. Small, defenseless. Abeona had been more afraid of the boat, people in it, than the sea itself. Now she hid herself away in Uncle Tom's cabin, reading late into the evening. After a time she rubbed her eyes and closed the volume, wishing she brought more books and a pocket watch. Stared at the sagging bed above and contemplated the conversation between Eva and her mother concerning treatment of servants. The character Eva was happy to give Mammy her bed should she get sick and need tending, but her mother was not. Abeona shook her head slow, silent, indignant. Was it wrong to care so? Who she think she is? Abeona decided that, if she had, and she probably had, she would never again mistreat Uncle George or any other servant. It was well past dinner time, and Abeona regretted not accepting the cruel gray gruel a few of the women had cooked over the little wood stove the far end of the bunkhouse. Smacked her lips fondly, remembering the last of the peppermint stick, now long gone, as her stomach made its deep, pathetic call to prayer. How long since the 9 o'clock bell? Sally should have been back. Or at least Abeona was convinced no married woman with child should be out at a dinner party by herself this late, even if that gathering was happening in the middle of the ocean. She was trying to mask the sound of a hunger burp when the bell rang 10:30. That's enough. Abeona grabbed her crutch and drew a small blanket over her shoulders. She took the lard lantern and set out to find Sally. Main room quieter than normal. Men subdued. Few played cards. Some sewed their trousers and shirts, others carved and whittled. The rest sat the floor against the walls and held their stomachs. Abeona recognized the builder of her crutch. He dealt cards to himself and 4 others and paused to sip from an amber bottle being passed around. She went to him. He wore the pink shirt, now sleeveless, over his long johns. Men held their cards with one hand, and when the ship leaned far enough, they'd take a handful of picnic table. Furniture ticked and creaked under the strain, but held fast by the rusty bolts big as carrot tops. "Mr. Clovis?" Abeona stuttered. She doubled, stepped to right herself against the yaw. "Know where I might find him, gentlemen?" One slapped the table in frustration, threw his hand of cards.
"Ain't no gentleman below decks, missy. If old Clovis is on one side of this ship, little darling, you best be t'other." "Aye," the men all droned. "Where do I find him?" "Through the galley, into the hall." Pink-shirted man threw his cards on the table. "Top of the stairway, little red door. Can't miss." Abeona remained for a moment, half hoping someone would stop her or offer escort. "Thank you." She adjusted her crutch and moved on. Dark in the kitchen. Step and thump. Step and thump. Abeona bounced from table to counter as her sea legs grasped to master the capricious footing. Scent of morning meal angered her stomach. Spoons and cups shivered tin tunes, and cupboards beat against their bolts. Back of the prep area was a skinny door to a long, narrow hall. Slight as she was, Abeona could have tippy-touched port and starboard walls at once. Doors lined both sides every 6 feet or so. Midway, one opened. Sailor in undershirt, but wearing the same uniform pants and hat as the one who'd turned her away from the ramp that first day. He was putting on his work shirt and did not notice her right off. "Ma'am?" British accent distorted by startlement. Turned and finished dressing as he spoke. "How may I be of service?" "Mr. Clovis?" Abeona yelled as the boat pitched, slamming her against the wall and floor. The lantern went rolling. Amazingly enough, the glass inside the iron cage did not break, but the flame went out. Her blanket fell off, and Abeona rushed to pick it up. Floor tilted a dozen degrees to one side, forcing her to the wall. She had prepared to swat at the man to assure him she needed no help getting up, but the sailor leaned casually against the door, tucked in his overshirt, and tugged his sleeves. "End of the hall, stairs to the little red door." He looked past, pushed past. Perhaps he spoke softly, but more likely it were the groans and creaks and clicks and clacks, the crash and bang of bric-a-bracs, drowning ambient sound found in calmer seas. Abeona left the lantern on the floor, bounced her way to the end. Rocking grew worse. Noise louder. Dropped her crutch and put a hand either wall to brace herself from the rhythmic pummeling. Hesitation perched atop her shoulder. Edge of a cliff, its outstretched hand feeling half-heartedly for the anticipation which dangled precariously by the roots of a tree long dead and fallen into the uncertain blackness below. Paralyzed with indecision. "I don't know. I just don't know." She imagined Sally's scared face and forced herself on with a grunt, her body and face contorted a generation of a scream. But she did not go. Creak and groan, squeak and moan. She did not go. Crest of the most extreme tilt, something nudged Abeona's foot. She screamed, jumped, kicked at the air, and hysterically searched the floor. Giant rat? Phantom hand? Sea monster? She searched at the wooden planks below, not realizing until she saw it move that she had been assaulted by her crutch. "Idiot!" She chuckled with relief at her own buffoonery. Listened, hoping her scream had not roused anyone. Ship rolled slowly back to the other extreme. Abeona reached for her crutch, but was thrown against the opposite wall. She sat the floor waiting for it to level again. When it did, she stood and reached for her crutch, and again fell. "Damn it!" She crawled to the corner, peeked left. A cubby with casework cabinets ceiling to floor. To the right, bowed steps, split ends with edges rubbed round, led up to a small red door.
Abeona crawled up the first few planks, hands reaching to the back edge of the open stairs, curling her fingers tightly around each board and stopping her climb when the ship's travel was most off-kilter. Halfway to the top, she stopped to listen. Squeak and moan, creak and groan, low, chilling howl of the wind. Storm itself, some enormous mnemonic with ear pressed to the hull, listening in secret, giving itself away with each morbid exaltation. Abeona crawled rest of the way, her face drenched in fear and effort. Rested and listened with an ear to the corner where the door intersected its frame and the slightest splinter of yellow flickered. Nothing at first. Nothing human. Ship's side of the conversation was with whatever rage of wave, whip of wind, rumble of thunder came calling above deck. Closed eyes, tight breath, held invisible four-legged statue blackness inside blackness. And then it came, tiny train rocking tiny track, blaring tiny arrhythmic horn, as though fighting the storm to see who could make more noise. Foreign, every bit, but something inside her recognized the moans as wholly different from that of the sounds coming from the ship's hull. The boat lifted and rocked, and Abeona tilted, holding to the penultimate stair, for it was the last with a ledge for gripping. She strained, entertaining the fable her arms would last, gritting teeth and burning muscle in what went seconds to exhaustion. Finally, the boat went as far to one side as it was going to and began to rock back, sending Abeona against the stairs, holding on to the front of the board to keep from pushing against the door. Ship bucked as it had in the hall, and she whacked her head. White lights and black dots flashed and floated before her. She nearly lost her grip. The boat pitched hard to and fro again and again. Abeona held one arm out against the door jamb to spare her bruised skull. But she was too weak and went tumbling down the stairs at the next roll of the hull. Backward somersault landed her upside down, her feet donkey-kicking the cabinets the other side of the hallway. Abeona grabbed for something, anything, as the boat began to roll violently again, but her hands came upon no such anchorage. She flipped onto all fours again, but instead of crawling to the door, she somersaulted up into it. Her feet crashed into the small red entrance, sending it wide open into a den that reeked of booze, musk, rosewater, unfolding by candlelight a menagerie of sweaty nakedness, guilt. Room's original three occupants, Mr. Clovis, Sally, and a man unknown, scowled back at Abeona, silent and frozen, this grotesque sculpture of sin. They were tangled in one another, shiny and stacked tight as piano keys. Their bodies twisted from fire and limp with effort. The only piece of clothing between them was Clovis's red neckerchief, still tied neatly under his double chin. Abeona blinked back in disbelief, the small corner bed overflowing with flesh. She had imagined what men and women did in the night, but not this. In the stunned stillness, Sally wrenched free, picked up her new dress from where it was crumpled in a pile of pants, shirts, boots, and ran out. Paying no mind, the ship rocked and groaned with troubles of its own. Abeona jumped up, hopping on one foot and looking for the crutch she'd left in the hall. Wide-eyed and silent, the men moved at her. "Get the door," Clovis elbowed his companion. "Now!" "No," was all Abeona could manage. Silent Man closed the door and dressed. "Please, I didn't mean it." "Didn't mean what?" Porthole above the bed scarcely muffled the salty rantings of the midnight mid-Atlantic temper tantrum. Abeona fixated on Clovis's naked feet. For fear of tipping, for fear of falling, for fear of what might come next, Abeona cowered. Clovis stepped forward. "Wait!" Abeona's volume stopped him. "My lawyer, he's aboard. You don't want to do this." "Your lawyer?" "Ha ha!" Clovis slapped his naked thigh. Abeona stammered. Clovis stood before her, still erect, his skin slicked. Close enough she could smell the work interrupted. "Uppity little bitch!" His words sounded almost apologetic. This confused Abeona. Clovis walked past and whispered something to the nameless man who left without haste. The boatswain's mate fetched a bottle and poured a heavy drink. "We was having a good time, you little bitch." Abeona's mind flipped pages past one and another explanation. Pleas for mercy, more threats. At that moment, all the girl knew in sight and sound were terror and gibberish. Clovis swallowed the liquor, slammed his cup on the table, and rifled through the clothing left on the floor. He found a black leather belt, folding it by half as he neared. Abeona thought she might faint, but she did not. "Don't worry, girl. I ain't no raper." Down the dark, empty hall outside the small red door, all that could be heard was the creak and groan of the ship as it took its beating. Chapter 21. Back for More. Deaf to the squall, Abeona rocked and shivered, sad hiccups and fading convulsions. She quivered and sniffed, alone in desolate midnight consciousness. From across the way, Sally's warthog snoring wafted boozy with the tang of sour mash. Abeona pulled her nightshirt collar over her nose to keep from gagging, vowed to pitch the bottle of rosewater into the sea if she managed to survive the night. God damn you, how can you sleep? Low light of a single lantern. From her one good eye, Abeona watched the pregnant belly bob. The happening played in her mind in snippets, quick and quiet. She could still smell him, even through her closing nose. The reek of peppered ham just begun to spoil, fruity with rot. No one had talked. They spoke without speaking, angry and confused, eyes aghast in conversation. She tried to make sense of it, rethinking those tiny, desperate minutes, dozen and dozen go-rounds in the ensuing hours. It couldn't have happened. Not to Abeona Browne. That girl of late yesterday was someone else completely. Such an odd creature, in fact, perhaps little more than a figment. A dull thud made Abeona gasp, shudder of thunder, scheming with its hulking fingers to vibrate between the planks, work the ship apart board by board. Certain she would never sleep again. Well, just the once. Waves, wind, cold, wet death. Better to be swallowed in her sleep by the sea than perish hot and sticky. Death by shame. She pretended in silence to yearn for it. A clean kill. Water so deep and dark and cold it'd wash away any old hurt. Abeona waited for the end of the veriest end. Crash, frigid saltiness filling the mouth, nose, ears, and a beautiful, sad sinking, ever down to the black bottom of nowhere, no when, no why. How do you sleep? She screamed inside her brain, whispering, Mr. Clovis was such a nice man, in that stupid, fake Southern accent, thinking of the pleasure of choking that idiot girl until her baby popped out, and how it would drag her to the bottom, a fleshy gray-purple anchor tugging Mama homeward. And what if she survived? Soon the sun. Explain the injuries. Lie. Answer questions that would prompt 100 more? So set in thinking, so beset by the ship's spasms amidst the never-ending weather-bending madness, sadness, it took a few heavy clunks against the door before Abeona realized someone else stirred at this latest of early hours. She stopped rocking, kept shivering, looked toward the noise. Still were the slumbering bodies around her, lulled by concert of water, wind, and wood. If ignorance were bliss, stupidity was God-sent. Back for more? As she whispered it, those false wishes for death evaporated. She pulled close her crutch. Knuckles again. Terror of unknowing. Cobbled mass of fear-induced paralysis, adrenaline-infused rage almost resembled courage. Abeona hobbled to the door and flung it open, stepping back and hauling the crutch over her shoulder. Spirit of a madwoman poised to see this to the end. Holy Hannah! Jaimin threw up an arm and jumped back. Abeona held the crutch above her head so that it scraped the low ceiling. Her eyes were wide, grin murderous, elbows cocked and ready to deliver pain, justice. Hold up, Miss Browne, hold up. She narrowed the good eye. What do you want? I've come to get you. He coaxed the weapon with hands meant for a toddler. Ain't safe down here. Why'd you wait so long? Abeona backed into her cave. Jaimin followed. He looked around the hovel as he mumbled, Country people say deaf ears follow chopped heads. I don't give a damn what country people say. Mr. Swift, he thought it might teach you a lesson. He spoke softly, raising his lantern. But when the light hit the girl's face, he looked away, a single hair-width whimper of rage ground between his teeth. That's some blinker. Abeona put a hand to her face. His trembling head guided her fingers in silent, unknowing compliance where they patted and rubbed tenderly, testing the new topography of a once familiar map. I'm sorry. Pity dripped from his lips, sorrow in his eyes the first true reflection of the damage done. That bad? She winced as shiny splashes burned the swollen clamshell of her left eye. She sucked bursts of air between teeth as her fingers found one sore spot after another. A deep ache had set in with her standing. Her whole head pulsated. At first she took Jaimin's head shaking to mean no, that it wasn't so bad. But she understood. Where are your things? She pointed and swayed, catching herself on the door. Let's get you upstairs. I'll come back. What about Sally? Abeona said. Her voice trailed off as she collapsed into Jaimin's arms. At the big metal door which led to the ladder, Jaimin mumbled something. What? Abeona looked drunkenly about. They went through, her body bouncing with each of the big man's jarring footsteps, and as they passed she saw someone coming from behind, the man in the pink shirt. Figured you might still need this. He handed the girl the crutch. Jaimin pulled himself and the girl up and up, rung by rung, toward the open hatch in a furious tempest. Something inside let go as if her anchor line were cut, and she sank, drifting into darkness. Chapter 22. Keeping Secrets. Cinnamon, bananas, coffee, clean air, clean sheets. Was she dreaming? Day folded on night and dawned again. Awake, asleep. Awake, asleep. Words and movement in and out of view, vaguely attached to faces. Are we dying? Daddy? Or dead? Swift? Jaimin? Doctor? Here and gone? Old white lady? Boisterous girls? A dentist? Gone were all manners of human effluence, the tang of sick pails. And when she finally woke after false starts of fever-mad stirring and pitiful confusion, Abeona swore to a sound, Uncle George humming in another room. Probably fixing a big old grandma breakfast with eggs and bakey, apple butter, and buckwheat biscuits for the whole family. But as quickly as her mind climbed from out that foggy pod, the humming stopped, her nightmare only half over. "What happened to your face?" Bright, tiny voice from a pink lace darling of light brown hair holding a doll which matched its owner. "Are you sick?" Abeona looked out from the little brass daybed. No pots hanging from the vaulted ceiling. No rough-sawn pine or cedar here. Parlor was sturdy, polished oak. Lanterns were not of cracked glass and rusted steel, but brass and crystal. The room was filled with lace and crushed velvet and soft sunshine. Instead of dusty gray trestles, there were smooth walnut-topped dining tables and red leather chairs with silver buttons. Frilly curtains hugging spacious portholes trimmed in gold-white black. "Leave her be, leave her, I say," the elder woman with long yellow face and great chipmunk cheeks shooed the chittering trio. Could be her grandchildren. Her name is Mrs. Astor. Old as Uncle George? No, but she's getting there. "Met my girls. Swelling's down. Look rested. Hungry? Must be starved. No, I'd be. Oh, dearie, where did I put the... Oh, there it is. Why, what am I doing here? You've been sleeping forever. Hush now, go find your sisters." "What happened to your face?" Abeona flinched as she touched her lumps. "I said hush. It's fine. How long have I been here?" Mrs. Astor scrunched her wrinkled face until there wasn't room for one more line. But above a reassuring smile, sad eyes. "Get you something, dear? Anything?" "No, thank you." Mrs. Astor's girls landed the end of the bed and patted the lump of blankets where Abeona's feet were. She winced and drew up her bad leg, though the ankle now was merely tender. Where's Jaimin?" "See what you did now?" The girls did their best to appear sympathetic. "There's just me and my girls, so we've plenty of room." The man who brought me here," Abeona's stomach interrupted with a gurgle. "Still no sunshine. Fie on that." Mrs. Astor parted the curtains. Gray light shone through the drizzly window glass. "Girls and I are off to the parlor for tea. You rest. Some books over here if you like. Breakfast tray on the table when you're ready." "What about..." Abeona was a chess piece pinched between giant fingers, hovering over squares black and white, moving towards some end without knowing why or who or what she'll do when she gets there. And every time she says to herself things cannot be any stranger, why God or universe or him the devil pokes another shovel heap of coal into the fire and the steam whistle screams all the louder. With a slam of the door, the white women were gone. A great spinning mechanical mystery had been suddenly violently stopped as if some spying djinn had snapped its fingers and banished the noisemakers for their discordance. Abeona knew she wasn't dreaming, in so much as a person can know, but she looked about with a smile of imbecility at her change in fortune. Nice as the room was, Abeona was an intruder. She only left the daybed long enough to relieve herself in the water closet and retrieve her breakfast tray. After that, the girl feared boredom, but soon fell back to sleep. Evening. Same day? Abeona couldn't be sure. The girls were back, but dressed in formal attire. "Up now, sleepyhead. Get the blood pumping. You've spent quite enough time in bed." Mrs. Astor took the girl's tray away. She came back with a dress and stockings and went right on ordering her daughters around. "Where's my brush? Straighten that bow. Tie your boot." What's all this?" Abeona smacked her lips and tasted the sleep on her tongue. "We've been invited to dine with the captain." Mrs. Astor shook a finger. "And we shan't be late." "But no, isn't any question. When he heard John Brown's own daughter, well, he wasted no time in inviting us. I didn't tell him, mind you, but you know word moves fast on a ship at sea. Some people are such terrible gossips, my dear." At the washstand, Abeona gave herself a birdie bath with a fresh cloth, bar of pink soap, and a bowl of hot water. She had forgotten what a difference it made just to feel clean. Mrs. Astor brought tea and helped the girl into her dress. The garment was a little long and roomy on her tiny frame, more of a ball gown, but nice enough. Green satin with ornamental gold-lame trim from hem over waist, breast, and shoulder in rounded filigree. "My emerald angel," Mrs. Astor clapped her hands. "Come, my dears, help our guest. We mustn't be late." The eldest daughter, Abena's age, but taller and fuller of figure, held a few different sizes of dress shoes to Abena's feet. First, a pair of shiny black Stellas, then false button Sarahs in white. I'd rather wear mine if it's all the same." Abeona pointed to her broken-in red button-downs, and the girl shrugged. "Marvelous, marvelous. You look stunning." Mrs. Astor's joyous cheeks drooped. "It's just, well, I don't know." Abeona sensed the old woman's concern before realizing why. "What is it?" "Well, I don't want to be rude." The old woman fondled one of Abena's frizzed braids. "I'm not sure what to do about that." Knocking at the door. "How about a nice bonnet?" Mrs. Astor dug in a bureau of fashion accessories and shooed the girls from the door and stepped into the hall. Abeona finished dressing and tied the dark green bonnet in a bow under her chin. Conversation outside was muffled, but the banter chipper. "Do come in." Mrs. Astor led the way, and there, in his tan trousers and sapphire and black striped short-fronted tailcoat gone out of style nearly 50 years before, stood Terence Swift, Esquire. The billowy sideburns which framed his cheeks and hung off his jaw had been tamed and now looked like combed wool. "My dear," the old man's voice wavered, swung his hat and bowed. The bonnet covered much, but not all of what the girl should wish to have been hid. "Doesn't she look lovely?" Mrs. Astor slipped white gloves onto Abena's trembling hands. I'm sure I don't." She drooped her head. "What about us, Mother? Aren't we divine?" "You hush. Had enough of your foolishness." For a while no one said anything. A wreath of heat curled around Abena's tender face. In all that occurred over the past week and a half, she forgot to worry about the one person she had most been concerned with. When Swift spoke, the room cinched as from a pull by a great invisible hand on a leather strap. Walls around her bowed and the floor buckled beneath. "May we have a moment?" Swift whispered something into Mrs. Astor's ear, thanking her by a different name. She squeezed Abena's wrist and hollered for the girls to gather in the corridor. Abeona sat the daybed, sipped her tea, little black thumb reading the raised edges of a painted rose. To be as beautiful as that cup. Not now, not ever. "Not sure where to. I mean, that is..." Swift's words started and stalled, his jaw a lazy turnstile creaking in disrepair. Abeona sensed this was a conversation the old man never thought he must have, that he could never have imagined, but now was forced upon him. "Well, look at me." Abeona untied her bonnet, let it fall to the bed. Swift bristled at the raised points and unnaturally dark shades on her cheeks, nose, chin. Each their eyes echoed the other's, and they spoke silently in the empty screams and quickening breaths of that pensive space between tongue and brain. Swift's lips could dam the flood no more, and he spoke in rapid rhetorical questions to the quiet between them. "What? Who would do such? And what would your father? And why didn't you listen? What were you thinking? Does it hurt much? What am I to do with you? Did he? You should have come." "I know." She was barely audible, and Swift strained to hear. I know. You see, this is exactly why I'm sorry." Look of surprise at his own words. Who did this?" "I don't know." She spoke the lie as if it had been long practiced. "I failed. Could have prevented this. If only... Bah!" "What? No, not your fault. I should have listened. I should have stayed home. I should have gone to school. I should have... He's gone, and I don't know what to do." Abeona slid from the bed to her knees, cup shattered on the oaken slats between rugs. "A sister? These letters? The newspaper? Why is this happening to me?" The cup lay in pieces, its handle tucked in Abena's fist, the smooth and jagged porcelain looking like the oversized oblong ring of one betrothed to despair. Swift's anger dissolved. He knelt and brushed the sharp pieces into a saucer, tried not to stare, but Abeona saw anyway. "I hoped meeting her, knowing what he wrote, getting far away, it wouldn't hurt so much." Swift placed the shards on the dining table. Abeona watched him nervously fit them together, the two largest pieces married as if new. Bulk of the cup looked whole, aside from its missing handle and hair-thin fracture.
"Good Christ, not angry with you. It's this whole situation, damn it. Simply say a name so he may be brought to justice."
The hate swelled until she could hardly breathe, but Abeona shook her head. She was smart enough to know people like Clovis and his men didn't care much for the law and would do anything to silence a little black girl with stories to tell.
"Very well, we'll put a pin in it for now, but I'm going to find him or them or whoever."
Swift went on with his angrily muttered monologue. Abeona listened to the low, gurgling complaints and waited for the scolding, the tough love, the berating she surely deserved.
"Here."
Swift outstretched his hands, helped the girl to the daybed. Her body complied, but her gaze remained on the floor.
"Don't move."
Swift was gone and back in but a minute.
"I've spent my entire life upholding the law, adhering to prescribed ethics, speaking and writing ad nauseum about the primacy of rules and to respect the wishes of my clients."
Abeona could not bring herself to look at him. Above the exhausting sadness and the forever-sized hole of empty ache, there hunkered guilt. She was guilty for all the trouble, for embarrassing her family and Swift, guilty of being a spoiled brat. Old Lawyer tapped her shoulder. Abeona looked, terrified to face the man who respected her father so.
"Here."
In Swift's hands a large rectangular leather handbag, the kind a lawyer might take to court.
"These must still be delivered. I'll not disobey the spirit of your father's final wishes."
Her face brightened, suspecting but not knowing immediately what was happening. Abeona took the bag, but Swift held it tight to punctuate his statement.
"Must be delivered."
She mouthed a silent yes.
"What do you know of your father's past?"
"Little. Nothing, I suppose."
"As if I didn't have enough trouble."
Swift relinquished his grip, cleared his throat mid-sentence.
"Now I'm to watch over you on this maddening journey."
He put a finger in her face and scowled.
"Least you can do is keep track of this for me, and stay out of trouble."
Abeona shook in a burst of enthusiasm. Old Man lit his pipe.
"Mustn't keep Captain Stewart waiting. Insufferable horse's ass."
Abeona hugged him, the mysterious object and cause of all ensuing drama following John Brown's death, a simple leather bag, pressed between them like a scalding kettle of secrets ready to boil over at any moment. Chapter 23. A Dubious Grimace. Corner nearest the door. Abeona hugged the leather bag and watched the blue fog weave among spastic hands and clattering jaws. Her nose stung at the acrid smoke and pungent plumes of cinnamon and citrus. Abeona declined the glasses of mulled wine and snifters of sour mash offered by zealous waiters. Her attention on the ceremonial clipping, lighting, puffing of cigars. She wanted to try one for herself, but durst not push Swift beyond his threadbare patience. Shoehorned into the library. Smaller than old John Brown's back home, but certainly more ornate. Air thick with old leather, dusty oak, expensive perfume. Elsie Marie's aristocracy by the dozen. Haute monde on the high seas. Abeona kept her head low, searching unfamiliar faces for the one she most feared. But Mr. Clovis was nowhere to be seen. Still, she chewed a thumbnail and listened to the many fascinating layers of conversation, and hoping never again to hear his voice.
"And you, Mr. say you to such notions?"
"Dress. Lovely. The designer?"
"So sick, and I whole life. Read in the Weekly Democrat, Lincoln fella's liable to get himself Chicago'd. Well, the bottom fact is..."
A glint caught her eye, and Abeona moved closer to the sound of some strange and familiar voice. Dubious Grimace was at the center of a small group. "They were telling me you were a detective." Mrs. Astor placed a hand on Grimace's sleeve.
"Most certainly, madam,"
lifted his cane and gently tapped the silver beast atop it beside his nose as he acknowledged Mrs. Astor.
"I do, among a number of activities, detect."
Oh, my, seems we're in need of a good mystery."
"Only mystery, missus, why dinner's so long comin'," said an older gentleman.
Abeona parroted their jollity and pulled the leather bag tighter to her. She wanted to take a paper out and read it right there. Mystery of what lay on those pages strained her every muscle. She jittered for want of it. Dinner was announced, and the 20 or so guests were led into the captain's private dining room. "I've heard of a captain's table, but this is ridiculous," Mrs. Astor's oldest whispered to Abeona. Ivory linen, shimmering silver, and delicate flowered china decorated the table. Light music filled the room by way of a pianist, a violinist, and some sort of horn player. It was so full of the accoutrements of wealth there was scarcely room for the food. Servers, half a score, circled the table with roasted potatoes, candied carrots, rosemary rolls, and pickled beets. Abeona drooled inside her mouth, her stomach aching of the scents.
If it was Captain Stewart's aim to impress, he had succeeded. "As I was saying," said a large man in a shot silk suit. His great gray mustache, gold chain, and fat body were the profile of a fancy walrus. "You wouldn't believe the strange manner of creatures," Mrs. Astor concurred while chewing with a sound from her nose something akin to an angry horse. "My girls are especially anxious to see the wildlife. There was one in particular, a rather appalling specimen." "Hyena," Mrs. Astor's daughters harmonized. "That's it." She pounded her fist on the table, causing the silverware to jingle on their plates. "What the devil is a hyena?" Some of the guests grumbled mysteriously to one another, all certain they had no clue. "A sort of large cat dog." "Ah, yes, Mr. Grimace, our resident expert on wild things." Captain pointed with an open hand as an introduction. "What's that I spied on your walking stick?" "A wolverine." Grimace reached between his knees and produced the item in question for all to see. "A wolf, a what?" Mrs. Astor spoke while chewing a bite of roast. "Wolverine." He rubbed his thumb lovingly over the snarling silver bust. "Small but fierce inhabitant of the Great Lakes region." "A northerner, eh?" said the walrus. "Michigander through and through." Grimace tapped the cane to his nose. "A hunter, fine sport." Captain Stewart shoved a great forkful of meat into his mouth. "I should say not. More of an admirer." "First-rate beef," said Mrs. Astor. The walrus agreed and eyed Grimace, moreover his plate, with some concern. "Speaking of beasts and beef, it appears Mr. Grimace has none." Captain signaled to a server to attend the matter, but was stopped rather abruptly. "Mr. Grimace," Dubious said, above all other conversation and mastication, "does not require any." Abeona whispered to Jaimin about how queer Grimace seemed. "Country people say someone that ugly had better be good at dancing or love-making, and I pray it not the latter." Abeona laughed out loud, and Swift flashed her a scornful look. With all due seriousness, Jaimin said, "I don't like him myself. He looks like trouble." "Too strange or too interesting?" Abeona flashed Jaimin a smirk. "Don't know yet, but trouble can be both." Abeona poked at a carrot and dropped her fork. She surveyed the table. The others were engrossed in their plates. Mrs. Astor chewed a beet and told her girls to eat and admonished Abeona for being so skinny. "Yes," said Captain Stewart, "we'll have to fatten you up. Can't have you confused with the boys." No one else seemed to notice the exchange over the happy hums and lip-smacking frenzy. So, too, almost no one noticed when Abena's hand went unthinking straight to her bosom. Jaimin chewed and swallowed his mouthful with a shake of his head. He leaned and whispered to Abeona, "Look like a lady to me." Abeona fought the huge grin which overtook her cheeks. She put a bit of roast and carrot on her fork and savored its richness, salt, sweet, and fruit. She chewed, facing her plate and stealing peeks at Jaimin. Once again her hunger had been aroused, and something more. By the captain's second glass of brown liquor, he was singling out guests, prodding for life stories and humorous anecdotes. Should they interest him, he inquired further. When they bored, he moved on to the next attendee, sometimes while the previous target was mid-sentence. "And what about you, Miss Browne, is it?" A little insulted by his dishonesty and a lot ashamed of her mere presence on the ship, Abeona sat in silence. "Come now, girl, the daughter of the great John Brown must have some amazing tales to share." Captain snorted, half sincere and half not. "I hear the funeral was a regular anti-slavery jamboree." Anticipatory silence hung heavy around the diners, and the chewing and clinking halted under its weight. All the eyes which had strained to avoid looking too long at her face before dinner were now upon Abeona. She grasped for a biting retort, but came up with, "I've taken a semester from school to travel." "That's not what Mr. Courage here told me." Captain waved his fork while pointing his knife at a chubby fellow dressed in shabby brown wool. "That's carriage, Your Honor," said the brown-suited man. "Claude to my friends, if I had 'em." "Mr. Carriage it is," laughed the captain, who then rinsed a mouthful of food with a generous dose of bourbon. "Mr. Carriage is also from Michigan. Seems as though we have a quaint little reunion of sorts at our humble dinner table." "Passing through, actually." Carriage shrank in his seat. "Go where the work takes me, you know. I say that's what I meant by not having any friends. I don't stay long enough in one place to make any, though I consider the lot of you fine company indeed. Indeed I do." "And what sort of work is that, Mr. Carriage?" Mrs. Astor inquired in a manner seeming more interested in dispersing the awkwardness. Finer facts, madam." As Mrs. Astor prompted the man with more questions, Swift leaned toward Abeona, speaking into his chest. "Carriage works for Barnett." "Barnett? Barnett? The newsman?" Swift shushed the girl's excited tone.
The one who wrote that despicable piece about Daddy?"
"The same. Carriage was hired, regrettably, by myself to find your sister. He instead took the information furnished by your father and sold it to Barnett. So, mind yourself."
The two looked up, unaware they'd become the center of attention.
"Well?"
said the captain. Abeona stumbled for a response until Swift came to her aid.
"Beg your pardon, sir. I was just remarking that Mr. Carriage here tells tales of a round-the-world trip to find a long-lost sister."
Captain Stewart's great insincere mouth wide and greasy.
"Matters of probate are private in nature," Swift said flatly. "As a man of rules, you must understand, and I believe the young lady has already shared as much of her story as she cares."
Mrs. Astor tried to lighten the mood by again changing the subject. "Dear Captain Stewart, I believe I recall you saying the weather was to be clear on this journey. It's been anything but."
"What can I say, madam?"
Captain Stewart tilted his head with a grimace of his own.
"God is a mean drunk. A mean drunk."
Sporadic laughter and gasps delighted the captain.
"What say?"
Captain Stewart pointed his fork at Abeona.
"How do you find ocean travel?"
Quite the marvel, though I'm sure we're all much more interested in hearing about our gracious and generous host." Abena's politeness bordered on insolent, but it was the best she could muster. And, she figured, it was polite enough for the company of a narcissistic drunk. She stared coldly at Claude Carriage. She figured the backstabbing horse's ass must have some amazing stories of his own to share. Carriage glared right back, a thin, wicked sneer on his plump lips. Captain gulped his glass dry with magnanimity. He launched into a soliloquy about this many cabins and that many hundreds of passengers, and how the columns were made of real marble and the red velvet was real crushed velvet, and other interesting facts Abeona did not find at all interesting. Her mind was on the leather bag between her feet.
"'Tis a lovely ship, to be sure,"
interrupted the voice of a little old Englishman seated a few heads from the captain. Between the excitement and his location on her side of the table, Abeona had not noticed him before.
"Dread to ask, but does no one else find it a most bemusing and miraculous occurrence for the employee of one of America's great slavery advocates, and the daughter of one of her most adamant abolitionists, to find themselves at high tea on a ship bound for the African continent? A mean drunk, indeed."
"My employer isn't responsible for the institution of slavery," said Claude Carriage. He kept his head tilted down and rubbed his index finger on his thumb while looking all around the table without making eye contact with anyone in particular. "He does, however, care deeply about the future of our great nation." A low rumble of astonishment broke out in murmurs among twos and threes of dinner guests as they registered their utter surprise with one another. It was the scandalous discussion they had hoped for.
"I, for one, have no opinion on slavery either way you slice it," said the captain, "though I do wonder what the poor devils would do if they were thrown out of their homes and lost their employment."
A handful of harumphs followed in agreement. "Homes and employment!" Abeona shouted. She was on her feet before she had time to realize she was yelling. She hopped on one foot, trying not to put any weight on her ankle.
"Please."
Swift grabbed her by the sleeve. She pulled away. He tugged again, and she sat.
"It is an unfortunate yet integral piece of the American substrate," said Carriage. "My own homeland having spited itself, I've often marveled at colonial attitudes toward something so natural," said the little Englishman. "The European Christian emancipated these poor brutes from godlessness, poverty, sin, and starvation, gave them purpose, a real purpose and a home, and people like your father wish to take that all away. Would you cast your own children into the sea, set fire to your lodgings, loose rape, murder, sloth on society? I should sooner see sheep and cattle emancipated."
A fair mix of both admonishment and agreement wafted unseen and unheard from the diners, each straining to hold back his or her opinion until another gave voice. So subtle was much of the disagreement one could not be sure which side most of them were on.
"Come now, sir, even an unethical simpleton knows slavery is an abomination, and so, too, all who practice it must be abominable."
Dubious Grimace pushed away his uneaten dinner, dabbed napkin to mouth.
"What a fine clunky word, abominable, don't you think? One has to rather spit it than say it." "How dare you, sir?" said the Englishman who had started the conversation. "How dare I what, sir? Wipe the spit from my lip?"
"My apologies," Abeona tried to interrupt, but the rest of the dinner party erupted in shouts of derision one way and the other. The Englishman said something intended as a mumble, but heard by enough of the guests to stifle the uproar.
"I don't think our pale friend heard you," said the captain.
"I said," repeated the Englishman, "a man of your character should well know abominable."
"Do tell, Mr. Grimace," chided the captain.
"Where come you by such a, unique name and appearance?"
"He'll do no such thing." Mrs. Astor used her table knife to point at the bullies.
"Not at all, madam."
Grimace brushed his lapel daintily.
"The captain has provided us with sustenance, fine spirits, and interesting company. Least I can do is humor with a story." "That's more like it."
Captain Stewart slapped the table and roared with approval. Dubious Grimace sipped his wine until the room silenced. He looked all around, meeting every guest's eyes with his own before beginning his tale.
"My real name, you might imagine, isn't Dubious Grimace, though you might say my appearance had a significant impact on my moniker. I was never given a name, not by my mother. I am the result of a failed Irish Catholic who found her demise in the arms of a failed termination of pregnancy."
Mrs. Astor snicked her tongue sympathetically.
"As she was dead prior to my arrival, the woman who carried me to some weeks before term was unable to label me as is customary. The butcher, meaning to run me through, glanced my brow and noggin, but evidently pierced some critical portion of my dear mother's undercarriage. I say butcher with a tongue-in-cheek, as I was nearly murdered in the womb and delivered in the basement of a meat shop. It was the winter of 1830 in the fair city of Detroit, if the policeman who found me is to be believed."
Grimace motioned for more drink.
The sommelier poured.
"I was given a name as a lad by some clerk I've never met, but I don't remember ever being called by it. When one looks as I do, people tend to avoid you as much as is possible, and when they address you, it is generally in the same manner as you've seen here tonight. Mumbles, groans, and words I'll not repeat. As for the rest of my appearance, I was born prematurely. Tiny, but as runts sometimes do, I grew tall and stout, though that has played havoc on my joints. The paleness of my skin, the doctors say, is also due to the early birth. But what do doctors know?"
There were a few polite chuckles, and Mrs. Astor was heard to whisper, "Poor dear."
"My name," Dubious Grimace drank. "Now, that's a much more interesting story."
The group was rapt. All had stopped eating. Only the occasional drink was drunk.
"Tormented and ignored by my fellows. Had but one friend, though not for lack of trying. When I was about 9, a new nurse came to the orphanage. Pretty young thing, same age as Miss Browne, I might venture. Her eyes made me safe and happy. Just to hear her voice was a delight. She saw how I was treated, took special effort to see me cared for. We walked, she read to me, spoke of her own childhood. Those next few years were unlike any I had endured, inseparable. The mother I never had."
Even Captain Stewart seemed genuinely affected by Grimace's tale.
"I wouldn't understand until much later, as is to be expected with children, how possessive and unrealistic I had become in regard to our relationship. She wasn't my mother. She wasn't really my friend. She was just a nice lady taking pity on an ugly duckling."
Nervous murmur rippled across the dining room as Grimace's tone harshened.
"Well, eventually Mummy found herself a gentleman, a doctor who'd been treating us in quarterly visits for a couple seasons. Rather abrupt, our walks stopped, stories too, all but a passing wave outside or a smile from her in the hall. I began to resent her and hate him. From time to time he would visit her at work even when he wasn't seeing patients. I'd watch them take hour walks, kissing out back of the apple orchard, sneaking off in the night."
Grimace paused his story to give the crowd another good looking over. His mouth wore an almost imperceptible smirk, had them where he wanted them. No one was laughing now.
"I followed her one night."
Mrs. Astor and her daughters all whispered, "Oh, my."
"Awakened to lamplight under the door. A shadow dashed by. I peeked out in time to see her heading downstairs. I went after, but halted in the main lobby, bedazzled by blinding moonlight that split through the upper windows. I remember it so vividly. I went to the curtain, expecting to see them riding off or taking a stroll, but I heard noises from the basement."
Some of the women had their hands over their faces. Mrs. Astor's daughters' mouths were agape, and Mrs. Astor was fanning herself and blinking in excess. Mr. Carriage blushed and coughed.
"Even as a boy of 13, I was frightened to go down there, but the curiosity, you see. I crept to the back corner from which dim light flickered, and there they were, pink as pigs in the candlelight, fornicating like wild dogs."
The captain roared again with delight. Mrs. Astor groused at her daughters to never mind such prurience.
"Well, what did you do with such an eyeful, old man?" Captain Stewart gulped his drink. "Were you caught?"
"Oh, I was caught, verily." Grimace spoke now with fiendish delight. He glared at the Englishman and went on. I took an axe off the wall and sunk it into the good doctor's back. The group burst into exclamations of horror and disbelief. Wasn't strong enough to kill him, but they sent me to a boys' prison in the woods somewhere. Rather unhappy time in my life, as you might imagine. There was this particular guard, a bald fellow, not too nice, but not too mean, and he used to tell me, Boy, you have the most dubious grimace. I think I liked that. It encapsulated my short lifetime of hardship and wrongdoing in a rather superb fashion. It was a name unlike any other, and it was mine. Took it for my own in my 18th year when they set me free. But it's not even a real name, said Mrs. Astor with sad irony. Everyone laughed, even Abeona. As real as the name given by some state employee who'd never put eyes on me, as real as the names you gave your lovely daughters, as real as the name on this ship's hull. You certainly had us going, old man. Captain Stewart shook his cup for more. The little Englishman, now almost as pale as dubious Grimace, apologized. 'Twas bad manners, Mr. Grimace. Please forgive me. Grimace tapped cane to nose. Just a story. Some at the table looked relieved, others unsure. The little old Englishman's eyes, so curious before, strayed nary past the gilded edge of his ivory plate. Rest of the guests went back to their hushed discussions. I'm quite weak still from my fall. Abeona put her hand on Swift's. I must excuse myself. Swift motioned to Jimon. Go with her. No, I'll be fine. I'm just tired. Follow her all the same. I said I was fine. I can walk to my room without an armed escort. Jimon put up his hands. I'm going that way regardless. Fine. Abeona was in such a huff she walked out without her things. She'd no more than left the room when the girl told Jimon to wait in the hall. She hop-stepped back for the leather bag still leaning against her chair. I can get it, she said. My God, you're stubborn. Swift shook his head while the girl struggled to pick up the bag without falling over. Boisterous voices and sounds of the party returning to normal followed her as she hobbled away. She went as far as a bench in the hall before stopping to rest. Would you like me to carry your luggage? Abeona hugged the leather bag and stared at the floor. She wanted to open it right there, but resisted doing so for fear of spies and perhaps more so of what she would find. Would ease his mind considerably if he knew who did that to you. Already told him I don't know. Talk down below as a man named Clovis had a hand in it. Abena's throat thickened, and for a moment she had trouble taking air. No, I don't know who that is. Now, please, just need to sit for a moment. Dubious Grimace strolled by, bowing slightly as he passed. Sir? Mr. Grimace? She seized her chance to change the subject. Yes? That story? It was true, wasn't it? My dear, all stories are true, even the ones that aren't. Chapter 24. Correspondence. Outbursts and bizarre tales notwithstanding, Abeona enjoyed the dinner, if not the awful Captain Stewart and his rude guests. She mulled the evening's events from the comfort of Mrs. Astor's daybed while her hosts snored in the bedroom adjacent. After having slept all day and the days prior, she could hardly sit still, let alone close her eyes for the night. For the first time since her trip had begun, she was safe. Between the relative normalcy of a fine supper with those she looked upon as her peers and having Mr. Swift back on her side, the girl was free to lend her mind to other ruminations. And after tweendecks, what couldn't be counted as normal? Abeona chewed her thumbnail and contemplated the leather bag with a belly full of trepidation. Weight of that parcel in her lap, raw tons of expectation it carried, might sink the ship. Ever since Mr. Swift told of their existence, the girl wanted to read her father's letters. Now, transfixed by apprehension over what those missives might contain, she yearned to do anything but. Holding the enigmatic package was the best and worst of Christmas. Abeona was overwhelmed with the memory of her father scratching away at some editorial or letter to a friend, realizing now that some of those times she heard him at work he had been writing these very missives. Sweet sadness, but now the memory did not devastate her, nor did she threaten to cry. She ate a bite of the chocolate cake the girls had brought back from dinner and opened the satchel. Dug through the stack of thin folders with stiff paper covers, stopping briefly to examine their dates. Entries began in the weeks after the date of her mother's death, with the most recent having been inked in the month before John Brown's own passing. Abeona wiped her drool-covered thumb on her nightgown and turned up the lamp on the wall above her. She opened the folder marked April 1859 and flipped through the pages. Picked out the odd letter, word, sentence fragment, as the outer edge of the pages zipped past her thumb and forefinger. Before reading the first letter, she opened the journal to the inscription. In tiny but carefully drawn script were the words, "To Pupina, by God's own mercy, I am hated as much as I am beloved, though I abhor myself more than those who despise me. They might bristle to hear so, but it remains true. Those who think me worthy for the richness of my deeds see greatness, but how can I be a great man when I am not even a good one?" April 11, 1859. My dearest Pupina, it has been a fortnight since one of few great loves of my life has left me. I find myself not so much overcome with grief as appointed by it, as though an agent working on its behalf. Amidst this permeation of sadness, in every morsel I eat, in every sip of water, in every sunrise since her passing, I see blackness. Friendly voices should comfort. They do not. Their heartfelt condolences ring sour, pointless. Even to find the energy to dress each morning is laborious. The passage of time I find excruciating in its deliberate emptiness. I have had to force myself, though sometimes failing to do so, to remember I must be there for my daughter Abeona. Dearest Abeona, that's right, you have a sister. It was in recent days, while pondering her fate should and when I leave this earth, I remembered how long I have neglected you, my firstborn. In all these years of helping poor souls escape the abominations which tortured them, I convinced myself I was somehow atoning for my own trespasses. I follied in the delusion that one could barter good deeds for bad. I have come to understand life and death do not work that way. So much more is the pity for the fool who feels and the dimwit who divines. Of all sins I have committed in this strange, burdensome life, why should I seek to commit another by troubling you with my misdeeds in chapter and verse? I do not quite understand it myself, though I am compelled by gods or devils, and perhaps only old age cantankerousness, for I know not which, to do so. Verily, I have authored the unspeakable. Perhaps this is why I write. Neither sacrament nor summons for mercy, but the accounting of all that which I cannot undo, all that to which I must be held answerable. I have no misapprehension a simple written record of my actions will absolve me of the woe I have exacted. Only God may seize my wages. I expect the devil himself shan't be far behind in collecting his tax, whatever it may be. As much as I initially tried to convince myself otherwise, it is certain that I have chosen to put pen to paper for selfish reasons. I know that now. Perhaps that is why I avoided doing so for so long. I knew it was the mistaken path, but such is man's recklessness, to know bad from good and do it still. I suppose this exercise is as much an effort of admission, though I pretend otherwise. Why burden you when I could and should seek counsel of higher authority? Questions left unanswered. I selfishly want to see you, talk at you, listen to you, learn from you, but fear I never shall find you. Ink and paper, close as I may ever come to having you in my life and to be in yours. I can never apologize for what I did to your mother or to you. I have resolved not to try. My apparent flippancy, I assure you, is the hard-earned and horrifying realization that no number of apologies written, page and ream, fields of flowers plucked and wrapped, trinkets bestowed, tears shed, will change that which has come before, that which has been done before. My past is a haunted ship chained to my neck, anchored to my soul, captained by the specter of greed and misdeed. I've spent a veritable lifetime making different choices. Oh, I am the same man, make no mistake. I do not believe we can truly change, not in our depths, nor our hearts. Howbeit, I truly believe we may learn to struggle more justly, submit with purpose, love in all things. As a boy and a young man, I allowed myself consumed by outrage. Self-pity justified every wrongdoing, each greedy act of self-indulgence, every childish course toward vengeance. Years of tedious plodding, mindful purpose, careful governance over this old heart it has taken to break those habits and make new. Every choice I ever have made, right or wrong, is a piece, howbeit small, of who, why, what I am. As you are a tiny piece, though in thought and heart so much more, and for sure and for certain I wish I could, nay, would, have been the better version of myself. Over this I have prayed so lonesome late night into early morning, mewling, pathetic begging of God's mercy and grace, and he, she, it has returned to me the brutal silence I so assuredly deserve. Absolution is hollow timber, and I fear my legacy is built upon those rickety truths. Fool is the man who seeks attrition of his guilt by deeds thereafter. How I wish it weren't so. The more street folk you feed, the more orphans you clothe, the more churches you build, the more you must face the truth. All and every you have done, I have done, is in us and will forever be. It seems I have run this world until my feet are ragged, seeking to escape that which I find closest, closer even than my shadow, more necessary than air. For without breath I shall perish. Whether death shall bring absolution, who can say? If nothing else, I have learned a great many lessons, and I shall share one with you. When I was a boy in our mountain village, I watched Mother make her stew. She carefully chopped the country onion and yam into perfect tidbits, shredded baobab leaves, and sliced the chicken into thin strips. She fried them together in a great pot with palm oil before adding water and more spices. Each pinch of ajowan and coriander a meditation, as though she were sprinkling magic powder into some wondrous cauldron. There the kettle cooked all day on the edge of the fire. I think back to how much care she put into this simple meal for her simple family. It was always such a wait for supper. The children would come in from playing and ask if it was ready, and she would always tell us, "Be patient, for the soup will tell us when it is ready, and when it is ready we will know it is ready." I told her one day she cooked too slowly. I told her when I became a man that I would make porridge instead because it was so much faster and easier. She told me her stew was like her family. Many different flavors all coming together, requiring patience and care. She said my wife would someday make a stew of her own with her own seasonings for her own family. I said I would not have a family. I would live by myself, so I would not have so many hungry bellies to fill. She told me something her grandfather had told her father and that he told she. One man is a thin porridge, plain, simple, alone. I spent many years after I was taken from my family as a thin porridge, caring only for myself. In time I learned that life is bitter and her rewards insipid unless one has others with which to share, others to whom you serve, others for whom you care. Oh, my darling Pupina, sometimes I fear God hides you from me as punishment. Perhaps he should. For am I not the man who conceived you in sin beyond sin? Oftentimes I convince myself your search is a test, as if God wants me to toil for the good of my fellows, and perhaps some day he will forgive me so I may begin seeking your forgiveness. Most days I am hopeless in hope, a soldier from a foreign province reluctantly fighting an unjust war he wholeheartedly helped to start. Still I lurch and bumble in uncertainty, no real optimism, no other choice. I suppose on some level it is a relief not yet to have located you, though it is a lesser fear than never finding you. The fear of being unable to adequately explain myself is a close second. Until I find you, I must write the story of these considerable years. I know not what your mother has spoken of me. I presume it is the truth, no matter how foul and unbelievable you may think it. In closing, I tell you this in all sincerity, for it is the truth, and God damn me if it is not. I know not how much longer I have to live this life of mine, but I vow to spend every bit of strength and fortune to find you and at least attempt to atone for what I have done. Until then, I shall continue to talk to you, if only through my pen. With love eternal, your father. Abeona closed the journal and put it back in the brown leather bag with care. She snuffed out the lamp and pulled the rose-scented bedspread under her chin. She might have cried, but there was only numbness and curiosity. Her father was real again, alive. Pupina, too, more like a real person than mere concept. Abena's distaste for the mysterious daughter began to weaken. Just a touch. Was it sympathy? Empathy? Was this Pupina Odili truly her enemy, or a victim like herself? As she drifted into slumber, the girl considered if reading further might not prove an irrevocable mistake. Just because something was true, did that mean it must be known? Perhaps some truths were better off collecting dust in a dead man's library. Chapter 25. Masozi of Mandara. Weeks of rough sea had reduced even the most affable folk to wrinkled suits and weak legs. Constant vomiting caused dehydration and malnutrition, and those who resisted seasickness were stricken by a stomach ailment which caused, in most of its hosts, severe cramps in a form of diarrhea old Uncle George would have diagnosed as the green apple splatters. Toilets became bunkers. There was a shortage of chamber pots. Old and young were relegated to make do with mop buckets, kettles, and, in some extreme cases, luggage. Took 3 days to wash all the laundry, floors, and folks affected once the affliction had run its course. Swift caught the bug and was nursed by Jaimin, who seemed impervious to any manner of complaint. Mrs. Astor, who barricaded her girls and Abeona in their stateroom, escaped with only a case of cabin fever. When they emerged from the storm outside, the raging illnesses within had just about run their courses. Elsie Marie miraculously lost only 3 souls to the outbreak. An old man and a baby in steerage both died of thirst, and a ship's mate went overboard when he lost his grip on the railing while throwing up. Ship reeked of sulfur and sour milk. It was decided, despite a lingering drizzle, to open all windows and even the cargo bay doors. Abena's nose wrinkled at the sea air. She missed the sweet breezes of apple and cherry blossom and the spice of dead maple leaves. "Move your tootsies, missy." Mrs. Astor did her part, helping the neighbors clean their rooms, as many of the ship's staff were still too weak to work. Decided her own could use freshening up, swabbed under the writing desk and sitting room chairs. She was kneeling and had hiked her dress to her knees and tied the excess in a knot with yarn to keep from dragging. Abeona watched, her thighs burning from holding her feet in the air. She began to speak, cleared her throat, and stumbled. "Well, out with it," Mrs. Astor grunted at the girl in time with her mop strokes. Finally, she stopped her work and waited for an answer. "Well?" "Never seen a proper white lady do such work." "Proper, Mopping resumed. "For your information, my usual girl is terrible sick, and I'm not one to nest in my own filth." No, of course." "Undignified? That what you think?" Mrs. Astor leaned back with a hand on one hip and gave a groan of relief. Still on her knees, her legs were obscured by her dress, and she looked like one of the little people in the traveling Canadian circus Abeona so adored. "Let me tell you something, girlie. A body, especially a woman, and especially in this world, had better be prepared and able and prepared to do what needs to be done. Relied all those years too heavily on a husband, God rest him, and his money, devil take it. Left me hopeless and helpless. I was a scared old woman. Don't ever let yourself become a scared old woman." Abeona dissected the words as a torrent of giggles shuffled through the door. She looked to the window. Rain had stopped and the sun was starting to poke through the haze. "Mother, mother!" The girl spoke so loud and so fast that Mrs. Astor waved her hands in frustration. "Such foolishness!" Mrs. Astor put the bucket of dirty mop water in the hall for the steward to take. "But, mother, a party, grand soiree, with food and champagne and music." "Oh, loverly!" Old woman sat huffing before going to her room to change. She continued talking through the door. "I've barely finished here. They'll need a guiding hand proper if the festivities should be a success." Abeona pushed back the headscarf she'd taken to wearing and felt around her eyes and nose. "I heard we're blown off course." It was Mrs. Astor's middle girl, the redhead. "Should make the Cape in a few days," the oldest daughter corrected. "Last of the storm, they say. I'm going to dance. I'm going to sing. My new dress. I'm going to drink pink champagne." Mrs. Astor admonished them through the door. "You'll do no such thing." The 3 admired Abeona unblinkingly, grins bigger than their faces. "Oh, we'll be so adorable." "Adorable?" Abeona whispered through the fingers that traced the fading lump at the corner of her mouth. "I've just the outfit for you." Mrs. Astor's oldest daughter took Abeona's free hand. "New last season." Oh, no, I've had enough excitement. I only want to get where I'm going. I'll stay and rest." "Come now," Mrs. Astor came out of her bedroom. "Survived supper with that awful Captain Stewart. Can't miss the party of the autumn." "Well, I heard the kitchens are working on all sorts of treats," said the oldest. "And rumor has it that the captain is going to fire some Chinese rockets from the forward deck at midnight to celebrate our arrival. See there," Mrs. Astor rubbed Abeona's shoulder. "We'll be to the Cape soon enough. You'll not sulk in bed during such gaiety. Not while I'm above ground and kicking." Abeona enjoyed the old woman's irresistible spunk. That kind of toughness made her feel safe and welcome. Mrs. Astor sent her girls off with a list in search of supplies to make party favors and decorations. Shortly thereafter, a posse of cackling widows and wives of rich businessmen collected in Mrs. Astor's stateroom, each gaily accepting whichever chore was handed them. "We've much work to do before sunset," Mrs. Astor commanded her troops, and worked with such vigor and seriousness that which would befit a rival of a foreign dignitary, no one challenged her authority. Abeona waited for them to leave before sliding a hand mirror off the bedside table. It was with a sharp exhale and shudder that it found its way to the floor. "Easy, child," Mrs. Astor groaned her age as she stooped for the silver handle. Abeona grabbed for it, but the old woman held it out of reach. "That'll do you no good. Give a few more days and you'll be back good as new, you'll see. Until then, best to keep busy." "I guess. No guessing about it, young lady. Now, how's about you give us a hand? There's big doings afoot." Another knock at the door. Another society lady, this one with an armload of boxes. "I should like to provide these fine confections for your gathering." "Wonderful!" Mrs. Astor directed the goodies to be stored in the dining room until later. By the time Mrs. Astor finished giving orders, Abeona was rooting through the leather bag again. She counted the volumes as she had each time. 16. She was relieved none were missing. Finally gotten what she wanted, and was convinced circumstance, scoundrel, or her own absent-mindedness would steal it away. "What have you there, dear?" Abeona looked up from the bag, mouth open, unaware the conversation over party favors and fancy French confections had ceased. "School." "School?" Abeona sputtered and muttered. "For school." "School, Very good, dear. About the party. We could use your help, if you're feeling up to it." Abeona hugged the leather bag. "I am still rather tired." "Well, then, dear, I won't push." Mrs. Astor eyed the bag. "But you rest up and save your strength for the party, because you are going." Abeona sensed that, as excited as Mrs. Astor was about the coming evening, she was more interested in the planning and preparation. Abeona knew many women like this, friends of her parents, the ones who kept busy to forget about their own miserable lives, even the white ladies with all their freedoms and money and finery. Not me, Abeona thought. No matter what happens next, that won't be me. Mrs. Astor left and returned to gather forgotten items several times, the last trip of which she appeared with a brunch plate and strict instructions for Abeona to stay in bed until the party. When she was certain she was alone for the day, Abeona munched carrot sticks and apple slices and washed an oatmeal muffin down with a cup of tepid tea. She opened her father's buffalo skin messenger bag and read the second letter within. April 16, 1859, Masozi of the Mandaras. I will die in America, but I became a man in another land of another time. I, John Brown of Michigan, America, was born in the jagged green hills of the Mandara Mountains in the far west region of our mother Africa. Our people left the plains to escape the cruel fate of so many of our brothers and sisters. The French called we Montagnards, the people of the hills. The men with guns and dogs knew us as Kirdi, the godless. When dark skin encountered white skin, it all meant one thing: a life in chains, toiling to feed the rapacious maw of foreign industry for faraway strangers and sometimes traitors close to home. Many hundreds of years our people were safe to farm the rocky fertile soil of the Mandaras and to enjoy the lush rainfall. I lived here as a boy until I was taken. Mother and father named me Masozi, tears, because I cried so when I was born. They thought I may never stop weeping long enough to eat or sleep. Apropos, as this has been a life filled with tears of sadness, joy, and shame. I will never know my exact age, only that I am very old, but these memories I have carried for so long. Since my beloved Mary died, I have begun to dream a dream I have not experienced since youth. Even as a grown man, safe in America and far from the monsters of my childhood, I find myself shivering in the dark, pierced by a faceless, long-lingering dread. I, too, lost my parents when I was quite young. For many years I have carried with me the grim remembrance of their demise. Throughout my childhood I was plagued by visions of their last moments. For the longest I remember them being killed by great cats. I lay awake that night, as I often did, so afraid of lions, though no lion that I can remember ever ventured up into the mountains. Each night I listened for their approach, but this night was different. There was a sudden disturbance, strange men from another tribe, and with them the first white man my eyes were ever damned to witness. He wore a peculiar hat and carried the big knife they call panga for chopping brush, a stately ghost with eyes which read my every thought. The strange men waved their torches angrily and shouted their gibberish. They separated us into women, men, boys, and girls. Only the babies were spared. The intruders chose several from each group. Mother and father argued with the pale man. They told him stop, to leave us, but he was relentless. As I've grown older, the memory has changed. Strange tribesmen attacked mother and father with spears. They were not killed by lions, but by their own countrymen. I was sure of it. Howbeit the memory alters still, and so I have resigned to the belief that my young mind twisted the pictures from that awful night. Did the warriors truly pounce on my parents like the lion attacks the gazelle? Did father fight while mother screamed? Did they bleed together trying to save their village? I remembered it so. It must be so. For many years that is how I kept this remembering in my heart and in my head. Oh, it was so long ago. Seems a tale now from some ancient tome of exotic adventure told to scare children. Until recently. I dreamt of the heat, the darkness, the terror, but when mother and father argue with the white man when the ghost was to pounce, he did not. The old memory slipped away in shards, smells, darkness, dirty orange glow, all the same. Ghostly face of the wicked man real as ever. This time, though, the warriors did not pounce on mother. The lion did not leap nor bite. They did not stab father. Now when I dream, the white man points at we children. I close my eyes and I am there. He sings and screams like the angry monkey, his magical words loosing us from our homestead. Pale fellow speaks softly now. Father nods. Hands not of this land lash us ankle to ankle with heavy cord, and we are marched into the forest, a parade of grim, wet faces floating in torchlight. So many miles and years it hardly seems of use in the recounting. Truth has reawakened my mind as well as my soul, yet it brings no peace. Perhaps this is the lesson. Perhaps the truth I tell shall bring you no peace. Abeona closed the journal and noticed she was shaking. Father had never spoken of this. How could it be true? But here were his own words, so how could it not? The girl tried to think of times when Father might have betrayed his secret, but she couldn't. He never once made mention of it that she could remember, though it would explain his affinity for the maltreated. Where before she might have cried, there now was discontent. She wanted the chance to talk the matter over with him, to comfort her father. There were so many questions never to be answered. Why had he kept the secret? Kidnapped as a child? Wasn't his fault. Certainly there could be no shame in such a thing. It was with a twinge of resentment Abeona closed her father's diary. Chapter 26. Champagne Cruise. Distraction was just what she needed. Voyage had been longer than expected and more arduous than the girl ever could have envisioned. Burying her worry in Father's words had produced only more anxiety as the tone of John Brown's woebegone disquisition descended. Late afternoon. After reading as much as she could about Father's regrets over never having made the trip back to his birthplace, his early years in the mountain village, of family, vague memories of that time so long ago, faces, smells, textures, it was near the middle of a passage detailing a particularly successful monkey hunt that Abeona dozed off. "Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey," Mrs. Astor's youngest daughter shrieked with excitement. "Time for to party, wake up, wake up." Abeona rubbed numbness from sleep off her face. Light through the port side windows much lower in the sky, but it was real golden sunshine. Put her face in the warm column of light. Her stomach rumbled and she paused. This time it complained from hunger. Rest of the girls were washing and fidgeting with silks and cottons, powder and perfume, while the old woman looked through their things for the right dress. "Come now," Mrs. Astor laid a gently used frock of whites and blues across the foot of Abeona's daybed. "Blue strikes me as your color." Abeona put away the journals and took her crutch with her to the bath. She hadn't been putting much weight on the stick in recent days because her ankle no longer pained her. Still, she was afraid to be without it. Gave herself a birdie bath and examined frayed braids. Frowned into the wall mirror. What were the chances any of these white women could do her hair properly? Rolled her eyes. Abeona untied the knots and carefully untangled her wiry locks. She smoothed the wavy puff on her head to collect the broken strands and brushed her hair back tight along the top and sides. Searched Mrs. Astor's bureau with no luck for some hair oil. She wet a washcloth and lightly soaped it. Gently she wiped the hair and worked the cloth into her scalp. Rinsed and wrung it before wiping her head once more. Pulled back hair with a brush and tied a length of white ribbon around the ponytail. Abeona put on her dressing gown and called for Mrs. Astor to help her get ready. Wasn't long before sunset when the old woman led her giggling ladies into the hall. Place was empty. "Get moving now, we're already late." Abeona trailed the group, limping along on her crutch, a sensation of security in her perceived lameness. Mrs. Astor greeted someone down the corridor, and a moment later the drab Mr. Claude Carriage, still bundled in the worn and stained brown suit from the other night, passed by. Abeona looked him in his yellow eyes as he tipped his hat and quickly looked away. She stopped to watch him until he turned, disappeared. Jaimin met the women near the top deck stair. It was sundown once everyone had made their way on to the aft deck. Abeona hobbled behind, favoring the heeled ankle. Sea air, fading orange glow, and unseasonably warm, comfortable breeze gently pushed the idle ship, its giant steam wheel at rest for the affair. Groan of propulsion replaced with gay prattle. Light sound of music expanded, stiffened as they neared the gathering crowd. In all the excitement of the past few days, Abeona forgot she'd ever suffered seasickness or fear of falling off the boat. Pressed against the rail and closed her eyes and gorged on fresh air. Her stomach gurgled again faintly and the memories of her head in a bucket flashed. Abeona reassured herself with gentle whispers, and the feeling passed. Elsie Marie cut a meandering foam swath through the calm sea. On the aft deck were tables and chairs. Quartet played Handel's water music. Abeona hop-stepped over to the band. Swift reappeared from a small group of gabbing men. "Recognize it?" Swift took Abeona by the hand for a brief dance. "His favorite.
We should have had it played at the funeral.
Oh, regrets.
There was a flautist, 2 horns, and the fiddler who had played the night Abeona twisted her ankle. Tall man in butler tuxedo tipped his bow. Abeona mocked herself with a half-curtsy on her crutch. He nodded in appreciation of her effort.
No more dancing for me, Abeona said, and the fiddle player smirked. Do you want your sleeves back? He shouted over the music.
Keep them.
Abeona strained at the horizon, hoping for an early glimpse of land. Eager as she was to meet her sister, reading her father's description of Africa had instilled in Abeona a newfound and curious wanderlust that had never before existed to even the slightest degree. At the end of the song, Swift excused himself with a little bow and rejoined the gabbing men. Abeona hung on, listening for a familiar voice, hoping Sally would come springing from the crowd. As the sun dipped into the Atlantic, a troop of waiters in white gloves brought green bottles and tall glasses. Abeona had had the odd sip here and there in her short years, but never her own glass. She gulped it. Bubbles made her nose itch. Champagne was delicious and delicate, and after 3 large sips, her glass was empty. She motioned for more, shouted, "Garçon!" and belched loud enough to startle Swift's circle of serious conversation while emitting a chorus of "My word" and "Good heavens" from the shocked ladies of high society. Mrs. Astor took to laughing so hard she had to be escorted to the loo for fear of wetting her bloomers. "Small sips," whispered Mrs. Astor's eldest daughter.
"It's out there," came the voice of Jaimin from behind. "You just can't see it."
"What's out there?"
"I'll give you a hint. We will be there tomorrow if the weather holds."
"Oh, yes," Abeona sang in the happy voice of slight drunkenness. "Excited to be going home?"
Jaimin lowered his head. "We will not travel to my homeland."
"But you said we'll be there tomorrow."
"We will be someplace, but not my home."
"You weren't born there? I thought you were African."
"No, silly girl."
His tone turned harsh, and he clapped a hand to his chest.
"I am Jaimin. I come from Ngandere."
"My mistake. I thought you were African."
"You repeat that word. Africa, Africa, Africa." His deep voice cracked. "What know you of Africa?"
"What? Don't the country people have some witticism to shut me up?"
Jaimin fumed in silence.
"Anyway, I'm sorry if I offended you."
"If you offended? Bah! Do you consider yourself Northern American or Michiganian? Are you your street or your house? More importantly, do the whites consider you American? No. They see only their tiny ignorant American notion of this Africa, land of wild beasts and godless savages in need of conquering, the disposable children of Ham."
"You sound so angry, as if you hate white people."
"Don't you?"
"Why would I? They're not all bad."
"No. Too long in the big house."
"Meaning?" "What about Mr. Swift? Why work for a man you despise?"
"Not the same."
"Why?"
"He is a good man."
Abena's eyes glistened, and she cried as she spoke. I didn't mean any harm."
"No. I have been severe. The stones in my belly I should not trouble you with."
"Is it beautiful, as they say, where we're going?"
"Please forgive my rudeness."
Jaimin gently wiped the girl's cheeks, his large rough hand absorbing her pain.
"Country people say the fool speaks, but the wise man listens. It seems I have forgotten how to listen."
Abeona shoved the big man and finished her second glass. She eyed the big man in his ivory fall-front trousers with burgundy vest and black tailcoat. She decided her initial judgment regarding his plainness had been made hastily, and in his finery she now thought him quite handsome. "I don't know if I'll ever see anything lovely as this sunset." Jaimin scoffed and drew a hard look from Abeona.
"Excuse me, I did not mean... That is, I suppose when she's not trying to kill you, the sea is quite beautiful."
"I should guess it's always this beautiful. We just don't have time to notice when we're battling for our lives. My father told me the story of a man hanging from a cliff, about to die, who found great beauty in a tiny blossom or something. It sounds nice, but I don't suppose too many drowning men have taken the time to appreciate the beautiful waves around them."
"It appears the bubbles have made a philosopher out of you."
"I am rather witty, now you mention it, and a bit dizzy. As they say, I think I'm feeling a little how came you so." What was, by all accounts, a gorgeous sunset was followed by immaculate darkness speckled in brilliant white and watched over by the soothing yellow eye, unblinking and unthinking and soft as the evening air. Abeona didn't know a person could feel such a way as her third and fourth glasses of champagne blurred into 5 and 6. She was too drunk to know Jaimin had been handing her glasses of watery lemonade for over an hour in hopes of sobering her before Mr. Swift discovered her in this state. Band soothed the lingering drunks with box air on the G string and other soothing melodies until a few small groups of partygoers remained. They closed the night on Moonlight Sonata, but everyone was too soused to notice. "I'm fine," Abeona wobbled but remained upright. "But you're welcome to stay." Jaimin was dancing in anticipation of her fall.
"On such a beautiful night I would not wish to be anywhere else."
Abeona stumbled. Jaimin caught and steadied her. "Perhaps a brief nap would be prudent." "Prudent? That's a funny word. It sounds like prune, and didn't." This sent her into fits. "The prune didn't." She slumped as she yelled, and Jaimin was forced to put her over his shoulder. "The prune didn't. The prune didn't." The girl cachinnated hysterically at her cleverness.
"Please, don't be sick."
Jaimin's words were lost in Abena's hooting.
"It's a new coat."
Jaimin plugged his ear with his free hand until the outburst subsided. "I'm sleepy. Hey, where are we going? I want more champagne."
"You've had enough. Time for bed."
Jaimin took Abeona to Mrs. Astor's cabin and stood her against the wall. He opened the door a crack and stopped. "You've rescued me twice now." She took his hand. "I thought you should know how grateful. Well, thank you."
"I should pretend otherwise, but it is a pleasure to have you in my debt."
Abeona raised Jaimin's hand and kissed his rough knuckles. He pulled away, grumbling. She couldn't decipher his expression.
"Mr. Swift will have my head if I do not get you to bed soon."
"Good night, then." Abeona went into Mrs. Astor's cabin. She shuffled to the daybed in the parlor, dropped the crutch, and flapped her legs until her shoes fell off. Room swam a little and began to twirl. She turned over, panting, and lifted the pitcher off the nightstand, drank directly from it, water dousing her cheeks and chin. She lay there, wiping at her wet chest and shoulders, closing one eye to help stem the spins. She was too ugly. That was Jaimin's problem. Big, handsome man like him could have just about any girl he wanted, so why would he care a lick about scrawny old Abeona Browne? She was mulling her humiliation when the room righted itself and she no longer had to vomit. There was a knock. The girl watched the door, unsure if that's what she heard. It came again, rapping pensively. She went to the door and whispered after her visitor. She opened a crack to see Jaimin standing there.
"Come,"
was all he said. Led her down the hall to a utility closet. Once inside, pulled her to him. His large hands massaged her lower back. She moaned as a throb pulsed between her legs. He kissed her neck and lips. She kissed back. Afraid of desire, confused by her own innocence, she embraced herself, held her hands flat to her breasts, and fell into those big arms. Their bodies melted into one another. Jaimin urged the girl to the floor, where they knelt, kissed, caressed. Jaimin shushed Abeona with a rough finger to her lips. She hovered in nothingness, her viscera writhing to fulfill its purpose. Too dark to see more than vague shape and shadow, smell of old mold from the gritty floor and fresh sweat from their hungry bodies. Jaimin went to the door, put his ear to the wooden paneling. Abeona watched his outline, her eyes adjusting to the blackness. He seemed to be moving in place, but her attention was on straining to hear what he heard. After an interminable pause in their passion, he turned from the door. She could see his pants flap was down and something bulbous silhouetted against the white trouser material in the dim light which slowly appeared under the door. His protrusion bobbed with his movements, and Abeona realized he had exposed himself. Light under the door subsided as phantom footsteps receded. Unconsciously, the girl flexed her thighs, pleasantly pressing them against her middles. As Jaimin neared, the image of Clovis, standing with his manhood in her face, flashed before her, and she recoiled. As she moved, one of the big strong hands grasped her ponytail and pulled her near to his waist.
"Kiss it."
Jaimin spoke in a tender manner.
"Please. It aches so. Kiss it and take away the pain."
Abeona was confused and afraid. She shook her head in the dark and tried to push away. Jaimin grumbled through his nose and shoved the girl with his true power, and the stiff wand of heat bent upward as it pushed against her face so the swelled end rested on her forehead. I can't," she whispered.
"You must."
His voice changed, and Jaimin used his free hand to steer himself between her lips. His pleasure sounded like a dying man weeping.
"Good girl. Oh, my good girl."
Was she here? Was she herself? Abeona was hot and woozy. Was this truly happening? She had never heard of people doing such a thing, let alone imagining herself doing it.
"Suck it, like a sugar stick."
Obediently, out of fear and something else, Abeona clamped her lips and caved her cheeks and produced suction on the undulating intruder. Excitement and guilt. This elicited high-pitched cries of pain which Jaimin fought to stifle, but as they fell, they came with crushing push of his hands against the back of her head, which forced him so far into her mouth that she gasped and gagged, and this seemed to excite him all the more. His movements quickened, and her mouth filled with hot, sticky seawater, and she began heaving. Jaimin let her go so the girl could vomit champagne, lemonade, his seed. Jaimin buttoned his trousers and offered Abeona a handkerchief to wipe herself, and he led her back to Mrs. Astor's room. He unlatched the door and waited, but Abeona leaned against the wall and tried to think of what she should say. She was both titillated and offended, aroused and ashamed.
It's best if this never happened.
Abeona shook her head. Then she nodded. Stomach acid burned her throat, and she coughed and gagged, and Jaimin jumped back to avoid her sick, but her stomach was empty. Abena's watery gaze beseeched Jaimin's scowl for that gentle countenance, but her protector of late was as far from this hall as her father's ghost.
Go, get some sleep, and whatever you do, please.
I won't tell. She reached for his hand, and again he pulled away and walked quickly down the hall. Once inside the room, Abeona undid her boots and flopped in bed and let the room spin. Alcohol helped stem what otherwise would have caused her an emotional outburst. Instead, she closed one eye, tried to comprehend such a bizarre encounter and its devastating letdown. And then she remembered why she was on this trip in the first place. The letters! She reached under the bed, swiping side to side. No luck. Abeona rolled onto the floor and stuck her upper half under the bunk, stretched her fingertips to the wall, brushing only dust. Oh, my goodness! She laid there a moment, jerked upright, and smacked the back of her head on the brass bed frame. Chapter 27. Sharks. Where are they? Abeona shimmied from under the bed and staggered around the room, rubbing her head and peering through one eye at shelf and table. Opened cupboard after cupboard, falling time after time and stumbling back to her feet, while Mrs. Astor and the girls slept unaware of the frantic search. Where? Abeona whispered to herself now. I don't understand. She circled the room 3 times and again, rechecking all previous locations, even under the bed as before. Then she stopped. Realization cracked in her mind, tiny thunderheads colliding over shallow water. Carriage? His too timid demeanor earlier in the hall had stuck with her as odd. Detective, my eye! A damn thief! Abeona turned around and around, stumbling, but not for lack of the crutch, her thoughts retracing the evening. Now what? Foolish, foolish, foolish! Said it so loud she covered her mouth and listened for stirring in Mrs. Astor's bedroom. When no one came, she spoke again, but quieter. What do I do? What do I do? Mr. Swift, oh no, gonna be so furious. He trusted you, silly idiot. Abeona threw on a shawl and slipped into her silk mules and left without the crutch, nor thinking even to close the door. Went to the first watch-house on deck. It was empty. She lifted her dress and jogged around to the port side where she met a watchman on duty. Inquired as to the lodgings of one Mr. Carriage. Watchman directed her to see a Mr. Sullivan in the wheelhouse, as he would have access to ship manifests and the like. I'm sorry, Miss Browne, but that's none of your business. Sullivan didn't bother to look up from his desk. My father is good friends with Captain Stewart. Abeona watched his eyes to see if he believed her. Can't we consider this a small favor for an old friend? Sullivan looked over the girl's shoulder out into the dark beyond the glass where the bow disappeared into blackness. He looked back at her and out the window again and tapped his foot. Oh, please. Who did you say your father was? Realized her lie and said, actually, he's friends with my father's lawyer, Mr. Terence Swift. Do you know him? I mean, he is friends with father, but he isn't on this voyage. I don't know. I guess we could wake the captain. Abeona feared she was pushing too hard and that her bluff would be called. But I'd hate to bother him at this hour. What was your name again? Sullivan? Sullivan excused himself and went to the middle of the bridge and spoke briefly with the chief mate, who grumbled something and nodded. Sullivan returned, still looking concerned, and went to a chest of drawers and pulled a large black folder from it and opened it on the map table. His name is Carriage. Abena's tone was saccharine. Claude Carriage. Sullivan flipped through to the 11th page and ran his finger halfway. Second class, 43B. He showed her a diagram. Abeona was still drunk when she found the dim lower hall which led to the scoundrel's door.
She looked at her toes in the strip of light seeping from below it and wiggled them unconsciously before knocking. "Get in here," scolded the man before he'd opened the door fully. Claude Carriage stood there, still with surprise, sweaty, slack-faced, and wrinkled brown suit. "What? It's late, girl. What do you want?" Abeona enjoyed the fear and dumbness that overtook his face at her silence. Carriage stuck his head in the hallway, looked left and right and straight at the girl, and sighed. I'm getting ready for bed, if you'll excuse me kindly." "Where are they?" Abeona shushed herself and peeked down either side of the empty hall before whisper. "Well, Carriage, answer me." He stood mute. "The letters." She pushed her way in, teetered, and caught herself on the wall. Carriage closed the door behind her. "Where are my father's letters? His journals? Now." I don't have them, and I don't know what." Knock at the door, and it opened with a familiar voice. It was Clovis. "Sorry I'm late, but they're giving away—" Abeona saw the brown leather bag under his arm. Clovis sputtered as he eyed the scene. "Giving away the leftover champagne." "You!" Abeona heaved with fermented courage, and rage lent her face a formidable scowl. "Me?" Clovis parroted. The three stood frozen in expectancy. Clovis dropped the bag and took Abeona by the throat. What are you doing?" Carriage backed toward the opposite wall until he fell on his bed. "I ain't going to the hoosegow for this little bitch." Clovis dragged Abeona, writhing against him, to the door. "What?" Carriage lifted the satchel. "Sweet Jesus!" "Her feet! God damn it, get her feet!" Carriage dropped the letters and did as Clovis ordered. Abeona jerked. She kicked until her slippers came off. But the girl could not wriggle free. Her flailing arms and muffled screams died in the pre-dawn hallway that ran like a vein through the pockets of sleeping drunkards. All that silent fury forced spit and snot through the latch of Clovis's fingers clamped upon her lips and chin. The men carried the girl through the passage of dim brown slats and dirty red velvet. The flicker of brass and tiny mirror images of unspeakable misdeed floated from the shiny round bellies of lamp to lamp. Clovis hummed a soft tune to cover what little sound Abeona could stir. Clovis and Carriage stopped at the end of the hall to conspire in silent, sinful sign language. They peeked around the corners. No guests, no staff. No help for kidnapped girls in the clutches of insensate brutes. "Nobody," whispered Carriage. The tenuous threesome hurried up the short stairs from second-class to first-class cabins onto main decks. Again Carriage looked about, and again he gave the all-clear. 3 of them rested outside the door against a wall in an alcove between 2 utility rooms. "Nearly sunup," Clovis panted. "Be changing watch soon. Need to hurry." Hurry for what?" Carriage dropped Abena's feet. I asked for letters, not this." Even such a sobering situation left Abeona at the mercy of an evening of guzzling sparkling wine. She knew she was in trouble, but how much? That was still a mystery. "You're in it now, man," said Clovis, "like it or not." The men whispered loudly at one another, silently screaming their panic and ill intent. Carriage protested. "Has to be." Clovis had his wind again, and he took a moment to convince his partner. "We've gone too far with this one to say sorry and I'll go home, so it's either this or prison. Choose quick." Can't we just tie her up, hide her somewhere?" "She goes over." "Over?" Abeona sensed the rail and the sea beyond. Why she had concluded she was fighting back against what would merely be another beating she did not know. A new dread squeezed her chest, and she knew for certain she was going to die. Clovis had removed his hand from her mouth, but Abeona was too terrified to scream. She whispered, "Oh, my goodness," and "I don't want to die." She said it over and over, "Oh, my goodness," so quickly they sounded as one word instead of 3. Alcohol, slowing her brain, also served to embolden her, for without so much as a moment of mind to do it, Abeona reared her leg full of force and kicked Carriage so hard between the legs she was certain she broke her foot. "Blah!" Carriage bent in 2, stumbled, and fell to his hands and knees with a long and mournful cry. "Oh, my Jesus Christ!" Clovis broke into chicken cackles of angry, hysterical laughter. Abeona shuddered along with her captor as his body shook. Carriage clutched his singing nethers, but he could say only 2 words which he repeated over and over. "You bitch! You bitch! You bitch! Oh, you bitch!" This tickled Clovis all the harder. "Now get up, lad. Either she goes over or we go to jail." Carriage got back to his feet, locked hands around Abena's squirming ankles, and squeezed until she whimpered. The 3 heaved in place, still but for breath and blink, muscle and think, in the pitiless inertia carried on the wake of skullduggery. With the threat in sight, with the grave in hopping distance, Abeona did not imagine the aching cold, pervasive wet, or the black bottom of the sea, only the faceless squeeze of imminent terror. They moved to the edge of the alcove. No one in sight. The trio scuttled out to the afterdeck. Abeona screamed louder, yet only dabs of sound escaped, whimpers in dribs and drabs. Clovis and Carriage swung Abeona out of sync with one another and slammed her into the railing. "Up!" Clovis groaned through his strained jaw. They lifted her above the top bar. Lightning bolt of terror shot across Abena's body, awakening every fiber. The unreal was now very real. Carriage let go too soon, and Abeona hooked her leg over the rail. Clovis pushed, but her hands were now free, and she clung to the outside of the bars, arms and legs woven among the metal rods. Clovis pried at fingers. Carriage pulled on a foot. With a firm grasp on the railing, she had the freedom to scream, and scream she did. "Please, please, please!" Heart pounded in her ears, and for a second she remembered the poom and pank of the djembe she'd bought for father the day he died, and the sound it made when she beat its drumhead with her delicate palms. Her voice trailed off with exhaustion. "Help! Help me! Oh!" Desperate, she tried to make eye contact with the men, hoping for some last-minute reprieve. "I won't tell. I promise," she begged, her words shaking into sobs. Neither man looked at her face. In Carriage's voice, fear and shame. Clovis looked angry. "Please, I promise, I swear, I swear, I swear." Abena's strength failed. Her grip withered. Carriage looked at her. He let go her leg, and a flash of remorse washed over his face. A sprout of gleeful hope rose inside Abeona. "Thank you, God." But it was soon evident this was no change of heart, but a change of priority. Abeona could only see part of Carriage from around Clovis, who was still working to pry off one hand and going to work on the other while she reaffixed her grip. Abeona watched Carriage raise his hands above his face as he fell to his knees. Something shiny in the moonlight. It hammered him on the head until his eyes rolled back, and he fell instantly into a deep, snoring sleep. Before Clovis could react, he got a wooden rod across his cheek, the large silver object striking him dead in his left eye. Abeona saw the club pause for a moment and glint in the break of dawn before disappearing and reappearing with terrible force to Mr. Clovis's forehead. This final blow brought him to the deck next to his companion. Abeona eyed the shiny ball at the end of the stick and whispered, "Wolferine." Clovis rolled about, howling in agony. "Miss Browne?" It was the tall, pale man with the hideous hair and the blood-red lips. "Thank heavens!" Abeona spoke with a tearful but relieved chuckle. Dubious grimace pulled Abeona back onto the safe side of the rail. "Are you badly hurt?" She slumped to the floor and held tight to the ship while she gasped. "I must report this." He put a hand on her shoulder. We was only playing about," said Clovis. "Didn't mean nothing. We wasn't going to let her fall in." Abeona shrunk back from Grimace's grasp and cried out, "Please, don't leave me." Desperate, Abeona looked at Clovis. Grimace lifted Abeona's chin to stem her hysteria. "I'll be quick, and he won't get far." "No, please, he'll kill me." Dubious Grimace knelt, removed his hat, and surveyed the situation. His face glowed as the sun splintered to life from the far edge of the ocean. "She's lying," Clovis growled. "What exactly is going on here?" Abeona scowled and pointed at Clovis. "He did this." She pointed to the old wounds on her cheeks and nose. "He stole my father's letters and tried to throw me overboard." "Lies!" Clovis massaged the welts on his own face. "Where are they now?" said Grimace. "Mr. Carriage's cabin," said Abeona, who proceeded to tell Grimace everything about the beating and the shocking activity beforehand, and the treats and gifts with which he'd plied poor Sally. They were interrupted by sudden unnatural snorting. All three turned attention on Carriage's supine body, his nose pointed like a compass arrow toward a yet unseen Africa. "Preying on little girls," Grimace handed Abeona his hat, removed his coat, and covered her around the shoulders. "Mr. Clovis, nee nigger Clovis, thinks he's a shark." Grimace poked at the man with his walking stick. "I'll kill you, you abominable quadroon." "Chasing minnows, supping on the weak. Mr. Clovis is a most scary-looking coward, isn't he, my dear?" Grimace gave the man a gentle tap on the head with the silver snarling beast. "Strike me again, and I'll see Captain Stewart has you hanged." Clovis swatted at the cane and missed. "Let me be, and I'll try to forget this assault." Grimace hummed a disjointed tune as he knelt to survey the scene. "You know the real difference between a shark and yourself? The shark, he doesn't know any better." Grimace tapped Clovis with the cane again, this time on the shoulder. Keep pissing with this shark and you'll get bit but good.
Grimace feigned fearfulness and jumped back a step from Clovis. In his raspy baritone, soft but strong and terribly out of tune, dubious Grimace spoke in poetic fashion. The greedy monster with a plunge rushes to seize the tempting bait, and rolling on his dusky back gorges the hook and finds his fate. Grimace repeated the last line of the poem, slowly pulling on the wolverine's head until a long dagger, just shy of a man's forearm in length, appeared from inside. Gorges the hook and finds his fate. You're not going to kill me, or this little bitch? Clovis scooted backward along the rail, his face comprehending such stark reversal of fortune. No. Grimace brandished the dagger, brought it down with such sudden force Clovis did not have time to react. The blade sliced clean and hard, poking through the thickness of the calf muscle and sticking in the deck. I'm going to introduce you to some real sharks. Clovis screamed. Abeona screamed, and Grimace screamed long and loud right in Mr. Clovis's face, mocking him. Dark puddle formed around the blade. Clovis whined unintelligible half-words. Better go now, Miss Browne, straight to your cabin. Grimace looked back at her. Kindly leave my things in the hall. I'll fetch your letters when I've finished. Abeona ran to the door leading to the first-class cabins. She went inside and listened. The tatters of Grimace's shouts trickled through the wind and waves and over the hum of the ship's wheel. Simple task and good money were all she could make out before there were more terrible screams. The sounds of agony were cut short as she closed the door behind her and ran. Abeona dropped the hat and coat without looking to see where they landed, and kept on at full pace until she was winded on the other side of Mrs. Astor's darkened stateroom. The snoring there was more peaceful, natural than that of the unconscious man on deck, though she was certain he was no longer sleeping. Abeona tiptoed to bed and sat. She hung over the edge, mind and heart racing, when a fresh pulse of dread passed through her. Grimace, too, was after the letters. Go, 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 she said to herself. Abeona ran the halls of the slumbering ship, retracing her drunken steps in the raw adrenaline of forced sobriety. Down the hall and turn, down the hall and turn, down the hall and back up and turn the other way, back up again, turn the other way, no, the other. Abeona came upon an open door flooded with lamplight. There, on the floor, her father's brown leather bag. Chapter 28. The Morning After. Black-winged seabirds shrieked atop flat roof of the wheelhouse. Deckhands rejoiced at their presence. Passengers on the foredeck huzzaed. Abeona looked that-a-way for her first glimpse of the foreign land. Tipped back the braided straw sun hat lent her by Mrs. Astor and took in the late morning sunshine. Ragged smile on frazzled nerves was somehow managed despite the nag of fatigue in her eyes, bones, mind. Dazed, Abeona watched vague muddiness undissolve from formlessness to color blur, and finally, when sun climbed up to rest on its throne of midday, there appeared recognizable shapes. Land. Jaimin more exhaled than said it. Swift squeezed the young man's shoulder, and Jaimin patted the old man's hand. Abeona spied them for any glimmer of awareness, certain everyone knew what degree of devilry she had adjoined. But they were preoccupied with the astounding view. It was then she remembered what she had done. In the closet, with Jaimin. She hadn't exactly forgotten, but in all the terror and confusion which had followed, she had misplaced her first sexual encounter. But now she met Jaimin's eyes. He gave no sign of regret or recognition, and she looked away, disappointed. Though what would have satisfied her she could not say. Africa's arms opened slowly, her foliage and earth mass reaching out with natural jetties of white stone and grass, long wooden docks dipping fingers into sparkling waters to catch more ships than could be counted. Deep greens and golden browns framed in the blues of pale sky and midnight sea. Soon Her Majesty's reach outstretched the line of sight beyond comprehension. All morning long, Abeona sat on deck with old Swift and Jaimin and watched sacred homeland earth expand before them. The girl made a game of it, watching the ship near the land, looking to the sea, counting to 10 and looking back to mark Elsie Marie's progress. Once they had sailed to the easternmost part of the Gulf of Guinea, the Elsie Marie entered the Bight of Biafra, also called the Bight of Bonny, seeking the center of the coastal inlet which formed the mouth of the Warri River. The beauty of that place belied the reality that as many as 1.6 million bodies, 13% of the continent's slave trade, were sold out of that western African region. Down the Warri lie the port city of Cameroons Town, which would eventually become Douala of southwest Cameroon. Into the afternoon the ship found her channel that cut between Hickory Town on the left and Cameroons Town at the right. Especially in the hours before landfall, announcements circulated hall and floor, kitchen and cabin. Staff and servant alike scurried about, stacking boxes, packing trunks, readying the ship for impending bedlam. Try as try, Abeona had not slept in a day. Only numbness of exhaustion prevented her from hysterics as memory flashed vivid scenes of the macabre dawn in the hours prior. She was safe on a crate, both hands clinging like the damned to the dry side of things. Safe enough with her traveling companions, but still Abeona looked about her wondering if the ne'er-do-wells or her ghoulish savior would strike again. Soon the next stage of her journey would begin, for now, with brown strap around her neck and leather bag in her lap, she endured a sort of gallows respite. Uneasy as she was over their tryst the rest of her time on the ship, but for once Abeona did not leave Jaimin's side. Ever-present tremor of restless dread tucked below her poise and beneath a pensive gaze. Almost too tired to be nervous now, to be scared, she forecast the worst. The girl was too tired even to chew her thumbnail. Somewhere beneath all the fatigue and suspended anxiety twinkled within her a subdued pleasure. Whether luck or providence, she had survived the ordeal and seen her attackers punished for their misdeeds. She envied the clever and thought perhaps that her father had been wrong about caution being what shepherds young men into old and makes matrons of maidens. She'd spent so long being afraid that she just assumed a person was either strong or weak and that there was no changing that. But now she thought perhaps courage wasn't something one was born with, but accrued of critical moments, dangerous seconds and fretful spaces, when the fates of life, love, or even fortune teeter on the edge of ruin. And then again she thought of her endless pondering. Maybe the sea had driven her mad. Abeona looked out over the Elsie Marie's foaming wake, watching combers fold into the watery wedge, and wondered what it would be like to be brave like dubious Grimace, or even strong like the awful Mr. Clovis. "I can't do this any more. I just can't," she whispered to herself. Didn't say the word, but it was fearfulness she was rejecting. "Promise, I do." Pipe tobacco smoke wove its way around the deck. Top hats, bright frilly dresses, shiny black boots, and everyone fanning themselves in the afternoon heat. Hardly room for one more parasol at rail's edge all around the boat by the time the Elsie Marie waded into port. Once the first-class luggage had been readied for transport, lemonade was served. Small army of men in black pants and white coats carried trays of refreshment to the guests. Grown so warm by then, the cargo bay doors to tweendecks were opened to offer those poor wretches some relief. Passengers above decks were warned beforehand there might be a smell, but most of the crowd on deck was fogged too thickly with perfume to notice. Only those nearest caught a glimpse of life below. The lunch wasn't to be served on this last day proved beneficial when those with weaker constitutions began reacting to the stench. There were gags and coughs and more than a few tossed breakfasts. Abeona didn't remember it smelling quite so awful, but reckoned 2 weeks at sea had intensified matters. A long blast of the deep horn rattled the girl. In spite of the scare, she stood nice and steady, only remembering now the crutch she had left in Claude Carriage's room in all that pre-dawn horror. All day long she had looked around for her attackers, but Carriage and Clovis never appeared. She pulled the bag of letters closer to her body and shuddered, and though she sensed him watching, as she surmised he must have from the beginning when she arrived at the shipyard in New York City, neither had she been able to pick her rescuer's awful face from the crowd. Ship slowed as it entered the harbor. Passengers pushed toward the front until most of first class was elbowing one another for space. Swift and Jaimin flanked Abeona, waiting impatiently as the boat inched along the dock before stopping with such a wave of force that the whole group of passengers fell nearly forward before stumbling back to right themselves. Even with her friends so close, Abeona fidgeted and strained, certain the attack would come from whichever direction she wasn't looking. "Be brave," she whispered.
"Pardon?"
Jaimin eyed her with a smirk. "I said, how far to Ajumba?" Abena's head swung left and right in unconscious vigil.
"Few days' ride, I suppose. Quick trip last time because—"
He paused until she looked his way.
"Are you well?"
"Yes, fine. Why?"
"Because it was nice and dry."
Jaimin looked at the girl for a moment as though he had something else to say before pointing at the clouds.
"We are nearing the end of the rainy season, but if it is too wet, we'll be forced to take the long way."
"How the devil do you know where we're going?" said Swift.
Abeona gave the old man a coy look. "When shall we meet this mystery sister? Soon, I hope." Swift mumbled, shifting in place against the railing.
"We don't know where she is, per se."
Abeona scrunched her face.
"But we are close, we think."
Jaimin took off his hat and wiped his brow with a yellowed cloth.
"I found the orphanage on my last trip.
where she grew up. Man there wouldn't talk, not without some proof of kinship. So here we are." Swift poked the leather bag. "With proof."
"You mean you don't know where she is?" Abeona crossed her arms. "We've come all this way, risked a lot, and she's nowhere to be found?"
"First of all, my dear, you should be at university. No one asked you to come all this bloody way. I never said I knew exactly where she was. Secondly, Mr. Benjamin has assured us he knows where to find her. Matter of proving we know her, or someone related to her." Jaimin folded and pocketed his kerchief. "Then we'll see her. Pity your father couldn't be here." The reminder that her father was dead put a weight in Abena's stomach. "I've a mind to send you straight to the captain, have you shipped back on the morrow," Swift said, trying to contain a shout. He eyed the girl, waiting for a response. Abeona danced anxiously like a racehorse anticipating the pistol shot. Her brow stretched high, eyes implacable. "Oh, good Christ, I suppose. We're all here now. Probably no more dangerous bring you along than send you back alone." When the ship ceased its shuddering, a flurry of deckhands secured ropes and shouted commands at one another and pushed their way back and forth through the herd of folks on deck. Gangway lowered and officers gave the go-ahead. Gaggles of fine dresses and fancy frock coats flooded the port city like a school of hoity-toity fish racing in the same directionless direction. Pairs of thin black boys and raggedy men, young and old, dressed in tatters and most without shirts, awaited with outstretched hands to hire themselves out as beasts of burden. Jaimin whistled and motioned for 2 boys of 10 or 11 years to help with the luggage. He spoke to them in a quick, halting, poetic tongue which excited Abeona. Trio followed their new porters down the ramp. Abeona stopped halfway and looked around one last time. "I'll meet you all in the dock." And before Swift or Jaimin had time to respond, the girl fought her way back onto the ship and ran to the wheelhouse. Out of errant terror, she hadn't considered reporting the incident while aboard ship. Prospect of getting safely away now only seemed possible if she were to see all conspirators arrested. Abeona beckoned an officer from his post. She talked in his ear among the deafening stampede and waved her hands wildly, pointing here and there. The officer's already white face paled awfully, and his eyes widened. Twice he motioned in disbelief. With her tale told, Abeona bolted into the exiting crowd. Chapter 29. Home Again. Mounds of ivory bowls stacked as logs stood in piles high as a hanged man. Abeona marveled at the lustrous surface smoother than any tree bark with patches of dirty white and yellow-brown. At first she believed them trunks of some strange tree, but these were much shorter than the long timbers carried on wagons through her home city, and they curved like bananas. "What are those?" Abeona pointed at the odd hillocks. Jaimin articulated his arm out from his face and swung it while spitting a high trumpet noise. "Oh my goodness, those are all from living creatures?" "Sadly." "But why?" "Because rich folk want what they want, and people with means do not trouble themselves with the woes of the meek." Where are all the elephants at?" Those Abeona had seen at the circus years before had had their tusks removed for audience safety. "What do you mean?" Jaimin stopped walking to look in Abeona's face. "They are all dead." Abeona's gaze circumnavigated Jaimin's accusation. The pursuits of those around them blurred into triviality. Voyage of her stare docked at the death piles, and she was overcome by profound sorrow. "Such senseless destruction. I think I might be sick. Oh, goodness." "Country people say to travel is to learn, yet there is no guarantee of happiness in the knowledge one gains." "Why didn't I go to school? I swear. This trip has been one horror show after another." "Pace yourself, Miss Browne. The outrages here are many." Burnt umber street cut due east from the harbor, hooked hard to the south. Dusty paths separated white facades 2 stories and 3. First corner was a general store 4 times the size of the one back home. Across the way there was a cantina beneath a body house. The travelers waited for a bevy of horse carts to pass before crossing. "Watch your step." Jaimin pointed at some of the fresher piles of dung. Abeona was navigating the fragrant obstacles when she brushed against one of a small group of pale grandfathers in long white beards dressed identically in Prince Albert frock coats made not of wool but of fine vicuna. "Kankerkoot!" Old man righted himself and brushed his elbow as if the girl had soiled it. Abeona turned to apologize, but the men's scowls scared her. What did he say?" "Oh, you just never mind, my dear." "Excuse me?" Jaimin moved toward the men, but the group swerved in unison to avoid him. "Please, excuse us, gentlemen." Swift put a hand on Jaimin's shoulder.
He spoke to the geezers as they made their escape.
"No harm intended."
"I'll show them harm." Jaimin jerked free of the old man's grasp.
"Do that, and they'll have you hanged or horsewhipped or both."
Swift spoke low but pointedly to the big man.
"And there won't be a damn thing I can do to stop it."
Jaimin's shoulders slumped. "Friends of yours?"
"Boers, awfully far north."
Swift dabbed his forehead with a pocket square.
"You must be careful. We're not in Michigan anymore. Slavers have little patience for Negroes, especially ones they consider uppity."
"Uppity? Who in the world? I didn't do anything."
Yes, you did."
"What? They hate me because I bumped into them?"
"No, because you're not in chains."
"It's just plain rude."
"I warned your father about coddling you to the realities of modern life, but he wouldn't hear me. So your education is going to be harsh and swift."
He grasped the girl's jaw and eyed the remains of her wound.
"Looks like you've already learned at least one valuable lesson."
"And what's that?"
"Don't go poking around where you're not supposed to."
Abeona wrenched away. She watched the Dutchmen as they passed and considered her own group, old white man with tremendous amount of luggage and in the company of 4 Africans. "I should like to give them a piece of my mind." Abena's attention drawn by 7 women in loose skirts, balancing baskets atop their heads, not a stitch of blouse between them. The girl clapped hands over her mouth. "Naked! Oh, my goodness!" Jaimin watched with amusement from the other side of the street.
"Enough then, you two. Let's move along."
Skin beneath Swift's whiskers reddened. She marveled at the multitudes as the party made its way to the livery. How alive and teeming with faces, shops, wares, wasn't a wasteland at all. Tall buildings of New York, of course, were nowhere to be seen, but her visions of jungles filled with lions and headhunters had been dashed. "Where are all the cannibals?"
"Sleeping."
Jaimin jutted his chin as if considering his own wise proclamation.
"They deplore the heat, only come out at night."
She glanced at him sideways to see if he was jesting, but also she looked for some sign he remembered their meeting in the closet. She wanted to discuss the matter, explain herself, to tell him everything she knew or would ever know.
"Wait here, my dear."
Swift and Jaimin went into the office to see about transportation. There was an open-air market in a red clay lot across from the livery. Abeona strained to see what she could hear occurring down the path. She edged farther and farther from the pile of luggage and the boys guarding it. "I'll be right back." Her mute companions looked at each other. "Never mind, just wait here." The boys made no effort to respond. Abeona toured the displays, keeping the ship always in sight. As much as she was on the lookout for Grimace, she hoped to see Sally one last time, tell her how sorry she was and to make sure she was well. Surely the pregnant girl would stop in town before moving on. Excitement of the market quickly garnered all Abena's attention. There were so many strange and delightful items to see. Something that resembled a banana hung in great bunches from the rafters of a fruit stand. Purple onions, great piles of yams, rainbows of oddly shaped peppers, sheaves of dried flowers and herbs. There, too, were woven baskets and wooden dolls, buckets and barrels, chickens, pigs, fish, tribal craftwork, and intricately carved walking sticks. And everywhere clouds of flies. Abeona had to breathe through her nose to keep from sucking the disgusting variety of bugs into her mouth. Male merchants were mostly sullen and quiet. Women working the stands had sweet-sounding voices, and their words floated on the heated air like magical incantations. Above all, Abeona could not believe how many white people there were. Some part of her had expected to see nothing but black faces, tribesmen in grass skirts, face painted like the Indian warriors of home. She covered her eyes or lowered her head whenever the unclothed were near, but admired their muscled bodies from a distance. "I'll take 2. Abeona picked a piece of fruit, reddish yellow and green, faintly smelling of spruce. "What do you call it?" "Ogbono, ma'am." Abeona bit into one of the fruits. Sweet, juicy, piney, a little bitter. "That's no apple. Ugh." "No, ma'am. Ogbono." Abeona paid a penny for her not apples and crossed the market to the next street, past horse stables and rows of small office buildings belonging to gold and diamond mining outfits, appraisers, a brokerage house, and a cafe with outdoor seating where 2 middle-aged Asian men sipped tea from dainty white cups and read newspapers in some text foreign to Abena's understanding. Came to a crossroad and nibbled her strange fruit. A shoeless Indian boy in flaxen kurta swept the stoop before a haberdashery. Though she found the funny flavor grew more agreeable as she ate, Abeona offered the extra ogbono. "It's good, my little friend. Have it." Boy reached, but withdrew several times before taking the fruit.
Abeona wiped her forehead and looked around for a rain barrel to get a drink of water when she heard shouting, walked toward the ocean to a large white fence surrounding a courtyard accessible by black iron double gates. The girl peeked in. Surging inside were milling crowds of fast talk and shrewd observation. 102 well-dressed gents looking upon some item of interest unseen to the girl at the back of the quadrangle. She went through the double doors and pushed her way to the front. As she neared, Abeona saw a procession of wagons topped not with canvas nor wood but rusty cages stuffed with black bodies. Center of the action, a platform raised 3 feet off the ground. Fat man in stovepipe hat and full beard stood before the stage. He was a tanned sort of white person, and he spoke the same strange language as the rude old men from the street. He waved a straight cane and shouted to the onlookers. Fat man's helper, likewise of hat and beard, appeared the center with a line of dark-skinned men and women bedecked in little better than loincloths and chains. "Undocked, undocked!" Fat man's shouts silenced the onlookers. Skinny helper led the first captive onto the stage. Links jingled. Heavy chain clunked against the wooden steps. It was the pathetic tune of the pauper, anthem of imprisonment. Slave eyes searched with alarm the unremitting throng. What looked he for? Savior? A way out? His body glistened in the terrible heat, and the mouth chewed some pathetic prayer alien to his audience in both vernacular and essence. Skinny man took the wretch by his neck chain and gave the poor fellow a good shake. Fat man shouted more unintelligible words, while Skinny man lifted the black fellow's arms and patted his thighs, opened his mouth and exposed his yellow teeth, even forced the poor bugger to jump and run in place. Seller shouted to buyer, and they to him in the good-natured ribbing of heated commerce. Some of the purchasers responded with a flutter of paper paddle. Fat man pointed to them. They argued point, and the fat man screamed in triumph, and there were loud groans and disinterested humbugs from all around. Abeona had begun backing out of the crowd at the start of bidding, but kept the spectacle always in view. Neither Harriet Beecher Stowe nor her own father's stories of the heartbreaking conditions of their brethren had prepared the girl for this circus of ultimate cruelty. Next in the chattel lineup was a woman and both her naked young sons. The older boy followed his mother's lead, staring only ever at the ground. Smaller of the two sucked his thumb and with his other hand pinched the foreskin of his penis between finger and thumb. He looked over the fashionable mob with big brown eyes of thoughtful curiosity as if he were reading a book with a bizarre premise. Woman kept her eyes low and did not resist being manhandled. Skinny man pulled the boys from their mother and stripped her naked as well. The littlest one cried out and tried to run back to her, but the fat man knocked him to the ground. The child reminded Abeona of the little boy she helped the day her father died, and the mother of the crazed woman in the alley. She averted her eyes and fought to quell the fit as she shoved herself quickly through the crowd. Abeona choked on the hot air and with a jerk ran from the courtyard. Her sobs came in cloudburst as she hurried back to their temporary headquarters of trunks and boxes piled high in the street, wiped her face as she approached her belongings. Boys hired to carry the luggage pointed at her red boots and gabbled in a way which made everything sound urgent. She could only make sounds of understanding and interest as they carried on. She noticed, finally, the smell, lifted her right foot, then her left. She'd stepped in horse shit and commenced to rubbing her sole in the dirt while the boys giggled. Soon after, Jyman and Swift emerged from a nearby office building, different from the one they'd gone earlier, with 2 men dressed in denim and tall black boots worn with their pant legs tucked in. They looked like American cowboys. Though they were dressed similarly, one of the men was much shorter than the other and walked with a limp. When the men were still 15 paces out, Abeona was struck by a plume of such randicity that her body jerked in half convulsion and she was forced to cry out, "Ah!" Swift, who held a finger under his nose as if pretending mustaches, admonished the girl with a scrunch of his forehead. Jyman spoke quietly to the men, and the duo left. "Was that them?" The girl carried on with her curses at the abominable bouquet. "See here," Swift put an arm around Abeona. "Should arrive at our destination by Wednesday next, or possibly Thursday, the latest." Abeona adjusted her voice from repulsed to inquisitive. "And what day is today?" "Wednesday." Jyman pointed to the sky. "Wednesday afternoon. And before you ask, yes, we are in Africa." "How droll!" Abeona pointed the direction the men had gone. "Who are they?" "Those, my dear, are the fellows who will see us safely there and back." Swift sat on Abeona's trunk and fanned himself with a stack of contract papers while the men in denim went to the stable and drove back in a covered wagon pulled by 2 stout gray Percherons whose white speckling lent a golden hue in the sun. Jyman paid the boys who cheered and ran off in the direction of the ship. Abeona chose to stay with the luggage while Jaimin and Swift went to the mercantile for supplies. Cowboys loaded boxes and bags, stopping to introduce themselves with a hat tip. The tall one with the quiet face called himself Yannick. He complimented Abeona on the bag hanging from her shoulder, and he seemed to like her boots very much. "What are their names?" Abeona pointed to the horses. "Kitu and Chikumim." Kitu was a gelding and Chiku a mare, as many teamsters believed horses traveled best in male and female pairs, but only when the distraction had been removed. "They're quite beautiful." "Yes, ma'am." When she looked him in his eyes, he turned away. She'd seen that before, hadn't she? Or was it the heat and lack of sleep turning every strange face into the devil? The short fellow with the limp and the big smile said his name was Azuka, and he set to fidgeting with something on his boot before piling the last of the crates into the wagon. The men returned with 2 grain sacks each, filled with coffee, sugar, beans, a 1-liter barrel of mess pork, flour, chocolate, a wheel of cheese, oats, and 6 quarts of brandy. Jaimin helped Swift, who Abeona decided groaned more with embarrassment than discomfort, into the back of the wagon before loading the foodstuffs. Swift outstretched a hand for the girl, who promptly slung John Brown's leather bag over her other shoulder, moved aside, and climbed into the wagon on her own. "Good Christ, child, I swear your stubbornness will be the end of me." Jaimin was last into the canvas-covered box. One of the guides called out something only they and he understood, and the big man thumped his fist thrice on the wagon bed, and they were moving. "You look tired." Jaimin made himself comfortable in a corner at the back of the wagon. "Don't concern yourself." Abeona drank long from her canteen and rubbed a few drops on her forehead and cheeks and laid back against a bundled tent. "Well," Swift interjected, "I'm just glad to be on dry land." Abeona mumbled disinterestedly, her mind on the slave sale. Was that the same auction block where John Brown was sold? That little boy could have just as easily been her father. Seeing in reality what she had read dumbfounded the girl. Melancholic ache strangled. The words stopped short of her throat as if they were piled against some great barred door. "Promise me," Swift said through a yawn and closed eyes. "There'll be no more trouble. Must be insane bringing you out here. Good Christ, what would your father say?" Abeona pulled the brown leather bag of letters under her head and turned to face the side of the wagon. As she drifted off to sleep, she reveled over how far she had come in recent weeks and how impossible it was that someone like her had traveled all the way to Africa. Wagon trundled out of Cameroons Town on the red slavers' road, 2 wagons wide and beaten to the clay by centuries of feet belonging to black bodies in bondage. Chapter 30. White Man Come. Ocean hiss in the darkness, stagnant stench of tweendecks, ache in her middle third. Abeona woke having to piddle, but the ship tossed with such violence she could not stand. Sound of Sally snoring, rush of water. Suddenly the girl was engulfed. She tried to kick her legs, but something had them. It was Jaimin, pulling her down into the belly of the ship. All the hatches were locked, the portholes blackened with mud. No place to swim to. Lungs swelled to bursting. Abeona woke sweaty and gasping. Aware of low voices, horses panting heavily, jingle of traces. Reacquainted herself with the wagon bed, listened for her fellow travelers, wiped her face and dried her hands on her dress. Even though the sun had set, it was still uncomfortably hot. Rested and ravenous, girl poked her head out the canvas slit and looked around. Night air somewhat less stifling, but it was so dark she was afraid to step into the unknown. Immediately, mosquitoes landed on the girl's face and arms and began biting. She was swatting them away when there came long legs swinging through the grass, and Jaimin appeared, hauling an empty crate. Abeona screamed and pulled her head back inside the curtain. Jaimin shushed her and told her to come out the wagon. "Oh, my goodness, my heart!" Abeona held her chest. Mosquitoes buzzed in her ears. She yelled again. "You scared the devil out of me!" "Shh! Sorry to give you a fright, miss, but you must speak more quietly. Shh!" "Is there trouble?" Abeona lowered her voice. "Where are we?" "No trouble, but we must make camp with care all the same." Abeona climbed carefully down and assessed what she could of her surroundings. Occurred to her with a sinking in her belly that there was no privy. Jaimin climbed in and brought out an armload of packages. "Here, take these." "What for?" "Put them in the box." Abeona stacked the foodstuffs and Jaimin handed her more. "What are you doing?" "Securing our provisions. This land is hungry." Jaimin jumped down from the wagon and brushed at his face and slapped his arms and started away with his load. "Trust me, you don't want to be sleeping next to the food." "Wait, where do I go?" "Come with me if you like, or keep Mr. Swift company." No, I mean, go, where do I go?" "Oh, anywhere you like, I suppose.
Stay out of the thorn scrub, though. Jaimin passed his hand along the west edge of the camp. That is where the creatures sleep, and never go farther than your voice can carry.
I can't go out there. She slapped at the stinging itches poking her neck. I don't know how.
Sorry, miss. It is the only way. Jaimin set down the crate and dusted his hands and whispered back, You just squat in the bushes.
You're not serious. I've never.
Country people say you must learn to do a thing by doing the thing. It is not so bad. But remember, don't go too far.
Why? What's out there?
Just safer not to wander from camp.
What if I see something?
Jaimin looked around, leaned in close. Country people say run fast or learn to hide.
Sincerely?
The big man took his cargo and went away, and when he was gone, Abeona raced to a nearby tree, peed on her ankles while the bugs feasted on her legs and bottom and rushed back. Tall Yannick built a cook fire and stirred a steaming kettle while the coffee pot boiled. Little Azuka, who holstered a massive 1848 Colt Dragoon revolver, big even for an average man, accepted a cigar from the old lawyer and walked slow circles around the camp. Abeona hovered near Swift. His tobacco smoke soothed her nerves, and she closed her eyes and thought of her father smoking his pipe on the portico back home. Slapped herself tender against the prodigious bloodsuckers until Yannick appeared with a tin cup covered in a string-wrapped cloth.
I don't understand.
Good medicine, Mim. Yannick shoved it at the girl until she took it.
Am I to eat it?
Abeona unfastened the lid and sniffed the dark salve and recoiled.
Oh, my. Wretched. It's wretched.
The girl gagged and handed it back to her benefactor. Goes on the skin, said Swift. Keeps the mitsies away. Course you'll reek like a bloated Boer, but the locals swear by it.
I'd rather die.
Keep by the fire, then. They don't prefer the smoke. Last thing you need is a case of blackwater.
Why aren't they bothering you? Swift puffed his pipe and blew a smoke ring. Perhaps I'll just take up smoking.
The old Englishman gave her an unamused look, and Abeona dropped the matter. She sat nearest the fire as she could stand and watched with keen interest as Jaimin loaded their groceries onto the center of a cargo net. He threw a lassoed rope over a high branch thick as a human thigh and fastened one end to the trunk. Free end he used to sew the net closed around the goods and hoisted them 20 or so feet into the air and secured the excess rope with an alpine butterfly loop. When Jaimin returned to the fire, Abeona complimented him on his handiwork. An old trick, better safe than sorry. She had heard that phrase recently from another man, and now she decided she would adopt it for herself.
Can you teach me?
Can I, or will I? Jaimin folded a woolen blanket into a square and laid the seat next to the girl and sat with a languorous groan. You want to know how to hoist a net? Simple. Just pull.
To do things, man things. I wish to be useful.
Swift, who'd been admiring Yannick's culinary deftness with quiet cheers of confidence, addressed the girl thusly. There will be no hurt feelings, my dear, if you choose to begin taking on more responsibility. Still looking at Jaimin, she replied, Perhaps you should stick to your brandy. Jaimin gasped. Swift babbled in consternation, but conceded that he could go for another spot.
Well, will you?
I don't know what you could learn that would be of any use to you. I think it best if you mind yourself and keep from crabbing things.
Abeona tilted her head and drew her mouth tight. I think you owe it to me.
Jaimin looked around her in Swift's direction. I don't know what you mean.
You certainly do, and if you value your neck, you'll do as I ask.
Rivers run uphill before a woman rules me.
Abeona smirked insolently and said, Is that what country people say? The trekkers spooned steaming heaps of beans and rice into their hungry mouths. They made monkey sounds, for the food was too hot for their tongues, but hummed happily with bites of sticky fried banana and blew clouds off their coffee until it was just right for the lips. Not a word was spoken while they scarfed their dinner under 1,000 stars, though after the feast they talked, and they talked low out of respect for the night. Pleasant stink of red clay and sweet grass thickened in their noses as Africa's essence seeped into their souls. That first night, the trio's spirits grew as full as their bellies.
What do they figure? Swift packed the bowl of his pipe and lit a match. Tomorrow we ride east until dark, then south-southeast for 6 days, perhaps 7.
Jaimin produced a long leather wallet and pulled from it a map. He unfolded the paper and beckoned the old lawyer into the firelight, and Abeona sat forward and watched him trace his finger in a curving line from the Gulf of Guinea across Lower Guinea near an area marked Unexplored Region. As conversation withered, there rose the tick-snap-tick of burning marula branches, lowing of buffalo, and a discordant squawk.
What's that awful sound? Abeona asked. Swift was occupied with his brandy and tobacco.
Jaimin asked Yannick, and he listened for the squawk and responded, "Korongo." And Jaimin said it was only a heron. "Whatever is a heron?" "Only a bird, not to worry. It isn't one of your cannibals." "I was only jesting about that. Weren't you?" "Perchance." Jaimin tipped back his hat. "I suppose we will find out." "When? Tonight?" Swift laughed, and Jaimin spoke to the guides in their language, and they all laughed, and Abeona looked worried. "Well, what is everyone's problem?" "They say you should be more worried about being eaten by mosquitoes." "Well, if they do come," said Swift, "they'd better eat me quietly. Good Christ, I need a night's rest." After supper, and any time the two were at rest, the guides could be seen at the edge of camp throwing the dice in the Chinese game of Si Wu Lu and talking amongst themselves. And so Yannick and Azuka cast their black mango wood dice, a most jovial means of clairomancy to decide who would first play the role of night guard and 5 o'clocker. It was decided Mr. Yannick would stand watch the first night and wake the group at sunrise. Swift and Jaimin retired to their tent, leaving Abeona to bed down in the wagon. She had been warned not to leave her quarters until daylight, and now regretted all the coffee she had drunk with supper. The girl laid awake long after the others. For a while there was some light grunting nearby, though it ceased without incident. She listened to Yannick tend the fire and hoped he was fierce enough to deter the lions and bandits and snakes she imagined crawling hungrily toward the camp. Abeona pawed in the dark for matches and one of the new iron oil lanterns. She lifted the globe and set the wick and topped off the vessel with fuel. The red palm oil she poured stunk like old mushrooms, and Abeona wrinkled her nose and thought for a second of her initial foray into tweendecks. She'd heard the natives use the oil for everything from cooking to medicine, but the girl couldn't imagine eating something that smelled so foul. Under her canvas roof in the cheery yellow light, she rummaged for her father's brown leather bag and pulled the first journal from it. Began to open it, but paused at a nearby rustling outside. Flaps on the far end fluttered. Yannick stuck his head in and looked around. Abeona quickly covered the journals with her blanket. "You are comfortable, Mim?" "Yes, quite, other than the heat. Thank you." "Don't be frightened, Mim. Yannick is brave. Yannick sees like the lion in the night." "Very good." Abeona pulled the covers tight around her neck. "That is of great comfort. Will that be all?" Yannick looked around again. Abeona quashed a scream and said, "Good night, Mr. Well, just good night." He tipped his hat and said, "Lala salama, Mim," and he was gone. Abeona watched the slit for movement, waited for the footsteps in the grass to fade before reaching for the bag. She opened one of the diaries and read, May 17, 1859, stolen in the night. "Doctor says my heart is failing, and I fear what little time I have dwindles with alarm. I still enjoy brief periods of vitality and will make entries as this decrepit body allows. Much of what I intended to share may be as difficult to read, I should expect, as I have found it to write, but the truth must be laid bare. Our group came down from the mountains and swelled as our captors raided village after village. Most of us remained lashed with rope, but the bigger, stronger males were secured throat to throat with juvenile tree trunks as oxen in a yoke, and thereby not one man among the captured escaped. The white man and his black soldiers had voices cruel as hands, and at each stop they would point to those already in chains and demand more. More they received. Farmers gave their wives and children and sometimes themselves to spare the village. At one of the stops the chieftain refused, and the soldiers took the chieftain's daughter by the hair. That poor girl begged her father to intervene. They dragged her to the middle of the village, where she wailed and wet herself. 2 of them each took her by the wrist, pulling her arms out straight and tight. I thought they might tear her in half. The white man shook his big knife. Still the chieftain conceded not. The white man swung his panga and cut off one of her arms. There was so much blood. I smell it still. And when the white man again spoke, he was given all he desired. Abeona felt herself growing somewhat numb to horror. How many inhuman acts was she to bear witness to? She closed the journal and blew out the lantern. Moonlight painted the canvas ceiling in a glow lacquered with tiny flits of shadow. "Forgive me, Father," the girl whispered as she clasped her hands in prayer. "I know this wasn't meant for me, and perhaps I shouldn't, but I miss you so much and can't hardly believe you're gone. Perhaps the past should stay in the past. Either way, I beg you please forgive me." Abeona held her face and laid back and listened. Silence to her untrained ears slowly unfolded itself as low rumbles, crack of far-off thunder, buzz and flutter of pests working their way into the wagon, and the slow, measured crunch of Yannick's boots in long strides over the grass. The girl fought sleep, but closed her eyes, afraid she might dream her father's terrible dream. Chapter 31. Who Wears the Pants? Muddy, fly-bitten days inland through gallery forests which formed great halls of flora at the outer edges of the swampy coast, spreading their lush fingers into the savannah's inward fringe. In this unique land, half a day could be spent in a murky corridor of rainforest and the balance over wide-open field. Though the rains had subsided prior to their arrival, trail was soft and the occasional pool large enough to force the travelers to forge or circumnavigate these fugitive reservoirs. They found the landscape farther from the coast to be dry and sparsely wooded, but it seemed little in effect on the ravenous swarms of God's winged meek. And so the outlanders were forced to smear themselves morning and night in Mr. Yannick's putrid ointment. Soon the Browne party was upon the flatlands and made camp thereupon. Teamsters hoved up the wagon at the western edge of the veldt on the cusp of a swale that served as a riverbed in wetter decades. Golden grasslands stretched to endless sky as a rippling sea of pyrite. An alluring twinkle as worthless and dangerous to a foreign man as fool's gold and rogue commerce, and Abeona was warned against venturing thereto. Dreamless and witless, Abeona awakened early next morn, groggy moments remembering where she was and the horrible truths she had learned about her father's enslavement. She crawled the end of the wagon and lifted the flap to a burst of sunshine. Campfire smoke, low talk, incessant buzz, and the crunching of Chiku and Quito as they nibbled grass down to stubble.
"Beginning to think you'd snore right through breakfast."
Swift snorted at his cleverness, and the others hooted their approval. "I don't know what you're talking about because I do not snore."
"Must have been a water buffalo under the wagon,"
said Jimon, and again the men guffawed. Not bothering with her boots, Abeona stepped out onto the warm earth, slightly cooler than the morning air. The grass beyond their campsite rose and fell with a light breeze. Motion reminded Abeona of the bottomless dark water that had made her so ill for all those days. Her stomach gurgled, and she steadied herself. "Hope you saved me some."
"Plenty, ma'am."
Azuka, who was tending the fire, lifted the coffee pot over his head. Squatting there with his stubby arms and legs, he looked like a plump old schoolboy. "Good and strong." Abeona found Jimon on the sitting stump he'd chopped out of a deadfall the day before. He had a pistol and a cloth on his lap and was wiping the barrel of a rifle. Swift was writing in his ledger. "Where's Mr. Yan?"
"Yannick, ma'am. He sleeps."
Azuka fed sticks into the fire and pointed at the tent behind the old Englishman. Now she could hear the tall fellow's slumbering sighs. The party was all accounted for, but still she hesitated. At least before there had been trees to hide among, and to relieve oneself in the dark while the others were busy making camp guaranteed a certain degree of anonymity. But now the earth was flat and nearly treeless. "I'm so embarrassed," Abeona whispered into Jimon's ear. "This is quite unladylike of me, but I fear I just don't know where I should go." She made wide eyes at Swift and bobbed her head at him.
"Good Christ, we're not going to watch."
Swift spoke without looking up from his work.
"This must be a frightful inconvenience, but it's one brought upon yourself when you sneaked off to New York. Now, we've been going by that stand of bushes over there, so watch your step."
Jimon whispered back to the girl.
"Sleeping on the ground has made him ornerier than usual. Don't worry, we will be right here at camp. Not even our eyes will stray from the fire."
Abeona put her hand on Jimon's arm in silent thanks. He pulled away and looked at the old lawyer before speaking to her.
"Sorry, miss. I haven't been sleeping well either."
She, too, eyed Swift, considered Jimon's odd behavior before nature forced her to seek relief. Edge of camp, Abeona hesitated, just past the horses when she grumbled, turned back, and climbed in, grunted the words, "Better safe than sorry," as she crawled around the wagon. She'd already lost the journals once, and since their first night in country, she'd worked to make a habit of never going too far without them. Revelation of her father's capture pained her, so she tried to leave the remainder unread. But much as she feared discovering more of his painful secrets, curiosity harried her, and there wasn't much else to do over the daily 13.5-hour wagon ride. She took the leather bag and hung the strap over her neck and shoulder. Hoisting herself over the tailboard, squeezed her bloated middle until she nearly peed right there. Out in the field, Abeona searched for just the right spot. To avoid standing in the men's mess, she struck out her own path. A few days in the wild had acclimated the girl to her new surroundings, and she was finally sleeping better. In fact, she was incredibly well rested that morning. Abeona hummed as she traced her hands along the tall, swaying tassel grass, found a lone young acacia tree beyond the bushes with camp no longer in sight. "Not too far, ma'am." Azuka's words came faint on the wind. One more look around for peeping toms, and Abeona hiked her dress, pulled down her underthings, and squatted. She hoped not to piddle on her stockings this time as she disappeared into the tall grass, knees bent and back resting against the skinny tree trunk. Letter bag lay on her lap and she drummed it nervously. At first, the water wouldn't come, but she considered Africa's strange perfume a sweet earthiness underwritten by salt musk and things naturally relaxed. Soon the pressure left her. Again, the girl considered whether she should be reading the diaries at all. He is your father, for better or for worse, but they weren't meant for you. Yes, but what's the harm? Thrill of curiosity for what lay ahead in the diaries overwhelmed, and she found herself emitting little groans of anticipation. As she finished her business, she began to think about breakfast and coffee. Wet bumblebee of hunger whirred in her belly, and the girl giggled at the sheer volume of it. Something about making outside in a strange land, the danger of being exposed, and with a good night's sleep made her giddy. Best she felt since well before her father passed. Freest since she chose to deceive Uncle George and run off to New York. The most right since the insanity of crossing the ocean. Abeona wondered, meandering back and studying the grass as it bent under her toes, how she ever found the strength to board the boat in the first place, let alone how she might be courageous enough to return. She pondered also the strange dubious grimace and the encounter with Mr. Clovis and Claude Carriage. She hoped Sally had been safely reunited with her husband. Abeona appreciated for the first time in her life the rather mundane miracle of a sweet wind, how it contrasted with the visceral stench of tweendecks. Susurrus. Abena's daydream was interrupted by rustling, close and out of tune with the breeze. Even if her head didn't know the word, the girl's body understood. She'd heard the tell a bit ago, but had paid no attention, having assumed it merely the wind. Again the sound came. Abeona stopped to listen closer. Hiss of wind in grass, heartbeat in ear. Something creeping just out of reach in the weeds. The girl looked around. Pulse quickened. She took great gulps of air. Hello? She looked about for the camp. Where was it? She searched around and around before spotting it off in the distance under the low early light of morning. Spoke to herself frantically as she realized she'd wandered the wrong direction. Moved in quick steps, stopped to listen. Oh no, her whisper absorbed by the mocking wind. Oh no, oh no. Small black statue of a girl boomed inside. Her eyes searched the brush. Relative safety of the wagon was much more than a few hops through the meadow. The sound approached. Abeona wanted to move, to run, but the wind betrayed her. First the sound came from behind, then either side. Hello? Her voice faint and tragic. Just the wind in the grass? Turned her head for a better listen. She breathed in deep and held. Wind and grass. Exhaled slow and quiet. It's nothing, foolish. Speaking to herself to quell the riot inside. Just go back to camp. To her left, on the edge of vision and skirting belief, movement. Landing bird, swaying stick, flit of tail. Abena's attention was drawn suddenly by whinnying, and she could see the horses thrashing against their picket line where they'd been grazing. Oh my goodness! Steaming clench of unmitigated boiling terror and nauseous hunger pangs plashed in her belly, searing her innards with the eons-old knowledge of eat or be eaten. Arms, legs, chest, jaw, everything clenched. Her little fists balled in the excess length of cotton, her dress pulled high enough to expose bare feet, ankles, high enough to run. For a moment too quick to comprehend, she wished she were back aboard the Elsie Marie. And then she ran, and she screamed. Pounding heart, wind, drowning of all sound within reason and without, until only her own shrieks, something behind her. She was going to die. Oh, yes. She screamed and screamed as she ran, the buffalo bag beating against her back, out of rhythm with her strides as a sick heart protesting its final moment. Camp exploded into action as the men ran toward her, rifles jerking side to side. Out front of Yannick and Azuka, Jaimin holding something smaller, shiny in the sun. Swift was far behind them. He had no gun. He waved Abeona toward him. Pained urgency stretched his face wide and flat, any previous pigment having drained into his boots. That was when she saw them. Dogs. No, cats. Covered in spots, polka-dotted demons. The gingham devil and the calico catastrophe, Abeona thought in a gallows muse. Whatever they were, they followed on either side, moving closer and closer as she neared camp. Still 100 feet or more away, Jaimin and Azuka each stopped, knelt, and shot. The blasts on their end to Abeona sounded like the snaps the piles of fish flies made back home when she would step on their bodies on moonlit autumn nights. Now she was the fish fly, about to die. About to die. More snapping. Smell of rotten egg and burnt wood tickled Abena's nose. Snap, snap, snap. More shots fired, and the phantom on the left tumbled away. Just as the girl jerked right, the other beast lunged. Snap, snap, snap.
Heavy and hot, writhing, bloody growls hit Abena's leg with the weight of a fallen horse. She threw out her hands to keep balance, but stepped on the front of her dress and fell flat at once. Her face stung. She saw spots, and the crushing behemoth wriggled on her back. Growling and pulling, hot, fetid breath sticky with decay, the animal that had knocked her over lay panting on its side. Abeona tried to crawl toward Yannick, who was running at her, but her progress stifled by the unseen force holding her back. Pulling the strap still around her neck, the animal tugged so hard it lifted the top of her body off the ground, enough for her to get back on her feet. Abeona fought her way out of the tether and ran past Yannick, who dropped to the ground, put his rifle out straight, and fired one shot. Abeona collapsed at Jaimin's feet.
Holy Hannah!
Jaimin knelt and examined the girl's limbs.
Were you bitten?
She hadn't the wind to respond.
I must know if you were bitten. Answer me.
She shook her head and gasped.
Got the bloody buggers!
Swift, who was still lagging behind, though not for lack of effort, slapped his leg and shook his fist.
Bloody well right! Mess with our girl and see what you get!
The cats were still. Largest of them had a corner of John Brown's letter bag in its mouth. Yannick poked the belly with his rifle. When it did not move, he worked the satchel loose and brought it to the girl.
"Ma'am?" The tall man yawned, eyes red from sleep.
"Thank you." Abeona wrapped her arms around him, her head reaching only to the tall man's sternum. "Thank you, thank you, thank you."
"What was that?"
said Swift. "Duma," said Yannick, who stiffened against Abena's embrace. Swift cocked his head in confusion, and Jaimin told him it was a big cat.
"Well, I can see that."
Yannick wrenched himself free of the girl's grip. "Sawa, Mim, Sawa."
"He said it is no trouble."
Jaimin patted Yannick's shoulder to reassure him. "Men and women from his tribe do not touch unless they are man and wife."
"Oh, I beg your pardon." Abeona bowed a little and backed away. I didn't know."
"Remarkable."
Swift nudged one of the smaller cats with the toe of his boot. "Was that a wolverine?" Abeona pointed at the carnage.
"Duma, mother and cubs." Jaimin squatted to catch his breath. "No wolverines in Africa. None that I know of."
"Were they going to eat me?"
"Mother teaching babies to hunt."
Abeona hugged herself against a chill. While the three of them stood there taking in what had happened, Yannick and Azuka set to skinning the beast and slitting their bellies. A great amount of intestine and organs spilled onto the grass. Runnels of blood flowed outward from the dead so that the earth itself bore stigmata of the deadly encounter. Death in the girl's nose was rich, metallic, cloying. "What are they doing?" Jaimin stood and brushed himself off.
"Skins will be sold at market. The bushmeat will feed us for days."
"Bushmeat?"
"Country people do not waste such gifts."
Abeona put a hand over her nose and mouth and walked to the largest of the cats. Bristles, whiskers, long yellow teeth, massive paws. Outstretched her hands, studied the fingers. She lifted her dress and looked at her feet. She dropped the dress and lifted it again, paying close attention to where the hem rested atop her toes. Behind her, Swift congratulated the men on their effort and debated himself on who made the most difficult and truest shot.
"Tea's getting cold." Swift came over, took Abeona by the arm. "Gave us quite a jolt."
"You scared me nearly to death."
"Becoming quite the adventurer, my dear. But please, do me a kindness and stop trying to get yourself killed, at least until we get home."
Abeona stumbled along, still in shock. Once again she found herself marveling over the number of threats she had faced since leaving home. Was she cursed? For her own impudence, or perhaps it was God's punishment for the sins of her father. She looked back at the dead cats, knowing it could well be her lying there in the morning sun. Back around the fire, the men joked as if nothing life-altering had occurred. As much meat as could fit into a keg was packed with salt. The skins were stretched and tacked blood side out to the wagon sideboards. Canines were pulled for trophies. Rest was left for the flock of buzzards which had begun circling far above.
"Long ride today, so you'd better eat."
Swift pointed his pipe at Abeona and sipped from a tin cup.
"Getting to be 1:30. This late start is going to put us behind schedule."
The men packed camp while Abeona breakfasted on cold oatmeal and bitter coffee, both deluged with sugar. Wasn't sure she'd be able to eat, but hunger won out. When she finished, the girl went to the wagon, brushed dirt off her feet, and was about to get in.
"Oh, no you don't."
Swift pointed to a water bucket with a rag hanging over its edge.
"There's no butler out here in the wilderness. We're going to start doing our own dishes."
"Pray, what are we paying them for?" She pointed at Azuka.
"Do you think, child, I have patience to spare?"
Swift's jovial expression, now one of controlled contempt. Abeona went to the pail and dunked the metal dish and swished it angrily before removing it and pronouncing it clean.
"Use the washcloth. Scrub it. In the bucket. Shake off the excess water. Abeona did so. Now squeeze out the rag, dump the pail, and load them into the wagon. Swift spoke between tobacco puffs, and the softness returned to his voice. Who knows? You might make someone a wife yet. Abeona frowned at the old man, who winked and went back to scratching in his notebook. She finished her work and stomped off to the wagon to change into clean clothes, hiked the material again and lifted a leg to hoist herself, looking around to be sure no one saw up her dress. But halfway she froze. She looked around at the men working, at Swift sitting, his legs splayed wide in comfort. It occurred to her she was tired of tripping, tired of having her hands full whenever she wanted to walk. She went to Azuka, who, though thicker as men are, was closer to her height. She pulled him aside, spoke in whispers. "Extra trousers? Ma'am, please, I do not know this. I don't want no troubles." Abeona whispered some more. Azuka looked warily around the camp and nodded. Abeona tried to shake Azuka's hand, and he jumped back. "Oh, sorry, I forgot." She took some money from her bag in the wagon and ran back. Azuka came out of his tent with a pair of brown denim slacks in fair condition. Abeona looked around the camp and chewed on a thumbnail. "Ma'am? Yes, they'll do nicely." Yannick gibbered an angry oath at Azuka, but Azuka clicked his tongue and waved his fellow away. "What is it?" He says no ting, ma'am." "No, he obviously said something." Azuka sighed and drew a deep breath as in thought. "Well?" "He says you are bad omen, ma'am." "Bad omen? Why?" "Do not hear him, ma'am. He is Enye Harara." Azuka made a grumpy face. Abeona stifled her amusement and inspected her purchase. The knees were faded and doubled with patches sewn in simple jagged stitches with thick thread. There were black stains of uncertain origin, but the heavy material was sturdy enough for another go-round, and Abeona gladly accepted them. She took her prize back to the wagon for privacy. There she put on the pants and a white blouse given her by Mrs. Astor. She used a long silk scarf covered in pastel flower print as a belt, which she tied with a double loop in the front. Even with the trousers hiked almost to her breasts, they were baggy. She tucked her pant legs into the red boots like Yannick and Azuka wore them. The material was lumpy around her ankles and puffed out over her boot tops, making her legs look like some strange red and brown mushrooms. Still, no young lady in the bush was gladder of her appearance when she jumped out of the wagon, grinning with the pride of ingenuity. First, Abeona noticed the ease of swinging her leg over the tailboard. She reached to pull up her dress out of habit. Unlearning that would take time. Instead of lowering herself slowly to the ground, she hopped with both feet and landed triumphantly. Took a few strides, walking bow-legged as a long-trail cowboy just to see how it felt. She'd gone from being able to crawl to feeling like she could fly. The freedom of movement was unbelievable. "Oh, my!" Azuka put his hands to his cheeks. Swift looked up from the hand mirror where he was now trimming his sideburns. The little white hairs twinkled to the ground. "Oh, good Christ! What fresh buggery!" Jaimin flashed the girl a secret smile. "I have decided," Abeona said in a loud and defiant voice, "as long as I am to remain in this land of the bloodthirsty and the wicked, I shall do so with the ability to run for my life if necessary. Mr. Jaimin's country people say we should run fast or learn to hide, and I am tired of hiding." "I'll be sure and alert the Royal Geographical Society." Swift gawked at the girl's strange outfit. "Now what in bloody hell is this about?" Abeona stood before the old man and held her hand out. She motioned for the scissors, and he gave them. "What in God's name?" Abeona took hold of her ponytail and sliced into it, her fingers aching against the sawing pressure. "What I said earlier about you finding a husband, I take it back." Abeona tossed the oily black snake into the fire with a crackle and hiss. "Ooh, heavenly," she said, scratching her head with both hands. She stood over Swift's folding tray, looking into the hand mirror at her earlobe-length hairdo, which hung jaggedly at the sides. "You, my dear, have lost your bloody mind." Last few pieces of camp were stowed in the wagon, the fire smothered in a few shovels of dirt, and the travelers were on their way. Deeper into the unknown they moved. What adventures, what dangers may await, Abeona did not know. But she promised herself that, no matter what might come next, she would do her best to be brave. Chapter 32. Maîtresse Percy. Clenched teeth and bruised tailbones. Dry road made for easier travel, but the wagon jounced at every ridge and rut. Through the long hours, Abeona lay in the wagon reading her father's journals. It was hot and dusty, and the red clay road anointed carriage, horse, and man in that land's baptismal sienna, as if inaugurating them for some bloody eventualities. After the excitement with the big cats, the girl was glad to be shut up in her rolling retreat.
All through morning and into the afternoon, Abeona read of her father's long journey down the Mandara mountain range and through the forest to the sea. She absorbed his words of trepidation and rue, and the obnoxious trundle of wagon wheel gave way to her father's voice. May 29, 1859. The abominable maîtresse Percy. Weeks to the coast, and I don't know how many villages I saw raided. Some dozens, it is certain. When we reached the ocean, at Gulf of Guinea, there were hundreds of us, if not 1,000. And each devil trader brought with him many hundreds more of our people, so that the city, of which I do not know the name, burgeoned with the dispossessed. Our bodies were offered at market as one hawks hogs or chickens, yet without the respect given livestock. Lots of 10s and 20s, sometimes more. One white man with long curly hair the color of August straw brought many of us at once. He had demanded 100, but a woman in that group dropped dead from exhaustion as they headed out of town. We watched through the chinks in the wall, his men dragging her limp nakedness like a felled tree to the clerk, where they quibbled over a refund. Though I do believe he was given a replacement. She simply fell over and did not move. The idea a person could die suddenly and without apparent cause fritted me as much as any horror I, as a youth, had seen. I feared I might do likewise out of grief or terror. So I took to walking in place just to keep my body moving, keep it alive, and, I hoped, force my terrified heart to remain beating. How many of us were packed into barns on the auction grounds I cannot say. I was fortunate enough to be surrounded by kinsmen without cause for quarrel, and we endured the hours speculating on our destination. I could not understand what the curly man said, but 2 of my older fellows believed his ship was bound for the island sugar plantation of Wana. This was a place of unanimous ill repute. It took a week to adduce my fate, during which time we suffocated in the overcrowded warehouse with little air and no comfort. The heat was not merely unbearable, it was accosting and ever-present. We were given 1 cup of water per day and a handful of nuggets of fried cornmeal mush, similar to boiled ugali, but closer to what the folks at home here in America refer to as corn dodgers. Bland and tallowy, and I hated it, though in all likelihood it sustained me. As there was no commode, we were forced to make do where we stood, or laid. The resultant miasma only served to worsen the already poor health of many, and within a few days the healthy became sick and the sick began dying. My little body, by some miracle, survived to auction. I'll never forget standing on the platform, listening to bids for our souls disappear into the wind with our chances for escape, smelling that sea air for the first time. I'd never seen such big water. I was a child thinking childish thoughts. I truly believed someone from my village would save me, save us all from this waking nightmare. The situation was still too new for me to realize I would never be free again, not as a boy. I was sold to a fellow from the tribe Maka, with a lot of 10 adults and children. I soon learned he himself was a slave and had been ordered to purchase help for his master's farm. We headed north-northeast. One of the women in our group sickened and died on the journey. An oldish fellow, much sprier than he appeared, managed to run away. I know not of his fate. The rest of us children included a boy my age, also from the mountains. We went to work for a farmer who sold meat, eggs, fruit, and vegetables to the slavers. Following several days' march, we arrived on a bright sunny morning and were introduced to a Mombasan slave driver named Rufaro. He was mean as ugly, and I will hate him to my dying day. I have tried to forgive. I swear it in my Christian soul. That man had a face that could scare a hyena, and he smelled like a gut pile. But that is not why I hated him. Worse than Rufaro was the owner, Mr. Percival. Maître Percy was a French bachelor who retired from military service, found there were greater fortunes to be had than by fighting wars for the king, and so he was a supplier of sustenance to crews of slave ships. To save on horses, Percy instructed Rufaro to put men in harnesses. Teams of 6 pulled carts of produce to and from town. At least one fainted daily, and when they walked unshackled, my brethren bent their scarred bodies still as if shouldering a terrible weight. These men pulled plows and dragged trees and performed any other work designed for beasts. Once there, I began to devise my escape. It was only a few days' ride from Percy's farm to the big water and back through the forest to my mountain home. I thought perhaps I could slip away from that place in the night. But what? How would I find my way home? What would I eat? What would come of me should I be caught? I was just a stupid boy and so terribly afraid. So I stayed. Weeks melted into one long, bothersome day. Percy's farm was 100 acres huge.
bigger than all the growing my whole village had done for itself. Percy grew yams and raised chickens and hogs and gathered eggs and bananas and tapioca. The first 2 seasons I worked as a fetcher boy. I followed Rufaro from sunup to sundown. Whatever he yelled for, I was to get. He hollered for water, I brought him water. He yelled for tools, I ran to the shed and found them. My joints ached and my hands grew calloused. It was hard work, but nothing like those unfortunate souls who pulled the carts and worked the fields. While my work was difficult, theirs was a grueling challenge to survive heat, disease, and Rufaro's mercurial temperament. After a time, I settled into a familiar routine. I listened close and was able to learn a fair amount of French and even a little English, and thusly the time passed until the spring of my 3rd year on Percy's farm, when my life encountered drastic change. The dry winds of the Harmattan were hotter than usual that winter. For a spell, our workload lessened and we finally had time for boredom. Sometimes you don't know how miserable you are until you slow down. But the weather finally began to cool and we were ardent to ready for planting ahead of the next rainy season. Rufaro came one sleep to the workhouse. This was the first real building I ever lived in. A good-sized shack of straw and mud brick topped with a thatched roof. Far different from the huts of grass and stick in the mountains. He came so early I thought we were to start planting. "Maître Percy want you, boy," Rufaro whispered so as not to wake the others. "Come quick, boy." When Percy called upon you, it betokened trouble. But what had I done? We went to his house of fine, straight, whitewashed lumber. My legs lagged the whole way, scraping feet in the dirt, hoping it was all a mistake. Rufaro pushed and pulled and chided me along. Maître Percy sat his big table eating his big breakfast. "Sit, my boy, sit." How could I know? We chattel ate porridge and locusts and snakes and sometimes the chickens that died of disease. But Percy's table, my God, was filled with fruit and nuts and bread and cheese. "Take anything you like. Fill that little belly of yours." How could I know? Greedily I snatched a bit of each for my fine china dish and headed for the door. "Stay, join me." That is how it began. Percy became my best friend. No longer did I follow Rufaro around the farm. I spent my days with Percy. He gave me fine trousers and shirts and the first pair of shoes I ever wore. He fed me delicious foods and sweets and read to me fantastical stories from his many books. Each day after spending time with him, I would change out of his fancy clothes and back into my rags. Each night I went back to the slave quarters. Each time the others would shake their heads and cluck their tongues and scold with their eyes. And after a time they no longer talked to me at all. One day when I was about to change my clothes, Maître Percy bid me stay. "You've had enough of that dirty old cottage, ain't you?" He told me I could wear his fine clothes all the time, said we could spend more time together, more stories, more treats. I'd never have to go back to the workhouse. That night at dinner he gave me wine. It tasted funny, rotten. I spit it. He laughed and told me to drink it all. It made me feel unusual. It made me feel good. And I laughed along with him, though I did not know why. After dinner, Percy took me to a special room, a room of my own. It had a bed, my very first, and a wardrobe for my new clothes, and a mirror, a window, and pajamas. Who would have ever thought there were special clothes for sleeping? Sleep was not what Percy envisioned. He awakened me that night, not long after dark. Lonely is what he said. So very lonely. He led me to his room and asked me to do things no boy should ever do. "I wouldn't dream of forcing you. All you have to do is say no." I thanked him. Can you believe? I thanked him for giving me the choice. "Be sure to leave your new clothes behind when you go." Free. He actually used that word. Said I was free to eat porridge and worms. Free to toil under Rufaro in the hot sun. It is my great shame to tell you I did not go. 5 years Maître Percy doted. Candy and books of the day, his cold claws and fermented breath by night. After a time he visited me in the night less and less often until he no longer appeared at the foot of my bed. One day a young boy joined us for breakfast. Percy had given him my old clothes, the first fine garments I'd ever worn. They both looked so happy together. After our meal, Maître Percy said it was time I became a man. I begged mercy, but he shunned me and called for Rufaro. Earn my keep? What had I done but give myself away in 100-fold secret pieces? Had I not traded boyhood for a bit of food and shelter? I was as angry as hurt, and so disgusted I entertained cutting my own throat in his presence with a kitchen knife. The things he expected of me, the awful favors I had done. I loved him like a father, like a lover. I smashed one of his fine teacups against the dining-room wall, but all Percy did was laugh and laugh. His chiding followed me all the way back to the workhouse. Rufaro came for me shortly after. He held out a shovel, told me I was to dig a new hole for one of the outhouses. I bit so hard I should have broken my teeth. When he showed his back, I swung and flattened him. Thought he was going to die down there, gasping for breath. So did he. Percy put me on the next wagon load of produce to town with orders I be sold to the first serious bidder, whatever they were willing to pay. Abeona threw the journal across the wagon, nearly hitting the dozing Jaimin in the face. "Bloody hell!" Swift, who was sitting cross-legged at the midway point of the box on 2 doubled-up blankets, glanced up from his book of poetry. "What was that all about?" Abeona sat staring into nowhere and chewing her thumbnail. "Well?" Jaimin yawned and picked up the journal and held it out for the girl. She sat looking at the men who sat looking back at her. It was so damned hot in the back of the wagon, but Abeona was cold and faint. "I lent you those. Lent, mind you, with the notion you'd take proper care." Swift closed his book and looked at Jaimin, swung his gaze dramatically to Abeona. "I'm sorry." She crawled to Jaimin and took the projectile and went back to her seat on the floor. Carefully placed the journal in the leather bag and curled up in her corner. A desperate sadness washed over her, and she turned to face the sideboard so that no one could see her tears. Chapter 33. Avon March. Watering the horses. Yannick and Azuka carried buckets from a little stream which ran under a simple wooden bridge made of 2 tree-length trunks spanning the narrows and topped perpendicularly with shorter logs which had been split and laid flat side down. Here the red clay road widened and forked south in the direction the Browne party would go after lunch. 2 o'clock as the group reposed near a thicket where gallinules chortled and clicked over their nests. Chiku and Quito nosed their pails. Abeona watched their massive sides swell and fall through the drinking. When they finished, Azuka went to the wagon and found bread and lard and spread the lard on the bread and salted it and stuck a sandwich in his mouth and gave one to Yannick. Yannick fed each horse 2 small ogbones and petted the animals before eating his own lunch. Swift sat on a folded blanket resting his back against young twin tree trunks. Abeona ate and waited the other side of the wagon for Jaimin, who'd gone to relieve himself. When he emerged from the bushes, he was still buckling his belt. "Teach me to shoot." Jaimin peeked around the corner of the wagon at Swift and back at the girl. "First pants, now guns. Do you wish to be a man?" "Yes." She wrenched at the high waist of her new pants. "Oh, I want the freedom of a man." He looked her up and down. "You are free." Abeona bit off a sliver of thumbnail and spat it sideways. I want to be able to do things for myself. You don't know what it's like to depend on others for every little." "Thank you for telling me what I know." "Do this, don't do that. I'm sick of being chained up like a slave." She'd barely uttered that last bit when Jaimin slapped Abena's cheek. Though it was a mere tap, she held her face and shrieked while backing away. Oh, please, miss." Put his big hands on the girl's shoulders. "I am so sorry." Abeona tried to pull away, but his grip tightened and she cursed him through her hands. "Wait, please. I will teach you to shoot. Anything you wish." Abeona lowered her hands and stood sniffling. "Promise?" Jaimin let go of her and nodded. As the girl wiped her face, Swift and Azuka came around the wagon. "What in bloody hell is this?" Jaimin stuttered for a response. "Snake," Abeona said. I was frightened by a snake." "Good God!" Swift looked around, picking up one foot, then the other. "What kind?" "I don't know." She looked at Jaimin and held up her hands. Swift was searching the ground presently and poking at the weeds with his walking stick. "Well, was it poisonous?" "No." Jaimin finally spoke up. "Nothing to trouble over." Swift rested his chin atop his hands on his walking stick and looked them over. "We were just going to do some shooting," Abeona motioned to Jaimin, "if you don't mind." The old Englishman sighed and looked at the ground. "Why the hell not?" Once they were alone, Jaimin prostrated himself and begged Abeona forgive him. "I don't know what to think of you," she scolded. "One moment you're gentle and sweet, and the next you're like a wild beast." I have no words to excuse my vile conduct, only that I vow to comport myself in a manner befitting your dignity." Sight of the big man on his knees with his head hung low put a lump in Abena's throat, and her outrage quickly turned to sadness. "Tell me something," she said. "Yes?" He looked up with glistening eyes. "Anything." Why did you do that on the ship?" Jaimin wiped the tears splashing down his cheeks. I thought that was what you wanted." "Why would you think that?" Abena's face screwed up in puzzlement. "Do I strike you as a harlot?" "No." "Pray why? What did I do to make you think I'm that sort?"
"My mistress, she demanded I treat her so." He put up his hands and sobbed silent but freely now. She the only woman I ever... Oh, I'm so sorry."
Your mistress? You were..."
"Yes. Taken from my home of Ngandere in my 12th year. Sold to a plantation in North Carolina."
Abeona helped Jaimin up, if only symbolically. "Are you well?"
"Yes, miss. I am better."
"Forget the guns. We can try another time."
"No. You wish to learn to shoot? I shall teach you to shoot."
Jaimin unholstered his revolver and unloaded into the dirt 20 or so feet away with sharp cracks that made Abeona jump and cover her ears. A deep shiver cut through the girl, and she wanted to run.
"What in Christ?" Swift shouted, his hand over his heart. "Trying to nap here?"
Jaimin shook the dead caps out of the gun and went around the wagon and lowered the tailboard. He dug around in his canvas bag for a box of shells and small container of caps.
"If you are to do this, you will do it right."
Jaimin took 6 tubes topped with lead balls into his hand, strange metal caterpillars poking out of their paper cocoons. "What are those?"
"Cartridges. They go in here."
Jaimin pressed them in one by one until all 6 chambers were filled.
"Caps go here. Remember, never point a gun at anything which you do not wish to destroy."
Abeona took the pistol, heavy and warm, and the wooden handle awkward in her small hand. Jaimin tore a blank piece of paper from one of Swift's notebooks and walked 15 long paces and stuck the paper on a tree branch above his head. Abeona raised the gun. Jaimin put up his hands and ducked and shouted to put it down. "Sorry!" Abeona aimed the weapon at the sky.
"Holy Hannah! You are trying to kill me, perhaps."
Jaimin pressed against Abeona's back and raised her right wrist in his right hand and brought his left hand around and lifted her left hand to support the butt of the .36 caliber Colt Navy revolver. She was snug and small and safe wrapped in the big man. His hot whisper oozed down her neck, and she shivered and tickled deep inside.
"Take a breath. Let it out slow. Halfway, squeeze the trigger. Do not jerk or pull. Squeeze."
The piece quivered in her fists, and Jaimin stroked the back of her hand with his thumb. Abeona stood there a long time before the gun went bang and the girl went scream, and Jaimin said,
"You must relax. Try again."
Shot after shot she missed, and time after time Jaimin calmly repeated the order of operation. "I'm never going to get it."
"Country people say do not let what you cannot do kill what you can. Practice, practice, and yet you will learn."
Jaimin reloaded his pistol while Abeona watched.
"Back on the road soon. We will practice again later."
Abeona looked back through the last journal entries he had read and thought about what it must have been like for her father to be a slave. The stifling wagon bumped and rolled at a steady pace. Swift slept and Jaimin rested against the tailboard. He peered at the passing scenery through the open flap. "My goodness," Abeona whispered at the pages. "You were in hell."
"Pardon?"
Jaimin said. Nothing, just thinking. And thank you again."
"We'll try some more tomorrow. You'll be taking lions in no time. Make your Duma look like kittens."
Abeona's eyes widened and chin wrinkled at the notion of even bigger cats to worry over. She drank some warm water from her canteen and went back to reading. June 10th, 1859. Dear old Abonmarch. I was sold again in the spring of 1805. Dr. Frederick Abonmarch's farm was a few days' walk from the coast. His land, a mix of field and forest, very nearly straddled the equator. I had found my new home. Most parents are left with the children God gives them, but Frederick Abonmarch chose me. More aptly, he purchased me. In his mind, I do believe he saw our bondage to him as protection from traders who would have sold us otherwise to brutal masters in the nightmarish cane fields and brothels. With this juxtaposition between implicit cruelty and intended kindness, I have struggled and decided right or wrongly that the mind of a slaver cannot be much altered nor informed. He thinks himself a lion, and what do lions do? They catch kudu. And what could a meal say to convince his devourer otherwise? Abonmarch was short, with a spuriously disagreeable face, large of nose, thin of lip, framed in thick black curls topped always with that grubby cocked hat, what the young people of today call a tricorn. The spoils of the Frenchman's 20-year tenure rested in the fine wooden house on the hill, underfoot in a generous plot of earth, and in the belly which sagged over his belt. Abonmarch had been a surgeon on a transport vessel out of Nantes.
Said 20 years of delivering babies, amputating legs, and general doctoring of our people was enough. And so, once having acquired a sizable fortune from his medicinal ministrations to every manner of seafaring chattel, the old frog purchased a fertile forested plot of acreage, whereupon to practice his peculiar brand of beneficence. There he, or rather we, grew guinea corn, raised chickens, made goat cheese, and stewed fruit for jam. March kept 11 adults, 4 of their children, plus me to help him farm. His wife, Yvonne, an Ethiopian in her late adolescence, he purchased some years before. Threat of sale into matrimony being just another burden of the Maffa, a head without free will, a heart without a soul, and a body without origin, mere masses of flesh stolen in the night and delivered into a world where even God could reach, if she even wanted to. After all, if the great Mother herself had created us in her own image, why reduce we to property? Nevertheless, we were March's peculiar Negro family. Quite comfortable I grew in the years which followed working March's farm. I made friends with a young man my age named Jahim and a pretty younger girl named Desta Odili, your mother. We worked side by side each day at a fair pace. The work was challenging but not brutal as it had been under Percy. We had plenty of time for rest and play and worship of March's God, the Jesus Christ. Evenings, March brought me into his home for my studies. He taught proper French, Latin, English. Gave lessons on history, literature, art. After supper we walked and talked in the twilight air, his pipe smoke filling my nose, his wisdom filling my ears. I can see him still in all his squat glory, wearing that filthy tattered hat tipped back on his big head. His pipe he often kept backward in his hand and used the stem to point out various locations for clearing and planting on the edge of the developed property, or to emphasize a point. His tall brown boots always muddy and stunk of dung. He said he had spent enough years keeping himself clean for his work, and he'd had enough. The antique pistol which hung from his belt was, he said, for lions and snakes, but the man never had occasion to use the weapon in my presence. "And what will you do when you become a man?" "Good question, father. The most important." "Well, I truly do not know." I raised my hands to defend against the old man's ticklish pokes with his pipe stem. "Perhaps I'll do nothing." "Comme ci, comme ça," March chuckled. "Idle hands may work for le diable, but an idle derrière leads to the poorhouse, n'est-ce pas?" His mirth faded as our talk became serious. "How will you provide for your family?" "I have no family." "Surely someday. Don't think I haven't noticed the way you behave around young Desta. Tu es amoureux, n'est-ce pas?" "I do not think she notices me at all." "In time, my boy, in time." March looked to the sky as we walked the tree line, his head cocked back, mouth and brow bent in simple satisfaction. "You understand she will never know how you feel unless you tell her." I wanted to share my feelings with her, with March, to tell my terrible story to someone, but such things were not allowed in those days, and though times and attitudes have changed much since that time, I fear it is still a matter unfit for general divulgement. I was still so confused and ashamed of what I had done on Percy's plantation, I found myself mired in fear. I did not feel like a man. How could I ever love a woman, or she me, knowing the awful acts I had committed? I could not ask for God's forgiveness, let alone his permission to marry another. "Well, you are a young man now," March counseled. "She is a young woman. But you will not be young forever. Do not make the mistake of waiting too long. Was it not Molière who said life without love is not worth living? Alas, my only recourse was to feign acquiescence. Oui, je suis d'accord. And so we remained friends only. Jahim, Desta, and Masozi. We swam in the nearby stream. We played stockings until our sides ached. We took long walks and spoke of many things. That was one of but a few times in my life when all seemed perfection. Abeona peeked over the top of the journal to see Jaimin staring expectantly. Swift was awake now and reading his poetry book and fanning himself with the straw boater hat he'd bought at the general store back in Cameroons Town. "Did you hear me?" Jaimin said. "Yes." She was relieved to have read something relatively positive for once. "Wait, what?" "I said we'll stop to make camp in the next hour or so you may want to pack up and ready to help us." I said it before. What are we paying the guides for?" Jaimin shook his head. "Must be quite a book. Had your nose in it all day." "Oh, it's something." June 15, 1859, losing my father again. 7 years I called Frederic March father. When his beloved Yvonne died in the rainy season of my 3rd year with him, we grew closer than ever. He told me in the spring of 1812 that I was his future. I believe I was in my early 20s and knew not what he meant. Neither did we know of his illness. Mere months later, on a fine day in early July, the old Frenchman died. We were looking over a field of corn, he and I. He talked about the height of the plants and pointed out weeds that needed pulling when he fell off his horse. I ran to him, but he was gone. One of his feet was caught in the stirrup and his ankle twisted badly so that his foot was on backward. It took several of us to free his body from the horse. I remember thinking how odd he looked, as if he had simply fallen asleep and fallen from his horse. That evening, as the sun set, Aubenmarch's family buried him on the hill behind the main house so the sun would always rise upon his resting place. The men stood quietly while the women crawled around Aubenmarch's grave. They wailed and slapped the ground and sang, "Hamba nati mkhululi wetu," begging our father not to go. After that we knew not what to do. Every one of us had heard stories of what could happen when a master passes, how his slaves were separated and sold, and always those who were not bought fared the worst. For what does one do with property one no longer has use for? Would I find my way back to Percy, or did the mad trickster guiding my path have something more sinister in store? In order to quell our fears and for the first time in my life take a hand in my own fate, the very next morning pre-dawn, I sent old man Jean, father's valet, to town to ask his lawyer what to do. When, after 3 days, old man Jean did not return, I feared the worst. Had he died or been kidnapped? Surely he was far too old to run away. If he had, where would he go? On the 4th day I saddled a horse and packed a few necessaries. I left your mother, Desta O'Dilly, she was not your mother yet, in charge because I knew I could trust her to ensure the farm continued to operate in my absence. Once my horse was ready, we breakfasted. I had about finished when there came a wagon with old man Jean's horse tied to the back. "Massozi Aubenmarch!" shouted one of the white men aboard. "Massozi Aubenmarch!" Everyone stopped working and gathered near me on the porch. "I am he." It was disorienting to be called such. In all the years he was my father, no one had ever addressed me so. "My name is Wendell, Mr. Aubenmarch. I am employed by your father's attorney." The other man, the one with a gun on his hip and shotgun between his legs, sat silently on the buckboard while Wendell explained. He seemed as surprised as I at the news he shared. While he talked, I stared at the oblong shape wrapped in brown canvas, its black feet sticking out like the gray knuckle on an old drumstick. Where had old man Jean's shoes gone? I asked the gentleman in, while Desta ordered a few of the folks to bring shovels. They put old man Jean on the hill next to father while Wendell explained the situation to me. It was simple, really, terrifying, but simple. Aubenmarch had left me everything: land, house, a generous bank account, and more. I have never signed so many documents in all my life. There was a title to the house and certificates for the plots of land and ownership documents for livestock and a stack of papers he left for last. What are those? There was something preternatural about those papers. I knew without knowing, and I was scared. "These are certificates of manumission." "Manu what?" I stumbled. Stupid boy. But I would come to learn it well. "One for each man, woman, and child on this property, except for the elderly gentleman you sent, of course. That is his paper here, but no longer of any value." I was dazed in a curiosity and wonder, too afraid to even think of what it meant. I knew. I thought I knew. But I kept it closed tightly, the window between me and my hope. I durst not push it open even an inch, not even a hair width. For to sense even the slightest breeze, if ultimately it were to be snatched away, would have been unbearable. I said it again, waiting for him to explain. "Manumission? Your father has released his people from service." I do not know what else was said between us. A numbness overtook me as we concluded our business. He slid the stack of papers across the dining-room table so carefully as if he was handling a picker bush and feared pricking his fingers. And that was that. I've had fleeting moments of euphoria in my life. I have endured deep sadness and crippling despair. I had never, until that moment, experienced them simultaneously. That night I bathed and put on father's finest shirt and trousers, short as they were. I even donned his special teal cravat. I told Lulu, the cook, to prepare a great meal of yams and chicken and okra with tapioca cakes for dessert. Even in my grief I was gleeful at this most joyous occasion. I put the certificates in a box on the dinner table next to my plate so everyone would see them. We lit candles and found some of Aubenmarch's fine cigars. When everything was ready, I went out to find Desta. I wanted first to share the good news with her. On the walk I mulled what I might say. Newfound freedom instilled in me a resolution I had sincerely lacked before, and I wanted Desta to know she and I could finally begin our life together. A real life.
I went to her cabin, but she was not there. The women said they had not seen her for some time. When none of the men reported seeing her, I began to worry. The sadness over the loss of our father was too great. Perhaps she was distraught, wandering the wilderness. Or perhaps she had used the chaos to run away. I searched and searched, but the night grew closer. It was a dangerous time to wander from home. I checked everywhere in the fields and the stream where Mother Capybara and her babies were drinking. Desta often liked to sit on the bank to cool her feet and sing softly to herself. If I was to extend my search, I would need a horse. It was while nearing the barn I heard something strange, like the faint cries of a newborn kitten. I went inside. The sound grew louder. At first I did not understand what Jahim was doing, but when I saw Desta under him, it was clear. She did not love me. I ran back to the house, ushered everyone out, and locked myself in. Oh, what a tantrum! I kicked over tables and broke some of old Aben March's mother's special flowered china plates. I broke 2 dining chairs against the wall and smashed a beautiful painting of a ship at sea. I loved that painting. My childish rage cut a path of destruction across that place. At last, with the desire for their murder blinding me, I spotted the certificates still neatly stacked in their box on the dinner table and took them to the fireplace. There was an urge, a sick tickle inside, which urged me to stop what I was doing to get hold of myself. I did not burn them. I do not know why. I was angry enough to have easily done so, but something stopped me. Howbeit I did the next worst thing. I hid the freedom papers under my bed, and with what was supposed to have been celebratory wine, drank myself to sleep.
Chapter 34. A New Master. "Who are you?" Abeona whispered. She laid the journal on her chest and pretended to sleep while the men reassembled the temporary homestead. She had feigned illness when they stopped. Jaimin seemed to know she was lying, though he left the matter alone. Light of day had dimmed, and outside the wagon there were urgent exchanges of beast and bird. The girl pictured their scramble to hide before the hungry dark. She was stalling until confident the tents were up before joining her party. And while she lay waiting, Abeona was confronted by the notion that her father was not the saint she had once believed him to be. The John Brown she knew had never been rough with a piece of toast. How could such a fantastic idea be true, except that it appeared in his own quill hand? Abeona put away the journal and caressed the smooth leather bag, wondering what other god-awful stories it might contain. Outside, the girl watched the men finish their chores. Azuka gathered sticks and thick dry weeds for a fire, while Yannick foraged in some bright green bushes. Greener, Abeona thought, than anything else in sight. He returned, the tails of his shirt cradling a great mound of brown roots. Abeona pointed at the forage. "Cassava, Mim." "Cassava?" "You see, after supper, Mim." Yannick dumped his quarry onto an overturned crate and dropped into the dirt with a satisfied grunt. He stretched his long legs and with a pocket knife carefully skinned the roots. Abeona sat across from him, watching his scarred hands as they pulled the knife along, spun the vegetable, and peeled some more. Once the vegetables all were bare, clean and white, Yannick whittled them, slicing small, thin pieces into a clean handkerchief on the ground between his legs. Meanwhile, Swift worked in his ledger, smoking a bowl and making his quiet mouth sounds. Jaimin and Azuka piled up logs for the infant fire and set up the dinner table. On one of his trips, Azuka dropped a metal pot on the ground next to Yannick. When the tall man finished working with the roots, he had a great mound of the small white pieces on the cloth. He wrapped it tight and twisted the end. A surprising amount of milky juice squeezed into the pan before Yannick threw the pieces into the fire. "What are you doing?" Abeona said. "All that work gone to waste." Azuka clicked his tongue. "This the good, Mim." Yannick tilted the pan to reveal the cloudy liquid. "You see, Mim, you see." After dinner, Abeona agreed, for while they were long-labored, the tapioca cakes were delicious, and the travelers gloated over the sweet, creamy dessert. Azuka ate 3 pieces, and when he reached for a 4th, Yannick slapped his hand and called him a mlafi, which sounded to Abeona like mulafi, but meant something like pig. With sleep pulling at her eyelids, Abeona watched through the fire as Yannick and Azuka played dice at the edge of camp. Behind her, Swift and Jaimin discussed the group's progress. When their tone changed to one less conversational, the girl put her back to the fire and watched them. "We seem to be running behind." Jaimin showed Swift on the map. "Our route should keep us between the plains and the rainforest, but we seem to be inching toward the jungle. I think if we press hard tomorrow, we should be able to make up the deficit." "Do the men know where they're going?" Jaimin shook his head. "Could be they seek to exploit a few days more pay." Swift groaned lightly to himself. "Oh, yet another mundle. I shall ride up front tomorrow." Jaimin folded the map and tucked it into his leather wallet. "We will make our destination on schedule."
Hear that, everyone? We'll get right to sleep tonight. Swift puffed his pipe. On the road by first light, no dawdling. Everyone agreed, and while the men went on to talk logistics of the next day's route, Abeona said her good nights. Great armored cricket sang loudest to the troop that evening. With weary hands and bellies full of matori stew and cassava cake, Jaimin, Swift, and Yannick slept in their tents. Abeona could not quiet her mind. She listened in the darkness to Azuka stoking the campfire on first watch, to faraway hoots and growls, and to her father's admission. Abeona mulled that last sentence, his having hidden the freedom papers and gone to sleep. She was eager to know more of her father's youth, but reluctant to face any more awful truths. Yet each time she thought she could read no further, she was compelled to do so. How could a man who spent most of his life fighting slavery even consider keeping someone from their freedom? "You didn't know any better," she said, trying to placate herself. "You were young, foolish. Aren't young men all rather dim?" She turned the inquisition inward. "You're young, Abeona Browne. Would you own a slave? Under the right circumstances?" No, she decided, she would never. Abeona dismissed the monologue with a clack of her teeth and lit a match. Dinner's remnants rumbled in her belly and threatened a belch. She rubbed her stomach. "Where are you, Pupina O'Dilly? Pupina Browne?" Abeona lit the lamp and found the leather bag. June 19, 1859. My wickedness. Worse than any white thief stealing bodies in the night, I betrayed my own people and homeland. It has taken a fair amount of brandy for this coward to gather the courage to tell you what I must next share. A man of nigh on 70 years, and I am afraid, desperate, lost. I warn you, this is the worst of all. And though I should not repeat any of this, I must tell someone. The only comfort I take is the realization I shall likely never find you, and these letters will go unread. All the same, the statements I make next regard incidents which have surely damned me to eternal hellfire. I must begin with the fact that your mother never loved me, not as I loved her. We had been friends for some years, but Desta O'Dilly was an unwilling participant in our marriage. I have agonized these years on the villain I was and the wish lifelong to cut that blackness out of my soul with a knife. Heads may know the wrongness of actions, but hearts can so easily be fooled, as the petals of a fresh-picked daisy dazzle, drawing attention from the reality of its callously torn stem. You were my beautiful girl, a daughter any father could hope for. But, to make you, I turned my back on God, humanity, decency. Inconsolable were those days following Father's death. I ached for your mother's comfort, but found my only solace in wine, awakening each day sicker than the one before. At the end of a week, I asserted my newfound power. I struck out late one morning, still drunk. The others hissed and hushed as I marched across the yard. "Father Avonmarsh is dead," I told them, "and I, Masozi Avonmarsh, am your master. My farm, my equipment, my animals, all of you. And you will do as I say. Do you understand?" I had to close one eye to see straight. There were grumbles, but none dared usurp. "I did not hear you. Do you understand? I am the master." They were afraid, and underneath they resented. They told me Lasimba had run off in the night. He was much older than I, stronger, and I was glad he was gone. I shouted orders, gave them vile names, and spat on their feet when they moved too slowly. It took me 3 tries to mount a horse before galloping into the field, and halfway I nearly fell. I found Jahim there with Desta and old man Jean's son. They were pulling weeds in the north corn. I rode round them until they stopped working. "News you all should hear. Father Avonmarsh has made me master of this farm." Jahim stared at me with hate in his eyes. "You are happy for me, no?" "Yes, Master Masozi. No one deserves such grace more than you." "Do you mock?" I shoved Jahim with my horse. Desta pushed herself between us. "Please don't." "Don't what?" I had never spoken with such malice in all my life, not even of the men who stole me from my village. I pointed all around, jerking the horse into a frenzy. "Everything you see here is mine. Every tool you touch, every animal, every kernel of corn, every egg laid, mine, mine, mine. You are mine." I pushed and pushed Jahim, but he yielded to my every provocation. Satisfied, I rode off triumphant and disgusted at his cowardice. At his cowardice. What a fool I was. The following days were much of the same, engaged in drink and harassment, riding the property in a stupor, wickedly supervising those I had once called friends, family. Dry from drink one afternoon, I went to the stream. That time I did fall off my horse, a nice 3-year-old sorrel Avonmarsh had bought me the year before. Desta was there, scrubbing shirts in a bucket.
The horse and I sipped side by side. "I don't know which of you I am smelling." Those were her first words to me in many days. There was a tentativeness in her voice. Her attempt to mollify me is now clear. She was so beautiful, so kind, and I was so angry with her for not loving me. Thinking of her lying with Jahim made me insane. My childish notion of ownership overrode any good sense which may have resided within me. "This is how you dare speak to your master?" As she gathered her wash to leave, she told me, "You will never be my master." I stomped to her and raised my hand. She did not flinch, nor even blink. But a solution occurred, and I was convinced of that which I must do. It seemed so genuine and fair, even if it were not. "I would never hurt you." "No?" She looked at my hand, threatening to strike. "We are all upset over Father's death." "Come, work in the house, take a room. A woman as beautiful as you should not toil in the mud." She congratulated me. She said she was happy for me, so happy. She hugged me, and my heart rejoiced. But when she pulled away, "Your mother said she was grateful but happy in her work. She wanted to be near her friends." I said I was her friend, but I understood. I staggered back to my horse, 2 geldings alone with one another. Rage filled me once again so that I swelled at the seams, and Desta did not laugh when I fumbled to regain my mount. "I have decided you will come to the house," I told her from atop my horse. "You will serve me. I am your master." Never will I forget the deep sadness on her face. I did not sleep that night, and once sober I was ashamed at what I had done. But, child as I was also excited and hopeful. If I could be near her, perhaps she would learn to love me. Next morning, after sunup, she came. First, she cleaned the mess I had made. Without a word, she went to work. By late morning, the house was once again presentable. She cooked me a good breakfast of porridge and eggs. After breakfast, she took my dirty clothes and bedding to the stream. When she returned, I tried and failed to engage her in conversation. She remained polite and busy and out of my way. That night at dinner, she finally spoke. She asked if I found her efforts satisfactory. Very much so, I told her. She wished to go to her room for the night. I said of course, and meant to show her to her new room. Instead, she went to the front door, her eyes on the floor. "What are you doing?" "Going to bed. Your room is here." Her eyes were so full of tears it nearly broke my heart. "Please?" She kept grabbing at my arm, trying to move me, pleading to let her go. I almost said yes. But the vision of Jahim lying on the barn floor swallowed my mercy, and I was cleansed of kindness. "No," I said, "your home is here with me." She ran to her room and slammed the door. Desta cried herself to sleep. The next day proceeded much as the first, except she no longer reacted when I joked. She no longer responded when I spoke, and went about her duties stripped of all joy. What ensued for us both were tense days and restless nights. I scantly slept a wink, listening for the slightest breeze or creak of boards, so certain she was sneaking out for some midnight rendezvous. A week of living so, and I was too exhausted to do anything but sit by the empty fireplace and leaf mindlessly through Aubenmarch's books. I remember skimming the story of a mad sailor who killed the only creature that had brought him good fortune. I have since wondered how many untold ironies we fail to see in our daily lives. Does the universe scoff at our arrogance, at our childishness? It should. But I think instead it sits in quiet judgment. Day after day I watched through the sitting room window as my brothers and sisters did my work, bore my wrath. Order deteriorated, less and less work accomplished. Soon it became obvious we all would surely die of folly and sloth. One day I put on Aubenmarch's hat and his gun and strutted out to the courtyard. My intentions were honorable, if any honor was left in me. But looking in their faces, seeing reflected in them all the doubt and disgust, and knowing I could never live up to the legacy of our father, I forgot every lesson Aubenmarch ever gifted. I told them all plainly that they would work as though Aubenmarch still lived. I made Jahim the overseer and left it to him to ensure every man, woman, and child worked his equal share. I made it clear that anyone who disobeyed would answer for his insolence. Mama Asha trembled, and I encouraged her to share her thoughts. "Father never threatened to lay the hand. He never cursed the tongue, not even on lazy old Jean." Her words cut me, but I redoubled my cruelty and told them, "Would you rather work for me as you did for him, or chance a life elsewhere? Anyone who wishes to go to the auction block, please speak up now." None spoke. June 21, 1859. The accident.
The rest of that summer was an odd time. Farm life returned to normal. Hands found old routines, feet did not stray. Desta eventually softened. Jahim did not. Weeks became months, and as the growing season came to an end, so stability had been restored to Abenmarch's land. Jahim came to the house after supper one late October evening when the sky reddened. I sat smoking a cigar on the porch and watched the tall figure limp and stretch across the yard. I started inside, but he refused my invitation to sit a while, and I stood in the doorway. "Last of the corn come in, Master Masozi." Jahim took off his headcloth and wiped the sweat from his arms and face. "Little short of last year, still a fair haul." He asked if his work had been satisfactory. It had. More than. He'd spent all that time since Father's death working with the diligence of a man possessed by goals and dreams, and I hated him for his obedience. He would be proud, I told him. You honor Father's memory with your effort. Desta had been cleaning after dinner and came to the front room and stood behind me. No one spoke. Late summer buzzed loud in the evening heat. Jahim looked long over my shoulder at his love, at my love. I knew what he would say. He would plead to visit his dearest. He would ask that she come for supper, spend the night, give her hand in marriage. I waited, forced him to ask, my own friend, forced him to beg. His words came to my ears as if down a chimney pipe. It was a muffled echo, familiar gibberish. His massive torso tensed. My stomach ached. Finally, Desta squealed and pushed to reach her man. Without thinking, I elbowed her and put my face in Jahim's close enough for a kiss and whispered, "Never." They would not meet. They would not sup. They would not run off to the barn. They would never marry. The anger boiled up from my feet. Its steam roiled on my lips. Never again in my life would I course with such loathing, such rage. He knew not what to say. I could see the terrible words swelling within him. He glared back at this man who he once cared for deeply. Our hatred pounding in silent opposition. Hate with a power which frightens me still. Hated more than Percy or Rufaro or the white devil who stole me from my family. Go back to your shack and never again step upon my door. He turned as if to leave, and it all happened so fast after that. I looked back at Desta, who was crying, and before I knew it, Jahim had drawn Abenmarch's gun from my holster. We fought. Desta pulled my arm, trying to get between us. I shoved her behind me again and again. I begged Jahim to stop, but he had murder in his eyes. In the scuffle, we stumbled inside the house and fell in a pile and landed with an unequivocal bang. Jahim lay atop me and I on Desta. All were still. The shock of it hung within a black powder fog. The steel was hot on my stomach, and I was sure I would die. I searched my body for the wound, pulled the gun free of Jahim's hands, and he rolled off me. My middle was sticky with blood. A little wisp of smoke rose from the barrel before I dropped it. Jahim had a single hole in his work shirt right over his heart. And yet this thing that I was remained intact. I buried my friend that night on the hill at the left hand of Abenmarch. Chapter 35. The Syzygium Tree. Even without the sour ache in her stomach, Abeona wouldn't have been able to sleep. She jittered as she read her father's journal, pausing to breathe deep as she held the corner of each next page with terrible anticipation. Couldn't take in the words fast enough to pace the giddy rising frost in her chest. A year ago, Abeona wouldn't have allowed an unkind word against John Brown, the hero. But now the penstock had been loosed for the gush of scandal and sin. July 3, 1859. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Pupina. I was scheduled to travel this month to promote my new treatise on the movement. Albeit I've grown so poorly in health we were forced to cancel. Mr. Douglas must persist without me. Until my Mary died, I had not known my age. Some days I think I must be the oldest man in the world. But time dwindles and I must go on, must tell you everything. Your mother was never the same after Jahim's death. She no longer begged to go home. My goodness, the fragile little bird barely ate. I wished to bring her cheer, to make her forget. Foolish me, I believed that were possible. Howbeit, a short time after the incident, I asked your mother to be my wife, and she did not resist. We were married in a small church by a traveling priest in the village of Boer. You came with heavy rain on July 3rd, 1813. Ours was a one-sided relationship. I made plans for a family under love-sick delusion, her existing. Merely existing in sad silence.
Thankfully for your mother, our arrangement was short-lived, for I do not believe any but the harshest upheavals could have shook me from my tyranny. When you were near 3 months, my precious little baby, I traveled on business, gone gathering supplies and tools for the farm. When I arrived home, you both were gone. I should have searched for you, should have begged your mother's forgiveness and set her free. I did nothing. I was an abandoned dog tethered to my own self-pity, barking after shadows of a hope that was not there. My sleep was fraught with jabber and sundry gossip, and I babbled to myself like a madman in the night. The longer you were away, the more certain I became of your imminent return, so far was I beyond reason's threshold for pain. After a time, I wasn't even hoping any more. I stopped wishing. Worse than either, I was expecting, demanding, and waiting for something that would never come. With my father, my love, and my child gone, I faded from existence, if I ever existed at all. I should have focused that apprehension on my work. Instead, I sulked and drank and reveled in my indolence, and no amount of spirits could soothe the ache. After a bottle of brandy one night, I decided I had had enough. With Aubenmarch's pistol freshly packed, I doddered to the stream. On the cool clay bank, I soaked my feet and considered how life's secret small joys would be missed. Desperate to conceive a rationale to stay, a way to go forward, I sat thinking for hours. But the longer I waited, the more it seemed there were no answers to my questions. I had no future, no reason to live. I yearned for punishment, for justice, for an end to my pain. I jumped to my feet and put the gun in my mouth and pulled that heavy trigger. I swear I tasted eternity on that cold, salty barrel. With eyes closed, I screamed. Forever in a fading spark, my elbow jerked, hand squeezed, finger pulled, gun clacked. Nothingness. I was dead. My bottom was cold and soggy from the stream, and my front was wet from fear. Clouds had blanketed the moon, and it was too dark to see. I stumbled around with the gun in my mouth. I kept my eyes shut tight, afraid to witness the emptiness before me. Was this ghosthood? There was a faint hum, whispers in the wind, and what I saw, let me tell you, I did not believe in any sort of a personal God, Aubenmarch's God, before that night. What little I remember of the folk religion of my village was abstract, just so many stories. Aubenmarch's Jesus Christ was a nice story as well. But that day, I knew. I have long since come to know him and his power and his love. What I saw was the most miraculous vision. Brilliant orbs, some glowing orange and others green, they floated far into the dark edge of night. Mute, minute lightning flashes, fireflies softly exploded and faded, each showing in their own time. I dropped the gun and stumbled about with my hands outstretched. I was a beggar hoping to capture some of that purity and warmth. So overwhelmed, I wept. The most beautiful experience I ever had the sense to appreciate. I must have been a sight, drunken stumblebum pawing at the air. Even in that haze of drink and dark, it was clear my life had been saved and that something had to change. Everything had to change. I closed my eyes again and threw back my head. I called out to God, begged him for direction, pleaded he may tell me what I should do. I listened through the buzz and rustle. Hidden life all around. I heard nothing, but saw everything. I did not despair as I had ever before. There came a sound so loud and final it rang through me. The Lord shouted in my ears. Was I deaf? Hundreds hammers pounded a tin roof. The smell of the devil himself and brimstone filled my nose. I was terrified and turned to run, but in my drunkenness I tripped, and all once more was black. With the sun I woke cold and damp in the moist earth near the stream. I looked at the morning sky, head tender from the fall, sick from drink, body sore from prolonged indolence. Visions appeared in flashes. I pieced together the evening. Next to my head, the pistol. Hadn't I put it in my mouth, pulled the trigger? Hadn't I danced with tiny angels? I inspected the gun. The hammer had fallen. I stuck my finger in the barrel. The ball was gone. I searched the ground around in the nearby brush. Not far away, low to the dirt in the trunk of a small syzygium tree, a hole. The gun had been shot. Some time after I dropped it, it must have fired. Slow burn. This just happens sometimes. I itched with a happy terror that wriggled through me, the elation which follows all near-death events. I double-stepped back to the house. A brew of skittishness and dread put me in a finality and understanding of how close I had come.
God had cleaned out my eyes and my ears. I was ready to listen, ready to be kind and righteous. I no longer wanted to be a thin porridge, thinking only of myself. I became excited, overtaken by a joy and sense of purpose I never before even hoped for. I met a couple of the elder women along the way. They greeted me carefully, unaccustomed to seeing me awake at such an hour. They were suspicious of my cheery demeanor. Could I blame them? "Come to the house," I talked very loud and very fast. "We'll make a big breakfast. Go quickly. Let us make enough for everyone." Every man, woman, child, and dog gathered silently in the parlor. I grinned wickedly inward at their confusion and concern and summoned them to the dining room, a first for everyone. I was met with silence when I set the certificates on the table and told my fellows they were free. Selfishly, I withheld the fact that I had waited so long after Aubenmarch's death to execute his will. For one, I thought they might kill me, and have every right in doing so, but also because I could not find any good in the grief it would cause to know they should have been free the year before. Your mother's papers I kept. Somehow I knew I would never see her again. You will find that document tucked into the back of this journal. For you I have no certificate. By the old laws, the child of a free man and a slave woman is free. Such a celebratory day. Oh, how I wish I had not waited. I announced my intention to sell the farm and share with my fellows the proceeds. All through the meal they thanked me and congratulated one another and spoke of what they would do with their newfound liberty. Some of the older ones looked worried. Where would they go? But I provided them with enough money to give them a real chance at a new life. Hosanna! I had not made any plans for myself. I would soon be homeless and without any family or friends. I considered journeying to my father's village. Howbeit, with everything that had transpired, all I had done, I simply could not. More than that, if I am to be honest, I had grown used to the European way of living. The idea of going back to the old way of life did not appeal to me. A new life was what I needed. But where? The next day I packed all that I could carry in the wagon and went to the coast looking for a buyer. I took with me old man Jean's son. My intent was to stay in town until I found an interested party and depart immediately. In those days there were no shortage of investors seeking to capitalize off the port cities and their ceaseless need for supplies to feed the never-ending slew of ships coming and going in the harbor. I met with Aubenmarch's lawyer, who assured me he would have 5 offers within the day. While I waited, I visited the shipping office, hoping to discover a destination. There were passages to Cuba, England, and America. I chose the merchant ship, loaded with spices, slated to arrive in Boston Harbor in 40 days, good weather and God willing. I sold the farm that same day and entrusted the boy with 15 pounds for each of my brethren. I had enough money left for a ticket to the new land and a sum with which to settle myself. My heart filled with hope as I loaded my belongings onto the ship called Jonathan Browne. Abeona read one more entry before sleeping that night. August 19, 1859. Good news. Doctor says I haven't long now, but news received this morning has given me strength to shake my fist at death. A missive in the morning mail from one of the men I dispatched this spring seems hopeful. He's located the orphanage you apparently grew up in, and he seems confident. I promise you, dearest daughter, that my every day henceforth has been put to the highest possible use, fighting the scourge which cripples our people. I cannot change yesterday, but I can affect tomorrow. Chapter 36. After Supper. Stomach troubles and thinking of her father's miraculous refashioning on the Aubenmarch farm kept Abeona awake well into the night. Gurgling and sourness in her lower belly, along with a drenching sweat, portended a mean case of the trots. But she wasn't about to squat in the bushes after sundown unless she absolutely had to. The girl put her mind on pleasanter things, and, when consciousness mercifully yielded, the heat of the African night transfigured into a dream of cool spring day. There, in the misty morning dew, a church choir sang silently on the big white porch. Her big white porch. They sang and sang, mouths moving without sound, only the rhythm of sharp clapping to the beat of some unknown hymnal. Faces friendly but foreign, all black but one, an Asiatic woman nursing her baby, mouthing words to the song unsung. Abeona neared the porch, smelling the tang of fresh paint, feeling the rough smoothness of its railing, swaying to the healthy groan of young pine underfoot. Abeona moved nearer the choir, not wanting to go or stay, but seeking nonetheless. Slowly the hands punished one another with heavier claps. The crack, 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 deliberate, steady, just so slightly out of time with the choir that rocked in horrific mimicry of some sound yet unseen. Behind her childhood home, her only home,
In the garden, off-kilter snap of hands clapping hard in time and out of time as to give the otherwise clean crack a muddy edge, galloping water droplets shambling across a tin roof deliciously near unison. Upon the open rose garden gate sweet blooms shimmered. Light fog cast drunken haze all pink and crimson against velvet yellow tea roses. Off a ways, somewhere behind yet close, just out of reach in the darkness, the voices found their words, and clapping undisturbed, ill-timed with the sweet song, sweet smell overflowing those garden gates, carried on the careful quiet kiss of wind. Rose bushes bowed in time, swooning amidst the insidious crooning. In the clearing between Mother Browne's white trellis, tall as 2 men thick and buckling under scores of climbing thorns and dark red, Don Juan petals. Lower, a form a man a Negro Uncle George. Stood he there, smiling, stood he there, resting, hands in the great marble bird bath, rocking awkwardly in time, simpatico in the clamor of sloppy applause. Nearer Abeona came in the smooth walking, not walking, of dreams. Safe, happy, comprehending without thinking, anticipation without hope of consciousness or objectivity. Closer and closer, outstretched hands and arms yearned for warmth, strength, comfort, to embrace the old man. She wasn't angry with him any more. She wanted him to know. But she could feel in his presence an anger of his, a disappointment. A fine detail too small to notice on any other morning. She was finally awake in her dream, alert to all it had to offer. That's when the cold air rushed in. Too cold for roses to bloom, too cold for little girls to sit on the stoop, too cold for moths to dance and dream of death at hurricane lamps. And still, confused, clapping too loud for clapping. Eyes unable to parse this familiar, strange garden, until George, still nodding, dancing to the music, rocking in time and out of time with the awkward hands. Louder, louder now, louder still. Arms outstretched nearly to the old man, he pulled his hands dry from the bird bath. Not a drop on this wet morning, just the dry, cracked ash of old paws. Abeona looked into the bird bath. Sticks, dust, leaves, a single feather. Back to the man's eyes. They were closed, but his mouth was open wide, grinning a great grimace. Not laughing, not crying, but smiling, a terrible smile. A terrible smile. Abeona tugged unnoticed at his sleeve. Again the hands clapped. Again Uncle George danced, cheeks and chin stretched unnaturally wide. Abeona seemed to speak to the old man, but only her mouth moved, sound resisting as it had with the choir. Behind the old man a figure, not there before, out of sight, coming into sight, a figure, a man, John Browne, father. The girl went to him. "Daddy," she whispered in silence. Ignored. John Browne drew his hand as to throw a stick, close-fisted, placid-faced. Lowered his arm and hand and fist slow and deliberate as to start a children's foot race. Again and again he raised his arm and lowered it to the arrhythmic clapping. Abeona hugged her father around the waist. Still he raised and lowered his arm. Looking back, he saw Uncle George clad in tatters, blood-soaked and dripping like a soft rain shower. His dancing ceased. The too loud clapping. The old man jumped and danced. She let go her father and leaped back in big steps to see John Browne's hand filled with the long brown pole and leather tail of a horsewhip. He raised his hand as he had before and dropped it with the clapping, the cracking of the whip cutting a new line across Uncle George's back as he jumped in silence. Again and again the scene replayed, Uncle George jumping, dancing in agony, his body straightening, standing on tippy-toes in excruciating throes. "No! Stop it, Daddy, please!" Abeona screamed. She yelled in vain. Until her throat burned, she screamed. But still only the sound of the choir's sad song of nothing and its loud clapping. Abeona ran at her father again, this new expression coming into remembering, eyes cloudy, calm as coffin slumber. Abeona grabbed his arm, pushing, pulling, and begging he spare the old man. John Browne gazed drunkenly at his girl in unsettling detachment. The twisted terror in Abeona's cheeks and brow, mouth, and eyes mirrored in opposite by her father's face, so calm and unfeeling. Still her screamed whispers lost under the song of the voiceless choir as if their open mouths sucked with the wind her every word. John Browne raised his hand again, ready to whip the clothes off old Uncle George when Abeona slapped him. He dropped his arm, turned to her close. As he opened his mouth, the choir hushed. Even the breeze fell dead, and the roses took back their perfume. Overwhelmed by confusion, she watched. Who was this man in her father's clothes and skin? The impostor's mouth opened wide and black, expanding until it obscured his head, and the long, rattling groan blasted forth a boiling steam, and her whole body shook, and Abeona ached in her middle and began to gag on the poisoned air, and when she awakened from the nightmare, she too was screaming, sweating, holding the ripping pain in her stomach. All was dark and quiet, and there was no light outside the wagon from the fire pit, and no footsteps of the night watchman could be heard, and Abeona was certain she was awake, but still drunk from dreaming. "Jaimin? Hello? Mr. Swift?" Abeona vomited 4 violent gushes of acidic stew on the wagon bed and fell back, and all again still and black. Chapter 37. Konzo. Room rolled. Stomach shuddered. Sun was high in the morning sky when at last Abeona stirred. Sweat dribbled down her face, leaping in drops from her chin. She spun in the confused transition from sleep to consciousness. For a time it occurred that she had not left the ship and that the Elsie Marie was caught in a terrible storm. A moment later, the notion of seasickness dispelled, she surveyed the wagon bed and listened. Outside was quiet. Too quiet. No ring of pan bang, no chortle and spat. No rumbling of old man grumbling, nor pipe smoke, nor fire stoke, and not even the wooden chickle of dice. Abeona clenched her blanket, bolted upright, her mouth wide to scream. The muffled roar of a boisterous gurgle shot violently that which the stomach could give. Twice more her wet screams before she took to dry heaving on all fours. "Water! Oh, God, help me!" She crawled to the wagon's end, willing herself to remain conscious. "Water, water, water!" Abeona fell off the wagon and landed gagging on her back. A half-full bucket was close. She scrambled to it and slurped cup after cup of warm liquid with its tiny bugs and flecks of flora. When her stomach was full, she puked again, crying and googing gibberish between incoming mouthfuls of water and exiting spurts of toss. This repeated until the bucket neared empty. On the 3rd round, her stomach settled some. Abeona lay panting for a moment. She looked around camp. The coffee pot wasn't out. The fire pit wasn't smoking. "The horses," she whispered in a panic. When she could talk, Abeona cried out for help. She went to the nearest tent and patted the front. "Hello?" She went to Jaimin's and Swift's tent and put her ear close to the flaps. "You up?" She strained to hear until she heard Swift's faint snoring. Before she had the courage to open the flap, she heard a noise, a voice. "Bloody hell! And good Christ!" Abena's heart lifted. "Mr. Swift?" She peeked into the tent. "I'm coming in." "Wait," said the old man. I suppose, if you must." Abeona stuck her nose in and recoiled at the aroma of body odor and sick. There lay Swift, propped on his elbows next to the sleeping Jaimin. He was paler than usual, and the front of his shirt sopping with sweat and spew. "What's happening?" Abeona gagged as she spoke. I don't know. Some damned jungle disease, I expect." The smell of Swift's vomit pinched Abena's throat and stomach in equal measure. It was an effort to stave her own heaves. "Rest of us sick as well?" Swift gave Jaimin a poke. "Not sure." Abeona stuck her head out the tent and looked around camp again. "Nobody's up." "This ague's got me in a swatter. Can't seem to move my legs. You'd better go check." Abeona dragged herself back to the other tent. She patted the canvas with her palm and listened again before pulling back the flap. Azuka lay sleeping peacefully under his covers. Yannick and his bedding were gone. "Mister?" Abeona whispered. "Mr. Azuka?" He did not move. She said his name louder and louder and shook his foot. It moved like a drumstick on a cold roast turkey. She watched his stomach and chest, waited for the rise and fall. They did not. Abeona backed out the tent and rushed to Swift and Jaimin. "Well?" Swift looked to be in a daze. Abeona shook her head. "Bloody hell!" Abeona whispered Jaimin's name. Swift, too, nudged him. Abeona spoke it again. She yelled it, shook his foot before he finally snorted himself awake. It took him a moment to regain his bearings. "What are you doing?" Jaimin pulled a blanket over his middle. "Holy Hannah, get out!" Where... How are you feeling?" Abeona backed away. "Everyone's quite ill."
"Other than my privacy, I'm fine. So please, get out." "Not sick at all," Swift said, holding his stomach.
I can't wake Mr. Azuka, and Mr. Yannick is gone. With the horses."
"Oh, good Christ!" Swift struggled, rocking back and forth, but couldn't get up. "I'm coming," Jaimin said. "Give me a moment."
Abeona gathered water from the wagon tank while the men dressed. Swift drank a cupful before spitting. He moaned and rubbed his abdomen.
Jaimin went to Yannick's tent and came back to Swift. "Oh, now I smell it." Jaimin tied the flaps back and put a handkerchief to his nose. "I'm no lily, by Christ, that's for sure." "You were right," Jaimin said. "Azuka is dead. Yannick is gone." "With the bloody horses?" "So it seems." "What the bloody hell?" Swift gagged a bit as he spoke. "Poison," said Jaimin. "Has to be." You seem fine." "Little poorly in the night. Quite foul before dawn. Water and rest seem to have helped." "Poisoned? Oh, good Christ!" "The brandy?" said Abeona, taking a drink of water and wiping her lips. Perhaps it was the stew." "Konzo," said Jaimin, "from the cassava." "The bloody cakes! I'll be buggered." "When cooked wrong, tapioca is no good," said Jaimin. "Bad for the stomach, bad for the nerves." Swift groaned, trying to move his legs. "Get me to my chair. I need coffee. And my pipe." They made Swift comfortable under the shade of the wagon. Jaimin lit a fire and put water on to boil. The old man smoked his pipe and spit while Abeona went to the bushes to pass her belly full of water. "Stolen horses? That doesn't make any sense," said Swift. "We paid them well enough. Can't believe he'd risk his life over—" "Oh, my goodness!" Abeona interrupted the old lawyer with a shock of recognition and terror, and she ran to the wagon. Clatter, sweep, and holler as she tore the inside apart, searching. "No!" she yelled. "Not again! Not now!" She stuck her head out the back of the wagon and said, "They're gone! All gone!" "Bloody hell! What's all gone?" Swift blew a big puff of smoke. "Don't tell me it was those damned letters." "The whole bag." Abeona hopped out of the wagon. "Every damned journal." "So I concluded." Swift puffed furiously while rolling his head around like an angry bull about to gore. "We are not far." Jaimin poured them each a cup of coffee while calculating aloud the distance to their destination. "We expected to arrive by, what would you say, midday?" "Aye, by horse, but that's assuming the stubby little twat hasn't let us off course." "What do we do?" said Abeona. "I don't want to die here." "No need to get all Shakespearean about it, my dear. We're not going to die here. Possibly over there, though." "How can you be so flippant? Because you're old, I suppose. Lived your life already and don't care that I won't get to live mine." "Good Christ, child!" Swift gagged on his spittle and coughed. "I'm simply trying to lighten the mood is all. Let us not be defeatist on such a fine morning." "We must have horses." Jaimin knelt at Swift's side. "I can't carry you far. Not in this heat. Not over this country." "We're going to wait until noon. If my bloody legs won't work by then, you two will continue on foot. Find a new team of horses and come back for me, without delay. You should be able to make most of it in a day if you move at a good pace." "No," Abeona said. This is insane. We can't just leave you." "I don't want to alarm you, my dear, but if you don't go for help—" Swift tilted his head and scratched his snowy sideburns and waited. "We won't have much of a chance." "But what if while we're gone—" "I'll be tip-top so long as you leave me my ledger and brandy and a tin of biscuits." "He's right, you know." Jaimin folded a small white cloth and molded it into his big white hat before putting it on. "We need horses and a guide. We can't stay here." Once it was decided, they helped Swift to the wagon and made him a bed. While getting him situated, Abeona found under her pillow the journal she'd been reading the night previous. "He missed one," she said. "I suppose that's something." "Can I tell you a little secret, my dear? I couldn't care less at the moment. My bones hurt, my legs don't work, and I miss my bed. The chances of us locating your long-abandoned half-sister are utterly whacking." Abeona punched Swift's pillow, flipped it over, and punched it some more. "I do believe, my dear, it is sufficiently fluffed." "This isn't all about you, you know." She shoved the pillow between the old man and the wagon board. "What was the point of coming all this way if— Oh, never mind. Let's just say some of us have put up with a hell of a lot more. We're going to find help, and we're going to find my sister. And as much as you'd like me to carry the guilt of your death on my conscience, you're not going to die out here either."
"Good Christ!" Swift took the girl by the hand. "You sound like your father."
Noontime, when the old Englishman's legs still had not improved, Abeona and Jaimin said goodbye. They left him with a bucket of water and cup, biscuits and honey, his ledger and books to keep him busy, 2 quarts of brandy, and, since the coach gun was missing, a shovel for self-defense.
"If I die out here, I shall haunt you both."
The old man coughed until he gagged and dry-heaved. "We'll be quick, I promise." Abeona hugged him, and when he hugged her back, he didn't seem to want to let go. "I promise."
Jaimin and Abeona filled a canteen of water each, packed jam sandwiches and dried beef, and wrapped their supplies in a blanket which Jaimin tied with twine and wore on his back. Abeona, still in her trousers and red boots, changed her blouse behind the wagon while Jaimin mumbled some secret conversation with Swift. Abeona peeked under the wagon while she changed to make sure no one was watching. Jaimin came out of the wagon and stood on the other side. Not once did he look in her direction, though she wished he had. "When will you teach me to shoot some more?" she called out as she tucked in her shirt and hiked up her pants. "I want to try the long one this time. Does it work like the small gun?"
"No. With the rifle I can shoot as many times as I like. It holds 16 cartridges, but the loading is much faster, so there are more than enough."
"For what?" Abeona tightened her silk scarf of a belt as she came around the corner.
"For whatever wants to eat us."
Jaimin loaded the last shell into the gun and looked at Abeona, who was chewing on her thumbnail.
"Stay close. Do as I say. You'll be fine."
Chapter 38, Rescue Party. Red roads converged. Lush green grasses waved in the southerly wind at the travelers' backs. Honey perfume floated muggy above a sunburst of hibiscus along a rise which shouldered the slavers' road. Abeona kept close to the big man as a line of farmers passed them heading north. Men and boys in brown loincloths and beaded necklaces walked either sides of 10 strange cows, tall and thin and clean white except for around the beasts' ankles and feet, where the clay mud marked them aboriginal to that land. Tribesmen, all of them smiling. Their language came in musical, halting lilts with exuberant clicks at the fronts and backs of their words as they shooed flies from their animals with tree ferns. "Why aren't we asking them for help?" Abeona half hid behind Jaimin as the group went by.
"Those cattle are going to market. Country people cannot risk them by taking on our burden."
One of the younger men shouted, "Hujambo!" at Jaimin. "What's that?" Abeona spoke in a voice low as not to be heard by the passers-by. Jaimin responded with an enthusiastic, "Hujambo!" "Who are they?"
"Bantu, down from the mountains."
"They seem friendly enough."
"Bantu are a joyous people."
"Out here with the flies and snakes and wolverines, what do they have to be so happy about?"
"Country people might say the same about the city life."
When the caravan had passed, Jaimin and Abeona carried on. "Well, I've read enough of my father's memoirs to know I wouldn't like it out here. Not permanent, half-naked, chased by lions, chances of being sold into slavery. Faugh!"
"It is strange, I agree. I come from this soil, yet it feels foreign. I moved far away to a land which shuns me also. Is there no place to call home?"
"If it makes you feel any better, ever since my father died I haven't thought of my home the same way. It just feels like a familiar stranger."
"No, it doesn't. But thank you."
An hour past the crossroads, they turned off the slavers' road onto a wide trail which arced southwest into the lowering sun. The heat of Africa, even nearer the coast, radiated from every direction. The sun grew hotter with every step. Still, they pressed on, stopping often for a sip of water in the shade which seemed to be thickening. The landscape of equatorial savanna slowly enveloped Jaimin and Abeona. The fields disappeared, and soon they were surrounded by forest and beset by biting flies. Soon Abeona was slapping herself in a mad frenzy to combat the winged onslaught.
"Tick-tick,"
Jaimin said, and cut 2 switches from the tops of saplings. He swatted himself lightly, and the bugs dispersed. He gave Abeona one of the branches and again demonstrated what to do.
"Don't want to let too many bite your skin."
"Oh, I wish we had some of Mr. Yannick's stink in a can." The air in the woods was heavy, and Abeona found herself always wet with both perspiration and dew. But as the two pressed on and the sun began to sink, the air became cooler. "How much farther?"
"We should be getting close now."
"That's it." Abeona dropped her pack and flopped to the forest floor. "I must rest."
"For a little only. We must reach Ajumba by dark."
Not a moment after Abeona had sat on the dirt, she was up and screaming. Jaimin had been trying to look over his map in the dimness and was now searching all around as Abeona hopped and shook.
What? What is it?"
Finally, after some carrying on of hopping and squealing, Abeona reached down the back of her pants and fished out a great big black and white beetle the size of a crab-apple. When she saw it in her hand, she screamed again and threw it at Jaimin, who tried to sidestep the 4-inch hurtling beastie and tripped over a root, and down he went.
"My God, woman, what is wrong with you?"
Abeona was panting and jumping from tiptoe to tiptoe, for she now saw the ground was crawling with life. "We have to go. We have to get out of here."
"Lower your voice."
Jaimin got up and dusted himself off.
"And go where?"
"I don't know." She looked up into the trees covered in vines and moss, branches jiggling under the weight of unseen creatures. "I just can't do this anymore. I'm going mad. I want to go home."
Jaimin took Abeona by the arms. "You must calm yourself. Take a breath. Try to relax. Panic is not your friend."
Just then there was creaking and loud snapping, and another. Tree branches breaking slowly as if being bent. Jaimin held a finger to his mouth and Abeona put up her hands in confusion. He led her to a tree and peeked around it. They stood listening, their lungs fighting to take in the stuffy air. Another crack, followed by labored grunts. Jaimin jerked Abeona to the ground and they both lie there flat while the grunting and cracking neared. Abeona was breathing heavily and Jaimin put his hand gently over her mouth until she began taking air through her nose. He put his lips to her ear and in the mere phantom of a whisper he said, "Do not move. Do not make a sound." The girl's eyes bulged and her head ratcheted with compliance. Jaimin stuck a forefinger in his mouth and wet it and held it above his chest. Abeona watched him for a long time. Now that they had stopped moving, the girl heard the symphony of crickets, monkeys, frogs, and the crick-crack-crash of splintered trunk and limb. Abeona watched Jaimin's finger, a silhouette against the greenery. She stared until she was cross-eyed. When finally the leaves on the nearest bush quivered, Jaimin wet his finger again and held it. He whispered to Abeona to follow him and watch where she stepped. The breaking of trees continued to grow nearer, but Abeona gritted her teeth and did as she was told. Jaimin walked a few paces to a wide tree trunk and they hid behind it. He checked the wind again and moved 6 paces to the right where they stood near a thicket. Now the sound was off to their left, but still moving toward them. Jaimin tested the wind again and moved forward 20 feet, then again 20 feet to the right. The sound was now behind them and moving past. He tested the wind and led the girl from tree to tree. She could hear him whispering, just under his breath, something. But what? She realized he was counting. She counted along, though she knew not what she counted. For a half-hour they moved so, and when the crashing of branches could no longer be heard, Jaimin pulled Abeona close and softly spoke. "I think we are safe now." "What was it?" "Elephant." "How can you be sure?" "You heard the trees breaking. Only the elephant can do that." "How far are we from the trail?" "Not far. We'll give the herd some time to move along." "Are they dangerous?" "One never knows. Sometimes they smell you and disappear without a sound." "And when they don't?" "You heard what they do to the trees." Abeona had been so intent on following Jaimin that she hadn't watched where they were going. She looked around them, but it all seemed the same. "I hope Mr. Swift's—" Abeona put her hand to her chest and was surprised that her heart wasn't thumping and she wasn't out of breath. She didn't feel as scared as she ought. "That is, I wish him good health." Jaimin squatted with a grunt and drew a curved line in the dirt with a circle at each end. Looked up the sky, what little could be seen through the canopy, and made marks along the line. "How long have you worked for him?" 10 years, about." 10? What? Can't be true. We would have met before." "One would think." "How well did you know my father?" "Well enough, I suppose. He is a great man." "He was, yes." Abeona's voice faded. "Death can take a man's life, but it may not steal his greatness." Jaimin rose. "Back to it. We go slowly until we find the trail. They should be gone by then." Abeona moaned and rubbed her ankles. "Much worse things than elephant come out at night. We had better go." "Have you ever been attacked?" "By what?" "Anything." "Yes." That was all the big man said, and they moved on. "Well, I was attacked by a Duma," Abeona said to herself, "and I'm going to bet there can't be anything worse out there than that." Darkness in the bush fell in layers, slow and silent like dirty fog. Soon it was difficult to see anything but the moon and stars through the occasional peephole in the canopy. Abeona bemoaned them forgetting to bring a lantern. "The more we carry, the slower we go," said Jaimin. "But, yes, some light would be nice." Their pace was an unsteady shuffle. Stumbling at some point and crying out in terror for fear of being left behind, Abeona pleaded with Jaimin to stop again, to build a fire and continue in the morning. "No, we must keep moving." Instead, Jaimin gave Abeona a corner of his handkerchief and told her to hold on. And so they marched, trunk and tail like a mother and baby elephant. They walked and walked through open grasses and thorny thickets under great trees in search of the trail. Jaimin stopped and spoke between gulps of air. "We should have been there by now." Abeona flopped in the dirt and emptied the last few drops of her canteen onto her forehead. "I knew it." "Knew what?" "We're lost." She chewed her thumbnail and spat, though there was no nail to spit. "Country people say you must be lost to learn the way." "Such argle-bargle. What do your country people say about dying in the wilderness?" "Off course. We are off course. Not lost. There's a difference. Just off course." He sat next to Abeona, who began rambling to herself. "I should have stayed. Stayed where? With him? In the boat? At home? Yes, to all. At least there's fire and food and the wagon and lanterns and... Oh, God, help me." "Please, try to be still." But worry tickled her belly, tightened her chest. So dark, getting darker. She closed her eyes, darker still. But now she could see. Turn of the spindle yielded glimpses of every conceivable nightmare. Lions, natives, snakes, Clovis, Grimace, and even the demonic version of her dead father thrashing the innocent with his devil whip. Jaimin, head hanging and hands turning his hat over and over while he whispered his missteps on the trail, didn't seem to notice Abena's silent impending descent into full-blown hysteria. Lack of attentiveness notwithstanding, the darkness would presently have shown her to be as calm as the night air. Neither of them, so enraptured now in their shame and despair, took immediate note of the obvious and critical warnings around them. The crunch underfoot and the throb of exertion had masked the coming alive of the darkened wild. Wild dogs yowled high off in the horizon obscured. Closer, the throaty growls of something larger. The rumbling moan turned sometimes into a sound akin to a bull in agony. "Tell me that's not a lion," she whispered. "They don't come this close to the forest edge." Chittering monkeys and happy night birds had awakened and sang their hungry songs. It seemed to snow mosquitoes. And between the incessant buzz and fresh rustling nearby, Jaimin and Abeona were snatched from the days of fear and fatigue into the reality of their new troubles. Jaimin jumped to his feet, pulling Abeona with him. Magnificent and terrible roar like a ship horn rumbled through them. Terror deep in the bones, its subjects quieted for a moment before cooing and cackling to one another, sounding off hunter and hunted alike. Sounds a left and a right had their heads jerking, spinning. What was that? We must go. Abeona watched a sparkling speck of glint slide in front of her along the straight, smooth edge of Jaimin's rifle. Trees became fewer, and they dashed as they went from open space to open space, the forest expanding and swallowing them as they moved. The ruckus-roused moon awoke to perform its duty and shone upon the deathly serious matters of mischief and survival. Crashing in the brush caused the travelers to stop. Abeona, entranced by Jaimin's silhouette, his every muscle tensed, chin protruding proudly, teeth bared, eyes wide. Light broke around him soft yellow. Looked like a guardian angel. Jaimin scanned the bushes, and Abeona did likewise. She pivoted with him, her hand on his arm, their bodies in awkward pirouette. We must go. He lowered his rifle. Abeona waved the handkerchief until Jaimin took it and wrapped a corner around his middle finger and closed his fist on it. They moved slower than before, each stepping with more care, conscious of every twig snap, every cough, every growl in the distant dark. There, Abeona thought, on the edge of the trees, waiting to eat you. Terror waxed until she might scream, bolt into a full run, no clear path to her destination. When she could take no more, tears. Wept while she walked, not out of sadness, out of necessity. She wept as tea kettle screams to keep from exploding. After so many agonizing steps toward nowhere, the fear dwindled as it always had, presenting the falsity of recovery and the brutal hope of finality. But it would return. It always had. She didn't know why, and neither did anyone else. Of course, everyone thought her shy, leaving parties and weddings, sometimes church. Worse were those who dismissed her as arrogant. But how could she explain herself when she couldn't explain herself? Even in what was surely a death march along this African smorgasbord, Abena's mind raced through her many embarrassments and faux pas until she was choked by fear of expiry and shame alike. Nevertheless, she thanked God the fear had subsided for now. She was grateful enough to have the low humming remnant of nervousness like the dying root of a broken tooth, whose long bouts of unbearable pain, sincere agony, are punctuated capriciously by periods of relief sweet and indeterminate in length. "What time is it?" Abeona whispered, her mind no longer preoccupied with visions of immediate death. "Not late as it seems." Jaimin pointed at the moon. Even if she knew, would it have brought comfort? In scary darkness, the passage of time doesn't cease, nor does it stand still, and nothing can seem to help you in endless darkness but the light. Still, it would have been nice to know the hour, to know how far they had gone. With every clearing they entered, every rise crested, Abeona wished for some small miracle, a campfire, candle-lit window, fellow travelers. But the two were met with more wilderness, more babble by the hungry hidden. Trail grew rough again, and Abeona walked with care. More sticks, more gopher holes, more weeds to push away, more pickers stinging her legs. At a dense tree line, Jaimin stopped and held up his rifle. "What do you hear?" "Nothing. I believe we are close now." "You certain? 'Cause I'm so tired and thirsty." "Don't know. Perchance." "Is this really better?" Abeona put her hand on Jaimin's arm. "Wandering around in the dark?" "We must keep moving, at least until the sun comes up." Chapter 39. Until Sunup.
Must keep moving south, though Jaimin admitted simply moving generally south could take them farther off course. Abeona in secret tried calculating their location with hopeful child logic. They'd been moving since noon, and it was now, well past midnight, 2, 3. Average human walks, how far and how fast? She knew how long it took her to get from town to home. She imagined that distance and multiplied it by how many hours, minutes, days? Time in this place passed at no comprehensible rate. Useless. She gave up trying to divine their whereabouts and thanked God the growling was farther away. Prayed it stayed there. Moon was low in the sky when last she looked, but she tried now to keep her attention on the handkerchief, the thin square of cloth which tethered her to Jaimin and the only bit of security she had to cling to at the moment. Don't know how much longer I can go on. Almost there. Sun'll be up soon. And then we... Abeona didn't notice the sudden steep grade nor the loose rock. Neither did Jaimin. So when he slammed his foot into something and toppled headlong, he jerked the hanky and pulled the girl down with him. There on the jagged black rocks piled within and without two massive tree trunks sat Jaimin and Abeona tangled in confusion. Duo nursed stung hands and knees long enough to regain their wind. The coal cinder was sharp and made for unsteady footing. Abeona used the trunk to right herself. It was cool, smooth, straight. Not trees. Too hard, too cold. Tracks, said Jaimin just as the thought clicked in Abeona's mind. He followed his discovery with some low mumbling that sounded like prayer, but Abeona did not press him. See, he said in a careful tone as if weighing the value of an I told you so. This is progress. Abeona, too, was excited for a moment, but doubt slashed through her rejoice. These could be anywhere, could be hundreds of miles to the nearest town. Train means civilization. Anyway, better to wander a certain path than to keep stumbling through the woods. I thought we weren't lost. Abeona put her hands on her hips and scowled partially in jest. But that playfulness melted away. The recent hint of joy in her heart had gone, left in its wake the wince of defeat. Train tracks don't mean nothing. A squabble broke out, each pointing in the direction they were certain should be followed. They spoke louder and louder, and their conversation did not go unnoticed. Had they not been teetering at the edge of a screaming row, they surely would have been aware of the not-too-distant growls returning, gathering at forest edge. Abeona had begun to tell Jaimin what she really thought of his guide skills when he grabbed her by the shoulder. She slapped his face and started away when he took hold of her and gave a shake. What do you think you're doing? Shush now, dammit. Listen. Abeona froze. Her eyes locked in Jaimin's. He let go and held up a finger before sliding his rifle strap carefully over his shoulder and lifting the weapon. He scanned the impossibly dark perimeter, stepped around Abeona as clouds passed over the moon, opening a strange, dirty yellow day glow all around. Track ballast crunched underfoot as the big man crept, rustling in the brush. Jaimin stopped, his weapon trained on the noise. Abeona hooked her hands over Jaimin's shoulders, his muscles as firm and immovable as the train track itself. His tenseness scared her more. With great care, Jaimin dropped his hand in the lever, pumping it with authoritative chick, steel on steel. Low rumbles closer, loud and powerful as far-off thunder. Jaimin stepped sideways, his gun connecting an invisible line straight away to the noise. Abeona followed his lead. Two of them walked sidestep ever so gingerly, black crabs on the shore of night, determined to make it through to the morn without becoming supper. Anguished, lowing from the tree line, kept their pace. It follows, Jaimin whispered over his shoulder. Holy Hannah, there are many. Abeona held him tight, their shadows forming one measured creature ambling in the moonlight. She looked out over the outline of them both and was immediately heartened by what she saw. The bedroll backpack cast a shadow that looked like folded wings high on Jaimin's back, his big hat a halo, and the rifle tucked under his cheek resembled a trumpet. Gabriel? Abeona said sarcastically. My angel. Shh, Jaimin said. I have to piddle. Jaimin said something she did not understand. He stopped and turned to Abeona, a glint in his eye from the side, her fear subdued by the calm strength in his expression. It was a power only her father had ever had. Keep walking. Just walking. But if I say run, you run and don't stop, you hear? Abeona mouthed the words, yes, yes, yes. They followed the tracks eastward, mystery monsters in tow, conspiracy in the trees pursued, many moving as one like murmurating starlings until the swarm was level at left with those prized bits of flesh. Without warning, the walled edge of the forest burst. 6, 7, 8 of the beasts exploded into sight, leaping away the distance between obscurity and ravening madness. "Goodness!" Abeona screamed. She hugged Jaimin's waist and, brushing the pistol, recoiled. She held his hips and pulled him close, whimpering at his stiffened spine. "Demons!" He shrugged her off and lifted the rifle. Cannondale twained the night, and on it went, thunder and smoke. Boom, chick, chick, boom, chick, chick, boom. Abeona covered her ears and fell to her knees, eyes shut tight, trying to push out of her head the terrible guttural hunger moans. A fourth loud bang, muffled, followed by screams. "Jaimin!" The girl yelled herself back to reality. It was all happening too fast. She couldn't see a thing other than the backs of Jaimin's legs. He turned and shouted to her again. This time she heard, "Run!" Abeona stayed put. Jaimin turned back and fired several more shots. He spun round and hoisted the girl by her arm. "Run, damn you!" he screamed with a shove. She stood there, frozen. Now she could see brutes big as large dogs, cat-like and unnatural in their shape. The danger had retreated, regrouped. Now they stood quivering, popping, drooling jaws, lusting after their would-be meal. Once again the creatures advanced, the largest among them galloping headlong. Abeona wanted to run with all her being, but she was paralyzed by downright terror of the situation. Jaimin pumped as the monster leaped into the air. He shot and missed. In a blink he cocked the lever again and fired. The gnashing head jerked back. Its body rolled into Jaimin's legs and he stumbled. Stunk like 10 wet dogs, spoiled pork, and concentrated urine. Abeona found herself immersed in a cloud of the pong so powerful, thick, it made her gag. The others charged. Jaimin grabbed Abeona by the hand and sprinted along the tracks. She was barely able to keep up with his long, powerful strides. "Run!" Jaimin shouted over and over, but they were already running. They ran so long and hard she heard nothing but the pounding of her heart and sucking of wind. Abeona's lungs burned, legs weakened. She could bear no more, but the sun split the night far off on the horizon ahead. In fact, it had been making itself known for a few minutes, but in all the excitement she hadn't noticed. Jaimin went down first. Abeona collapsed on the sharp rocky coal cinders a few feet after. She looked for their assailants. Nothing but trees and grass and a glorious pink, yellow, blue wash brightened the east. With every passing second her field of vision grew wider, longer. Soon big, beautiful bolts of pure shine cracked over the edge of seeing, sending bright morning light their way. The forest of night was quiet now. No rustling, no growls, just songs of early birds praising God for the gift of a new day. "I don't see them," Abeona panted, squinting around. "Where are they?" I do believe, yes, they are gone." Jaimin looked up and down the forest edge on both sides of the rails. But just as Abeona had begun to say how relieved she was, Jaimin stifled her and tilted his head. They listened. Something different off in the distance above the chirp and whistle, crunch and screech of the dawn. Terror anew in the morning gleamed. Jaimin handed Abeona the pistol, raised and cocked his rifle in a single move. "I do not know how many shots I have left." Abeona pointed the barrel at the commotion. Hunking silhouette emerged from the rising sun. It lumbered at them, shaking side to side, galloping high in the air, rumbled through the jungle like a satanic bull ridden by a manic trickster. Abeona watched Jaimin size the creature in the iron cradle at the tip of his gun, and she did also. He slid his finger along the trigger guard and onto the deadly stem, as did she. He inhaled, slow and deliberate, taking time to measure whatever it was. Girl did likewise. She remembered to bring her left hand up under the pistol butt for support. Abeona screamed as she squeezed the trigger, and Jaimin screamed back and slapped the gun out of her hand. "Wait!" he shouted. Abeona jumped to her feet. She could see better now. The monster was mechanical, its riders bowing and rising in rhythmic clatter. "It's a damn railroad cart!" Abeona tore into hysterical peals, tears of relief barely wetting her eyeballs, so thirsty she had grown. Jaimin laid his rifle down, holstered the Navy revolver, and fell back on the grassy edge of the tracks. "Good for us, you're a terrible shot." "No," she said, "good for them." Jaimin put his face in his hands and laughed so hard Abeona couldn't help but join in. The men, a dark and a pale, came upon them waving and shouting. "Thought we heard a ruckus up yonder," said the white man, extending a hand to the girl and helping her aboard the cart as it coasted to a halt. "Mr. Swift needs help." Abeona rested on all fours. "We got lost, horses stolen, poisoned, and left us to die, and what were those things?" "I'm Richardson. This here's Mr. Jessup. We must reach it down and get horses to help our friend." Jaimin handed Richardson his rifle and jumped on the cart. "Nearest civilization is a jumba. Our camp's a fair piece closer."
Jessup dipped the pump handle, and the cart started in the direction from which it came, and they were moving east away from the long and terrible night. "We will see you to safety, and my man can attend to your needs. My Lord calls me. He calls me by the thunder," the black man sang lightly as he pushed his end of the teeter-totter handle and relaxed as it rose. "The trumpet sounded in my soul. I ain't got long to stay here." "Phew!" White man fanned his face. "What you all been rolling in?" "Water," Abeona panted. "Please." "Here." Jessup reached into a crate and gave the girl a canteen. "Oh, my goodness. Now I smell it." Abeona guzzled half the warm liquid and handed it to Jaimin. "We were attacked," Jaimin said. From the east appeared a mob of men, mostly dark-skinned, the crowd dotted with a few pale fellows. Some of them were dressed like the white man on the cart, workman's pants and shirts. Their clothing, unlike Jessup's new brown trousers and clean white shirt and shiny black boots and his watch chain strung from vest to belt. Other men were dressed only in head wraps and loincloths, but the men all carried sledgehammers and pickaxes, long bars, and wooden buckets, and with them were lumber carts pulled by tailless oxen, so afflicted due to that ancient method of inoculation against a lung ailment prevalent to the beasts in those lands. "Say you was attacked?" said the white man. "What by?" "Some kind of terrible beast," said Jaimin. "Y'all smell like hyena butter," said Jessup. "Nothing else round here stinks like that." "Smells," the white man added with a guffaw. "Smells like the devil's rear end." "Jessup?" Abeona said, wiping her mouth and smearing the moisture on her hot forehead. "William Jessup?" He stopped singing, a curious look across his face. "Yes, ma'am." "How, husband of Sally Jessup?" "Yes, ma'am. Sally Taft, but yes. You know my Sally?" Oh, yes." Abeona took another gulp of water. "We crossed together. Most of the way, that is."
"Well, I'll be. Expect her any day now." Abeona mirrored his excitement. "She and my baby made it across in fine fettle?" Pictures of that stormy night in Mr. Clovis's cabin flashed in Abena's mind. She paused for a moment, swallowing hard on her dry, scratchy throat while she considered how to answer. Chapter 40. Arrivals. Smoke meandered heavenward from the railroad city left empty by its diggers, smiths, brute force laborers now cutting path, laying ballast, pounding track miles away. Travelers had expected the camp to look like a camp, not a bustling town. There were the peaked tents and fire pits, but moreover the place was populated by neighborhoods of dirty canvas and stick cabins, dozens long in rows. Southern edge, the compound stood a boma of temporary shelters in the Maasai style, usually seen in the east of the continent. These conical dwellings were 5 feet high, made of a round wall of woven stick and branch and topped with thatched long grass, and corralled by a thorny fence to keep out the hungry night. Abeona slept into mid-afternoon and awakened exhausted still. She vaguely remembered having stumbled into one of the tent houses. Now she coughed and swallowed, trying to moisten her burning throat. Dizziness, hunger, and thirst. Put on her do-rag and boots, red leather dulled from the night's dusty march, and stumbled sleepily on the foot-worn path between long lines of dingy shacks. Some of the homes were fronted by empty tables and chairs, lanterns, polished shoes, and most had long underwear hung to dry. Abeona bothered not to check Jaimin's tent, for the urgency to drink was such. The girl passed an elder woman plunging armload after armload of shirts into a barrel, shoving them in with a stick and adding more. They stared at each other as she passed. Abeona spotted a well on the outer edge of the tent city and drank straight from the bucket hanging above it. Cook fire, bacon-scorched strong coffee arrived on a hot breeze that led her to a larger construction of canvas, board, and rusted window screen. Smoke puffed from a stovepipe high in the middle. She pushed her way in through stiff screen doors which squealed an awful sound. Big man in an apron but no shirt and a lady's scarf wrapped around the top of his shiny black head chopped vegetables at a large high table and slid them into a pan. He took more from a pile beside him and repeated the job. Carrots, peppers, onions, some kind of bush meat. Abeona immediately remembered Uncle George's beef stew and her mouth gushed. "What do you want, boy?" waved his knife impatiently. "Why ain't you working?" "I'm so hungry." "You ain't no boy." Big man eyed the girl. "Is you?" "We just arrived. Mr. Jessup said it would be agreeable if—" "You hungry?" "Starved, more like. How you get so skinny?" Stuck his knife into the chopping block and went to a hutch taller than himself at the far wall. He returned with bread and preserves. "Eat, eat." Big man left and came back with a coffee pot and cup. "Oh," Abeona sighed, taking her plate to a small round table and sat.
Thank you forever."
"Why you got on pants?"
Cook spoke as he returned to his chopping. Abeona ignored the question and scarfed her victuals. There was sizzling and the smell of frying meat. "Do you know where I might find Mr. Jessup?" She talked with a mouthful of sticky bread. "Will Jessup?"
"Gone with the rest, I suppose."
"Do you know when he'll be back?"
"Late. They work sun up, sundown round here."
Door creaked behind, and a friendly voice like Mr. Swift's said,
"You're here, Mum. Didn't expect you up so soon, but here you are."
Abeona turned, swallowing the last mouthful with a gulp of bitter coffee. Middle-aged gent with sun-stained face and neck, long white hair pulled back in a ponytail. He held the lapels of his shabby waistcoat.
"You must be Miss Browne."
He extended a hand. Abeona wiped a smear of the mystery berry jam onto her already filthy pants and shook.
"Ah, but of course, you don't know me. Reginald Cole, Mr. Jessup's valet. I'm to see all your needs are met."
"You serve him?" Abeona looked wide-eyed. "I'm in dire need of a bath, and these clothes, ugh."
"I'm afraid that is a request I cannot fill. However," Cole said, wagging his finger excitedly, "we have the finest shower in 100 miles.
"What about the man I came with?"
"He arose early, Mum. Set out to find the rest of your party."
Abeona said a silent prayer for Jimon and poor old Swift alone in those bloodthirsty backwoods. "On horseback? Does he have a map?"
"Well, one of Mr. Jessup's scouts accompanied your companion. Local fellow. If anyone can find your camp, it'll be he."
They strolled rows of tents back the way Abeona had come.
"If it wouldn't be pertinent, might I ask what brings you?"
"Looking for someone. A ghost, it seems like."
"Plenty of room out here for a chap to lose himself."
As they passed the washerwoman, Cole greeted her. She rattled something indecipherable back and cackled. "What's she saying?"
"Never mind her, Mum, and please excuse the impertinence."
Cole blushed under his sunburn.
"The locals aren't familiar with the latest in American fashion."
"I'm getting used to it, Mr.
Cole, Mum."
"Mr. Cole." Abeona put her hand on his arm. "I've been through much worse. I can withstand a rejoinder. What I cannot abide much longer are these filthy pantaloons."
"That's the spirit, Mum. Let's get you cleaned up."
Cole patted her hand and went back to sharing facts about the railroad. Now, in its second year of construction, it had gone only 18 of the 96 miles of the project's first leg. They had lost 15 workers, 2 sick men dragged from their tents by hyenas, their first washerwoman died of a heart attack, and the rest were taken by the Blackwater fever.
"But she's straight and strong and a marvel to behold," said Cole. "Mr. Jessup can tell you so much more at dinner. He was terribly sorry he could not be here to greet you for breakfast, but the railroad schedule waits for no man, or young lady, don't you know."
Abeona remembered Sally and asked, "Speaking of, has his wife arrived?"
"Afraid not, but we expect her any time now."
"She's going to have her baby here?" Abeona outstretched her hands to present the shabby tent city as if the Englishman had not known it.
"Our camp doctor is of the finest stock," Cole said with a tinge of pride in his voice. "I would introduce you, but there's been an accident at the work site."
"Oh, nothing serious, I hope."
"Difficult to speculate. Railroading is a most dangerous business. Most dangerous indeed."
Rows of tents opened at a large clearing surrounded by a rectangular dirt street. In the middle were benches and clotheslines and water pumps and a series of wooden half-wall stalls.
"Here we are. You'll be a new woman after one of our showers, and you're in luck, as I believe Mr. Jessup has procured some items ahead of his wife's arrival. Should be able to find a dress your size in fairly short order."
Abeona placed her palms on her thighs and extended one leg and the other, giving Mr. Cole a difficult look.
"All well, Mum?"
"Actually, Mr. Cole, you see, I've grown quite accustomed to these. Oh, my." He put a hand to his chest and fidgeted with his necktie. "If there were any way I could get a clean pair and a new blouse or even a man's shirt, I would be most obliged." Fellow thought for a bit, flush returning to his pinkened cheeks. Snapped his fingers.
"I've seen a few men round here more befitting your framework. I'm certain accommodations can be made."
Abeona looked over the strange stable with suspicion. They stood knee-low and shoulder-high with a great platform of barrels above.
"Pull the rope for rain, Mum. Should be nice and warm by now."
Abeona went in and latched the door. She stood there looking at Cole, who was now staring at his feet.
"Throw your garments over, Mum, and I'll see they're given a proper scrub. Not to worry, Mum, the boys are all working. You won't be bothered any. I'll have replacements presently, unless it's a dress you're after. You're quite certain you don't want a dress? I'm sure I could cadge one."
Abeona kicked off her boots and removed her stockings. She undid her pants as slow as she could.
"Right. Well, promise, Mum, once you get under the water, you'll never want to leave."
Abeona counted to 3 and dropped her pants. She bent to take off her undergarments, grinning a bit at the thought of being naked in front of a strange man. Oh, what the society ladies and the lumber baron wives of Michigan Avenue would say if they could only see John Brown's daughter naked as a jaybird in the middle of a railroad camp. Oh, the scandal. Soon as Cole left, Abeona pulled the rope. Streams of warm water washed over her filthy skin, soothing, cleansing, washing away stress and frustration, massaging sore muscles and relieving an itch she'd had on her scalp for 3 days. She closed her eyes, drinking in the sounds and smells. Wet wood and dry grass on the breeze, her skin prickling with a warm chill. She'd never showered, let alone bathed herself out of doors. Scandalous, she said, and laughed aloud despite herself. Noise from behind opened her eyes. Frightened someone might see, exhilarated at the prospect. But it was only a bird settling on a nearby branch. Abeona grinned so her cheeks ached. She leaned against the partition and rested under the luxurious downpour. Mr. Cole returned, a stack of folded garments under one arm. "Miss Browne, Miss Browne," he knocked on the shower door. "You should find these a good fit, though I am handy with a backstitch if you find they need altering. The laundry will have your originals by supper." Handed over the clothes and a towel, Abeona turned off the water, wiped herself, and dressed quickly, ever keeping one eye through a slit in the wood on Mr. Cole, who stood at attention with his back to her. "Mum," he said, handing back the newly shined red boots. Abeona was buttoning the leather tops when peace in the camp shattered by jostle and snort of runaway horses. Abeona stepped out the stall, hoping to see Jimon and Mr. Swift. A wagon raced by, carrying a man and a woman. "Sally!" Abeona shouted as the cart whisked past. "What on earth?" said Cole, who was already chasing after. Abeona followed through tent yards and around a corner. The wagon parked in front of a large slapdash wooden shack nearly big as the mess hall. The Hindu driver carried Sally inside. Abeona noted how pale, even with her dark skin, Sally looked. She also noted how blood-soaked was the bottom half of her dress. Cole and Abeona passed through the front office, desks and books and tables covered with maps and charts, and into a second room, dark but for a small high window. The center of the room was divided by sheets hung from a sagging rope. "Get the doctor!" shouted the driver. Cole explained the doctor's absence, and the driver dashed out the door. Above her heartbeat and the muffled sounds from Cole, Abeona heard the driver ride off on a single horse, and above that, buzzing in the hot 3 o'clock air. "Please, Miss Browne," Cole repeated. This time she heard. Abeona squeezed her fists. She glanced at the blood again and readied herself for a fit of vomiting that never erupted. "We must prepare her for the doctor. Come!" Cole propped Sally's head with a folded pillow and pulled down the sheet divider. "Find a pair of shears." Abeona went to the front office and returned with scissors. "She's too warm. We must cut off the clothes and elevate her feet." Silently, the two worked and sweated in the stifling air of the back room, cutting one side and down the other with care until Sally was naked. Her chest rose and fell only slightly. "Water," said Cole. "I'll get some. You cut these sheets into large squares, 4 of them." Abeona fought the inebriation of shock as best she could, focusing on the shearing of the sheets, staring intently at the scissors as they sliced through the fabric. Her vision tunneled as if moving deeper into a cave, and she swayed but did not fall. "Sally needs your help. You're going to help her," she whispered. "Get yourself together, Miss Browne. That's enough foolishness." Abeona cut until Cole returned. They took one of the large pieces of sheet and covered Sally from chest to knees. Cole doused a rag with water and laid it across Sally's forehead. When they finished, Cole led Abeona into the office and closed the bedroom door. The two sat at different tables facing each other. "You know babies? 6 older sisters." Abeona watched the front window, glancing occasionally at the small clock on the wall by the door. It ticked on, but the light never seemed to change. After an hour of silence, Abeona went to the bedroom. She took the compress from Sally's forehead and dunked it into the bucket. She squeezed water over Sally's shoulders and neck and wiped her face before putting the cloth back on her head. Abeona knelt and rested her elbows on the bed next to Sally. She clasped her hands and whispered, "God," and chewed on a thumbnail as she did. And when she'd prayed, she looked to the bare wall where a clock should have been. Only a stream of unchanging light from the high window. Abeona closed her eyes and thought about her father, Swift, the ocean, devil dogs. She slept there on her knees next to Sally, hands still clasped in prayer. Chapter 41. Damned Fine Nurse. Sunset when hurrying, harried voices awakened her. Abeona looked around the dark room, having forgotten where she was, what she'd been doing. Still, Sally slept with shallow sips of air. Light had changed color from golden to purple and moved from the floor onto the wall. Room was dimmer now, the black fog of shadow cloth laying over. Abeona rose, stiff from slumber and such prostration. Front office was empty and the door open. She could see a second wagon and men jumping off it. Jaimin and the railman carried Swift, who was awake but rather peaked. They put the Englishman in bed the other side the room from Sally.
"He needs water,"
said Jaimin.
"much as he can drink."
Abeona went to the wagon, found 2 empty canteens which she filled at the shower. Swift guzzled most of one and laid back, smacking his lips and sighing.
"Must have had fits," Swift said. "Woke with my water bucket on its side and my cup by my goddamn feet."
Abeona offered him the second canteen.
"Any more, girl, and I'll bust." He looked into Abena's watery eyes and patted her hand. "I'm fine. Just tired. Let me rest now."
Abeona kissed the old man on the cheek and went outside. Jaimin brushed the horses at the trough while they drank. "Thank you."
"Your father would never have forgiven me."
Jaimin motioned toward the office.
"What's wrong with the girl?"
"Baby trouble, I guess." They stood silent in the slipping afterlight. Lanterns soon glowed. Dark when the wagon carrying the dock and Will Jessup returned. The head of the railroad project rode with them. Soon after, the relative quiet and emptiness of the camp swelled as workers trudged in from their long day's work. The doctor and Jessup weren't inside for long before both emerged with worried looks. The headman bid Jessup good luck and left to his supper. Jessup sat the porch and fumbled with his pipe while the doctor approached.
"You, miss, come with me."
Doctor waved her over. Abeona pointed to herself.
"Yes, you. We haven't time to be shy."
Abeona hesitated. I can't. There's so much blood. I just can't." "The mother's dying. Child may already be gone. Get yourself together and get in here." Once inside, the doctor instructed Abeona to light 3 palm oil lamps. He spread Sally's legs and examined her more fully. "Baby's come early, but having difficulty exiting." What do we do?" "Mother can't deliver in her state, so we're going to do it for her." Doctor worked his right hand up inside Sally. Abeona tensed with nausea, her throat closed and saliva thickened. "Afraid of this. Baby's turned wrong." Abeona listened to his every word, focusing on them to avoid thinking about blood or dead babies. "When the little one comes free, you may need to massage it to get it to breathe. It's common for babies born like this to come out in a bad way. You keep rubbing. I'll tend the mother." Doctor put his hands back inside, wrists oily red. Doctor swore to himself, and a gush of blood and water spurted out over his arms. "Goodness!" Abeona blurted. She staggered and puked on the floor at her feet. Puddle of coffee and soggy bread. Wiped her mouth and her arm and looked around in a daze. "Steady, girl," hummed the doctor. "Steady." Abeona watched something move in Sally's great belly. "Come on, you little devil," groaned the doctor as he strained to get the baby in the right position. "It's your birthday, whether you like it or not." With that, the baby came free in one slick motion, spit out of Sally like a great slippery pumpkin seed. Doctor wrapped the still baby in a sheet. He put it in Abena's arms. Rub, damn you!" He went back to work on the mother, talking over his shoulder. "Clear its airways." Abeona stroked the baby's chest and stomach and wiped goop from its mouth and nose. The limp little body just lay there like an overcooked chicken an hour out of the oven. Wake up and meet the world." Abeona rocked her arms side to side. "Talk to me, little one, please, please." "Keep at it." Doctor looked over his shoulder and met Abena's frightened eyes. "I'm almost finished." No, it's not working. Please, little baby." She shook the tiny body. Rub hard." Abeona was afraid of breaking the infant, but the fear and sadness of losing the little life also made her angry, and she pushed on its chest and shook her hand as if trying to warm a frostbitten foot. But still there was nothing, and the doctor said, "Oh, damn!" And Abeona looked over to see Sally shaking violently as if her slumbering body were trying to sit up. For a moment Abeona forgot the baby, though her hand was still stroking to the point that a great amount of heat had developed between hers and the newborn's skin. Then, as suddenly as Sally's convulsing stopped, the little body jerked and bowed and screamed its tiny lungs into their vocation. Abeona, at the sight of this precious miracle, broke into great sobbing laughter. The doctor finished with Sally. Abeona watched, no longer revolted, as he came over and tied a small knot at the baby's stomach. With the cord gone, Abeona could see Sally's first child was a girl. How did you do that?" "Come, sit," said the doctor. He put another sheet over the baby and Abena's shoulder. "Keep her warm." Abeona stared at the infant with an intensity and joy new to her. "When you've been doing this long as I have, you don't question success." "Miraculous." Abeona could breathe again. All the sorrow and stress which had threatened to choke her to death over these last months simply slipped away. "Couldn't have done it without you. I'll tell the father the good news." "Is Sally?" "Should be fine. We'll know more after she rests." The baby quieted. Abeona looked upon Sally with an inkling of the indescribable emotion mothers must have when holding something so fragile, promising. "Sweet baby, sweetie little baby. Hey there, Chuckaboo," Doctor returned with Will Jessup. "My little girl." He scooped the baby with such care that his calloused hands trembled. "Praise be." Doctor led Abeona into the front office and put a hand on her shoulder. "If you're still wondering what to do with your life, young lady, you'd make a damned fine nurse." Chapter 42. A Bad Man. Rendered mute in the fatigue of their respective adventures, Abeona and Jaimin took a silent supper, vegetable stew with bongo meat over cornmeal biscuits, under the stars on a sandy hill at the back edge of camp, where the sound of workmen at leisure fell away in comforting palaver. Looked upon the sky rather than each other as their food settled. Abeona thought back to the incident on the tracks, how sure she was she would die. Thought how often these last weeks she had been certain of the same. Why did she always think the worst? Though, as of late, had it not been warranted? Skyscape looked as if the gods of that place had stretched convex canvas lain with India ink behind the jackalberry trees and sprinkled its hallowed surface with perfect diamond grains of sparkling white sugar. Goldstone. Abeona swept her hand over the horizon as if waving to someone far off, ancestor or friend long dead. "That's what it looks like." "I do not know this." "A gem, I think, or special glass. Mother had a blue goldstone brooch in a silver setting. It looked like the night sky when the stars shined." Abeona stuck prayer hands between her thighs and looked down the camp with sadness. Reinforced with a good meal and refreshed on strong coffee, she knew she could never feel as content, as happy, as awed as she presently did. Wished she could chisel off a piece of the now as if hacking a chunk off the granite face of time, a prize to be wrapped in silk and stowed in secret under rug and floorboard that it might be taken up some lonely winter evening in her antiquity and lusted over with wrinkled hand and shallow breath. "You miss her?" I'm not sure. No, I don't think I do." "But you loved her?" "Yes, I suppose. I didn't not love her, but I simply didn't feel much when she passed, or since. Does that make me a bad person?" "The heart feels what it feels." He touched his chest. "The head may lie, but here there is truth." "And your mother? Do you miss her as well?" Jaimin looked away toward the orchard of fiddle-leaf fig trees at the bottom of the hill. Abeona prickled with the faux pas sweats and blurted, "College has to be easier than this." "What's that?" He spoke without looking back. "Oh, just wondering how many times I'll nearly be eaten." Jaimin wiped his face and looked at Abeona and said, "Twice is enough, I should think." When they were quiet again, Abeona took Jaimin by the hand. "I'm sorry." He quickly stood. I should check on him." "Thought we were having a nice time, but that's fine." "You know how he gets." "Do I?" Abeona dropped her tin plate in the dirt and wiped her hands angrily on her pant legs. "You're not his slave, you know. I see the way he treats you, always telling what to do, what to eat, when to go to bed." "I told you he's not like that." "Just because he was friends with my father doesn't mean he isn't, well, he's still one of them. You said so. None of my business, but someday you might want to stick up for yourself." Jaimin gathered their dishes and said good night. "Wait." Abeona grabbed the big man by the wrist as he started away. Jaimin jerked free and said, "You shouldn't stay here alone. It is dangerous in the dark." Abeona went to bed that night in the covered wagon which had been parked in the safety of the camp. But still, she could not sleep. Lying there, pondering recent events, she did something she had not done in earnest in quite some time. She prayed. "Dear God, please make Sally well and give her a good long life with her baby girl. I'll do anything you ask, anything. Show me what you want and I'll do it. You helped me help one of your innocents. You sent Jaimin to save me. You delivered John Brown from wickedness and gave me courage to survive so many hardships. What else? What else can I do?" Praying should have fulfilled her, but more than ever, Abeona wanted to run fast as she could in the moonlight, swim naked in a lake, ride a horse at full speed, and drink whiskey and smoke a pipe. She wanted to shoot Jaimin's gun. She wanted to kiss him again. She imagined it. His lips against hers, the stubble on his cheek, his big hands. Why did he no longer desire her? What wrong had she done? After some hours of fidgeting, Abeona dressed. It was late when she sneaked through the dark tenement of canvas, up the path to the showers, and over to the office. Swift was on the porch, smoking his pipe and sipping something. "Can't sleep either," he said. "Brandy?" "No, thank you. Sally ever wake?" "Don't think so." How's the girl?"
"Sleeping like a baby."
The old Englishman smirked at his wit and waited for an acknowledgment of his play on words, and, receiving insufficient enthusiasm, continued.
"You'll find as you get older you sleep less and less, but that's a long way off for you."
Abeona sat at the bottom step. "Tell me something."
"Yes?"
"Was my father a bad man?"
"What kind of a bloody question is that?"
Abeona chewed her thumbnail. Swift hummed and seemed to consider the question of John Brown's worthiness for the length of a bowl of tobacco. After a while, the girl thought he might have forgotten her question.
"Was your father a good man?"
Swift tapped the smoldering pipe on his heel.
"That's what you meant to ask?"
"Said what I meant."
"Good Christ, you are his blood. That's for sure and for certain."
Swift pointed the pipe stem at the girl.
"As a servant of the law, I have always sought to see people as they are where they are, flawed with potential and struggles, talents and limitations. I don't fancy there are any good men, or bad ones at that."
Abeona passed a hand over her face in annoyance and realized the swelling was gone.
"Good Christ, are any of us the worst thing we ever did? We're all of us trying to make sense of the whirlwind our mothers chucked us into. Best way to some semblance of order has been by helping see to it that the rules are enforced for and against people equally, and that those protections codified by general consensus of the greater good bear fruit for them what need 'em. Your father found meaning in the liberation of those chained in flesh, mind, and soul. I don't pretend to be a pious gent, but if there is a man whose sins and shortcomings can be as dwarfed by his good works, I do not know him."
"You had such a high opinion of him, but he did such awful things."
"You ever tell how we met? Must have been middle of November, 17 or 18.
Swift pointed his pipe stem at Abeona again, this time with a poking motion.
"I wasn't a mite bit older'n you first time I saw him. I'd finished law school the year before. Found myself in Boston doing pittance work for folk who couldn't afford food, let alone a barrister. Heartbreaking stuff, positively Dickensian."
"I hadn't read that far." Abeona stirred in her place on the steps, "before the journals were stolen."
"Well, he about found himself sold off to some southern plantation the day of his arrival. I was breakfasting in the window seat of a little shop when I saw him and two white devils come tumbling out of the saloon across the street. He'd been shop to shop looking for work that morning when he was confronted by the kind of slavers who made it their business to kidnap unsuspecting foreigners and sell them off as runaways down south. Constable broke up the fight. But when your father tried to prove his legal standing as a free man, he was unable to produce his papers. They'd been lost in the scuffle, or more likely stolen by one of those devils. Broke my heart to see him plead with the policemen so. He kept looking in the mud for his papers and begging the officer to believe him. Swore to myself I wouldn't get involved. But I finished my meal and went straight to the jail. Good thing, too. He was lodged in the mercy of a den of ne'er-do-wells. Despite the deceitful testimony of his attackers, it wasn't too difficult to prove your father had recently landed on a ship. He was registered in the manifest, after all, free and clear, and he was set free. I thought that the end of the matter. But next morning, bright and early, when I opened the door to my shabby little office, there he stood, hat in hand. So sorry for the poor lad, I put him on sweeping floors, keeping the stove lit, making coffee, fetching documents. Before I knew it, he was reading my books and offering advice on cases."
"What about his work with the railroad?" Abeona chewed her thumbnail. Swift poured himself another cup of brandy.
"Your father began submitting letters of opinion on a great many subjects to the local presses, published many of them. The one that caused the most trouble was on the subject of, you guessed it, slavery. One newspaper in the city had the courage to print it, but it was enough. Half the town was on your father's side, the other half howled in opposition. Wasn't long after John Brown, the writer, was approached by a like-minded reverend who introduced us, several wealthy persons, of the opinion that our nation's peculiar little business practice was the greatest scourge ever wrought on humanity."
"Oh, my," said Abeona.
"Oh, my, indeed. They needed stockholders, what they called us back in those days. For the last leg of the journey in Michigan, last stop before Canada. Once you were across the Detroit River, you were home free. So, in the mid-20s, they moved us from Boston to Detroit to oversee the secret society of conductors who came and went, escorting runaways into town. Meantime, your father started a newspaper which included coded messages to conductors."
"The Underground Railroad?" she said.
"Them. But we worked with the Raisins and the Logans, too. More of a sneaking around than you might think."
"Were you afraid of being caught?"
"Damn right I was. But not your father. He was so convinced of purpose so utterly driven to see those people free, well, he never let anything stand in his way, not even the prospect of a long prison sentence. Thank God it never came to that. Abeona shook her head in wonderment. You know, your father believed it was ordained by God, his suffering, his wickedness, his life's work. Well, my name didn't help dispel that notion any. Name? Terence. Comes from the Greek Terentius. The old story goes that Terentius freed a slave who later became a writer who in turn adopted his master's name in homage. Swift puffed on his pipe for a bit and added, I don't know about all that, but I do know your father was a good man. The old Englishman and the young woman talked all the night, and when morning broke over the trees at the edge of camp, it came a deep pink stripe, blue above and black below. Man and girl watched the sun lift itself into the horizon. The only sound, faint cries of a new life from inside the office. Swift put away his pipe and corked the bottle. Camp, too, roused slow and steady as sunrise. Soon the smell of cook fire, words of hopeful men, and cheerful music of hungry birds. Abeona went inside the office and into the back bedroom to find Jessup asleep in the rocking chair next to Sally, who was rubbing her eyes. Sally motioned for the little one, and Abeona took the child from its father and gave it to the mother. So many things Abeona had wanted to say, to talk about that night on the ship with Mr. Clovis, to share her adventures in the wild, and perhaps even her strange sexual encounter with Jaimin. Looking at mother and child, baby nursing, Sally caressing the tiny head and rubbing her thumb over those miniature hands, none of that mattered now. Abeona brushed her fingers against the baby's cheek. Her middle name Matilda, after my mama. That's beautiful. Y'all staying on a while? I wish we could, but no. Doctor said how you helped, and, well, I hope Matilda grow up brave as you. Me? Abena's voice deepened and her eyes threatened rain. I'm not. Sally took Abena's hand and kissed it, and there were no more words between them. Chapter 43. Letters Home. White mules were lent them for the journey's next leg. These animals were hardier than the horses and had better stamina in such heat. They were paired with a smaller prairie schooner-style wagon 4 feet by 8 that would travel faster and lighter over the rough terrain. It was a thank you from Mr. Jessup, who told them they could leave the rig at the railroad company's office in Cameroons Town at their leisure. By mid-morning, Jaimin had the wagon loaded with additional foodstuffs and water. Mr. Jessup's man Cole took Abeona aside and offered to fix her hair, which he did by evening the bangs and trimming the back of her head. The result was a pudding basin haircut that left her reflection wide-eyed and straight-lipped. After a quick breakfast and another visit from the doctor, who told the old Englishman to take more rest and less brandy, the trio was once again on the road. Abeona and Swift slept while Jaimin drove the team. The rail worker who had helped him find the stranded Swift now led the way on horseback. Orphanage was nearly a day's ride from the work camp. It rested in the center of a small village a few miles outside the city of Ajumba. They moved west along the rail route for 3 hours, south the rest of the day into late afternoon. When the wagon finally stopped, Abeona woke and peeked out into the hot wind, swaying grass and trees and endless seas of brown and green for as far could think to exist. Thank you again. Thank you and safe travels, she heard Jaimin say. And when the wagon moved again, their guide was now behind them. He waved to Abeona before turning his steed and riding away. Where the devil are we? Swift threw off his blanket and sipped from his canteen. I think we're there. Abeona closed the flap. About bloody time. Oh, now, Jaimin hollered to the horses. Abeona stuck her head out the back end again, seeing only endless stubborn nature. Soon a red dirt path appeared out of the long brown grasses, and the wagon was pulled into a stand of banana and mango trees. The wagon slowed. An opening appeared in the center at the foot of a mighty kapok, its smooth elephantine trunk gnarled and twisted high above all else. A large group of children ran, yelled, jumped in their mindless joy, whispering and poking at the canvas flaps. Here we are, shouted Jaimin. The wagon came to a creaking, clunking stop in a swirl of dust outside a long, slender building. Abeona departed with such zest she forgot to put on her boots and landed painfully in the rocky soil. Orphanage was shack-like in nature and big as a church. Sun-bleached walls about Jaimin's height held an inclined thatched roof that looked to have seen 100 monsoon. In the doorway hunched a grizzly, gray-white man in God's coat and collar. On his elbow, a shriveled native in dingy collarless pullover blouse tucked into baggy green pantaloons and wrapped around the middle by a wide burgundy sash. Even without an eye patch or peg leg, Abeona decided he looked like a pirate. The pair couldn't have been any more out of place in the African bush. Welcome back, said the priest. You remember. Oh, the face, but not the name. When you get few visitors as we, it's not so difficult to remember, so it isn't."
"So this is Ajumba?" Abeona said. "Not what I expected."
"The village of Ajumba, but not the city of Ajumba, so it is. Folks tend to get a bit ornery when the two are confused, so they do. Though, for the life of me, I don't know why."
Pirate grunted in agreement. Appearance of such an odd and foreboding couple of characters made Abeona think of Mr. Clovis and dubious grimace.
"It is Jaimin, and this is Abeona Browne, sister of Pupino Dilly, daughter of John Brown." "Mr. Jaimin, yes, of course. Not figured I'd ever see you again, so I didn't."
Priest looked the girl over, staring long at her trousers.
"Suppose the good Lord doesn't care what one wears, so he doesn't, so long as one wears faith."
"We have brought documents from Pupino Dilly's father."
The priest leaned forward.
"Don't reckon you've any coffee to spare."
"Certainly."
Jaimin shrugged at Abeona.
"With sugar? Oh, bless the Lord, tell me you've sugar."
"Certainly."
Come in, so you must. Let us boil a pot and have a gander at your documents. Can't be too heedful, you know. Ours is a place of refuge, so it is. Unscrupulous devils have tried before, so they have. Lay claim to our children for nefarious purposes. Shameful, so it is."
Jaimin and Abeona exchanged fleeting expressions of wariness. "Swift," Abeona said, remembering the old chap in the wagon. "My father's, that is, our lawyer's come as well."
Bring the fella, so you shall." Priest patted the pirate on the shoulder. "Help our travelers with their possessions."
Jaimin followed the priest inside. Pirate went with Abeona to the wagon and introduced himself by gargling the name Vous Bouquis in a gravelly French accent which he pronounced Vous Bouquis. "My name is Abeona," she said, reaching into the wagon for her boots.
"Beena, is you boy, Beena?"
Abeona didn't know what to say.
"Your boots I like."
Vous Bouquis pointed to her red footwear and back to the reddish cloth wrapped around his middle. Abeona buttoned her boots and went to adjust her head wrap and realized it was gone.
"Good Christ!"
Swift had fallen back asleep, and now he sputtered and snorted.
"Are we there?"
"You are here, and here you are," said Vous Bouquis. "Over there is not too far."
Abeona climbed into the wagon and found bags of coffee and sugar.
"What are you doing with those?"
"Gift for our host."
"Well, not bloody all of it."
"Hadn't intended to."
"Humph."
"Come along, Mr. Sunshine." Abeona hopped out and held open the canvas flap and pointed the direction of the orphanage. Swift came a grumble and yawn from the wagon. Vous Bouquis and Abeona helped him onto the porch. Out in the yard, 36 children held hands in a large circle surrounding a young woman Abeona's age. They ran around her and sang something secret and beautiful while the woman clapped. When she shouted a word, the children stopped and ran in the other direction. She spoke another, and they reversed. Boys and girls were all barefoot and dressed in the same drab brown sleeveless nightshirts. Their smocks were made of grain sacks. Abeona smoothed her shirt and was ashamed. Dark inside, even with the shutters open. The building was cool and smelled of earth. Dirt floor hard-packed and smooth. Vous Bouquis and Abeona leaned Swift into a woven rocker.
"This is Father Benjamin Swerdlow," Jaimin said.
Swift gave a groggy wave. The priest hobbled over and put a hand to Swift's forehead.
"See here, damn it, not an infant. If you're to stand there and stare at me all day, I could do with some water."
Jaimin told the priest about the poisoning and the journey for help and of Swift's slow recovery.
"How is our patient?"
Swift looked Swift over and spread his eyelids. Swift swatted and missed. With a tone bereft of curiosity, the old priest checked the tautness of skin on the back of Swift's hand.
"Only a damned fool would make this journey at your age, old fellow, but you're not dead yet, so it is." "I shall make note of it, old fellow," Swift said with a sideways glance. "Already been seen by a doctor, a real doctor. Are you what passes for medicine in these parts?"
"I do not pretend to be a healer, so I don't, but I seen my fair share of conzo, so I have. Keep taking fluids, and you should be fine, so you will."
"Vous Bouquis has the juice of life,"
said the old pirate as he sloshed a bucket of water in from a rain barrel on the porch. Swift drank several cups.
"Poison's mostly out of his system," priest said. "I can only speculate the irritability is from the extreme thirst he's suffered, so it is, unless he's always this pleasant."
Swift whispered something to Jaimin, and the young man went outside. He returned with a stack of ledgers and Swift's briefcase.
"The business at hand," said Swift. Please wait," interrupted the priest. You must be exhausted, so you must. Why don't you rest a while? I have afternoon lessons. We can speak over supper and drink some of this fine coffee, so we may."
Swift sighed heavily in protest, but acquiesced drowsily. Jaimin and Vous Bouquis helped the old man to the priest's small room at the back of the building.
There they put him on a bed with a patchwork mattress stuffed with grass, light of one high window shining through. Abeona was given a small guest room which featured 4 bunks much like the ones on the Elsie Marie. Jaimin napped in the back of the wagon. The guests slept through the day and past supper. Abeona dreamed again of John Brown, but this time he was not a horrid monster. He was at home, behind his desk. In his arms, a baby. Even in her haze of sleep, Abeona knew it was Pupina swaddled against her father's chest. He spoke softly, and though Abeona could not understand his words, his voice carried attentive intensity. He was warming the baby. Abeona neared them, straining to hear. Singing from another room obscured her father's words. Abeona opened a window into the night. She climbed through and fell into the belly of a ship. She was back in tweendecks, and Mr. Clovis spoke rage to Sally, who was searching for her baby among a pile of black children, naked but for their beaded necklaces. They were neither awake nor asleep, live nor dead. Abeona struggled to scream, and she awoke from the dream panting and sweating. She was back in the orphanage where unseen children sang. In the dining room, she found a pot of rice and bowl of sliced mango and banana. Just beyond, through an open double doorway, were the children in their burlap outfits. They sat on their feet on the floor. Priest hunched before them. When they finished their tune, he led them in another hymnal. "Nearer, my God, to thee," they sang. Next to the priest was the young woman Abeona had seen the day before. She sang along while rifling through books from a tall stack of literature, mathematics, history, geography. "Mary, please," said the priest. The young woman took Father Benjamin's place. Priest gasped Abeona's hand and said, "Come, I'm sure you're famished." While Abeona gobbled her breakfast, the priest recounted the history of the orphanage. "We were only supposed to stay for a season. 15 weeks came and went like that," snapped his fingers. "So much suffering, the likes of which I had never seen. Disease, starvation, the stealing and selling of women and children, men murdered, just awful. When the others packed for the return trip to Maryland, I chose to remain. That was nigh on 50 years ago, so it was."
"Ever miss it?" She chewed her rice. "America, I mean?"
"Oh, to pray again at St. Inigo's," he patted the girl's arm. "My work here is more important than nostalgia, so it is. And you, what's a young girl such as yourself doing in such a wicked paradise?"
"You wouldn't believe half of it."
"Eh?"
"Looking for my sister."
"I suspect there's more to this story, so I do."
"Father," Abeona said, looking around to be sure no one else was there, "things I've seen and done since leaving home, I could never share with another living soul. Besides, I'm not a Catholic."
"That's good, because I'm not really a priest."
"How are you in charge here?"
"With great care. We sustain ourselves on hard work, God's love, and a little luck. To be fair, they gave me plenty of time to come back, so they did. 2 years after I'd decided to stay, I received a letter noting that I had been defrocked. I left them no choice, really."
Aren't you afraid? Punished for pretending to be a man of the cloth?"
The old priest shrugged his narrow shoulders. "The church trained me in ritual and dogma, but my covenant is with God, and that is something no man could ever break. Besides, in my ample seasons, I've come to learn we're all pretending to be something we're not. Some of us choose to help others, some of us choose to help ourselves. I'm pretending to be a priest. What do you pretend?"
"Bravery." Abeona's eyes widened, shocked she'd said it aloud.
"Anyone who's come this far in search of a sister has to be brave. Africa is no place for the wobbly kneed, so it's not."
With a slight shake of the head, Abeona's eyes began to water.
"I know how young ladies value privacy," the priest said, "but confession has the marvelous effect of lessening the burden on one's soul, body, and mind, so it can."
Abeona gave the old priest a shy look, and he took her by the hand.
"There now, you pretend to be a Catholic, and I'll pretend to be a priest, and no one will be the wiser."
Priest put on his dusty jacket and led Abeona to a small double booth at the back of the dining room. As Jaimin and Swift slept in the early hours, Abeona told her every secret and sin, fear and failure, deed and desire. Throughout the morning, Vuspukis came and went like a happy bumblebee, shuffling slowly in and out of the building with this tool or that, singing quietly to himself. Abeona showed the priest her father's single remaining journal. She had him read the parts about Pupina Odili and John Brown's wickedness. Priest paused occasionally to utter disbelief.
"Incredible, so it is. Most incredible."
"As I said," Abeona lowered her head, speaking softly, "I don't know that I could ever completely forgive him."
Priest hummed in solidarity. "Forgiveness, like faith, is never easy. If it were, well, it wouldn't be forgiveness."
"The hateful things he did, the hatred I had inside while reading of them, I can't tell you how this makes me feel."
When we let hate into our life, it cuts a jagged path right through our hearts. But when we adopt kindness, we orphan hate. And that's about the only kind of orphan I'm glad to see made.
Perhaps. What about my sister?
Yes, I remember.
Priest palmed his face and whimpered. He'd been sitting to one side, and now he rocked to the other and rubbed his hip.
Tenacious little babe. She had a habit of hiding whenever prospective parents would visit, which isn't too often around here, I'm afraid. So it is. She was not too shy of certain her parents would eventually be found, so she did. I pressed her to make peace with her life and to accept a new family, but the night before her 16th birthday she packed what little belongings she had and sneaked away. I had her here with me since she was a yearling. The old priest turned his head and snuffled. That was back in 1815, I believe. Forgive me, this old mind. Get to be my age, and the edge of one year blurs into the next, so it does. Alas, she vanished, so she did. Never thought I would see her again, but many years later I received a letter. She had found her mother in Cape Town and was working to buy her freedom. Priest went to a weathered steamer trunk next to his writing desk and mined through it all the way to the back. "Oh, the years," he said, examining crude drawings, envelopes, letters in type and longhand, certificates and journals. He dug and dug until, aha! And brought a brittle, yellowed letter back to the table. 3 years she'd spent. 3 years working her way along, going north, going south. She tried all the major slave ports on the west coast. Took her 3 years and a half from the time she left us before she found her mother alive and well in the employ of a wealthy Dutch family. So she was. Jansons of Cape Colony. Her mother was captured by slavers shortly after abandoning Pupina. She was sold to the plantation owner, Adelbert Jansen.
But she was a free woman, Abeona protested. That's not fair.
Devil doesn't care about fair, my sweet. Priest gazed upward and seemed to lose his line of thought before snapping his eyes on Abeona. Pupina. She took work where she could. She planned to save enough money to buy her mother's freedom from the Jansen family. I don't believe she understood how these things work. Your sister was wonderfully optimistic and full of energy. She wore me out over a time, but she is, I'm afraid, a bit slow of thought, so she is. Not a simpleton, mind you, but too trusting and not clever enough to know when people are trying to fool her. She wrote again to say how sorry she was. I understood, though this broke my heart, so it did. She wrote that she found the Jansen family, and that was the last I ever heard. I prayed and prayed that she found a way to be with her mother. Who knows? God is amazing. God grants miracles every day, so he does. Perhaps your sister found her miracle. Perhaps they were able to reunite.
The old priest closed the letter. He hid it in the pile and closed the trunk with a long sigh.
Might take a miracle for you to find her.
The two were interrupted by Swift and Jimon, who'd been on the edge of the room listening. They looked at each other with concern. Abeona read the doubt in their eyes. At last, she broke the silence. What are the chances she's still in Cape Colony?
That's the bloody question, said Swift. We have a name, said Jimon, fidgeting with the brim of his hat. Adelbert Jansen. Can't be too many who go by such strangeness in this land. We also have a colony that no longer exists, said Swift. Gah, groaned the priest with sudden realization. Diaspora.
What? Said Abeona.
In the early 1830s, Britain outlawed slavery and all its holdings, said Swift. Cape Colony consisted largely of Dutch farmers, the Boers, and they didn't take kindly to having their slaves wrenched away by His Majesty. A great many of them traveled north, taking their captives with, assuming they're even on this damnable continent. No offense, Your Eminence. You'll not make me blush, so you won't. Even if they're still somewhere in Africa, who knows where they could have gone off to, Swift said. Doubt they'd have stuck around the Cape.
Sounds like that's where we're going. Abeona stood, hands on her hips. Someone there must know the Jansens, or would have remembered Pupina or Desta, wouldn't they?
Possible, said Swift, though I do not know how probable.
Abeona took Swift by the arm, hugging him tight, and said, I'm going with or without you. Father's dying wish was his daughter, my sister, be found, and I for one won't stop until it is done.
Thought I recognized a bit of her in you, so I did.
How long of a ride is it from here? Abeona asked.
Jimon sneered. You won't find any sane man or woman, for that matter, taking a trip of that many miles across this God-forsaken land, said Swift. No, we'll have to fetch ourselves passage on a steamer.
Abeona's guts twisted. Another boat?
Too late in the day to start away now, so it is. I'll send my man with you in the morning. He knows the straightest way back to port.
Next morning, when all had had their breakfast, Abeona went out to the wagon and dug through her things. She returned with a fistful of peppermint sticks, which she broke into smaller pieces and gave to the children.
They sniffed the hardened sugar. Some licked it. One popped her piece into her mouth and let out an enthusiastic mmm. The boys and girls jumped and shook and made happy mouth sounds at one another. "Can you tell?" said the old priest. "First candy they've ever tasted, so it is." "Wagon's loaded," Jaimin said. Out on the porch, Abeona hugged the old priest and kissed him on the cheek. All the children mobbed the girl and sang out, "Goodbye, Miss Beena." Swift and Jaimin leaned against the wagon in conference as Vuzbuki saddled his horse. Abeona fished around in her collar for a small piece of brilliance which glinted in the morning light. "Please, I cannot," said the old priest, now holding John Brown's gold cross in his palm. "It is so beautiful, so it is. It must be dear to you, so it must." "That's why I want you to have it. You need grain for the children, books, clothing, medicine." "And now, my child, you are our miracle, so you are. I will pray each day you find what you are looking for." Abeona hugged the old man, and he whispered in her ear with an unsteady voice, "If you find my little girl, please tell her I love her and miss her so very much." Chapter 44. Do Not Scream. Absent stratagem, 'twere a 2-day ride back to Cameroons Town, port city even more brimming with people in the tumultuous stir of toing and froing. Swift informed the gendarmerie of the crimes committed against the Brown party, but he was told there was little they could do. All the while, Abeona pleaded mercy toward Mr. Yannick should he be caught, on the basis of what desperation must have driven him to such villainy. Afterward, Jaimin paid the livery for the lost horses and argued the railroad would bring them back their wagon in the coming weeks. The company refused, and it cost the Brown estate the outrageous additional sum of $345 American. Jessup's mules and wagon were parked in the railroad office's storage yard, and the party thanked Vuzbukis for his help. Jaimin and Abeona piled their belongings on the street side and watched Vuzbukis ride into the traffic of jiggling buggies, creaking wagons, nimble-footed delivery boys. The old pirate left them with an ominous little rhyme. "Horsey plod and wagon trundle, they of weary boot and bundle. Father's work is solemn toiled, beware, the blood of baddies roiled." Swift lit his pipe with a mouthful of smoke, confided in Abeona, "Good Christ, that fellow's a few shillings shy of a pound." Jaimin went up the street and returned with 2 enthusiastic urchins who helped carry the luggage to a cantina where he gave them each a 5-cent piece and told them to wait with the bags while the 3 lunched in a restaurant filled half by well-dressed lords and ladies, pestered by smaller, more rambunctious versions of themselves. They'd come on diplomatic business and safari, come to see lion and zebra and naked Negro in his natural habitat. Abeona wondered wickedly how many would be eaten in their fine garments like sandwiches still wrapped in wax paper. Swift found a table near a window and pulled out the chair. "Rather sit in back," said Jaimin, "and miss out on this fine view." Jaimin went to a corner and sat looking out over the dining room, and after a moment the old lawyer and the girl joined him. "What troubles you?" Swift asked Jaimin as he motioned for one of the women in the smock frocks and black blouses. "We made it back intact. No cause to brood." "Not a thing." Fine. No, it's not fine. Last time we were here we managed to hire a murderous thief, one who remains free, should I remind. I do not care to repeat such recklessness." Abeona looked over the menu, settling on hotcakes and cocoa, and said, "You think we're still in danger? They got what they wanted." "Certainly did," said Swift, who took his attention off the waitress, who now stood tapping her lips with her pencil. He narrowed his eyes at Abeona. "He," said Abeona. I meant he." Jaimin put his big white hat under his chair. "Cannot be too cautious." "Darling, can you give us a moment?" When the waitress left, Swift leaned and in a quiet voice asked, "The surviving journal, where is it?" Abeona excused herself and went out to where the boys were sitting on their things, and she took the diary from her suitcase and brought it back and slid it across the table. "No offense, my dear, but I should hold this for the rest of the trip." "Glad to be rid of." "After we eat," Jaimin said, "I shall see about tickets." "That," said Swift, relighting his stalled pipe, "having had some time to cogitate the matter, I find hesitation to be the primary recurring thought." "If you mean no, then just say so. No need to talk in riddles." "What are you kenching about?" "You speak like a lawyer." "She is right," said Jaimin. "Well, what the bloody hell? Do you mind if we stay on topic? Our girl could be anywhere on this god-forsaken continent, or the world for that matter. We need to consider the further sum of time and risk we're willing to endure." Abeona whined. "Easy now," Swift patted her arm. "I don't suggest we call off Cape Town, but what if we should find ourselves holding sand?" Jaimin put his hands up in surrender.
I am prepared to continue the search, but this is not my decision to make.
Abeona shifted in her seat and chewed her thumbnail.
Well, out with it, lass.
It's just that, she grasped the hand of Jaimin and Swift each. We've come so far. Perhaps she won't be there, perhaps she will. We have to at least try.
The waitress interrupted again. Swift squinted for a moment at the menu, but gave up. Oh, what's the bloody special?
Beef braised with vegetables.
Sounds good to me. Swift ordered for he and Jaimin. And how about a big platter of those apple fritters?
When the waitress left, Abeona said, If she isn't there, we can always reconsider our options, can't we? What's a few more days?
Swift puffed his pipe, pointed the still smoking stem at Abeona, then Jaimin. What's this sudden adventurous streak? What is a few more days? Jaimin said. Country people say.
Swift groaned.
Few more weeks, you mean?
We're already here, said Abeona.
Good Christ. If I find you two are in cahoots.
Following their meal, the trio split, each to their assigned task. Jaimin went to the shipping office to secure passage to the southern tip of Africa. Abeona, with her grubby little helpers in tow, looked for an inn with 2 rooms to spare. Swift stayed behind to guard the cantina's brandy stores. Elsie Marie hadn't been the only ship to dock over the last week, and it took Abeona the better part of an hour to find lodging. 2 rooms in the 3rd story of a weather-shabby boarding house built by French slavers in the 1700s, as told by a bronze plaque next to the front door.
Finest bed and bath in all the city, lass, said the toothless Scot while Abeona signed the register.
The girl helped the boys carry the cases and trunks into the lobby where the hotel staff did the rest. Not wanting to be a bother, she took what she could comfortably haul and found her small but pleasant room with a view from the other side of the main street. Abeona dug in her suitcase for a fresh pair of stockings and hairbrush which had found their way to the bottom. She put on a clean nightshirt and sat at the edge of the bed, still looking for her brush. Eager as she was to get to Cape Town, memories of upset stomach and rough seas made her nervous. Still, what had begun as an abstract idea, fulfilling her father's dying wishes, meeting this mystery sister, ensuring Pupina received her birthright, was now the most important notion Abeona had ever conceived of. Fine linen, proper curtains, a rug on the floor, the girl admired her room piece by piece, appreciating the simple act of being indoors and off the ground, qualifications the orphanage had met in only the most Spartan of terms. Her heart lightened at the recent and dramatic reduction in earlier anxieties, and with a soft song on her lips, Abeona failed to hear the low grind of the old hotel hinges. "Aha," she said, pulling the hairbrush free of her valise. Went to the dresser next the window and tipped the yellow pitcher into its matching washtub. She splashed cool water onto her face and looked in the mirror. Object hovering over her left shoulder made no sense at first. Strange man, familiar strange, like running into the pastor outside of church. Abena's brain worked in a kind of quarantine, ticking away slowly, trying to match an answer to what her eyes already knew. At first, Abeona was scared because she'd been startled. Took another long second to realize why she should be truly terrified. Agonizing silence, the weight of its drawing down her mouth, pushing her shoulders from above with such force as to render her mute and still. It, too, stood motionless, expression a smirk of deliciousness. The brute seemed to absorb every bit of her terror, to lap with his eyes every drop of perspiration. He sniffed deep through his oversized nose, appearing to relish Abena's perfume, but leading her to believe him drunk on the sweet musky aroma of her fear. "Do not scream." 3 little words. He closed the door behind him. "How?" Abeona clutched her chest and panted, stumbling back and falling onto the bed. "You do remember?" Abena's head vibrated in agreement. She whispered a name. "That's right." He locked the door. Tall man laid his silver-topped cane on the bed and straightened his yellow bow tie. Crossed the room and lifted the curtain and spoke with his back to the girl. "You can't believe it. You're wondering why I'm not swinging. I did have the misfortune of being detained and questioned by the ship's security officer. You might imagine my surprise when I was told someone had accused me of murder, a little Nubian girl in a blue dress and red boots." Dubious turned his gaze from the window and said, "Captain was aghast to hear such a dreadful tale." Before looking again out the window, Mr. Carriage was kind enough to clarify the matter. "You let him live?" Disappointment in Abena's voice, almost accidental. "I told the officers Mr. Carriage and I were speaking when we saw Mr. Clovis teeter by in stupor. Time we reached the rail, he'd been lost to the sea. Mr. Carriage was most eager to attest to the same. Very eager. But I don't understand."
She had been so certain Grimace killed them both, even if she hadn't seen it.
"Dear girl, I treat my fellows as they would have me treat them. Carriage is the kind of man who can be reasoned with. Mr. Clovis was another sort."
Abeona whimpered something unintelligible.
"Speak up, my lady."
I don't have them."
"Don't have what?"
"The letters."
"You mean you don't have them? You telling me you didn't swipe them from the room of the not quite late Mr. Carriage?"
"No, I mean, yes. I did take them, but they were stolen." Grimace let go the curtain and rubbed the edge of the thick serpentine scar which ended at his pale forehead.
"Go ahead."
She pointed at her luggage. "See for yourself."
"You had better be true," Grimace said as he emptied her bags. "Who took them?"
"I don't know. One of our guides. Don't know anything about him or where he went." Grimace came around the bed. Abeona crawled back and back until she was pressed against the headboard.
"None of this would have happened if you hadn't cut out on our deal."
"What deal?" Abeona sat forward, her fear swapped for indignance. Grimace smelled of vinegar, fish, blood.
"Letters for a life, little one. I hadn't come along, you wouldn't be here." Grimace made a fist. "Fair is fair."
"I'm so sorry you thought we agreed on something. Thank you for saving me, yes, but I made no such deal. Those are mine. They were."
"Oh? Isn't that the exact bargain we struck out there on the deck at dawn?"
His words echoed silently, repeating wisps of smoke in her mind. Deck at dawn, deck at dawn, deck at dawn. The voice sounded like it came from outside the room now. Panic entranced her like a knife blade. She feared the cut, yet wished to run her finger along its edge.
"Well?"
he repeated. "Well, what?"
"You need to tell me everything you remember about this man."
Abeona tried not to cry as she described tall Mr. Yannick.
"I am not the only one looking for you," said Grimace, patting the girl's shoulder with his gloved hand. "But I am the most reasonable."
"Why do you care so much about some stupid letters?"
"Oh, poor, sweet dear. I don't. But there are some who think if they can make your father look foolish, detestable even, well..."
"If it doesn't even matter, then why won't you just leave me alone?" She was crying now. "Please, leave me alone." When he seemed contented, he moved in closer, near enough to have kissed her, and said,
"Word one of this, and you'll join Mr. Clovis in the belly of the shark."
Abena's face pinched a detestable grin of grief that stretched wide across her ashen cheeks, exposing a grimace of pearl and pink.
"Funny, the fear of dying," said Grimace, "about the death of someone you love or even the demise of a stranger, stifled by all that grief. Masked behind the shock and repulsion of the surrounding circumstances is the ever-present recognition of our own, of your own mortality. Something about the death of someone we know, no matter how timely, lulls us with a false sense of security. Are you listening, girl? Certainly gatherers at a funeral ruminate their own fates, but we secretly think of death as preoccupied with the other fellow, when all about us we are mired in flux. After all, if the bony finger of forever is busy with my neighbor, it can't possibly tap my shoulder. Isn't that right? Your father has died. That, for you, must be tragic. You have my condolences. But do not think for a moment that more tragedy cannot befall. Grief has not inoculated you from the danger which lurks under the sun in the shadows. You are merely baptized in the reality of your precious mortality, and it would do you well." A clomp and mumble came up the stairwell. Grimace slithered across under the bed, popping his head up at last to retrieve his cane. "Rid of 'em, or I'll cut all your throats." "Abeona," his door rattled on the silent room. "Miss Browne, have the tickets. Shall we find Mr. Swift?"
Coming." Her voice cracked. She said it again more emphatically, rushing to dress as she did, but stopping because there was nowhere private to change. She held out her trousers and blouse as though offering them to the pale heap crouched beside her bed. "Be there in a moment." As the footsteps faded, dubious Grimace stared at Abeona Browne, and she at he. Chapter 45. Cabin Fever. Dreadfully so. Dinner was quiet that first night back in Cameroons Town. In the party's general fatigue, no one seemed to notice Abena's concerned quiet. This unnerved her all the more, as she wished they had cared enough to realize something was wrong. And so she tried to feign interest in the conversation. "How long to reach Cape Town?"
"Difficult to say." Swift was nearly nodding off in his brandy.
"Where will we stay when we land?"
"Difficult to say."
"What if Pupina cannot be found there?"
"Difficult to say."
Abeona nibbled at the crispy skin of her rosemary chicken thigh with sluggish purpose. After dinner, she ordered dessert. After dessert, she ordered more coffee, anything to keep from going back to the hotel. Out on the street, she walked between Jaimin and Swift, her thumbs and forefingers pinching their shirt sleeves. When a passing horse cart rolled over a stone and shot it with a bang against the clapboard of a barber shop, Abeona screamed and jerked so hard she knocked the old Englishman to the ground. "Oh!" he howled, holding his knee. "Why in Christ you do that?" Visions of the revolting psychopath hunkering beneath her mattress stole Abena's ability to answer. "Give a hand," said Jaimin, who was struggling to raise Swift without causing more injury. Abeona took hold and they hoisted him to his feet. "What's wrong with you?" said Swift. Abeona struggled to answer. Jaimin said, "A little less brandy, perhaps?" Swift dusted himself off and grumbled the rest of the way to the hotel. Abeona waited in the lobby until Jaimin and Swift had gone up. She lifted a mistreated volume of Salmagundi from the hotel bookshelf and sat a velvet wing bergère the color of mint leaves in the parlor. Clerk at the front desk occasionally glanced over his magazine at Abeona, who stared and stared at the pages but could not concentrate on the words. Shortly after the grandfather clock chimed 10, the girl crept upstairs, whispering doom all the way. "Oh, my goodness. Oh, my. Oh, my." Shushed herself for whispering too loudly, but carried on. "He's going to kill you. You're going to die. He's going to kill you. There's nothing you can do." Abeona pressed a cheek against her door and listened. There she remained for untold minutes until drowse bested panic. Must have looked under the bed 5 times before falling on the mattress and kicking off her boots. She pulled up the covers and pictured Grimace down there, sharpening his knife, plotting unspeakable crimes against women and children, and Jaimin and poor old Mr. Swift. 6 or 7 days. That's how long Jaimin said it would take before the next ship was ready to sail for the southern tip. "A week?" she said to the ceiling. "I'll be dead in a week." Tired as she was, the girl couldn't sleep. Abeona groaned and swung her feet around and rolled off the bed onto her knees. There she closed her eyes and clasped her hands to pray and slept in prostration, still in last night's clothes when Jaimin knocked the next morning. "Are you ready for breakfast?" "No," Abeona said from her crouched position by the window. "I don't think, that is, I'm not well." "Is it serious?" "No." "Shall I bring you something?" "Not just now." Abeona stopped peeking through the sliver of light between the curtain and wall and went to the bed, which was pushed against the door. I'm sure it'll pass." "I'll check on you after, bring you some muffins and juice, if that sounds good." "Yes, please," she forced enthusiasm. That'll be quite nice." When Jaimin was gone, Abeona double-checked the lock and looked once more under the bed. She sat the rest of the morning spying the main street, chewing her thumbnail, listening for sinister footfalls in the hall. Shortly after the noon chime, Jaimin returned. Abeona slid the bed back in place and unlocked the door. "How are you?" Jaimin looked around the room. "Better, thank you." Jaimin motioned with the basket in his arms, and Abeona laid it on the bed. Flapjacks, strawberry jam, apple cider. "I also brought this." He held a book. "Did you know there was a library?" The pair lunched at the back of the hotel balcony overlooking the bay. They sat cross-legged, picnic basket between them. Long, slender boat like a giant canoe floated by. It was full of black bodies, naked from the waist up. There were 46 of them paddling. Abeona counted by pairs while picturing her young father among them, wondered where they were going, where they came from, what dangers they had faced or would. "Read some more." Abeona handed over the copy of Jane Eyre Jaimin had brought. He read in the voice of Mr. Rochester, his normal baritone now a high nasally fashion. "Jane, be still. Don't struggle so, like a wild, frantic bird that is rending its own plumage in its desperation." Abeona delighted at his jovial and ridiculous inflections. In a faint squeak, Jaimin read the words of Jane. "I'm no bird, and no net ensnares me. I am a free human being with an independent will, which I now exert to leave you." Jaimin slammed the book shut and flashed a serious scowl at Abeona. She frowned back until laughter overtook them. "You can tell me," Jaimin said, "if you are troubled." "Are we friends now?" "I believe it is so." "Aren't you just a man working for my father?" "I work for myself." "Mr. Swift know that?" "Country people say a friend may know you in times of plenty, but you will know them in times of not." "Well, I don't know what you're talking about." Abeona fought a grin out of respect for Jaimin's sudden seriousness. "Perchance you should consider how your actions affect others." "Oh, you're one to talk." Jaimin feigned ignorance, and Abeona was at once incensed. She crawled across the picnic blanket and put her lips to his ear. "I know a secret about you, mister." Jaimin scrambled back so fast he knocked over the cider bottle and soaked the brim of his white hat with the brown liquid. "Oh, my goodness!" "Clumsy fool I am." He shook the juice off his hat. Abeona pulled out her blue handkerchief and blotted the stain, but Jaimin jerked his hat away and put it on and moved to the other side of the alcove. "I must go. Mr. Swift needs me."
There's something I forgot to do. I'm late. I must go."
Abeona watched herself warp in the small panes of the patio door as Jaimin closed it behind him. She put her hands on the frame and pressed her nose against the cool glass and looked into her own eyes. She turned her head side to side, examining her chin, cheeks, ears. "So goddamned ugly. Why you so ugly?" Breakfast and dinner aside, the two didn't speak the rest of that week. So it went. By and by, Abeona watched life from her room, ashamed of what she had done, and locked away from the fear of what might be. The girl stayed awake late every night, and when she slept it was fitful and light, the slightest creak or breeze rattling her into breathless consciousness. Abeona ate what Jaimin left outside her door each morning and forced herself to supper at the cantina because Swift wouldn't hear otherwise. The rest of the time the girl passed by reading and looking out her window. News came on the morning of the 5th day the ship Bartholomew would soon be ready. The travelers packed and met for lunch in a cafe near the docks. Jaimin ate quickly and left to find some street boys to help load the luggage. When the two were alone, Swift said,
"Listen, I want you to prepare yourself for the likelihood we won't find her. I know how long and difficult this journey has been. I understand how tough this has been on you since your father's passing. But I won't be doing you any favors by giving you false hope."
Abeona sipped herbal tea from a scalloped ivory cup rimmed with gold. She admired the precious piece and looked around the elegant room at the happy faces. She was about to tell Swift about Grimace when she remembered the ghoulish stalker's promise to kill them all. Swift waited for her to speak, and when she did not, he said,
"Reason I say this is I've decided."
The old lawyer stroked his sideburns while he paused.
"Cape Town's as far as we're going. If she's not there, she's not there. We're heading home."
Perhaps it's best. Worrisome days and nights had withered Abena's resolve, and nothing more was said on the subject. The two sipped in silence until Jaimin returned.
"All packed and ready to go," Jaimin said. "Good 3 hours before we shove off. Plenty of time for some target practice, if you like."
Abeona sipped her cold tea and pretended not to notice.
"Go on now. For Christ's sake, you'll be wishing you had once we're cooped up at sea."
With a rifle slung over his shoulder, Jaimin led Abeona to the junk pile on the east edge of town. There the city's broken chairs and wobbly tables, cracked vases, and old mattresses lay heaped. Jaimin found 3 tin buckets and hung them from the broken frame of what once was a large oak vanity. He handed the girl his pistol and kept the rifle for himself.
"Remember, slow and steady. No hurry. Never fire until you are sure of your target."
"You first." Abeona waved the gun at Jaimin.
"Damn it!" Jaimin swatted the girl's hand. "Careful where you point that. Could have taken my head off. Only ever aim at the ground, the sky, or your target. Never at a living thing unless you wish it dead."
"I'm sorry. I forgot. And I'm sorry about, the other day." Jaimin fired and cocked and fired and cocked and fired and cocked, and each time the metallic tink sound as a hole appeared in the center of each pail.
"I owe you more apologies than I can ever give. You need not be sorry."
It's not nothing," Abeona said with a frustrated flail of her arms. "I'm sorry I offended you. I guess I forgot how ugly I am."
"Do not say such things."
"Why did you run like the devil was chasing you?"
Jaimin lowered the rifle and sighed.
"Like I repulse you."
"No, you're beautiful. But Mr. Swift would not understand. Out of respect for your father, I must obey. We are here to find your sister. Nothing more, nothing less. Now shoot. You need all the practice you can get."
Abeona shot 3 times, missing each. She closed one eye and aimed and squeezed the trigger thrice more. This time there was a sound.
"Congratulations!"
Jaimin held out his hand, and Abeona gave him the pistol with the barrel pointed at the ground. They walked to the upturned dresser, and Jaimin pointed to the center bucket. There, at the top where the metal lip curled back, was a dented oblong hole. "I can't believe it."
"Amazing what we accomplish." Jaimin patted her on the shoulder. "When we never stop trying."
Chapter 46. Table Bay. Visions of the ghastly, dubious Grimace hastening toward the Bartholomew, knife drawn, long legs snatching away the distance between ship and shore, shivered the girl through. So with ice in her heart she mourned shrinking Cameroons Town from her poop deck roost. And even as they chugged for open water, Abeona cast her fearful gaze into unsympathetic horizons. What if he followed in another boat? What if he was already hidden aboard this one? Abeona had to tell someone. But who, and what would she say? She tried to reason with herself. After all, Grimace wanted the journals, and they were gone. What use in hectoring some little girl? But the tattletale inside her spoiled the illusion. All the journals? Is that the truth? The Bartholomew was 2/3 the size of the Elsie Marie and carried only half the passengers. If Grimace was aboard, Abeona would know it soon enough. Sky glowed orange and pink. Sea swallowed last speck of earth. Dread of open water impelled Abeona to jump ship, chase after land. At one point, she found herself pacing the rail like a skittish horse. Just before dark, the sturdy little ship hooked sharply until land appeared on the port side, and there it remained the rest of the trip. There it remained 8 days of easy seas, and the girl was comforted by its presence. Further, none of her hours were spent in endurance of tweendecks. No visits from her anemic stalker. Abeona was free to relax, to enjoy a different kind of adventure. Swift spent his mornings reading and sipping brandy on the main deck while Jaimin and Abeona explored. They found the upper decks shabbier than those on the Elsie Marie, but below decks were nowhere near as foul. Trio met for breakfast and dinner in the main dining hall, but the youngsters sneaked their lunches of bread, jam, and tea to a favorite spot on the foredeck, just below the pilot house where the raised benches made for a fine view. While Swift slept off his morning libations, the pair walked the ship's narrow halls and passageways.
"We cannot arrive soon enough."
Jaimin shielded his eyes from the afternoon sun as they looked to the south. "Sometimes I find myself in a hurry to get back home, and then I remember there's not much left there for me."
"You have all the time in the world to make a new life, anywhere you like. Many would envy such a position."
"I don't even want to think about the future."
"You had better, for it certainly has an eye on you."
"What are your grand aspirations?"
"Aspirations?"
Jaimin hummed in thought. "Yes. What is it you wish to do with the rest of your life?"
Jaimin smirked. "I know the word."
"Well?"
"I'm doing it. I travel. I read. I meet new and interesting people."
He gently elbowed the girl's shoulder.
"And do my best not to be devoured by wild beasts."
Abeona touched his arm and gasped. "I was thinking about that. Last night even."
"Yet it will still be nice to go home. It seems as though this past year has been nothing but tramping from one location to another. My roots need to rest in their home soil."
"You mean Michigan?"
"Of course. Your birthplace dictates not who you are. If that were so, the poor would never prosper and the weak would never triumph."
"Will you take a wife when you return?"
Some day, perchance. But I am young, and Mr. Swift keeps me quite busy."
"You're not so young." She threw her head back to take the full sun. "And what kind of man doesn't want a wife?"
"You would lecture on tradition?"
Jaimin grasped the rail and hung his head between his arms, his body stiff.
"You, who dresses like a common laborer, who thinks of no one but herself?"
"I do what I like."
"We are all very well acquainted with what you do and don't. I just hope you realize how fortunate you are."
"Meaning?"
"Nothing."
"We've gone this far. Tell me what you really think."
"Nothing, just that you will never know what it is like to struggle."
"Because of my father's money. Well, let me tell you something. I never asked for it. I'd much rather he was alive, and I never once said I wasn't going to do something with my life. I might like to be a teacher, or a San Francisco cabaret singer, or a policeman in New York City, or whatever I decide."
"Silly little girl. Who will care for your children? Your husband?"
"This little girl has seen more of the world than most folks my age."
"You are a spoiled child who cast aside opportunity most of us will never have. Nearly broke Mr. Swift's heart. For what? A tantrum thrown by a juvenile pretending to be grown. You so brave, long as a man's near to save your neck."
Abena's tongue sputtered to gain traction as she backed away. All she managed as she broke into a groan was, "Not appropriate!"
"Wait!"
Jaimin called after her, but the girl rounded the foredeck and absconded his words. Abeona marched to the aft deck where Swift was reading. With an angry sigh, she plopped beside him. When he didn't respond, she sighed again and hugged her knees tight to her chest.
"What is it?"
His groggy voice more annoyed than curious. "Oh, nothing, I guess."
"Doesn't sound like bloody nothing."
"We had a fight."
"Concerning?"
"Can't say."
"I find that hard to believe." Swift peeked over his book. "I've seen this before. You two have spent too much time with one another, made you irritable. Take the rest of the day to yourself, and you'll see. Tomorrow you'll be good as new."
"Well, it isn't much of a to-do," Abeona said. I shouldn't be quite so hasty." Swift closed his text, finger for a bookmark, and held it to his lips in contemplation.
"You might go a little easier on the boy."
Abeona looked flabbergasted as the embarrassment crawled up the side of her face.
"I know you're sweet on him."
Swift pointed the book at her and looked side to side.
"But I don't think he's quite right for you."
"Oh, I already know all about it. He told me everything."
"What?"
Swift reared, mouth open, tucking his stubbled chin into his turkey waddle neck.
"What exactly he tell you?"
Abeona brushing the nothing from her pants. "That you forbid him to court me? I'm tired of it. People treat me stupid because I'm a girl. You think I don't understand things. I'm tired of being treated like a child, and worse. I'm tired of being talked down to because of who my father was. And let me tell you another thing. I'll see whoever I want."
"Oh, Christ!"
Swift held his chest for a relieved breath.
"Believe me when I say I'm not trying to keep you apart, I swear it. But you're both better off as friends."
Abeona jerked the book out of the old man's hand and threw it onto the deck. "And I think it's better if you mind your own damn business."
Chapter 47, 7-Day Ride. Sapphire in the sun. Table Bay Harbor surged with packet ships bearing freight of spice and grain and mail, fishing boats from skiffs to shrimp trawlers unloaded morning catches of sarda, hake, and kinglip. There was a screw steam passenger ship just arrived, an immigrant hauler named Queen Bee bound for New Zealand, and a British naval Pearl-class corvette, and everywhere scurrying like woodcutter ants on the forest floor were the long, tall canoes paddled by stern-faced natives. "Look there!" Abeona strained against the ship rail, her finger pointing to a landmark.
"That, my dear, is the Castle of Good Hope," said Swift. "French fort, built in, well, a very long time ago," said Jimon.
The pentagonal castle of blue slate and granite stood the coastline as it had since 1679 when completed. This star fort, sometimes called Quay Keep, sometimes Citadel, took its yellow outer color from the paint used to temper the sun. Inside its massive ramparts, in addition to a prison, the Castle of Good Hope housed workshops, a bakery, church, blacksmith, soldier quarters, a veritable gated metropolis. By and by, Bartholomew docked and the passengers disembarked. Jimon led the group onto Strand Street, a road lined by 2- and 3-story buildings. Modern structures. It looked like a real city, not the jungle huts Abeona had imagined in deepest, darkest Africa. Jimon asked directions, and the travelers were told to locate the street split by the Gracht. They found their way to the Herengracht. It was the city's main street and identifiable by a canal which flowed along the center of the bifurcated roadway. The canal was fed from far away by rivers of the flat-topped Table Mountains which could be seen from the city center. Swift stopped into Baron von Ludwig's tobacco shop while Abeona admired men's hunting suits and dinner jackets in the tailor's window next door. There was a drapery supply, an auction house, hotels and restaurants, and the people here all wore coats and shoes and hats. One fancy store advertised the finest tea room in Cape Town. The dressmaker's window boasted a selection of silk brocade gowns in steel blue, pine green, and raspberry red, and tall, oblong St. Mary Cathedral, complete with crenellated walls, looked itself like a castle. Once in the city center, the three found the crumbling brick building which housed both the local shoemaker as well as the area's oldest newspaper, advertised as such under the banner painted on a splitting wooden plank above the door. "Ours is nicer," Abeona said. She looked into the yellowed glass surrounded by its flaking blue frame, but all she could see were bookshelves and piles of paper. "Coming?" Swift held the door. Abeona sat the stone bench facing the street. "Very well." She waited in sleepy silence as the noonday sun peaked. The girl wished to apologize for her behavior, but was so mortified at how she had treated the old Englishman she didn't know what to say. And then there was Jimon's oddness. But it was too hot to trouble over now. She chose instead to do nothing. At 1:30 the men came outside. "Well," said Swift, "looks like we won't be going home any time soon."
"What's that mean? What? What?"
Abeona fanned herself with the blue handkerchief.
"Here there was a family named Jansen, it is true," said Jimon. "Editor said they were quite wealthy and known to everyone. Apparently migrated north to start their own colony after the British came. Their fortune in mining diamonds. He said he never heard of Pupina Odili, but reckoned if she were known to the Jansens, the Jansen colony would be the wisest place to visit."
"Where's it at?"
Abena's eyes were wide. She stepped from foot to foot.
"Bloody hell."
Swift lifted his straw hat and wiped his pink forehead. Jimon said it was northeast route of 224 miles.
"Oh, my goodness." Abeona stopped bouncing. "I don't know how much more of wagons I can take."
"No wagons this time, my dear. Horseback only over this country," said Jimon. 7 days' journey, perchance 7 1/2, if we keep steady pace on good horses from sunup to sundown."
"Where'll we sleep?" Abeona said. "What about all the animals, snakes, lions? Tell me they don't have lions here."
"Great care must be exercised. Yes, we must."
Jimon looked to be thinking aloud.
"Jansen is fairly remote. And there is something else. Editor call it a metropole of Bloemfontein." "Oh, bloody hell. Those Orange Free State Republic nutters?"
Swift sat next to Abeona and waved his hat at his face.
The white heart of the dark continent.
What's it mean?
Means we bloody well proceed with utmost caution. You think those fire-eaters back home are bad? These Dutch outlaws are vile, humorless sons of bitches. Ought to hang every damn one and be done with it.
Jaimin found storage for the bulk of their belongings at a moderately priced hotel and hired a Kosa guide named Malu Bandil and his dog. Abeona hid behind Jaimin and clutched his vest as the mighty dog sniffed each of the strangers. It was a Wheaten Ridgeback with a black nose, the kind the Khoi used to keep.
He will not hurt you, said Jaimin. Just stand still.
The trio scrutinized the scrawny bushman with his close-cropped hair and lazy eye before giving each other a look of half-humor and half-concern. No one durst taunt the devil by stating the obvious concerning history repeating itself, but Abeona was heard to quip, "Might you have a good recipe for tapioca cakes?" The little man squinted back quizzically at the group's sniggering, and then he launched into a soliloquy of very quick words interspersed with a fusillade of clicks, pops, and lip smacks. The dog left them immediately, circled its owner, and sat at his left side. Swift shrugged at Jaimin.
Don't look at me. I don't speak Kosa. By Christ, what are we supposed to do? They say Malu Bandil is number one. Malu Bandil nodded. He will lead us without complication. Malu Bandil nodded again. Well, who the bloody hell are they? Clerk at the hotel said this one is all that is left.
Jaimin turned toward Swift and spoke softer.
All the other guides have hired out to other expeditions. Is this a problem? Not at all. Not at all.
Swift's voice dropped to a low rumble.
Long as the bloody hotel clerk's thoroughly impressed.
At this uncomfortable turn, Malu Bandil patted the air and chortle-clicked his views before motioning for the party to follow.
Let's get on with it, said Swift. Enough tomfoolery.
First stable he took them offered a scant selection of overpriced nags, but down a few streets from the main road there was a livery specializing in thoroughbred hantums. Jaimin rented tack and 4 geldings the color of strap molasses, black but somehow also red. They traveled light this time, dry beans, corn biscuits, coffee, sugar, little water, and 1 tent. Made 18 miles the first day, for Jaimin was wary of the new horses, and he wished to see how they fared before traveling too far from town. The animals, having performed above expectation, were pushed harder on day 2. The party that day lunched at the foot of the Parle Mountains, 34 miles from Cape Town. On night 3, the dog awoke Abeona with its low growls. Malu Bandil crawled out of the tent, and the girl could see the starry sky through the slit. She worried he might be planning to betray them as Yannick had, but the bushman clicked very softly, and she knew he was speaking to the dog. Day 4, they crossed the Berg River at a shallow point choked with boulders and into a region of sandy rocky soil populated by fern and red thistle. The air was heavy with dragonfly, and on the east side bank there was a waterfall no taller than a draft horse, with a clear plunge pool the size of a rear wagon wheel. Of the nights, Abeona was simply too tired to argue about her accommodations, although she did lie awake in the minutes before sleep with the trail-dazed certainty she would be eaten or trampled in the night. The riders followed along another mountain range due north and found the pass where the Boonchies River cut across. Once on the other side, they rode 10 miles south before cutting straight east into a land of hilly scrub with not a tree for miles into an area the natives called fynbos. 3 more days of trail, once cutting across the corner of a forest, days and nights of clomp and dust, beans and hard bread. The girl and her men crossed a shallow stream, rode through a jungle forest, and passed a village of mud brick huts with round thatched roofs, where a group of small children chased them screaming all the way. Malu Bandil led them through the wilderness and past an abandoned village of clay huts with grass roofs that looked like giant acorns. It worried Abeona to see them empty, though she knew not why. On their final morning, Abeona watched the heavy clouds steam from the horses' snouts as they trotted into daybreak. She wondered what Pupina looked like, if she would be happy to see her American sister, practiced what she might say to this woman who existed until now only on paper and a good long lifetime ago. Abeona watched Swift count the unknowable miles with slow puffs and bowls of tobacco. Jaimin spent the hours with one hand on the reins and the other on the heel of his pistol. It was still forenoon when the riders stopped to water the horses near a pair of marula trees at the base of a hill. The dog was behaving strangely, and Malu Bandil left the party at the creek to go up a rise where he knelt with the dog, both of them sniffing in the wind.
What's that business about, do you suppose?
Swift pointed with his pipe stem. Jaimin gave the old Englishman a worried look. Well? Abeona petted her horse's nose fast and hard, and the animal shook its head.
We cutting through lion country.
"My goodness," Abeona said, dashing around in blind panic. "Oh, my goodness! Oh, my goodness!"
"Oh, bloody hell, will you get a hold of yourself?"
Jaimin snatched the girl by her shoulders.
"You must stop."
Abeona froze.
"Malubandil is merely being careful. We have guns and horses, and the scent of his dog will scare them off while they are still miles away."
Jaimin looked Abeona in the eyes.
"He is just taking care. Do you understand?"
Abeona nodded. "Fine, but I want my own gun." Jaimin glanced over at Swift.
"Don't look at me. She's a better shot than I am."
Swift dusted off a flat rock on the steam bank, and, after much groaning, he sat. Without another word, Jaimin cleared away rocks and sticks and laid out a double-up blanket and helped the old man to his makeshift bed. When the guide returned, he was smiling and waving his hands as he spoke, and then he, too, laid down to rest. Jaimin gave the girl his pistol and checked the chamber on his long gun and climbed upon a head-high marula branch and threw a leg over and rested with rifle across lap. "Won't be long now," Abeona said. She tore off one of the green pear-like fruits and squatted on her hams.
"It's green."
Jaimin spoke to the girl as he surveyed the countryside.
"What is?" "The fruit you wasted isn't ready to eat for another 2 months."
"What are you doing up there?" She tossed the curiosity into the weeds.
"Watching for lions."
"I thought you said he was just being careful." Abeona flattened her body against the tree, jerking her head in the direction of every flutter of leaf and flap of wings.
"So am I. Sooner we leave this cursed land. That old fool never should have come."
"How can you say such things about your homeland?"
"This place is no more my home than it is yours. America has seen to it that we are strangers from our own people, and now, no matter where I go, I am a man without a home."
Abeona backed off the tree some and shaded her eyes to get a better view of Jaimin when a low growl arose from the weeds. Jaimin raised his weapon. Abeona swung the heavy revolver to as she moved toward the sound.
"Wait," Jaimin whispered.
"I'm not waiting here to die." She tiptoed over the bank and put a hand to her ear. The noise came again. She looked up and down the stream, but there was nothing. Dog was at her heel and on guard. They crept, the two of them, up through the grass to the other shade tree where Swift and the guide were sleeping. Abeona looked back to see Jaimin standing now on his branch and scanning the ground. Growl came again, heavy, throaty, wet, and the dog burst through the tall grass. Abeona raised the pistol and tore off after it, shielding her face from the wiry grass with her left elbow, the bulk of the gun burning her wrist muscles with fatigue. The dog waited for the girl at the edge of the clearing. She rested, panting there, half insane from the itchy sweats, when again the beast snarled and the dog barked and leaped, and the girl burst from the weeds and took aim as Swift snored himself awake with a monstrous "Whop!" Abeona fell to her knees just as Jaimin came crashing through the brush to find the girl in a state of hysterics.
"Well, what the bloody hell are you two gawping at?"
Chapter 48. Living and Dead. On a fog of upright sleep they drifted, evening time, into Jansen Colony. Settlement had been described by the newspaper editor as a family compound, as it perhaps had been 30 years before the ground gave up its riches. But this place was a small city, complete with main street, shops, a hotel, proper saloon, barber, and undertaker. Janssen's had come north with the rest of the Dutch who fled the Cape and its British rule in the 1830s and 1840s. The Great Trek brought them through Zulu territory, where those tribes which were not annihilated did find themselves dispossessed of their land and gods and heritage. Since they could not farm there, the desolate earth, the bulk of the Boers moved on to found the territories, Orange Free State, and Transvaal. Yet some families remained on the fynbos, where cattle thrived in the scrubland and the grasp of foreign jurisprudence could not reach them. By and by came the discovery of diamonds and other minerals, and yet even gold on Boer land. Fortunes exploded, and so too tensions, and greed begat greed. And though the British had outlawed slavery by 1834, the Boers continued to invade villages for the glut of free labor the region's unwitting natives represented to these men without conscience. Worse than mere enslavement, if a practice could be so qualified, was the culling of those peoples. Among natives subdued by these Dutch diggers and husbandmen, the adults of fighting age were thereby executed and their orphaned children reared for a future of forced labor. At town's edge, below a faded sign which read, "Welcome all good Christ-like folk," was a smaller placard in both English and Dutch warning all visitors to surrender their firearms at the general store. Malubandil sang his quick clicks at the travelers and turned his horse. He and the dog headed west, nearly out of sight, before turning off the trail and settling 50 yards into the bush, where he dismounted.
"Suppose it's just us, then," said Swift.
"Should someone go with him?" Abeona asked. "Make certain he doesn't leave us?"
"He won't.
Jaimin nudged his horse and moved up between Swift and the girl. "Not if he wants the other half of his pay."
Is this safe?"
"Good Christ, girl, we've come this far. You want to turn around now?"
Without further discussion, Jaimin trotted his horse and the others followed. Stout, whitewashed buildings of wattle and daub lined north and south edges of the clay quarter-mile street. The structures were heavy-looking and broad. Their thatched roofs bore dormer windows, and the window frames were detailed, some in dark green and others in grayish-blue. They found handles not unlike other general stores and not far from the outskirts. The old lawyer approached the keeper within and divulged the object of his sacred quest. In broken English and a dialect of Dutch queer without that place, the blond man with one lapis lazuli eye said he did not recognize the description and looked upon the odd traveling trio with winces of distrust and disgust.
"Can you tell us, old chap, where we might find Mr. Jansen, then?"
Swift dug in his coat for his pipe and tobacco.
"Twee, eh? Twee me jail." Keeper pointed north. "Verlangen Herr Jansen's Kaffirs, eh?"
Jaimin breathed loud through his nose, a rumble rising in his throat. Below the edge of the counter, Swift gently squeezed the big man's wrist until he quieted. "What's he saying?" Abeona broke her gaze upon the secret embrace as Swift turned his head, but she saw that he had seen her, and the white hand released the black.
"He said Mr. Jansen's blacks are his own bloody business."
At that, the shopkeeper tunked his knuckles twice on the counter as if to conclude their business and went to the window and flipped the sign around from open to gesloten.
"We were hoping, sir, to purchase some possibles," Jaimin said.
"Morgen, eh? Morgen."
"We'll come back then."
The three wandered the dark street. Abeona marveled at the gleaming corridor of stores and houses. Out there in the veritable middle of nowhere, a town much like the northern Michigan vacation spots back home.
"Friendly sort,"
Swift said with a shake of his head. Abeona looked around to see the few people who had been in the street when the travelers arrived had vanished into the quiet, gentle wind. Toward the end of the dirt street they came to a hotel, not of daub but wood, whose first floor and a few of the upper rooms were lit. The only hotel in town, it was a brown 3-story box trimmed on the windowsills, doorframes, and porch posts in white, and it appeared much older than the rest. Abeona lingered at the door and watched as the last of the sun snuffed its embers on the earth's heel, and she was chilled with sudden finality as though she may never see daylight again. Breakfast in the hotel dining room was strong black coffee and open-faced sandwiches of cold roast beef thick with aspic on big slices of bread served with apple stroop.
"We've decided it best, my dear, that you should remain.
But
no buts. We've no bloody inkling what lies ahead."
With a gob of bread and meat, Jaimin gargled,
"Country people say you must be patient, for patience can cook a stone." "Don't talk with your bloody mouth full."
You'd leave me all alone in this godforsaken place?
What if what?" Swift said, rubbing his forehead. "Any rate, sooner we go, the sooner we can be finished. All this rough riding is wearing me out."
Abeona looked around the dining room. A pair of stagecoach drivers in a 5-man surveying outfit, a gentleman in a fine suit who could have passed for a banker or jeweler, and a table full of freight haulers just in from Free Orange State. Not one of them, to a man, seemed interested in the little girl with the funny accent.
"We're not going far." Jaimin swallowed his food and sipped his coffee. "Natheless, not one person beyond this table knows who you are or where from."
When the men had ridden north out of town, Abeona took $1 silver from her purse and walked the town south to where they had entered and back down the other side of the street to the handles. The mercantile with the rude shopkeeper was open, but there was no one behind the counter. She walked the aisles absently, taking in the walls bedecked with wares. Shop offered everything from yarn and cloth to dishes and tableware, candy and bagged sugar, watercolor paintings of local landscapes. One was of a great rock ridge with stones that looked like teeth in a dour mouth. Abeona stopped at a long shelf of fine curios, surveyed some tiny porcelain figurines of animals, fruit, and children at play. On the far end of the display sat the sculpture of a little old man reading a book and smoking a pipe. How perfect! Abeona lifted the paper tag hanging from a string around the knick-knack's neck. Front door jangled behind her, and the clerk emerged from a back room. Abeona moved farther along the shelf to a selection of men's hats and put one on and adjusted it in the mirror hung above the display. Abeona wasn't paying enough attention to hear the conversation between the shopkeeper and his customer, but she did catch a glimpse over top of her brown bowler and the reflection of what stood behind. Tall man in a fine black button suit with a yellow bow tie and thick black hair with parted by a white stripe of scarified skin. "Dubious grimace," she whispered. Twisted memory of a nursery rhyme thick as malaise pasted over her head, and she snorted giddily, thinking hi diddle diddle, as her heart ran away with the dish and the spoon. Oh, my God, no! Abeona stared into herself, frozen in place and praying he wouldn't notice. She squeezed out enough courage to shift a bit in the glass so she could see both men. Oh, no, 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 no. At times during the conversation, though what truly was an accurate measure of occurrence in such deadly serious moments, the shopkeeper glanced in Abena's direction, but his attention was clearly on the man before him. Sweat dribbled toward the girl's feet. She was hot and prickly all over, and the food in her belly reared up with sulphurous gusto, and she belched brimstone into her mouth. A second more, and Grimace bid the shopkeeper a thank you and good day, and he was gone. Man behind the counter turned back to his work. Abeona watched, head lowered, out the corner of her eye as Grimace strolled past the windows. Again she spied the shopkeeper peeking at her, perhaps out of recognition of her wanted status, or rather suspicion of her assumed want to steal. Once she was sure the ghoul was gone, she went to the front door and peeked out. "Where are you?" Abeona waited a minute more before running fast as she could back to the hotel. Inside her room, she locked the door and pushed the bed against it. Abeona knelt next to the window and watched outside. It had begun to rain, not hard but steady, the first since her time in Africa. Had she truly seen what she had seen? Her mind had never deceived her so. Waited and waited for her friends to return, but hours passed and hours further. She grew too tired and sore from sitting on her knees, and after some hours more she laid on her bed and said a prayer. Abeona chewed a thumbnail and listened for noise in the hall. She prayed again that Jimon and Swift would come riding into town that moment. Waves of unease swelled and receded as the seconds dragged. Closed her eyes and hugged herself tight, waiting for the end to come for a long time before she fell asleep. The room was engulfed in shadow and shush when she awakened. Clinking and drowsed murmur from the dinner crowd downstairs reminded her she was hungry, but she durst not leave the room. She lit a candle and sat the floor with that beacon between the chair and the window. "You lied," she whispered. "You lied, and now he's come to kill you." One of her boots had come undone, and she was buttoning it when there were footsteps in the hall. A low voice. She tensed. Who is it?" No answer but a jiggling doorknob. "Hello?" Abeona said. Who's there?" "Good Christ, will you open up already?" Abeona put the candle on the bureau and slid her bed back against the wall. Swift entered and sat panting on the edge of the mattress, John Brown's surviving journal rolled up in his hands for nervous twisting. "What in Christ you doing moving furniture about?" "There's something I must tell you." She hugged herself to quell the trembling. "Where's Jimon?" "Stabling the horses. What's the matter?" "You don't look so well." Abeona laid her wrist on the old man's hot forehead. "What took you so long?" "Herr Jansen was off inspecting his mines." "So you didn't speak to him?" Girl covered Swift with a blanket. "No, thank you. We did. Bloody well waited on him half a day." "I'm not sure that matters any more." She could see he was barely listening. "Come, my dear." Swift rubbed his face, vocalizing his aches. You'd better sit." "What is it?" Abeona went to the door and looked out in the hall and closed it before taking her seat near the window. "Bad news, I'm afraid. Christ, there's no good way to say this." Chapter 49. The Deal. Her ears rang without ringing at the gunshot of his mouth, as if an enormous bell the size of the moon hadn't been gonged with titanic hammers, and yet a twin tocsin in defiant oppugnancy loosed the dumb ghost of its thunderous unsounding the world over to snuff all brother sounds in its knell. Abeona could have cried at the old Englishman's words, fever, death, some years ago, but the realities he mouthed didn't make sense. All the anticipation and curiosity, shock of discovery swelling her chest, had fizzled inside, its tiny flames stolen by his sour British wind, a loss so great that no amount of understanding could comprehend its meaning. "There's more." Swift reached for his pipe in the side pocket of his greatcoat, now soaked and ripe of horse. "Desta Pupina's mother. Your father's first wife. Somehow she's still alive." "What?" Abeona shouted, rocking back until she hit the wall. "How?" "Good clean living? I don't know. She's advanced in years, but the old bird seems sturdy." "So what do we do? Do we give her the inheritance instead?" Swift exhaled long and loud before striking a match and lighting the bowl. "No, afraid not." "Why the hell not?" Abeona covered her mouth with both hands. "I'm sorry."
Jansen's her master. He would simply take anything your father's estate bequeathed her.
I don't understand.
Jansen owns her. Showed us the papers. She must have been captured at some point and sold back into slavery. Bloody unfortunate, but it happens all the time.
Wait, said Abeona with sudden realization. How did you know she'd once been a slave before? I thought you said you hadn't read my father's journals.
Well, the thing about that is, Swift puffed nervously, I lied.
Abeona motioned for it, and Swift gave her the remaining journal. Least of our worries anyway, she said, and faced the window to wipe her tears. Did you offer to buy her freedom?
More bad news. She's kept his house for years, raised his children. The old bastard's grown fond of her. Said he wouldn't part with her for any sum. Said she's like one of the family.
Oh, yes, one of the family, I'm sure.
Well, that's what's what.
There must be something we can do. We've come all this way just to give up. I can't believe this. So that's it? We go on back home and live our lives? Abeona came to the bed and knelt beside the old Englishman. Let me talk to him. Once he sees how much it would mean.
Didn't strike me as the sentimental type, and he was quite clear we should never enter his property or this town ever again. Quite clear.
The door burst open just then. Swift and Abeona jerked their heads toward the jolt to see a lanky blur duded up in a black huntsman's suit with a canary-yellow bow tie. Door hit the wall with such force it swung back and into the entrance, who was forced to push it open again. Dubious Grimace, the vile black-eyed Susan, filled the square arch, a pistol in each hand.
Preposterous!
Swift slapped his own leg in impudent rage and pointed his pipe at the intruder.
A rogue at every turn on this journey. I suppose you mean to rob us too?
Hand it over. Grimace took 2 steps forward, motioning his hostages back against the wall. Abeona held the journal questioningly and helped the old man off the bed.
Aye, that's the missing un, Grimace pointed with the gun. You lied to me, girl. I had to damn near kill your man Yannick before I was satisfied he didn't have it. Now give it, and I'll be on my way.
Upon my frigid corpse, you gib-faced, horn-swabbling ratbag,
said Swift in as fierce a tone as Abeona had ever heard him. Grimace advanced, spun the gun in his left hand around in one motion so that he held it by the barrel as a hammer before conking the old man over the head.
Ow! Christ! Swift howled, tumbling to the floor and rubbing his head. Christ, you dirty blackguard!
Grimace raised the butt of his gun again, but stopped when Abeona shouted for mercy. Please, she sobbed, holding out the journal. Jaimin appeared in the doorway over her attacker's shoulder. He stepped cautiously behind Grimace, who was focused on snatching the diary from Abeona's withering hand. Out of habit, Jaimin went for his gun, but found only a handful of air. Jaimin waited for Grimace to take the letters before punching him in the back of the head. A bewildered cry, childlike in nature, escaped dubious Grimace's lips involuntarily as he dropped to the floor in a heap. With Grimace's body out of the way, Jaimin had a full view of the scene. Swift was crumpled and moaning against the wall, a trickle of blood on his forehead.
"Terry, no!"
Jaimin cried. "Terry?" Abeona whispered. She'd heard the old man called Swift so long she'd forgotten he had a first name. She watched in surprise as the big man hoisted Swift off the floor and laid him gently onto the bed, all the while whispering, "Holy Hannah!
My ankle! Oh, careful!"
Jaimin flipped Grimace over and removed the attacker's guns. Grimace put his hands over his face and mumbled something incoherent. He sounded drunk.
"You want more?"
Jaimin cocked back his fist.
"Be still."
Abeona's mind flashed to the night on the ship and being nearly thrown overboard. "Wait!" Jaimin went back to the bed, shaking the sting from his punching hand. "Is it broken?" Jaimin just shook his head and doted on the old Englishman.
"I'll live, by Christ!"
Swift swatted away Jaimin's investigations.
"I'd normally advise you to fetch the constable, but we've already overstayed our host's graciousness. Now be a dear and let some air in."
"Just wait!" Abeona unhooked the latch and swung the window open and went to Grimace's side. "He's sleeping."
"He'd better be."
Jaimin caressed his swelling hand.
"Well," said Swift, "we can get the hell out of here or wait for our assailant to regain consciousness."
"I'll find some rope," said Jaimin, "and then we are leaving." Jaimin hadn't been gone 10 seconds when Grimace stirred. "Don't move," said Abeona. "We're getting the marshal." Grimace looked around the room and back at the girl and matter-of-factly said,
"No, marshal. This town."
"Well, sheriff, then." Grimace made no effort to move other than to rub the back of his head.
"Was I kicked by a mule?"
"Close to it." Swift poked at his own lump.
"Serves you right."
"Can't just go around robbing people, you know," said Abeona. Do you have any idea the amount of good work my father did in his lifetime? What have you ever done? You'd see it all dashed away, printed on the front page of some gossip rag. And for what? A little money?
Is she serious? Grimace looked to Swift. Go and leave me and my aching head in peace.
Why do you hate him so? And how can you fight for such a wicked cause?
Rubbing his head and squinting out of one eye, Grimace appeared genuinely surprised. I don't care about your father's good name any more than I do about those who wish to see him defamed in the grave. I serve my own purse and caprice, and for your information it was for a whole lot of money. A man without honor, Swift said in a sympathetic voice. Perhaps, said Grimace, but you have bested me, and I have yielded.
And what? Abeona said. In a day or two or week or a month I'll find you outside my window or under my dinner table threatening to cut my throat? No, this has got to end for good.
What do you propose, little shark? Throw me overboard? Abeona stood over the gangly swindler.
I'm not the hugger-mugger here. You said you were willing to deal with men who could be reasoned with. Squarely.
So? He cocked his head, an eyebrow betraying his intrigue.
So you need something, and we need something.
Grimace threw his head back and moaned, wincing as he massaged the woolly scalp. A barter, is it? Crafty little shark.
There's a woman named Desta who works for Mr. Jansen, Desta O'Dilly. If you could convince him to set her free, that it would be in his best interest to accept our generous offer and sell her to us. Do this, and you may have the last journal.
What in Christ? Swift sat up, his forehead now drenched in sweat. Can't trust him any farther than you can.
Abeona shushed the old man. What's it matter now? You read them. You know what he did. Spent my life being lectured to about the truth by a man with more lies than can be counted. Yes, I'd rather not have these secrets get out, but if it means doing some justice. It's Daddy's fault she's in this position. I can't go on knowing she'll suffer one day longer if I could have prevented it. Perhaps you can.
Swift's eyes were shiny, his lips crushing each other. Abeona stuck her tongue in her cheek and moved her head side to side in contemplation, waiting for the old Englishman to respond. When he didn't, she said,
It's settled then. That woman needs our help. All that matters now.
What if this Mr. Jansen cannot be convinced, little shark?
Isn't that what you do, Mr. Grimace? Convince them who need convincing?
Be careful, little shark, or I might start to fancy you. And how are we supposed to trust this fashionable Grim Reaper? Said Swift.
Because I'm going with.
Abeona pulled up her trousers and untied the scarf, holding them up, and retied it as both men threw up their hands and turned their heads in modesty.
We'll approach Mr. Jansen with the proposition that I be traded into service if he lets Desta go, and when it's time for Mr. Grimace to leave, we'll grab her and be off.
Out of the goddamned question, roared the old Englishman. He was shivering now. I've tolerated some grand chicanery during this trip, but it ends now.
You've put up with? Abeona said. She leaned over the bed and put a finger in Swift's face. I'm going if it kills me, and there's nothing more.
Swift closed his eyes and moaned.
Are you quite unwell?
Abeona touched his cheek again, hotter than before.
You look terrible.
Feels like someone's taken a forging hammer to my joints. Grimace regained his feet, cringing a little at the girl's ferocious stance. Sure you want to entangle yourself in such dirty business? Abeona was stone-faced. Fine with me, little shark. Fine? What in hell's name is going on here? Swift puffed his pipe and spit the smoke. His shaking had become violent. Moments ago you were apt to cut us down like common brigands. Unfortunate, but believe it or not, Mr. Swift, I abhor violence. Only a last resort. Jaimin returned with the rope and his guns to find Abeona helping Grimace into the rocking chair. What did I miss? Apparently this gentleman is going to help us free the mother. Swift pointed at Abeona. And this one's going to get herself killed, at least bloody well try to go the peaceable route. Swift motioned to Jaimin, whispered in his ear. Jaimin left the room and returned with a wad of money. More than twice what she's worth. I don't care who says otherwise. If he won't take that, he's not willing to negotiate. One way or t'other, Grimace said. You'd best head back to Cape Town. Won't want to be standing around here should negotiations sour. We are trusting him now, said Jaimin.
Should he see a doctor?
Abeona said. I'll be fine. Grimace approached the bed, and Jaimin stepped nose to nose with the pale man. Grimace put up his empty hands and peeked around the big man to where Swift was sitting on the bed. Might I inquire, sir, if you have noticed any odd developments in your expulsions?
Christ, is he talking about?
Jymon stepped back from the standoff and whispered into Swift's ear. Old man nodded.
What color?
Dark red.
You must get this man to a physician.
Why? Abeona took Grimace by the sleeve.
He's contracted the Blackwater. Only medicine and competent doctoring can save him. No. Jymon threw the rope in the corner and fell to his knees at Swift's bedside. This cannot be. I'm sorry, Mr. Jymon, but you haven't time for disbelief. Put this man on a horse and ride hard as you can for the Cape.
Go, said Abeona. I'll be fine.
Must be a doctor in town. Jymon got up and walked to the door. If there is, he won't work on your man. Jymon swore and moved to the window, put both hands atop his head, and walked in a circle in the middle of the room. Please, Mr. Jymon, I understand your concern, but you must go now, and so must we. Jymon took off his gun belt and fastened it around Abena's waist. He had to poke a new hole in the worn leather with his jackknife, and he spoke as he worked. Stay on the road heading out past the bank. House is a few miles that way. I'm sure his hands will be asleep by the time you get there, but be mindful.
And she's got a gun now. Good Christ!
Swift threw his shaking hands in the air.
Everybody's got a bloody gun.
Abeona shushed the old man.
I'll not sit by and watch you tear off on some mad quest.
This time Jymon shushed Swift, and he quieted.
You have 6 chances and no more, said Jymon. Remember, keep the weapon pointed at the ground or the sky unless you aim to kill, and only if you must.
Abeona massaged the pistol's grip and adjusted the belt on her thin hips.
There's a little pub overlooking the old docks in Table Bay. Wait for us there, said Grimace.
Swift moaned nervously.
Dangerous business we're in now, Grimace said. If you fail to see us inside a week, I would assume the worst.
Chapter 50. Mankind. Northbound horses carried dubious Grimace and Abeona while the rest of the Brown party headed south. Cloud-muffled moonlight slowed the pace on the uneven road to Jansen Homestead, and it was well into the night when they came upon a wooded rise aglow with lamplight. "Can't see a thing," Abeona said. They trotted past dark little shacks on either side of the clay 2-track.
"Precisely the point," said Grimace.
"Is this it?" Abeona chewed her thumbnail.
"No, these are the workhouses."
"Why are we stopping?"
"Because we have no way of knowing which one she's in."
"There's a quick way to find out."
"And create frenzy? Because that is precisely what will occur when we strangers begin poking our heads in where they do not belong. No. Besides, I promised your old limey I would reiterate his financial proffer prior to more rash measures."
When they reached the house, Grimace slid off his horse and gave the girl the reins.
"Sit quiet while I reconnoiter. Do not move unless I call for you. Do not dismount unless I call for you. And, for all the gods' sake, do not shoot at anything. Should trouble arise, you are to ride like the devil back the way we came without cessation. You should be quite able to catch up with your party if you have a mind to. Am I clear, little shark?"
The girl whispered her understanding. A creak from the gate set a dog barking as Grimace let himself into the yard. Windows on the first floor were soft yellow, and Abeona could see someone moving from room to room as Grimace neared the porch. Abeona watched a little black figure, not much bigger than herself, appear in the doorway. Grimace bowed and moved his hands around as he spoke. Abeona turned her head, but she couldn't hear what they were saying over a chorus of dog and cricket. "Oh, bloody hell," Abeona said in her best, swift voice as Grimace grabbed the person by the arm and fairly dragged them off the porch. Abeona could see now it was an old woman. Had to be Desta, or at least she hoped. The two were struggling when there came a slam of door and yelling in a language unfamiliar. Elderly white man in long nightshirt and cap came out of the house and raised a gun to his shoulder. Abeona screamed, and the man aimed at her instead. There was a moon sparkle on the man's glasses before he fired. Abeona put up her hands and flinched and fell off her horse as the muzzle breathed its fiery load into existence. When she came up, she had Jymon's pistol in her hand. Without another thought, she raised and squeezed the trigger. Someone screamed out in pain. She cocked the hammer and fired again. The man in pajamas stumbled and fell off the porch. Grimace swore and panted as he brought the old woman through the gate, her fighting like a rabid dog all the way. He shoved her into Abena's horse and slapped the woman on the behind when she didn't immediately climb up. "Mein kind!" the old woman shrieked. "Mein kind! Mein kind!" "What's she saying?" said Abeona, who had regained her mount and was pulling Desta up behind her.
"Her baby," Grimace strained in hoarseness. "She won't shut up about her baby."
"You tell her who we were? That I'm Masozi's daughter?"
"Best I could. I'm not sure she's all there."
Desta screamed and pointed toward the workers' shacks.
"She's insane, little shark. She looked like she could have a baby."
Grimace struggled to get on his steed.
"We must abscond at once or perish in this desolate place. I implore you."
"Are you hurt?" Abeona nudged her horse to turn around. "Well, you did shoot me," Grimace laughed through a pained moan. "Now ride, damn you!" They galloped at a good pace, and when they neared the little cabins at the bottom of the hill, Desta began yanking at Abena's coat and crying, screaming in the girl's ear that foreign oath of "Mein kind!" Abeona struggled to understand while Desta pointed at the middle shack on the left side of the road. To Grimace's howling chagrin, Abeona stopped her horse. Desta clambered down and disappeared inside. She came out dragging a tall woman in a nightshirt like the Dutchman's. Her eyes were wide-set and kind, and she had the same high-pointed cheekbones and cleft chin as someone familiar to the girl. "Daddy," Abeona spoke with sudden euphoria, "we found her!" Flash and bang came from the house, and Abeona heard the slug hit one of the slave cabins. Desta shoved the tall woman toward Grimace's horse and made her way back up behind Abeona. And they were off, racing over the sandy clay under the now unencumbered silvery brilliance of the South African moon. Chapter 51, The Hard Part. False hope, could it birth a silhouette, would have called its home the town of Jansen as the girl watched it rise in her galloping gaze along that colliginous horizon. Abeona had all this time thought finding the sister, meeting the sister, would be the most difficult part of the journey. But now she languished in her conjecture as the understanding that every part was to be the hard part. Slowed her pace to look about for harassers and waved Grimace forward. When she could see the church steeple, she stopped. Grimace's horse trotted past. The man was slumped in the saddle, and the woman behind him was trying to free the reins from his clenched fists. Abeona took hold and looked over the road in both directions. She hoped to avoid town if possible, but that meant stumbling around the wilderness. "Do you understand anything I'm saying?" Abeona said to the old woman, who just shook her head. "Yes, ma'am," said the tall woman. "Is your name, you, Pupina Adili?" "Yes, ma'am." "I am your sister, Abeona Browne. Your father was my father." The woman shook her head in puzzlement. "Father Benjamin, you remember him, yes?" Pupina nodded. "He told me where to find you. I am your little sister." The tall woman choked and tried to stifle her mewling as tremulous ribbons spilled onto her cheeks and from her nose. A hurt deep in Abena's throat nodded, and it seemed even night's cruel cacophony yielded for that moment. "You're coming home with me." Abeona snuffled and wiped her nose on her shirt. "You're free now, if we can keep from being caught." Pupina spoke Dutch to Desta, who rubbed Abena's back and happily cooed. "We're going around." Abeona pointed at the thin woods that lined the lake on the south edge of town. "Stay close so we don't lose each other." Abeona clicked her tongue and dug her heels, and they trotted into the grass. She kept the silhouette of roofs and highlighted windows to her left, and couldn't help looking back to be certain she hadn't lost her charges. The riders soon entered the sparsely wooded area, but the trees thickened, and soon the civilized skyline was obscured by dappled treetop. An hour from the road, Abeona slowed the pace to give her horse a rest. They walked on through the night, shrill ring of cricket song obscuring the fugitives. Abeona was certain they were moving in the right direction, but there was still no sign of the southbound path. Desta shivered and squeezed Abena's middle so tight she had to pinch her arm to loosen the grip. How many hours out there? She did not know, but the girl was certain now they were lost. Road south should have appeared. She asked Pupina, but her sister had never left the Jansens but to go into town, and here in the trees there was no one around to help. Breathing fast, the girl felt she wasn't getting enough air. She put her hand to the pistol butt and squeezed the handle in terror. Thought she might faint when a scream rang out from behind. The sudden disturbance in the night caused Abeona also to scream, and so too did the old woman Desta. Grimace had fallen off the horse, and Pupina was struggling to stop the animal. Abeona circled back and got hold of the reins and dismounted. She tied both animals to a young tree trunk and searched the ground and found the pile of black wool and pale skin face down in the dirt. Sisters rolled the body on its back. There was breath, but shallow, and Abeona could not wake him. She went to his saddlebag for a canteen and tried to make him drink. Women drank instead until the water was gone. Abeona went back to Grimace's saddle and found his fire kit and her father's leather bag. She ripped out several diary pages and gathered sticks and built a tiny teepee and stuffed the paper in its belly and struck steel against flint until sparks caught on the paper and flames licked the tip-top twigs. Old Desta sat by the fire while the sisters gathered bigger and bigger sticks and dead-fall logs until there was enough for what of the night remained. "Your friend is sick, eh?" Pupina said. "Yes, very. Do you know medicine?" "No, ma'am." In only their nightshirts the women huddled. Abeona removed her coat and gave it to Pupina, who covered old Desta and drew her near again. You bless, ma'am." Abeona said it was nothing. She meant it, for she had no intention of sleeping that night.
Travelers watched the fire weave its magical liquid chemistry to brighten their scared, sacred silence until sleep overtook. Girl remembered then, and she hobbled the horses as she had seen Jaimin do, so they would not wander away in the night. Sometime in the pre-dawn there came the lowing of the true master of that barren land, and Abeona stoked the fire and sat near the sleeping women with her knees drawn to her chest, pistol hand for a pillow, her forewarning the darkness with whispered curses that no man, beast, nor devil would live to tell of their encroachments. Chapter 52. Dead and Dying. Fire pits smoked in the mild light of that shaded locale. She listened first for lurkers. Abeona had shot at a white man and stolen his property. Men would be coming this morning. No amount of lawyering would save her from the noose. She rose up to spy a good while in all directions before checking on Dubious. "Mr. Grimace?" she whispered, trying not to wake the others. Said his name over and over before finally shaking him. Body cold and languid, though he was no paler for it. Front of his coat was damp. Abeona lifted it away to see the red stain through his shirt and hole on his left side near the bottom of the rib cage. Said her apologies and removed his yellow bow tie to make the body more comfortable and checked his pockets. Small jackknife, pocket watch, snuff tin. She pocketed the knife and tied the empty canteen to her saddle and secured the flap on the bag with father's journals before waking the mother and daughter. "We must find the road." Pupina nodded and relayed the plan to the mother. Girl knelt at Grimace's side and said a quiet little prayer over his body. She removed his coat with Pupina's help and rubbed sand over the blood stain on both sides of the material to dry it and put the garment on old Desta. She asked God to forgive her before she unbuckled the pale man's belt and pulled down his trousers. Pupina unlaced the boots and tried them, but Grimace's feet were surprisingly small, and so she gave them to Desta, who refused to touch the dead man's footwear. Pants fit Pupina well enough in the middle, and Abeona rolled up the excess on the pant legs to keep the woman from tripping. Abeona put the women on Dubious Grimace's horse. Thought to look for his pistols, but his holsters were empty, and she decided he must have dropped them a long ways back. She kicked sandy soil over the fire with a shish as the grains rained over the dry leaves, and she let that shish wash her anew in a skin of some personage she did not recognize but neither feared. She wished there was water and food, but her priority was in checking the Colt Navy pistol. 4 shots, she told herself. Don't forget, little shark, make them count. Ache of hollow stomach was the friend which kept Abeona awake as they rode through the morning. Fierce sun in the pale blue overhead when they stopped for the necessary, tied the horses to one of the quiver trees in that tiny copse. They were odd even for this place, for their bark appeared as the flayed skin of a wooden man. Atop the branches were brownish-green starfish leaves, and the trees themselves, some 30 feet high, were shaped like broccoli florets. Abeona trudged ahead looking for a bush with some privacy when there was a jingle and clunk of beast and wagon. She sneaked a ways to see the 4-ox team pulling a supply rig north on the main trail. Women waited until the driver was out of sight before mounting and heading south. They rode through the day and into the night ahead of lion roars, which never seemed too near nor fade, and Abeona could not tell what this meant. Once, when stopped for water near a moonlight puddle fed by the merest sprinkle of a spring, there had been snapping of brush underfoot, but whatever it was had not showed itself. In the day following, the riders situated themselves tandem with the long edge of the nameless mountain ridge. Girl knew it by sight, and she was heartened, for they had reached this point much earlier than she could have hoped. Their round-the-clock riding had put them well ahead of the pace her party had set on the way to Jansen, but the lowing returned, and it seemed they could not outpace that phantom of predation. Late in the day the horses had stopped sweating. The beasts would trot no more, and they panted as they slogged hoof by hoof, stirring umber clouds that spoke to the oxidization of their souls. Abeona had promised herself she would not stop until they crossed over the mountain, but now she couldn't remember where to find the pass, and she worried over the condition of the old woman and of the thing that stalked them. Desta kept dozing on her horse, and Pupina would talk to her and shake her awake, but the poor old thing would just crab and paw at the daughter and fall back into unconsciousness. By and by they found a river spilling down over an ancient rock slide at the base of the mountain. Abeona knew the pass was somewhere close, and here is where they made camp. They built a stone fire ring near a rock pool shaped like an eye. Stone slabs created a natural staircase down to the water's edge. Mosses or some strange midget grass grew yellow-green up the 10-foot sides of the pond all around. Water was clear and delicious with just a hint of mineral. The horses would not drink there, and the girl was forced to dig a shallow pit and fill it by canteen over many trips. Egg-shaped ericas the color of lilacs bloomed on their listing stems among needles that reminded Abeona of Douglas fir. The flowers lived everywhere among boxy chunks of Table Mountain sandstone.
She was reminded of the square teeth on the rock formation painted in watercolor back in Jansen. Wondered if this was that place. Jackal buzzard circled high above them, showing its rust and cream belly. Abeona wondered if the bird was looking for mice or a rabbit, or whether it hoped she would die there in that little Eden. Took off her boots and put her aching feet to the campfire and listened to her hungry belly gurgle in protest at the false fullness of her watery meal. Pupina removed Grimace's coat from Desta and made her a bed next to the fire. The old woman refused to drink, and she lay there wheezing. She going to make it? Very old, Mim. Is she sick? To eat, to rest, eh? She bed, Mim. She very old. Soon. We'll be there soon. Soon, Mim? The horses must rest, or they will die. Abeona looked into the fire. And then we shall die. Rest, Mim. Yes. What was that last night, following us? The noise in the bush. Pupina scooched closer to the fire. The sun had yet to set, but there came a cool breeze off the mountain. Kenjin Clipspringer of Kenjin Wildcats, eh? Kenjin Boer, ni? Kenjin Lion, eh? Lion. I was thinking that myself. When the lion jin roar, ujin velig? They what? Eh? Who is safe, eh? Don't like them, whether they're noisy or quiet. Abeona unholstered the pistol and laid it on her lap. She dozed a little and woke at twilight with her companions asleep and the fire at embers, and on the breeze rolled a soft rumble of the thing that had been following. Abeona kicked Pupina's feet until she roused. Girl put on her boots and holstered her gun. The women went to the mess of deadfall for more wood and built a great big fire. As the firelight grew, so too did their stalkers' roars. "Who is smart met pistol?" Pupina made her hand into a gun. "I can shoot if I have to." "God's a jank." Pupina smiled and clasped her hands over her head. "God's a jank." Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that. The women sat a while before Abeona remembered the leather bag tied to Grimace's horse. She went to it and dug around John Brown's journals looking for one of the later ones, one hopefully less concerned with slavery, rape, and murder. She petted the animal. He seemed better for having rested, but kept sniffing at the wind and stepping nervously. Hadn't hobbled them yet, and now with them fidgeting she wasn't going to try. They would have to obey the thin rope that tethered them to the sun-bleached tree stump. Along with the diaries inside the bag, the girl found wrapped in canvas a 2-pound package of dried meat and hardtack. She took a journal and the victuals and sat next to her sister. "Food. I found food. Ooh," Pupina cooed. "Dank you, well." "Should we?" Abeona motioned to old Desta. Pupina shook her head and said, "Sleep." The girls gnawed jerky and crunched the stale bread like crackers, and Abeona put 3/4 away for the rest of their trip. "These," she said, with a wad of salty beef in her cheek, "are from my father, our father, John Brown." "John? Brown?" "Yes." Abeona made hand motions for a big beard and hulked her shoulders and made fists and swung them in brutish fashion. Then she patted her chest and rocked an invisible baby. "My father, your father." "Vader Benjamin? War mein Vader, eh?" Abeona started to shake her head, but understood what the girl was asking. She remembered then what Father Benjamin had told her about Pupina having been slow, and now she could see it in the girl's face. "War mein Vader?" Pupina looked around as if she were waiting for someone to appear. Abeona held up the journal. "I have only his words." You read story, Mim?" "Yes. Would you like me to tell you what they say?" Pupina ripped off a piece of meat and nodded eagerly, though Abeona wasn't sure the girl understood any of it. This selection of letters consisted of essays John Brown had written for the abolition movement. Pupina listened as Abeona read about human rights and the necessity of equality as outlined in the Declaration of Independence, and of that most basic human need of freedom. The more Abeona talked, the deeper Pupina's glaze of attentive ignorance became. Still, it was all Abeona could do to keep from going mad in that strange place surrounded by hungry growls, thirsty desert, and deaf gods. So she read on into the night to distract herself from the fear setting in her chest and the tingle of hopelessness which quivered her chin. She read until Pupina slept, and then she read some more. Dim, chilly dawn. Abeona awoke on her side, curled around the dead fire. Desta was up and nibbling jerky. Old woman nodded and drank from her canteen. "Good morning." Abeona searched groggily the dirt for the pistol until she realized she was lying on top of it. She holstered the gun and checked on the horses, went about 20 paces out to a waist-high bush to piddle, and, while she was peeing, she saw the biggest goddamned footprints. They were lying all right. His pug marks in the sand the size of dinner plates. Girl grunted out the rest of her water and tried to go otherwise, but days of dry biscuit and little else had turned her insides to brick. Looking all about, she pulled up her pants, listened, but there was only the sounds of morning birds and the rustle of wind in the grass. She didn't want to think of it, but before she could tell herself no, she envisioned the great spotted cats which had attacked her. Now there was no Jaimin or Mr. Yannick or Azuka to run to. Abeona went slow but steady back to camp and whispered to the women to get up. "Mim? Lion." Abeona scraped her boot in the gritty earth. "I saw his footprints. Big lion." With frantic hand gestures, Pupina whispered this message to old Desta, who scrambled swiftly to her feet and threw on her coat and climbed up onto the back of her horse with a nimbleness Abeona had not seen her move before. "We must go now." Abeona untied Grimace's horse as Pupina mounted. Then the girl filled their canteens and freed her own steed. They found the trailhead to the pass just an acre south of their campsite. Though footing through the pass was uneven, the rises were gradual enough to make for easy riding. Morning mist thickened as they moved up the trail. Horses seemed to know where they were going, so Abeona allowed them to move at their slow, careful pace. As day broke, she breathed an audible sigh of relief. Jaimin had said lions do most of their hunting at night and sleep through the day. And now that she thought of it, that track she spotted could be weeks or months old. Around noon, they made the halfway point. She remembered this because of the narrow section of high, sheer rock face that went up and up on either side of the trail. Here the women relieved themselves and stretched. In the gully at the middle of the pass stood a 30-foot wall shielded above by an overhang of a dozen feet. On the gray stone, shoulder-height, ancient ochre rendering of headless men in 20s and 30s near an elephant herd. Abeona touched the ferric oxide with a gentleness that spoke to her soul, as if those avatara might disturb from their 5,000-year slumber and share with this star child the secrets of their simple existence. But they were silent, and too was she. And the girl knew it then more than she had ever fathomed that she was singularly answerable for her breath, her tears, her blood, her triumph. Moving ever west, the trio came to the knife edge where the river disappeared up into the rocks and the downside of the trail which would lead them to the Cape Road. It was coming on evening when they found the tall grasses of rhino bush and the sandy rock path which would take them to the sea. Abeona hoved up to take a bearing. She faced the sinking sun, mountain range at her back, and knew they must take a hard left for another half day before they would find the southbound trail. She assessed the horses. They were tired, but not overworked. Could they go another turn of the earth without keeling? Even a crawl through the night would be preferred to another vulnerable sleep in this wasteland. Rest, eh, Mim? Abeona turned to the sister, hand still shielding her calculating eyes from moribund daylight, shook her head solemnly, and on they rode. Again came the dark, and horses were left to lead the way. Abena's imagination chased every shadow down its dark rabbit hole. All through the night, by the dim moon glow, she waited for the roar, the snapping of branches, the hungry growls. Of all the things the girl wished for tonight, hot bath, buttered biscuits and warm milk, feather bed and ladies' magazine to read, she wished most to unsee the lion's paw prints. No matter how many lies she told herself, she knew he was out there patiently waiting for his supper. Her flesh would be his buttered biscuits, her blood his warm milk. 3 times in the night they stopped for nature, and 3 times Abeona quibbled with herself in a terse desert box step about whether to make camp. But they were back in the wide open, fynbos, where there was only rock and grass to burn, and nothing on the long silvery horizon but the occasional hillock and swale, and so in her tired eyes she sometimes believed themselves to be trotting across a great desert sea whose sandy waves rolled above that dry eternity of bleached bone trench and guyot. Sometime in the night, though unbeknownst to Ryder, their horses found the Cape Road. Abeona stopped her party as the left-hand sun cleaved its kingdom floor to ceiling. She watered the horses what little she could by canteen dribbles into her cupped palm. The animals tried to snuffle up the moisture, but were more interested in licking the salt from the girl's hands. Pupina smoothed the sitting spot in the scrub for old Desta while Abeona unpacked their little foodstuffs. It was odd to her to see that visitor of a morning after a morning where she'd been so long without sleep that the girl began to believe truly that she had passed the Rubicon of Ziz, and thereby she would never slumber again. It was in this drunken state the girl watched a brown-black blur fly, for that was how it appeared, coming out of the shimmering east. With the shadow it cast, the thing was the size of a water buffalo, and it scrambled in silence with terrible starving speed.
No roar, no growl, just a ghostly thump of mighty paw over fynbos floor. Pupina must have seen, because she hugged her mother and rocked them forward out of the lion's path as the big cat leaped over, closing the distance between itself and Abeona by half. The girl had only time to raise her arm and scream as the lion's forelegs and enormous jaws took hold of Grimace's horse by its left haunch. The animal squealed in fright and fought against its ropes. Luckily, the horse wasn't hobbled and had the freedom to kick, but the great cat with the dusty black mane held tight. Abeona hadn't noticed her horse gallop away until she turned to mount it and found herself alone in the never-ending nowhere with 2 crying women and a scene of bloody murder within fainting distance. Then she remembered Jaimin's gun, her gun. She pulled the pistol and cocked the hammer and looked down her right arm to the cat, who was hopping on one foot while trying to hoist itself onto the horse's back with the other. All the while this awful ruckus turned in a slow circle like some grisly carousel that dared allow no rider. She pulled the trigger and sent up a dust cloud near the commotion. Noise startled the lion, and it let go and turned on the girl, rearing itself back for to pounce. Abeona cocked again, and this time did not aim, but felt where her missile should land, and it caught the great beast in the lower back in roughly the same region as the lion had latched onto the horse. The wounded animal roared and danced around and broke into a full-on charge at the girl as she cocked and raised and unloaded her third shot into the lion's face. There was a tumble of dust and bodies and blood engulfed by shrieks mortal in their agony and dull groans as the girl toppled backward, the cat somersaulting into and over her, them landing head to head among the sand and scrub. Dazed and bruised, Abeona raised up in search of the pistol. Lion panted heavily, though its eyes were closed. Shining worlds spun as the morning sun twinkled off that dewy landscape. Abeona jumped to her feet, dancing around in search of the gun. Faint cries of her kinfolk and the terrified whinny of their mounts distracted the girl for but a second, long enough for the lion to roll to its feet in a languid stupor. There, under where her foe had fallen, the colt and its remaining shot. She stood facing the lion, the 2 of them staggering stubbornly. Go for the gun or retreat for the horses, who were now gathered by mother and daughter. All 4 bore witness to the unbelievable showdown, and yet none could help this girl, their unlikely savior. "Don't run, little shark," Abeona whispered as she stepped slowly toward the animal. "Sharks do not run." She was now not 6 paces from those bloody, slavering jaws, but forward she moved, her eyes on the cat's and his on hers. When the pistol was in reach, she slowly bent and picked it up and aimed and cocked and listened to the djembe beat in her ears. Her teeth itched, and she had to piss so bad she could stomp a hole in an oak stump. She waited what felt like just the right amount of eternity in leveling the muzzle, palming the grip, fingering the trigger sensually. And as she started to squeeze the trigger, the great cat fell dead. Chapter 53, Coming to Terms. Dropped to their knees and drank their bellies full when they reached Cape Town. Drank straight from the horse trough while a drunk smoking on the stable stoop gawped in befuddlement. Old Desta and her daughter Pupina had ridden Abena's horse. The girl had taken Grimace's wounded mount to lessen the beast's workload. The bitten animal had 3 pinky finger punctures in its rump, but it had gotten her there. And the stable groom, once roused, said the animal would live. Clock tower over the bank read 22 minutes past 3 a.m. Abeona had never been so elated to see civilization, or simultaneously ready to leave it, for there was no telling how long it would be before Jansen's lynching party would reach the Cape. She led the women first to the all-night saloon, hoping Swift was having one of his extended nightcaps. Barroom was empty, but for the men sweeping, wiping, washing dishes.
"Geezer and the big Kaffir were in here yesterday, Blackie," said the Irishman, measuring bottles on the back bar and making notes in a ledger.
"Fine. 3 whiskeys. Big ones."
"Don't sell spirits to no little lassies," he said absently over his shoulder. "Now skedaddle."
Pupina and old Desta shuffled nervously behind the girl. "Look at me, God damn you!" Abeona put her red leather toe on the bar's footrail and hoisted herself up to meet the barman's shocked face as he turned. "I killed a man, shot a lion size of that there piano dead, and nearly died my own self back in this desert you all got. And all I want before I fall into bed is a strong drink with my family here." Irishman's eyes flitted to where the girl's right hand floated over the butt of that Navy revolver.
"Grand. Just feckin' grand."
He put down his paper and brought up 3 glasses with one hand and a bottle of brown liquor in the other.
"Am I to be shot up, then? By a gang of dusty balaboos, no less, for minding me own."
Abeona drank her whiskey and motioned for her companions to do likewise. The women coughed and groaned at the magical potion which cooled their tongues and burned their bellies and turned their aches into warm, heavenly throbs. Girl went next to the Blackburn Hotel across town. She went through the empty lobby and banged on the manager's door.
"All full," clerk told her. "The gentleman in question took rooms 7 and 9.
"Well, I must see them. It's quite urgent." Clerk hesitated, but allowed the girl and asked that her women, old Desta still in her nightshirt and without pants, and Pupina dressed like she had rolled a hobo for his clothes in an alleyway, remain outside so as not to disturb the other guests. Abeona went first to room 9 because there was light under the door. "Hello?" She knocked softly. "It's me. We made it." When there was no answer, she knocked again, louder, checking the empty hall before knocking harder still. "Hello?" She tried the knob and the door opened. Bedding was still morning smooth and the room otherwise empty. Idea that they had left without her lasted only a second, but a second too long, and she muttered a curse upon the men both. Abeona went to room 7 and lightly rapped. Bed springs and footsteps. She relaxed her hunched shoulders and tightened brow. Sliver of Jaimin's face appeared in the cracked door. "Where's Mr. Swift?" Abeona said, shoving her way in. "Shh!" Jaimin hissed. Shirt was off, and he held together his undone pants. Old Englishman was asleep on the side of the bed against the wall. A watercolor hung above, but Abeona was too tired to recognize its shapes. "Please," Jaimin whispered as he moved the girl into the hall. He put his hands up and cowered. He looked so small now. "No one can know." "Does he force you?" Abena's eyes were hopeful. "No." Jaimin lowered his head. "No." "We're taking your room." Abena's face twisted in disgust at the thought of what the men had done in there, even more so that she had let someone like that touch her own body. She stood shaking her head for a while, then said, "Grimace is dead. My sister is not." Jaimin looked sideways for just the briefest moment. "You knew?" Abeona shoved him. "You knew?" "Please, Mr. Swift wanted no trouble." "You son of a bitch!" Girl slapped his face so hard her hand stung. "You're no man!" Jaimin clenched his jaw. "Will you tell?" "Who the hell would I?" Abeona handed the big man his pistol. "Load this and return it in the morning. I'm keeping it." Chapter 54. Strange Men. Excitement rattled the harbor. Crews of men of all colors hung streamers and garland and flowers. They wheeled carts of cukes, leeks, asparagus, garlic, water blommaches, beetroot, and artichoke in anticipation of some harvest celebration. Hardly one ship more could fit the docks. Abeona leaned out the open window to take in the morning sun. Her legs and back ached, and she quietly promised never again to mount a horse. Behind her, the women stirred and spoke to each other in foreign whispers. "I need you to wait here while I find clothes." Abeona spoke as she dressed. "Yes, mim." Pupina repeated the order in Dutch to the old woman, who balked, and then she asked Abeona, "Waar gaan we naartoe?" I don't understand," Abeona said. Which zin you go to, mim?" "America." Abeona waved her hand with big strokes in the air. "Far, far away." "Hoe zit het met Mr. Jansen?" "Mr. Jansen?" Abeona thought, then she held her hand like a gun. "Jansen comes around. I will give him my pistool." Pupina looked grim. She shook her head while Desta poked her in the ribs. Pupina translated for her mother, and the old woman gasped. "Stay here. I will bring you food and water, but you must stay here." The girl walked quickly downtown. Every shout in the distance, every clomping horse, every clatter down an alley made her heart race. The Jansens could easily be in Cape Town by now, could have gone to the authorities, could be around the very next corner. Along the Herengracht, Abeona found the tobacco shop and next door the menswear store. Not much to choose from in traveling suits and dinner jackets, and the little tailor smaller than she, though he was working double time to replenish his stock. He did, however, have some ready-to-wear shooting clothes and did his best to guess at the proper sizes of Abeona's brothers, for whom she was planning to surprise with new outfits. She ordered all 3 of them cuffless white shirts and collarless broad-bottomed hunting waistcoats, which were single-breasted and high-buttoned. To the order Abeona added 3 flat caps, a brown, a charcoal gray, and a patchwork for herself. All 3 suits were of pecan twill, and she picked out 3 pair of black ankle boots. After some arguing, the man convinced her that she would need actual measurements if he were to provide proper footwear. So he lent her a measuring tape and waited for her to fetch the sizes of their feet. She returned breathless, and he, one by one, found boots in the proper sizes. "When can I pick these up?"
Should have them ready in a week."
"A week?" Abeona slapped the wooden countertop between them. I need them today."
"But, Miss, there's the fitting and alterations."
"You said ready to wear."
Well, yes, but I thought I was quite clear that I'm in a hurry.
Bank robber, eh? The tailor said with a wink.
Abeona scowled back, and the little man's eyes widened.
Oh, only a jest, miss.
The clerk took to heavy sighing as he folded a length of material.
I can't have people going around all wobbly-jobbly in ill-fitting clothes. I have a reputation to uphold.
Sir, I understand completely, but I need you to hear me when I say I am leaving this wretched place and will never, ever come within 1,000 miles of this continent, let alone return to this very spot. So please, for my own sanity and your physical well-being, package my purchases and I shall send my man over with payment to retrieve them forthwith. Back at the hotel, Abeona caught Jaimin coming out of the lobby.
Where have you been?
He turned his hat nervously in his big hands. We needed some traveling clothes.
You should know Terry is quite ill. Doctor said he will not be able to travel for some weeks.
Are you mad? Abeona stepped in close to whisper. There's people want me dead, and they won't stop at me.
Yes, I know this. If you give me a moment, I will tell you I have just returned from the harbor master. Packet ship sails tomorrow to Port Elizabeth.
And then what?
And then you wait for passage back home.
That's the plan? Shipping me off to a different spot on this hellhole?
You will have plenty of money to keep you comfortable. Port Elizabeth, I hear, is quite nice.
Oh, bloody hell, Abeona said in her bad British. Jaimin laughed. How's Mr. Swift? Jaimin took a deep breath and let it out slow.
Not well.
Can I see him?
No, it's best he sleeps.
I'm sorry, I really am. Abeona squeezed the big man's arm. I'm also going to need money, a lot of it, and I need you to go to the tailor, the one next to the tobacco shop, and pick up my packages and supplies to get us to wherever the hell we're going.
Port Elizabeth. Fine. Just tell me what you need.
I don't know. Food. Enough coin to last in an emergency. My gun. Where's my gun? Did you reload it?
I have yet had time to do so.
Good. You can show me how to do it, and I'll need whatever goes with it, yes?
Certainly. But I must ask. 5 shots. Did you hit what you were aiming for?
Chapter 55. Letting Go. Hate wasn't nearly rude enough a word to describe how she felt about this place. Yet as Cape Town disappeared, the sapphiric beauty of Table Bay swallowed by midnight blue South Atlantic ripples like crenulated slate, a heavy, hollow sadness filled her. The adventure was over. If she lived 100 years in a day, there could never be another like it. Africa had pulled from its deadly bag of tricks both fang and bullet, poison and despair, and even the death-dealer Ganab, that trickster god whose serpents and disease made tremble the headless hunters of elephant painted on the pass of that no-named mountain, could not best little Abeona Browne from Michigan Avenue, USA. For she had triumphed over loneliness and frailty, bigotry and loss, or at least she had survived them and their family tree of sinister siblings. And in this world she figured escaping with breath still in body was as close to victory as most folks get. Having decided that she would hence kill any man who crossed her new family, Abeona considered their current voyage one of fancy and not necessity. She was moving, but she wasn't running away from anything. Not ever again. The pace was hers to control. Biggest danger in her life now, in the lives of old Desta and Pupina, was the threat stowed under her bed, that lifetime of hurt and horror on parchment, the balance of a dying man's guilty conscience. And she wondered what right had he to reach from the grave, pen in hand, to scratch its diseased screed on the foul parchment of regret and ruination. What good were his words to the new-found daughter or her mother still? Had they not suffered enough at his hands? Yes, she whispered, but is it the truth? What truth would that be? The words we tell ourselves. When is that truth? What we say to others? Who could withstand scrutiny of such veracity? When does one's truth ever misalign with one's desire? Or, perhaps, the girl queried, does truth exist only along some higher moral plane unreachable by all but a few worthy souls? For all her father's lecturing, he had proved himself more a villain than the lowest man Abeona had encountered. Honesty, integrity, hindrances bore by fools and touted by liars. She was done trying to live up to John Brown's mythos. He had had his chance and cut his notches. Now was her turn. Cabin on the sailing packet was cramped but clean. The women slept most of the day and enjoyed a quiet supper of sardine, biscuit, and goat milk. That night Abeona laid in her bunk for a long time thinking. She'd been charged to see the journals to their rightful owner, and she had. Communiques from a dead man to stranger who couldn't read them and didn't want them. What good are they? Abeona whispered in the dark among her kinfolk's soft snoring.
When would such a trove of sabotage be safe from the greedy publishers, the fire-eaters, and the blackmailers? Moon appeared shortly after 8 bells, its tender white light glowing in the uncurtained bull's-eye above the girl's bed. Careful not to wake her elders, Abeona took John Brown's messenger bag from its hiding spot and went to the afterdeck and clung to the taffrail, dangling the menacing satchel of truth over the edge. She stared, mesmerized by the lunar glitter of rippling sea. All she had to do was unclench her little fist, and the journals would be as if they had never existed. Abeona closed her eyes in prayer for counsel. To what, she did not know. On the deck behind came footsteps and a soft voice saying, "Sister? Sister?" And the girl let go. This has been A Thin Porridge, written by Benjamin J. Goes, narrated by Tim Tidball. Copyright 2020 by Benjamin J. Goes. Production copyright Benjamin J. Goes.